Since ancient times, heroes and demon lords have always coexisted. In any battle, the hero is the one who sacrifices themselves for the good of the kingdom. They are endowed with extraordinary power to eliminate the demon lord, and the demon lord is the ruler of another realm, whose sole purpose is to destroy the hero. Under the demon lord are the legion commanders. There are 12 of them, possessing terrifying power, and renowned for their extreme cruelty. Because of that overwhelming power, humans are utterly unable to resist them, except for those burdened with the role of a hero. But of course, even after a long history, there remained an individual case deemed a demon, capable of slaying humans of immense power. That person was known by the name Elus the Demon, Legion Commander 0. He was considered the golden pillar of the demon realm. A letter was thrown onto the table, followed by a notice, "Please resign." With an arrogant attitude, the demon lord angrily snapped the pen in his hand. He slammed the table in fury, then sternly retorted, "How dare you abandon me and leave?" "Wait, don't be angry. He was just putting on an act." A second later, he abandoned all dignity as a boss. He knelt at his feet, begging him to stay and work for him. He couldn't accept that. Elus, though merely human, possessed far greater power than those lower-ranked guys. Would resign for no reason. Elus suddenly asked, "Can you kill me?" The demon lord immediately refused. "Kill you? What are you talking about? You are a crucial minister, the pillar of the entire team. How could I lay a hand on you?" He frantically questioned him in every way, pouring out his heart, just to know the reason. "Why are you unwilling to stay here?" Before a few words were even exchanged, Elus suddenly had a nosebleed. It went without saying how worried the demon lord was. He shouted, "Where's the doctor? Bring Legion Commander Zero's personal doctor. The man is almost dying. Where did he go?" Playing with fire. Soon the doctor was brought over. He examined the situation, then hesitantly diagnosed the illness. But the demon lord seemed to be the most impatient person there. He didn't care if Elus had PTSD or something else. Instead, he openly threatened with his authority. "I didn't call you here to hear things I already knew. Find a way to cure him as soon as possible. If you can't, you'll face the consequences yourself." With the boss giving such orders, who would dare disobey? Elus was immediately by the doctors, rushed back to the lounge as quickly as possible. Those guys took care of him, diligently treating him so well. It was annoying. Elus was his name in the demon realm, but his true name was Dion Hart. Lying in bed, with an incomparably pained heart, he cried out inwardly that his true strength was nothing like what everyone had always believed. Powerful. He was merely a weak, almost ordinary guy. He was the only human living in the demon realm, born with such a frail constitution that even a little pressure could make him collapse. He saw that everyone had always mistakenly believed him to be a strong individual, and naturally he became a subordinate of the demon lord. But if things continued this way in the near future, the secret of his frail body would be discovered by the demons here. Because he was weak, he believed he would be immediately eliminated by them, or be humiliated to the point of being unable to show his face. No matter how he looked at it, the future was bleak, not unlike Jidojia's life. So he believed he had to find an excuse and slip away as soon as possible to save his life. That night, Elus, with a displeased expression, went to the demon lord's office, because the demon lord had a request. But thinking that the other commanders were also present, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Fear was beginning to sprout in his heart. He thought, normally when they encountered a few small ghouls, he would already be scared to death, let alone higher level ones. A girl with honey-colored skin stood in the corner, whispering to the person next to her, "Is that the person from the rumors? It's my first time seeing him in person." The young man heard this and immediately let out a helpless sigh at the rookie. Then he began to explain to her, "Listen closely. I was there when he defeated that hero. Back then the Demon King asked for his name. He answered very coldly. The image, Elra's cool image, immediately appeared in their minds. It goes without saying how brilliant and terrifying that was. But no matter how much they admired him when they saw him approach with that gloomy face, they also understood that they shouldn't be here, blocking the way. So they chatted a bit more, then immediately found a place to slip away. Come to think of it, I heard he can't fight right now, so he's accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction. Before he kills us, let's go somewhere else to play. Stop standing here blocking the way." The two grand doors opened at Elra's request. What greeted him were gazes full of killing intent, and the Demon King's threatening smile. He said, "You're here." All the Legion commanders had already arrived, and he had suddenly become the most tardy person there. Elris reluctantly sat down, sitting on the chair facing their intense gazes, staring intently at him. He just pretended to be calm, but inside he was incredibly nervous. He just wanted to turn invisible and escape from here. Go back to his room and sleep. The Demon King spoke first. Are you all right? After hearing Elris apologize, he happily and immediately forgave him. It's fine. It seems you had a reason for being late. Just then a castle attendant nimbly walked forward and poured him a glass. It was completely red liquid. Elris was overjoyed, quickly picked it up, then tilted his head back and took a sip. Everything here made him uneasy. Only alcohol was what made him happiest. Wait, no. Is this grape juice, but everyone else seems to have wine? Elris just asked dejectedly. The atmosphere suddenly became unusually tense. The Demon King could no longer stand this drunkard. He clutched his forehead, saying that he was the one who ordered it. Elris' fragile heart was immediately struck, because he felt everyone was rejecting him. The reason they were here was mainly to prepare to announce his fate. At this point, the Demon King finally began to talk about serious matters. 6th Legion Commander, distribute the information you gave me. Velverden nodded upon hearing this, then began to explain. The 12th Legion is still protecting the village. However, due to the sudden surge in ghoul numbers, they can no longer cope. After the ghouls destroyed most of the village, they have evacuated the villagers. But they won't last much longer. Therefore, reinforcements are urgently needed to hunt those ghouls. The meeting's atmosphere consequently became quite lively. The 12th Legion commander did not participate. Among them, some had already heard that he was killed by those creatures. Elris sat to the side, not particularly concerned about this matter, because among all the ghouls, those created by the Demon King were precisely those entities without senses and loyal only to their bloodthirsty instincts. To put it bluntly, in some ways they were like them, but the difference was, they were the failed experiments. When they heard Velverden mention the number of ghouls and how their strength was constantly increasing, the Demon King immediately began to explain. The number of heroes who once killed ghouls is currently decreasing. So when the ghouls teamed up and attacked again, it was not surprising that he was killed. Oh, the hero leader Ares is the one who kills heroes. Everyone presents emotions suddenly plummeted because of that sentence, hitting rock bottom. This young man, with the appearance of a bad boy but the core of a good child, protested inwardly. In his opinion, they were finding excuses to push him into danger, weren't they? He hadn't killed any heroes. Iruth glared at the Demon King, because he wanted the Demon King to take responsibility. But he misunderstood, making things even worse. The Demon King immediately said, "Don't worry, the commander of Legion 0 will be sent to support Legion 12. Iruth froze upon hearing this, his expression rigid, not even knowing what appropriate reaction to show. After a while he barely managed not to cry and found an excuse to refuse. My body isn't feeling too well right now. But deep down he was thinking, please don't make me go. Outwardly he claimed he didn't need to go. But he put on such an earnest performance that when he arrived in front of the crowd, he appeared to be a great leader, trying hard to control his anger and checking if his body was healthy enough for the journey. Facing those gazes filled with adoration and hope, Iruth could only show 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts reluctance. Reluctantly agreeing, "All right, I'll go then." That very night, the army immediately set off on its mission. Iruth continued to sigh and recall his failed escape plan. The kingdom he used to live in had a mad king who had once thrown Iruth to the Demon King, and an older brother who hated him to the core. It might sound awful, but no matter what, it was much more peaceful than this place full of demons. Iruth thought that the destination was still far away, so his hand began to caress the bottle hidden in his pocket. He had stolen it because the Demon King wouldn't let him drink. During a break in a meeting, he had heard rumors that this stuff would make you feel like you were floating on air. So before he died, he absolutely had to try it once, to taste what the specialty of the demon land was like. Time passed peacefully like this. The cavalryman in front suddenly spoke. "Your Excellency, we have reached the village." What met their eyes was a village engulfed in the fierce red glow of war. Dead bodies lay strewn on the ground, the scene utterly desolate. The adjutant of Commander 0's, thinking the demons hadn't gone far, turned around to urge everyone to quickly advance and pursue them. But to their surprise, at that moment a group of hideous, ferocious demons swarmed out of the village, surrounding them from all sides. As a fervent admirer of Iruth, He shouted, "Fight for Lord Iruth. Everything depends on us." The battle erupted fiercely. These products of failure had only slaughter on their minds. So they attacked anyone who stood in their way with madness. The clanging of weapons and shouts rose and fell, plunging the area into chaos and a heavy scent of rust. "Lord S, watch out." No sooner had the shout ended than in front of him appeared a massive monster, nearly 3 meters tall with its maw wide open, attempting to bite him. He thought he was certainly going to die this time. But unexpectedly a fortunate person came to his rescue. Red blood splattered. And the enormous monster, after sustaining several deep wounds from Iruth's weapon, let out a massive roar and then fell to the ground. SS face immediately lit up with joy when he saw that it was Iruth. Just as he was about to speak his thanks, a sharp dagger was suddenly pointed at him. Iruth asked, "You're an enemy too, aren't you? On the battlefield if you can't even tell friend from foe, then you're in trouble." He was very flustered after hearing that, probably thinking his superior was dead drunk. And then he hurriedly said no. Eluz then asked, "So are those the enemies?" No sooner had he spoken than he received a slap weighing several hundred kilograms. It landed heavily on his body. Its attack was so fast that he didn't even have time. No time to resist, he was just flung aside. This attack was quite powerful. After the smoke and dust dispersed, when they looked again, Eluz was covered in blood. He looked utterly battered. He was completely bewildered by the sudden attack. He was so angry he lost his mind. Eluz confirmed with a cold face, "This is indeed the case, isn't it?" As soon as he confirmed the enemy's faction, he immediately charged forward like an arrow filled with resentment, to take revenge on all of them. A guy protected by the god of wine. Every move Eluz made was swift and decisive. As long as he had even a shred of consciousness to know who the enemy was, the rest was left to the 2 daggers in his hands to solve everything. The remaining members, even though they bore the name of demons. But looking at this one, truly bloodthirsty, madly tearing apart. The guy who was tearing apart the monsters in front of him couldn't help but feel a shred of chilled to the bone. They asked each other, is this person who was sweeping through everything? This person, the commander of the Zero Legion, the guy rumored to be a demon. Did Eluz immediately activate slaughter mode as soon as he touched alcohol? No wonder the Demon King strictly forbade drinking. Meanwhile, in another place, news about the Zero Legion had already spread. To a special person, the mysterious person from the Ghost Realm Palace spoke. The soldier sent to scout the Ghost Realm is said to have become the commander of the Zero Legion and is participating in this attack. It is rumored that he is extremely powerful and ruthless. My subordinate heard. The commander is the most valuable subordinate in the Demon King's kingdom. The king of the kingdom, Eduardo Di Chao. After listening, he said he remembered someone. Now there is also an outstanding candidate. So he will give this kneeling person an opportunity to achieve. He stretched out his hand and said, "So you are that most valuable subordinate, aren't you? To win glory for the kingdom." The battlefield was always a bloodbath. Eluz believed that the vanguard forces on the front lines were actually discarded meat shields. He once fought desperately, but later he never wanted anything similar to happen again. Nor did he want to for a country that pushed him into hell sacrifice himself. He had to find every way to survive, no matter what happened, to live and take revenge on all of them. A strange yet overly vivid dream made Eluz wake up in a panic. Dr. Ben and Ed were right by the bed. They saw him suddenly sit up and immediately surrounded him with questions. Ed said, "The operation to suppress the monsters has been completed." They all got scared and ran away. "As soon as you fainted, we returned to the Demon King's castle." Eluz was startled by the news. Looking at his dazed expression, he completely didn't understand what had happened. Ben immediately diagnosed him with amnesia. Temporary amnesia because he was hit by a monster during the battle. When the battle broke out, Eluz turned pale with fright, sat silently trying hard to recall everything. Oh no, a series of memories just flashed through his mind. Immediately made his mood worse and worse. He thought it was because he drank too much alcohol that he got hit. As for what happened next, there was nothing he could do, because he didn't remember anything. Eluz felt useless. So he turned to Ed and said, "I'm sorry." Unexpectedly he received such praise. "No, that's not right. You were truly amazing. You eliminated a huge number of monsters on the front line. You are truly a model commander." Eluz was stunned speechless after hearing that. Facing a grumpy doctor, because the patient didn't prioritize his health, and an enthusiastic idiot, determined to become stronger to protect the leader. This put enormous pressure on him. That display bar. The pressure value. Also rapidly soared because of it. Just then the leader of the 3rd Legion, Asild, and the leader of the 4th Legion, Adelia, suddenly came looking for him. They were arguing loudly as they walked, not at all like people visiting the sick. Zakai found them a bit annoying. So he spoke up, reminding them that if they were here to visit the master, they should quietly greet him and leave. Can't you see the master is very uncomfortable? He wanted to flip the table and kick these guys out. But on the surface he only dared to sigh. How could he dare to be fierce with anyone? Thinking of the dark future, where he could be kicked aside at any moment. That's why Iruth decided to teach these demons some knowledge about mercy, so they could forgive themselves. If they knew the fact that he was very weak. Iruth said, I am indeed angry. But there's no reason to act out just because I'm angry. Or get violent. I don't always want to harm others. Do you understand this is mercy? We should learn how to treat those around us with mercy. His words were gentle but his attitude was murderous. This lecture on mercy was truly chilling. Frightened, no one dared to say more. Except to apologize for making noise. Asild and everyone knew that he had single-handedly eliminated more than half of the monsters. So he stepped forward and made a suggestion. I've also heard tales of the master's heroic deeds. I have specifically come to request something from the master. He paused, then spoke directly. May I have a match with you, Master Iruth? One didn't need to think to know how scared Iruth was. He thought he misheard and quickly asked. A spar with me. Asild nodded, confirming it was so, and full of morale he wanted to immediately compete against him. The other two were just as excited as he was. Because ever since he arrived in the demon realm, they had never seen the leader of the 0 Legion engage in an unknown duel with any other leader. So they promised to attract as many spectators as possible to watch their duel. Unknown, a human who always considered himself the weakest, was about to duel a demon general. Iruth imagined himself being annihilated by his rough hands, and immediately refused. I think it will be difficult to accept this spar request, because the aftershocks from fighting the monsters and my strength. I might die. No, dead. Iruth babbled for a while, not knowing what he was saying. The more he looked at them, the more he panicked, and the more he panicked, the more he rambled. While he was still trying to figure out how to make them understand. That big brother who liked to judge others by himself. Zakai spoke up. That's truly amazing. Facing a commander the master is still so confident. I was curious before why Commander Zero never engaged in sparring matches. But now I understand. Is the master worried about his opponent getting hurt? Asild's eyes widened and then he shouted. Does that mean once the spar begins, it'll be a fight to the death? Asild was very powerful. But he had never been so confident as to think he could defeat anyone. And someone like the one before him, so confident without showing any fear. Such a demeanor he had indeed never seen before. This was truly the first time he had seen it. After some careful consideration, Asild finally admitted that he didn't want to fight Iruth to the death. Nor was he confident he could win in their first encounter. Win in a first encounter. So the result was no fight. Not only that, he bowed, thanking Iruth for his consideration. But he added that he wouldn't give up. Once he had enough confidence, he promised to return and challenge him again. After speaking, he bade farewell to everyone, filled with the excitement of finding a powerful opponent. Filled with the enthusiasm of finding a powerful opponent, he ran off to train. The other two leaders saw that Elos was so exhausted. They stopped bothering him, pulling each other along as they left. But just before they left, they happily scheduled their next meeting, unaware that he was already so frustrated and scared that had fainted. Time passed. Elos listlessly leaned against the wall, having finally found an excuse to slip away. While upset and distracted, he accidentally kicked a stone which hit a demon on the head. The demon yelled, "Who did that, witch bastard?" Elos was discovered, so he stepped out. He had just opened his mouth to apologize. But those guys bowed their heads and apologized first. They said they were teaching a nightmare, a lesser demon, a lesson, but they accidentally disturbed him and would leave immediately. As soon as the demons finished speaking, they all fled, leaving an empty corridor with only him and the dream demon. Rumors said Elos was more cruel than demons, striking fear into all who heard. So when he saw the other party kept staring at him, he trembled with fear, unable to say a single word. Unexpectedly, Elos not only didn't despise him, but treated him with sincerity. The dream demon, meeting someone like this for the first time, said, moved, "You are truly too kind. I've never been treated like this before. I really want to repay you." Do you have time now, please? The dream demon introduced himself as Xian, and was the gardener of the Demon King's castle. So he wanted to invite him to visit. Elos imagined a serene scene, with trees and flowers, and liked it very much, so he happily agreed to go along immediately. They soon arrived at an extremely beautiful garden. The entrance was flanked by 2 rows of climbing roses, growing luxuriantly, but just as Elos thought this was the best place in the Demon King's castle, he almost became dinner for a man-eating plant. Had been fooled. What's this? There's nothing normal about this place. This garden seemed harmless, but it was full of terrifying plants. The best policy is to get out while the getting's good. Elos dared not hesitate any longer. He immediately made up an excuse and ran off. He knew no place was better than his own room. But when he thought of the members of Team Zero, who always carried heavy burdens, and that he himself was the heavy drinker, he decided to go say hello. He was curious how strong Team Zero really was, so he began to wander around here. Although no one was training, Elos picked up a wooden sword. He wanted to test his strength, but found he couldn't even lift it. How humiliating, truly shameful. He stood there beginning to complain that his strength was cursed. I'd better dedicate all my love to daggers instead. Just then the members of Team Zero, after their lunch break, began arriving at the training ground one after another. In their eyes, the young man before them was practically a malevolent god, radiating intense ghostly aura from head to toe. But soon, when they realized this was none other than the leader of the Zero Legion, they swarmed him, greeting him one after another. Are you doing well? You haven't been here in so long. We were all so worried about you. Lord Elos, you performed exceptionally well in the last mission. From top to bottom, from men to women, everyone was as excited as if they were seeing their idol for the first time. They talked so much it made his ears buzz. He quickly spoke up, interrupting their greetings. His main reason for coming here was to say a few encouraging words. Now that he had said them, he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, before he could even look cool for a few seconds, he twisted his ankle, causing his whole body to fall. Oh no, Elos knew he was going to fall. To fall flat on his back in front of so many pairs of eyes. He'd surely be so ashamed he'd have to cover his face all the way home. Who could have imagined that the moment he knelt down, he was incredibly lucky to dodge the assassin's fatal sword strike from behind. He turned pale with fright, quickly spun around intending to flee. But he didn't expect that his elbow would miraculously swing towards the assassin's face, causing him to stumble and fall. The person's hood fell off, revealing that they were human. But when he saw the expression on the face of the Zero Corps member, he could confirm that this was an intruder, not a squad member. Alud raised the heavy wooden sword high, then brought it down with all his might onto the person's head. With one strike, he completed the task of apprehending and subduing the assassin. It was entirely by luck. Finally he looked at everyone and said, "Report to the Demon King and lock this person up." Alud left in a hurry after speaking, unaware that behind him, the Corps members were looking at him with eyes full of admiration. Not only could he dodge, but he could also swiftly counterattack the enemy. Such power and agility made them all feel that the current leader's skill level was truly terrifying, enough to overshadow even the Zero Corps. Alud returned to his room and slept until the next day. As soon as he woke up, he saw the Demon King casually sitting there waiting for him, looking completely at ease, drinking tea. He was here with a purpose, which was why he made sure Alud was fully awake before telling him to follow. Afterward he would explain everything. The Demon King led Alud to the dungeon. Alud didn't understand what was happening at first, but he didn't expect to see such an extremely bloody scene. As soon as the door opened, the Demon King stepped forward, grabbed the assassin, and then asked him, "Alud, look at this scoundrel. Does he look familiar to you?" He then continued, "The power he possesses can defeat a demon, even though he is a human. Yet that power, even before me, the Demon King, is even greater." Alud was a rather keen and intelligent person, so he suspected this might be a hero. According to his understanding, when heroes faced death while fighting the Demon King, they usually had to choose one of two things. The first was self-destruction, to inflict maximum damage on the Demon King. The second was to use their life force to bestow power, creating heroic remnants. Most heroes chose the second option because they feared their power would vanish. The Empire had a task to find and recruit those who possessed these remnants, and called them unofficial heroes. Alud's red eyes suddenly changed. He turned coldly to the Demon King and said, "Your Majesty, Please allow me to speak with this person alone. Seeing his expression, the Demon King didn't want to ask anything further, merely saying that he would wait outside the door. Now only the two of them remained. The assassin began to curse Dian loudly. You traitorous dog. You gained the Empire's trust. Became a hero. Yet you betrayed us and sided with the Demon King. Elut suddenly covered his face and burst out laughing. Shaking with laughter, not stopping until tears welled up, he asked the person, all right. You're definitely just a discarded piece of trash, aren't you? Feeling this wasn't enough, his smile turned even more malicious. He began to psychologically attack the person. He stopped his mocking and asked, what mistake did you make to be discarded by the Empire like trash? So the king is a scoundrel. He knows everything. You are a hero of the Empire. So the reason you are in the demon realm, your purpose is all under the king's control. Did that person come to such a dangerous place as the Demon King's castle? Just to kill a traitor? Even a fool would understand that this is merely an excuse used by the Empire to discard you. Elut had already seen through the person's thoughts. He finished speaking and walked out, leaving the assassin alone to begin wailing loudly, complaining about being deceived. The Demon King had been waiting for him outside for a while. Seeing him now, he asked what should be done with him. Should they keep him and use him as a pawn? Eluos's attitude was as usual. He directly told him to do as he pleased. But it would be best to get rid of him immediately, because that guy brought no benefits. The Demon King nodded after hearing this. He said he would take care of everything according to his wishes. However, in exchange, he also needed his help with a few other matters. According to the Demon King, the First Legion had just sent an urgent request for reinforcements from the front line. Reinforcements. They said this time it wasn't a hero candidate who arrived, like that guy from before, but a true hero was participating in the battle. Most of the demons couldn't defeat a hero, so in this battle, they could only rely on him. Lucy hung his head, not saying a word. Then when the next personality awoke, he suddenly realized he didn't understand why he was standing there. Not only that, he also seemed to be preparing to go somewhere with someone. Soon after, the carriage and the escort were already in front of the castle gates, waiting. Lucy slowly walked over, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Oh teacher, this is terrible. As far as he could remember, he was going to the prison area with the Demon King. But when he regained consciousness, he was already preparing to go somewhere else. This constant loss of consciousness was driving him mad with fear. He was already under immense pressure, and now it was even worse. Just as he was about to board the carriage to carry out his mission, the commander of the 11th Legion, Lilinair, arrived on a magic broom to see him off. A cute and beautiful girl, who seemed friendly, but she possessed top-tier power, second only to the Demon King. She was definitely not to be underestimated. She said she knew he was going to battle today, so she specifically brought him a necklace. As a two-faced person living in the demon realm, he was unwilling to trust anyone. Therefore, facing this suspicious item, he warned himself that he must not accept it. Lilinair was completely unaware of his thoughts, and happily explained to him, I've placed a protection spell on it, so it can shield you from death once. It's nothing much, but I hope I can do something beneficial for your majesty. Seeing a good item, Lucy no longer hesitated. Lucy threw his philosophy of doubting life to the back of his mind. Without thinking, he took the necklace and thanked her. Just then, he casually reached out and patted the little girl's head, making her blush with happiness. They chatted for a few more moments, and then it was time to depart. Sitting in the carriage, Lucy recalled memories from the past. Back then he was the hero's only close comrade. A group of wounded people supported each other as they moved through the forest. Suddenly the hero stopped and said to him, Your Excellency, please stay here. Lucy didn't understand then why he would say such words. With such a serious expression on his face, the hero had already made up his mind. He wanted to end this war with the royal soldiers. The one they were about to face, the current Demon King, was the strongest in history, so nothing could guarantee their survival. He needed someone to report the battle situation to the kingdom, so he hoped Lucy would step up and take on this responsibility. Seeing Eluos's troubled expression, the hero became even more resolute in his decision. I know why you, hero, a former hero like you, would participate in this journey. It's because you need a more glorious military achievement to fulfill your wish. Isn't it? If you return with the results of this battle, that would already be considered a glorious military achievement. The hero was also quite curious about Elu's wish, so before he left he promised to look into it. After he returned safely, time slowly passed by like this. Only Eluz was left alone, sitting under the big tree waiting. For several days straight, the task of those called comrades. Like him, it was to clear a path to attack the Demon King, but he was asked to stay behind. To stay in one place, waiting for everyone like this. It made him incredibly bored and he couldn't stand it anymore. Eluz muttered to himself. If they win, I'll bring them back. If they lose, I'll go inform. If I observe from a distance, I'll definitely be fine. Once his mind was made up, Eluz immediately stood up, then secretly approached where everyone was. But before his eyes now, the battle seemed to have ended. All his comrades had fallen, and the hero was kneeling at his feet. The Demon King asked if he had any last words. The other party's body suddenly emitted a blinding light. Eluz secretly watched them from high on the cliff. He knew the hero was preparing a self-destruction plan. This was something they had discussed beforehand. So he had no choice but to return and report to the Empire. Enough, you, who are you? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Eluz was startled. He quickly turned to see who it was. My God! The moment he turned around, he came face to face with an enormous demon. It quickly swung the greatsword in its hand and slashed at him. Faced with this situation, even the gods would probably be called upon. Who could possibly withstand it? The giant greatsword struck the ground fiercely, making a loud noise that moved. He had barely dodged it just now. Immediately after, a series of slashes came. Eluz, relying on his battlefield combat experience, tried his best to dodge, avoiding the enemy's attacks. As a famous assassin of the Empire, he had enough ability to leap onto this giant's body, and then delivered a stab to this fellow, piercing its neck. As if misfortune wasn't enough, this strike, his precise stab just now, though not powerful enough to make this guy fall, was troublesome enough, causing both of them to fall off the cliff together. He was the legendary Lucky Prince. After the loud crash, rocks crumbled and scattered. Scattered everywhere, the gigantic demon lay motionless, lying in its own pool of blood. And above him was the ignorant protagonist, still alive, breathing steadily. The demons below witnessed this scene. Their faces immediately turned pale and they began to discuss amongst themselves. The 7th Legion commander, who is that human? Another person unconsciously replied, I don't know. But how is he so strong? Eluz was distraught. Eluz felt broken by what he had just heard. He had only acted in self-defense just now. He never expected to have accidentally killed the 7th Legion commander right in front of them. Not only that, he also fell into the enemy's encampment and was facing the Demon King, who was said to be the most powerful yet. His unexpected appearance made everything a mess. Even the hero's self-destruction plan could not be carried out. He suddenly grabbed Eluz, then began to state his request. His entire body also began to emit light because of this, dazzlingly bright. The Demon King had no time to react, could only raise his hand to shield his eyes to reduce the glare of the blinding golden light. He blurted out that light. This is different from self-destruction. Is the hero trying to transfer his power? Impossible, how could this happen? Soon after, the light gradually faded, then slowly disappeared. The hero passed away in Eluz's arms. He gently laid his comrade down. At the same time, he raised a hand to cover his mouth. Watch out! Reflecting on the changes within his body, he had just coughed up some blood. But that wasn't the most concerning thing at the moment. It was those monsters. Just then, the Demon King began to focus all his attention on the new character. The new character. He walked up and naturally struck up a conversation with him. How can you smile in a situation like this? Hey, what's your name? Eluz was someone who yearned to live more than anyone else in the world. He wasn't sure what the other party's objective was. But for now it's best to answer. After the Demon King heard him introduce himself, he invited him to join his demon army. He also guaranteed no one, human or demon, would dare to have any objections, because they had witnessed everything that just happened. Even in their dreams, no one would dare to make a fuss. That memory ended there. Eluz's lips curled into a slight scornful smile. He wanted to live, but he never truly imagined he would survive. In this way, while he was reminiscing, the convoy had already reached the border between the demon realm and the human realm. Jackie, the commander of the 1st Legion, and all his team members came out to greet him. Eluz looked at Jackie, haggard, and clearly understood how much trouble there was here. He originally intended to refuse. But then he thought of an even more tragic ending. So he agreed, figuring he'd take things as they came. Jackie saw Ayla smiling and assumed he was in a berserker state. So he immediately said, "I apologize for disappointing you. But the battle has temporarily subsided. We don't know when the war will resume. So you can prepare yourself during this time." Ayla, of course, didn't understand what kind of disappointment was being referred to here. He didn't expect to hear astonishing news from him like a bolt from the blue, spoken from his mouth. "I mean, once the Imperial Army begins its attack, you'll be joining the battle. Once the Imperial Army begins its attack, you'll be joining the battle." The next morning, the Imperial camp received a report that Commander Zero would be participating in this battle. The morale of the Demon King's army had greatly increased. Commander Zero was reputed to be an even more outstanding figure than Commander One, considered the strongest of the 12 commanders. The people who were about to command this battle were discussing strategies, and now hearing news of an unexpected guest's arrival, they began to show signs of panic. The bearded man anxiously asked the person sitting next to him, "What should we do? If this is true, then we won't be able to secure victory." The man in armor raised a hand to his forehead and wearily offered a suggestion. "Well, send an assassin," because he wanted to confirm the rumored Commander Zero, to rule out the possibility that the commander was merely a lie used by the Demon King to boost morale. Meanwhile, on Ayla's side, the vice commander S was carefully bandaging his leader. Ayla knew that he was always good to him, taking care of him to the best of his ability. But when he thought that he was someone who often coughed up blood, frail and sickly with skin that would be damaged by prolonged sun exposure, he seemed unbearably weak from every angle. Yet this vice commander still admired him greatly, for no apparent reason. This was truly surprising. Ayla continued to perform his duties cheerfully. He said that what he was struggling to wrap was a special garment personally made by the Demon King, using magic. It had excellent sun protection and heat retention properties, so as long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it could restore itself. It sounded like that demon was very kind to him. But magic was exactly what broke the laws of this world. A demon's magic was finite. The energy used to cast magic cannot be recovered. There are rumors that the more demon energy is used, the faster human heroes will appear. So he thought he was wasting his power because he was confident that he had enough power to defeat those with heroic strength. The mummy's styling was complete. It was perfect, completely covered from top to bottom. Iris said to S that he wanted to personally inspect the 9th Commander's Legion and observe the surroundings. He spoke responsibly, but his real goal was actually to escape. He wanted nothing more than to flee this demon-filled place. Wait, he had thought there was only forest outside now, and desolate grass. He didn't expect to see demons everywhere. As soon as he walked out, soldiers swarmed up to talk to him, blocking his path. Then in a tree near the camp, where the 1st Legion was stationed, an assassin appeared. He was from the Imperial faction, sent to scout the commander of Legion Zero. The assassin saw his target. He thought to himself, the person standing there is the guy from the rumors. A scrawny, short-statured individual. Yet his indifferent attitude and overwhelming aura made him both wary and annoyed. To verify if Commander Zero's power was as the rumors claimed, the assassin immediately drew a highly poisonous dart. Then he shot it at the heavily shrouded person below. The poisonous dart was thrown with extreme precision. But to his surprise, Iris was so perceptive that he bent down and dodged it in time. The assassin was greatly surprised, believing his presence had been discovered. The enemy has recognized me, he thought. Not only that, but he dodged an assassination attempt so easily. But this was merely wishful thinking on his part. He never expected that just now Iris had actually tripped over a stone and fallen. How could he be that powerful? He found there was no longer any place to hide in solitude here. So feeling discouraged, he decided to turn back to his tent. The assassin saw that Iris made no move, which made him even more worried. He wanted to go back and report, but he had only tried once and couldn't be sure. So he forced himself to stay looking for another opportunity. As soon as Iris returned, Ed happened to place a bottle of wine on the table. Ignoring the bottle, he asked while taking off his hat and cloak, "What do you know about the Imperial Army's new hero?" Ed pondered for a moment before answering. "I heard Commander 2 has already investigated him. He wears a hat, and his entire body is heavily covered so his face can't be seen clearly. All I know is that his swordsmanship is extremely skillful." While those below were discussing one thing, those above were worrying about another. the assassin secretly observed, cold sweat beading on his face. When he heard the two mention his Lord Quinn, he had been sent by that lord. Now that his name was brought up, he thought, has my presence already been discovered? As soon as Iris sat down, his gaze immediately fell upon the wine bottle in front of him. A demon instantly took form, thinking Ed was secretly drinking. But then his expression changed again, because Ed said it was for him. Iris looked at the wine as if it were a lover, so happy that he almost drooled. But just as he was about to open his mouth for a deep drink, he suddenly heard a sound. Meanwhile, the assassin had used a stone as a decoy, and then poured into his cup the most lethal poison capable of poisoning anyone. Just a small sip was all it took. The wine cup was quickly brought to his lips. Just when everyone thought he was about to drink it, Iris suddenly smashed the wine cup violently to the ground. His demeanor and gaze instantly changed. He said coldly, word for word, "It seems we have a worm infiltrated among us." His sanity fluctuated. Then he said, "That's all." But now Elude didn't understand anything. He still remembered shooing flies just now. But in just 1 second the wine glass was gone. At this moment, unexpectedly, it was Apan's turn. He looked at the bubbling liquid, and the gas rising from the bottom, and realized that the wine glass contained poison. He knew the leader had just been assassinated. But when he scanned the area and found an intruder, the person had already vanished, with no trace left. The attempted assassination of Elude was immediately reported to the entire army by Zai-Kai, although he was a soldier under the devil, and once the head of the 12 Legion commanders. He was so careless in his duties, allowing an outsider to successfully sneak in, truly made him lose face. This offense definitely needed to be dealt with. But for now, Zai-Kai chose to put it aside for the moment and ordered everyone to ensure strict vigilance, not allowing this area to have any more enemies. I should stop being a Legion commander like number 0. Because of this foolish position, even those imperial bastards want to assassinate me. Because of that damned assassin, I don't even have water to drink. Elude stopped his complaining thoughts as his gaze swept over the wine bottle he hadn't had a chance to drink from, not even a sip. To solve the problem of his parched throat, he immediately grabbed the approaching soldier, and then said to his deputy commander, "If the poison was only in the glass, then I can totally drink this bottle of wine." While this side was overjoyed at escaping danger, the other side's face was grim. After the assassin returned, he immediately reported the intelligence he had gathered to General Grande. He also included a humiliating remark, which completely crushed the morale of everyone present. "He is very dangerous. It seems the rumors are entirely true. If things continue like this, the Empire will have no chance at all." After Gruen confirmed the enemy was powerful, he said to the person in front of him, they needed help from another hero of the Empire. Another hero from the Empire, to defeat the demon faction. However, since that person was not currently here, they would choose to retreat. The bearded uncle immediately objected. "But if we retreat, wouldn't it look like we're running away because we're afraid of Legion Commander number 0. Of course the general didn't mean that. He fiercely plunged his dagger into the map, then decisively replied, "We will withdraw our troops. But if any bastard chases after us, we just need to make sure they're completely dead." In his mind, he had long wanted to stop this meaningless war and have the army retreat. But this didn't mean showing weakness to the demons. He told his subordinates, the order given to the entire army was to reclaim the Empire's land, the land occupied by the demons, not to expand territory into the demon realm. Their land had already been reclaimed, and now was not the time for unnecessary actions. Unfortunately, General Gruen's calculations were not as good as Elude's. A person ran in frantically to report pale-faced, saying that the demon army was sweeping in. Not only that, the one leading was actually Legion Commander number 0, notorious for his brutality and mass killings. After drinking the wine, the male lead immediately entered rampage mode, killing wildly as always. It was time for a slaughter. One enemy after another fell at his feet. His entire body, from clothes to hair, quickly became drenched in sticky crimson blood. An Imperial soldier fell to the ground, his entire body trembling as he looked at the terrifying enemy before him. He wanted to live, but this person was as cold-blooded as a demon, making him completely lose his will to fight. Elude approached him step by step, reaching out and grasping the opponent's blade, then squatting down facing the person curled up on the ground, and asked, seeing the other's fear, "Why are you squatting here? If you want to live, you should fight back." Although he said this, The dagger in his hand eagerly stabbed downwards. Unexpectedly, halfway through, a golden pillar of light shot out from nowhere, dazzling brightly, striking the fierce Arut and sending him flying away from the weak soldier. Deputy Commander S quickly ran over to help his commander up. When he raised his head, wanting to see who possessed such power, he immediately froze. The person standing nearby was enveloped by a blessed aura, his entire body tightly covered in armor. It turned out there was a hero here too. He had just turned his wrist, the Empire's new hero, and said, "I had intended to defeat you in one blow." Arut was stirring by now. He let out a long breath, then took out the item in his hand to examine it. It's broken. This was a necklace enchanted with magic like a shield, for single use, to protect the wearer's life. Aide watched, his face turning pale. Heroes truly are the best among ordinary people, he thought to himself. If not for this item, I'm afraid my demon realm golden spine would probably have been broken. The soldier saw that the person who came to save him was the hero. Kalanan was so happy that tears almost fell. But how could roadside weeds cling to the clouds? As his hand reached out for help, Arut struck him down with a single blow. He walked straight up to the man, then said in a provocative tone, "So, you are the new hero?" The other person immediately denied it. "That's what everyone calls me. But I always feel I don't deserve the title." The two brothers masked stood on opposite sides, continually saying that the other's voice sounded familiar. But neither was willing to reveal their true face to their opponent. One was clad in armor, the other in simple cloth. Without many words exchanged, they immediately charged forward to fight. This young man, carrying a hint of alcohol, had a belligerent streak in him. He didn't even ask if the other person was willing, but swiftly swung his dagger at the other. Jalud clearly saw that speed, so he quickly bent down, dodging the first wave of attack. He dodged the first strike. Then he swung his longsword upwards, repelling the enemy and creating distance. Arut still didn't give up, charging forward and swinging his dagger again. However, the same move shouldn't be used too often, for this next time the opponent was already prepared. Jalud casually swung his sword, blocking the attack. A dagger flashed like lightning past the hero's arm, and he seized the opportunity to counterattack repeatedly, because he had just discovered something very strange. That although Commander Zero's attack speed was indeed astonishing, his strength seemed insufficient. After fighting for a while, Arut's last remaining dagger was also disarmed. Jalud wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible, so he seized the opportunity and charged forward. Unexpectedly, Arut still had equipment on his leg. He quickly drew a dagger, using it to parry this powerful blow. At this moment, something suddenly happened. Arut once again did not counterattack, but instead leaped back, widening the distance. Only then did Jalud truly realize something was amiss. Questions kept flooding his mind. Why his recent attacks were so weak? Had Arut suppressed his strength because he lost interest in the fight? Or did he have another objective? The drunkenness had worn off and the gentle Arut returned. In this situation, he felt he needed to put on a confident smile to mask the feeling of panic in his heart. He said in his mind, "Please cease fire," with the kindest possible demeanor. Of course, Quinn would relentlessly refuse. Eris said to the person in front of him, "This war should end here. The 9th commander has been defeated." However, even after recovering their territory, they remained unsatisfied and still wanted to invade the demon realm's territory. Therefore Legion Zero is here, simply to reclaim what belongs to them. Like a talented diplomat with a silver tongue, Elude urged his opponent not to waste any more energy. Live like doves, and accept that all parties only protect their own territories. However, the opponent's silent attitude forced him to say one more thing. "Does this new hero want to provoke a war? I don't think your soldiers will gladly agree." These words were indeed true. After Green saw the injured soldiers, he lost all his fighting spirit. He decided to drop everything and cease fighting. As soon as the two leaders turned around, the soldiers also. Both sides let go of their heavy burdens and breathed a sigh of relief. The first commander, Zykai, watched the young man walking towards him. He secretly felt a bit regretful about the sudden decision, because now it was a great opportunity to sweep away the enemy forces. But to stop at such a climax, he thought perhaps Elude had calculated something. Seeing his forbearing demeanor, Jack chose not to ask anything, but happily patted Elude's shoulder and encouraged him. But, unexpectedly, he collapsed like a spoiled rice noodle, falling into his arms, his body scorching hot. Due to the fever, Dr. Ben and Dr. S both arrived, so Zykai had to step aside and let them handle it. Elude defeated the 7th commander and took down the hero, although the Demon King had already ranked him in the top 5. Deep down, Zykai still couldn't stop himself from doubting his strength. However, after this incident he was thoroughly convinced, so convinced that he prostrated himself in admiration. He even voluntarily stepped forward for him, to take care of everything left over from the war, so that he would have more time to rest and recover. The next day, Elude returned to the castle amidst the Demon King's anxious wait. He had been waiting for him outside for a long time, so as soon as they met he rushed forward praising him repeatedly. "I heard from Zykai. You never disappoint me. So how was your meeting with the new hero?" That cold gaze and gloomy expression made the Demon King freeze. He lowered his voice, telling him to come in and talk to him, and to also look at the 2nd commander's report about the recently emerging figure, the successor hero of the Imperial faction. In the office, the Demon King threw a thick report onto the table and told him to read it. As Elude picked them up to read in his ear, a sudden shout came. Oh, what a coincidence! It just happened to awaken his ignorant personality as well. Elude kindly widened his eyes, looking at what he held in his hands with an expression of disbelief. How could his memory have stopped at the battlefield and then fast-forwarded to sitting here, right in the Demon King's castle? Then Lilinial ran over from a distance, crying and showing off herself. She said that after hearing the amulet necklace was broken, she immediately rushed to the battlefield to find him, but couldn't find him. She thanked heaven and earth, because it was truly fortunate to see him safely here. Elude listened to this long, emotional conversation, his face gloomy. He asked himself, perhaps after getting drunk, he might have messed something up. His gaze suddenly fell upon the paper in his hand. He opened it curiously to read, but unexpectedly saw the face and the name that he could never forget even after 1,000,000 years. A dark memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Elude sat by his parents' corpses. However, just as he reached out to plead, he begged his brother for help, but Karen refused him. Instead, he delivered a cold sword strike. Eris stopped thinking. He stroked Lilino's head, then turned and said he wanted to return to his room. In the most ordinary place in the Demon King's castle, Eris sat on the bed, his face full of dejection. A few minutes ago, the owner of this place, after hearing the news, he prepared to return to the Empire to avoid suspicion. So he cast a sealing spell on Eris. This could be considered a guarantee agreement, and also something to help him monitor Eris at all times, even when they didn't meet. Just as Eris was deep in thought, Deputy Commander Ade pushed the door open and walked in. He said he had just heard the Demon King announce that Eris would return to the human world today. It didn't sound like much, but that expression made Eris feel that Ade had something to say. Eris asked him if he had something to tell him. Ade hesitated slightly after hearing this. Actually, a few hours ago, the Demon King had called him to his room wanting to promote him to the position of commander. The position of the 9th Legion was still vacant. At that time, the Demon King explained, from the perspective of skills, you are fully capable of becoming a Legion commander. I propose you accept this position, Ade. In fact, that was the position Ade had always longed for. But he hesitated when he thought that someone else would take over as deputy commander of the 0 Legion and take his place in looking after Eris. Did the Demon King say anything to you? Eris suddenly spoke, interrupting Ade's thoughts. He shook his head, then gave a bitter smile, secretly admonishing himself not to tell the commander about this. Then he reported some trivial matters to Eris. The carriage team had arrived before leaving. Eris turned and asked the deputy commander, "Is there anything you want from the human world?" But when he saw Ade smiling and refusing, he decisively brought back some suitable items himself, without asking for advice again. Watching Eris leave, in Ade's mind, no commander would care so much for his subordinates, nor would any superior need so much help as Eris did the Demon King's excellent offer. He had already refused, and promised to remain here forever loyal, waiting for Eris as deputy commander. In the human world, right in front of Count Hart's magnificent and luxurious mansion, 2 guards were complaining. Why is it so quiet today? Just then they noticed someone approaching. Seeing that the person refused to stop, they stepped forward, raised their guns and shouted at the stranger. The Count has already left his residence. Outsiders are not permitted, good heavens. Because he was so heavily wrapped, he didn't even know when the owner was being denied entry. Eris wearily took off his hat cloak and then pulled down his mask. Only then did he say, Only then did he say, "I just want to go home. Do you dare to stop me?" Eris' appearance immediately made the entire mansion noisy. As soon as he entered, he faced two long rows of servants bowing in welcome. The butler Rem, reunited after a long separation as always, made Eris feel like he was truly home. The two exchanged a few words. Although Eris wanted to rest, he anticipated that the news of his return had reached the king's ears. So he instructed butler Rem to prepare a carriage for him. Eris initially thought it was the king, but Duke Elucidatab was the one who most anticipated his return. After he heard his subordinate's report, his lips curved upwards, revealing a disdainful smile. Then he spoke in an extremely contemptuous tone. "Has the king's dog returned to see its master?" Then he glanced at the man standing beside him, and then asked mockingly, "So what shall we do, Mr. Quan? Your younger brother is back." The other party showed no particular attitude, but instead said they would send a request to the guild. However, the assassin thought this wasn't a good plan, because if they did that, they would become targets. If things went wrong, he was also watching another faction, the Revolutionary Army. They were the ones who had always yearned to overthrow the king. So letting those people get involved in this, even if they got caught, wouldn't affect people like them who were behind the scenes. Elster Stab took great pleasure in his sinister plan. Furthermore, he was very curious to know how well the king's hero could fight. At the protagonist's mansion, a carriage was already prepared as per his request. However, the butler seemed to have been overly cautious, so he called for a squad of soldiers to escort him. He was only going to see the king for a short while, so he ordered everyone to go back. Just a few people would suffice. Seeing their apparent reluctance, he further explained, "Not many people in the empire know me, so it won't take long." Sitting in the carriage, the thought of first flattering the demon king, and now having to go flatter the king, Elus felt a little weary, because every one of them was terrifying. The current king, Eduardo Dezel, was someone who ascended the throne by eliminating all his rivals. He was the 9th prince of this country, a scoundrel who dared to eliminate all his siblings, and personally placed the crown on his head. With those bloodstained hands, he ascended the throne with a notorious reputation. A king compared to a tyrant. He declared that the country would be renamed an empire. Time passed. And then, just like other countries in the world, war broke out. This completely changed Elus' life. It was an 8-year-long hellish war. Although he lost half of his memories, because they were too terrifying. The empire, however, controlled 1/3 of the territory, and continued to be a vast empire. This was all due to the king's leadership, who was both violent and warlike. Elus was lost in thought, pondering his life and the country, when suddenly the carriage braked sharply. He rushed out to check, only to unexpectedly see his own troops under attack. The attackers wore blue cloth on their hands, with a white dove pattern. This symbol was clearly that of the Revolutionary Army. Elus cried inwardly, "Damn it! I should get out of here immediately." Unexpectedly, a person had appeared next to him at some point, who lunged at him and pinned him to the ground. With one hand gripping his throat and the other holding an axe, he threatened, "I found you, Imperial Dog." The Revolutionary Army was a group formed during the battles 8 years ago, caused by the Imperial faction. Homes and villages were seized and destroyed. Even the only things they held dear were taken from them. Those who had lost everything gathered together, then frantically, at all costs, sought only to destroy the empire and overthrow the king. The person before him was one of them. The scarred man stared at him, then remarked, "I was very worried about the one who called himself the empire's hero, but it seems you're nothing but trash." Elus struggled to utter a sentence stating that he was not the empire's lackey. The man was very surprised, thinking he had caught the wrong person, but when he heard Elus say his name was Dion, he immediately flew into a rage and wanted to swing his axe at once. Elus fumbled for a long time before finding his dagger. Who would have thought that when he ambushed he was blocked by that guy? This counterattack intensified his malicious intent even further. He lifted him high with one hand, then violently slammed him onto the carriage floor again. Without hesitation, he immediately swung his axe at him. But to defeat this lucky prince, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. Just at the critical moment, someone intervened and knocked away the axe from the enemy's hand with their own weapon. To his astonishment, the revolutionary soldier had just looked up, and what met his eyes were 3 figures who looked like reapers, exuding malice from head to toe. Just one glance was enough to know they were all ruthless individuals. And then there were the 3 diagonal lines on the imperial emblem. They were known as the Ghost Knights. They could also be understood as those demons. Born on the battlefield 8 years ago. Led by Dion Hart. Unlike the Revolutionary Army who held grudges against the Empire, these Ghost Knights, having lost their country and their families, were extremely brutal. They lived for only one purpose: to protect their leader. All of them immediately charged forward, trampling the revolutionary soldiers in the most brutal way, watching them slaughter people mercilessly. He felt no disgust at all. It was too late for Scarface to be afraid now. Just as he intended to quickly deal with Ilusi, and then have the army retreat, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his wrist. Intense it turned out that Ilusi had scratched through his skin with his fingernails. The revolutionary soldier painfully let out a scream. Then he hurriedly flung the demon off him. His hand was bleeding continuously. When he looked up, he just saw Ilusi fiercely swing his axe down while shouting, "I've lost my patience with you now. Let me send you on your way. Brother, I've made a wrong move here. Can I start over?" Unfortunately, Ilusi said he had no time and finished him off. The enemy had been dealt with. The fierce Ilusi stood before the corpse of the man who had attacked him just minutes ago. Then asked himself internally, should I continue? But the answer, and as always, was that he couldn't stop. Which is why this restricted scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. After ordering the other knights to deal with the remaining people, the carriage carrying Ilusi continued its journey towards the king's castle. A blood-stained carriage. The man had just stepped down, his body also stained with the same red. Although the 2 guards were panicked, they still suppressed their fear and stepped forward to block him. This is the royal palace. You cannot enter without an invitation. Ilusi didn't want to get entangled, so he directly stated he was Honorary Count Dion, here to see the king to report some matters. After hearing him, the 2 soldiers no longer made things difficult. They only informed him that inside a celebratory banquet was being held to celebrate the inauguration of the new hero. Then they opened the door and let him in. When Ilusi heard new hero, a fierce expression immediately appeared on his face. He sneered, muttering to himself, "It seems my brother is here." Just as he expected, the other side of the door was a brightly lit, luxurious venue. The king raised the wine glass in his hand high, then announced the reason for the banquet. "Today we celebrate the birth of the new hero Kalu, and celebrate his first military achievement." In a place where everyone was well dressed and smelled strongly of perfume, Ilusi walked in as if no one else was there. Whispers constantly arose from around him, and loud discussions. Someone covered their mouth and said, "I don't know who he is, but he's truly rude." Others recognized him and immediately said, "That was the honorary count of the Dion Hart royal family." Every step he took left mottled bloodstains on the floor. But never mind, because he had no more convenient way. Eluz walked past his brother, not even sparing a glance for his damned brother. He knelt at the king's feet, bowing to the highest ruler of the nation. Eduardo, King Dicer, looked at the achievements he left along the way, and then said with extreme displeasure, "It's been quite a while, hasn't it? But you come here in such a disheveled state. In the royal palace. What utter contempt." Eluz didn't like beating around the bush and said directly, "I was ambushed on my way here." Since the matter was so serious, he naturally had to be concerned. The 2 quickly entered a private room to talk, and incidentally asked if Eluz was all right after those unpleasant journeys to the castle. Eduardo Dicer was only speaking for formality. He knew at a glance that those people couldn't harm the hero of this kingdom. Speaking of Dion High, in the vanguard of that battle 8 years ago, only he achieved military merits that surpassed everyone else's. Success followed one after another, as he repelled the demon army and saved countless teammates, something no one had ever done before. Suddenly the king turned the conversation to another question. "Have you found a way to break the curse?" Eluz heard these 2 words, especially these 2 words, and immediately thought of the sealing runes. The king didn't know it was a tracking spell, so he thought Eluz was wandering in the demon realm to break the curse. Seeing Eluz shake his head dejectedly, after taking a sip of hot tea to moisten his throat, the king then asked about the main business. "Is there anything noteworthy happening in the Demon King's city recently?" Of course there was something noteworthy, since the king was right here. Eluz immediately told him what happened. He told the king that he had encountered the assassin sent by the king. the assassin who was sent to the Demon King's military camp. He brought this up because he wanted to know why. Why his cold-blooded king would send a candidate who could become a hero to that place. Eduardo Dicer didn't answer his question, but instead said that Eluz had gained trust in the demon realm precisely by using that good-for-nothing. He had already gathered some intelligence, including Eluz becoming Commander Zero under the name Devil. Eluz already knew all of this, but instead of punishing him, the king gave him more praise, because to continue surviving there as a spy naturally required talent. And now was the time for Eluz to ask about something that had always puzzled him. He mentioned Cohen, and directly asked, why did the king make him a hero? There had always been a conflict between the two of them. When he was young, Eluz always heard the servants talking about him behind his back, simply because he had white hair and red eyes, completely different from other family members. One day, his father and mother argued about him having an audience with the king. At that time his father said, when you're out you must act cautiously, and never let others know your weaknesses. Poor Dion Hai could only lower his head and agree. But his heart was filled with insecurity about his strange appearance. His parents' attitude towards Cohen was completely different from their attitude towards him. So even living under the same roof, the only one who felt lonely was always himself. Dion Hai was first brought to the castle, adapting to life outside. Beyond the mansion, 3 children came up to talk to him. At the time he naively thought they wanted to make friends. But the leader of the group spoke ill of him to his face. Rumors that you are merely a troublemaker for the H family have spread far and wide. Were you really imprisoned by the family during these days? Although Dion H constantly denied it, the other party refused to give up. The words grew more and more excessive. The H family will abandon you, monster. His anger was pushed to its peak. Dion H could no longer bear it. He immediately threw a punch, shutting up the hateful boy. Unfortunately, his strength wasn't enough. The boy was merely shocked into silence for a moment. Then he ferociously pinned him to the ground and began a double physical assault, tormenting both his body and his mind. When he was dizzy and about to pass out, Cohen had already rushed over and stopped everything. However, when he woke up in his own home, he had no choice but to receive his parents' scolding, not comfort or an inquiry into the reason. Those malicious words appeared once again. This made him question himself. No matter what Dad won't listen to me. What if Dad thinks the same way as them? It was as he thought. He didn't agree to let Dion go out again and told him to stay in his room and reflect on himself. Even though he hadn't done anything excessive. Dion H covered his face, trying not to cry. This poor child didn't want to be abandoned like this. He wanted to receive their love. For the next few days, he followed instructions and stayed in his room. Yet he secretly continued to study and practice swordplay, just so this weak body could become stronger. Even just a little bit. No longer so weak that he'd be called a waste. One evening, as he practiced swinging his wooden sword until his nose bled, Cohen suddenly appeared and stopped him. After he had put in so much effort, all he got in the end was a scolding. Didn't I tell you not to do these meaningless things? Stay put in your room. You don't need to do anything. From that moment on, everything crumbled. It was also then that the demon arrows gradually formed in his heart. From that fateful night until he was 17, Eluz no longer wished to step out of his room, nor was he ever busy with anything. Today Cohen came again to invite him to play chess. He looked at his brother's indifferent expression, a little surprised, and asked, "Are you perhaps busy?" At that Eluz replied, "Are you kidding me? Who would come looking for me? I just stay in my room. What could I possibly be busy with?" However, before the two could play a game of chess, Cohen suddenly said that in the future, he would also reduce the number of times he came here to play chess with him. Because if war broke out, every family would have at least one person conscripted. No sooner had he spoken than the king's men came knocking. Then they directly asked Dion H, who was that? Those people, after knowing he was the one they were looking for, said nothing. Immediately went forward, grabbed his hand and dragged him away. They roughly dragged him, disdaining to explain the reason. Eventually, Cohen rushed over and grabbed the man's hand to stop him, and kept saying that the one conscripted was not his younger brother. There must be some misunderstanding. Unexpectedly, he was thrown off by the other person. The man appeared quite annoyed and warned Cohen, "If you want to ask anything, go ask your parents yourself." With that, he dragged Eluz away. Did my parents really send me to the battlefield? My body is weak. If I go there, it will surely be a dead end, Eluz thought. He thought looking back trying to call out to his elder brother. But the door was already tightly shut. Eluz recited in his heart with a heavy pang. In the end even my family abandoned me. From the day he was taken to serve on the battlefield. Every day was hell for Eluz. Constantly fighting just to secure the right to live. The air was thick with the smell of blood and screams. Alut was pinned under a corpse. He kept muttering to himself. He didn't want to die in such a terrible place. Suddenly, a young man, a stranger appeared and lifted his spirits. Just as he, after taking down an enemy soldier, he threw a dagger to Alut and shouted, "Even if you're a child or weak, no one will care. Since you're already here you must fight to survive." Those words immediately enlightened him, and showed him what he had to do. Alut picked up the dagger, then began to strike down any enemy he encountered, just to survive. Time gradually passed. Alut had grown accustomed to this hell. At some point, when everyone else was resting, he sat in a corner, watching other soldiers receive comforting letters from their loved ones. Of course he had no such things in his hands. Only one letter, appointing him commander of the frontline operations. That was when he resolved to make the H family taste hell too. Another hell. Just like what they had done to him. This long 8-year war finally ended. Alut returned to Earl H's mansion. In his hand was the dagger, his body reeking of blood. Alut's eyes were extremely cold. Mercilessly. Each strike brought down a person. A fatal blow, yet he still felt no satisfaction afterward. Instead the pain intensified 1,000-fold. Gwen had just pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw a shocking scene, his only kin was right before his eyes. And perhaps this was the last straw to save his sanity. Alut clutched his head. Half of him wanted to ask his brother for help to end it all. The other half wanted to eliminate the person standing there. Just then a girl's voice suddenly rang out, pulling Alut's thoughts back to reality. This girl's name was Green Lena. She was the knight captain of the Luafe Knights. And among those madmen, the most normal one under his command. The current Eric couldn't remember what earth-shattering things he had done. At the party a few hours ago, they had exchanged a few words. But he still couldn't understand when he had met the king, or who this party was for. At this moment, the person he least wanted to see came forward to strike up a conversation, directly approaching him to chat, and incidentally introduced himself as the protagonist of the party. The newly ennobled hero of the Green Empire. He spoke first. "When I went on an expedition a few days ago, I fought against Commander Zero of the Demon Realm. Seeing him reminded me of you. I heard you are a commander. Very skilled at boosting soldier morale. If you commanded our army..." Before Gwen could finish, he was interrupted by a burst of laughter. Eric decisively refused, not even bothering to hear the rest. Nor did he want to continue small talk. So he turned and picked up a piece of pudding. Then scooped a spoonful and fed it to Gwen. But he still didn't give up. He kept coming over to show concern, asking if he was injured, how his physical condition was. The person Alut least wanted to see here was him, so he didn't hesitate to utter some hurtful words. He said acerbically, "Even if I'm injured, I would never show it in front of you. As always you can just stand by and do nothing from now on." Duke Yilisite Sid Abu Mosu stood nearby witnessing it all. Not only that, he also clapped and sneered. What profound brotherly love. Gwen quickly stepped forward to greet him. This leader was of the aristocratic faction opposed to the emperor. He didn't like them at all. Yet this guy still tried to reach out for a handshake. That's why he ignored the other party's greeting. In front of everyone, he heard people here talking about him behind his back. He didn't mean to, but what else could he do? Because right now cake and pudding are filling your mouth. Even if you wanted to speak or greet someone, you'd have to wait until you've swallowed. The enemy in front of them hadn't been dealt with yet. And now another one appeared. The crown prince of the empire. Elfie Fiore, though he didn't know why. The blonde prince seemed to be standing in front of him, diffusing the awkward situation. Eric seized this good opportunity and began to gobble down his food. Unexpectedly, another screw-up occurred midway. The imperial princess, Alex Addis, happily ran over and hugged him, chattering away with greetings. But unfortunately, she not only found the right person but also chose the perfect timing, causing all the cake in his mouth to immediately spray out in the perfume-scented air. Everyone thought it was blood and began to stir, calling out for healers to save him. Eluz wanted to explain, but as soon as he opened his mouth others cut him off. Unable to explain the situation clearly, it seemed the people here thought this wasn't enough trouble. So they guided the king and the first hero, Nemuel towards him, except for that detestable duke and his brother. Most people believed his vomiting blood was due to the demon king's curse acting up. Helpless Elus used this as an excuse to ask everyone for permission to go home. However, as he bowed, a sudden headache struck, making him stumble and almost fall. Fortunately, someone quickly caught him, preventing him from making a fool of himself in front of everyone. He was about to thank them, but when he saw that person was Freund, the words of gratitude immediately went back down his throat. From 8 years ago until now, this hatred still hadn't dissipated, so he shook off the hand and broke free from his brother's support. Then he hurriedly bowed to the king and returned to his mansion. The banquet was over, so everyone dispersed and went home. On the way, Duke Elststab mentioned Quinn, who had run to him asking for his support. At that time he wasn't clear about the person's intentions, but after today's events he understood. It turned out he wanted to ask the Duke to protect him from his unruly younger brother. Dion, the Duke said, if that's the case, then you and I are on the same path. We must eliminate the Emperor's lackey. He said this not just to offer help as a supporter, but also because the root was actually a huge potential threat for the faction that wanted to overthrow the king. It had to be eradicated. On Arrest's side, as soon as Greenliner sent him back to his mansion, he found his home burning fiercely. The Phantom Knights were also filling the place, making things even worse. Elus pointed at them and yelled furiously, "What are you doing? Why are you here? When did my mansion become a breeding ground?" The lucky prince was indeed favored by heaven. Before he even finished speaking, a bomb lay neatly in his hand. Good heavens, which scoundrel did this? Without a second's thought, Elus immediately hurled it fiercely towards an empty spot. The distance was quite far. Just as it exploded, an enemy from the revolutionary faction, a revolutionary, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, as expected of a hero. Returning the bomb, he caught it so accurately by accident. But that was all he could say, before collapsing to the ground waiting for the dragon carriage to pick him up. His Phantom Knights then revealed false smiles and said that the revolutionary army had thrown a bomb at the mansion, which was why they were there and had subdued them. But unfortunately these words happened to expose their crimes. Elud said reluctantly, suppressing his feeling of powerlessness. Weren't the Ghost Knights reorganized into a formal knight order, subordinate to the 7-star empire? Were you perhaps expelled? The knights knew their lie had been exposed, but still refused to admit it, instead swarming forward and embracing him tightly. They also kept saying that their captain's home was their home, and everything of their captain's, except his wife, was also theirs. Elud looked at the ruined battlefield, then secretly pondered in his heart. He had been attacked in his carriage before, and now it was his home's turn. It seemed the revolutionary army hated him to the core. He just didn't know what he had done to deserve such hatred. Suddenly, Elud's gaze swept over 2 survivors nearby who were trying to escape. He was about to give chase to get some information, but then discovered someone had already done it. His job. Indeed, one should not underestimate those elderly people who are past retirement age, but still working. His butler rushed over like the wind, pinning one person heavily to the ground. With his other hand he precisely grabbed the other person's neck. The leader of this attack had been captured. He was very unwilling to accept the failure of the mission. He had heard of the 3 obstacles to overthrowing the emperor. These included the commander-in-chief of the war 8 years ago, the current emperor's bodyguard. The second was Prime Minister Adam, who stabilized the people's hearts with his excellent policies and financial management abilities. But the most difficult of the 3 to deal with was the vanguard commander of the war 8 years ago, now often referred to as the Emperor's dog, Dio Hart. Although the leader of this operation was defeated, he remained defiant, cursing loudly. "Even if I failed, the revolutionary army will never give up. You Emperor's dog, so you chose death." One of Elud's 4 confidants immediately grabbed the disrespectful man's mouth, saying that they had never drawn their swords for the empire. They fought for their captain. Understand, the bloody scene once again met his eyes. The butler sighed inwardly. The one with the information had been eliminated. Perhaps he would have to find a ridiculous excuse, like being bitten by a dog, to report to his earl. A week later, the parts of the manor that had been burned by those revolutionary suicide bombers had been neatly dealt with. The residences of those loyal subordinates had also been properly arranged by the butler. After a period of triumphant swordplay and dabbling in danger in the demon realm. Elud now had to bury himself in office work, racing against deadlines to meet his KPIs. Lambert had just brought Elud several stacks of documents. After that frantic night, seeing him single-handedly deal with 2 revolutionaries, Elud no longer dared to object to him working, or tell him to rest. Elud was busy with a mountain of work, when suddenly noisy shouting came from outside. "These guys! Yesterday you took all our food, and now you're destroying our things. You're getting so angry over something so trivial, what a temper." Elud paused, standing at a distance, watching the tireless mouths the quarreling parties bickering, feeling a splitting headache. He had long anticipated the strained relationship between the Ghost Knights and the Lofii Knights dispatched by the king. The strained relationship. But if it continued like this, it would truly be exhausting. Elud felt annoyed, and sat back down at his desk, continuing to struggle through the mountains of documents. That seemed endless. Just then someone announced from outside that the Crown Prince had arrived. No matter how you deal with it, it can't be finished. At this moment someone outside informed that the Crown Prince was coming. Aerphiaphes and General Nemir came to visit. Elud didn't understand why those people had come. What's more, General Nemir, who accompanied the Crown Prince, was someone who loathed him extremely. Aerphiaphes was here for a reason. Prior to this he had been speaking with his sister for a long time. During the tea party, looking at his emaciated and haggard sister, he asked for the reason. He immediately received a series of answers. Will he hate seeing me now? He definitely will. This is over. All my efforts during this time were all in vain. Alikisi was indignant. She slammed the table and stood up, continuing to defend herself for her previous predicament. Do you admit I'm beautiful? I am a princess. I have never fallen for or pursued anyone. I am a princess. I have never fallen for or pursued anyone. I am a princess. I have never fallen for or pursued anyone. That's why I'm a bit clumsy. Aerphiaphes was forced to listen to these words. However, when she offered to go apologize in person, he immediately frowned and refused. He clearly explained that, whether she visited the Count's manor or invited the Count to the palace, rumors would surely spread. No matter how his sister explained it, the moment her previous sentence ended, he debunked her with the next. Alikisi didn't love the Count at all. This sister was merely an excellent actress, who had orchestrated and performed these events herself, only to deceive everyone. Faced with these irrefutable accusations, the princess of the empire, who had previously feigned innocence, now removed her mask. She said she hadn't cared much originally, but because Elud was a pawn of the king, she would do her best to appear before everyone and handle everything perfectly. She had already expressed her feelings to the Count, so no other nobles would fantasize about their Count anymore. Aerphiaphes reached out and gently stroked his sister's head, saying softly, "Even though you say that, if you wish to stop, you can do so any time." This memory ended. So he came here to help his sister confirm if the Count was displeased by her rudeness. Unlike his eager demeanor, Elud's face was now ashen. He wondered what they were doing here. Did he need a drink? To muster courage to speak with them, Elud cut straight to the chase and asked a question. "I wonder what brings you here today? That you've come in person." Aerphiaphes also got straight to the point, replying, he came today because he had something to discuss with Elud. General Nemir also happened to have business, so they came together. Recalling his sister's request, Aerphiaphes decided to start with an apology. At the banquet, the princess committed a rather serious act of rudeness, and I have sternly reprimanded her. Such things will not happen again in the future. Seeing Elud brush it off with a smile, considering it a trivial matter not worth mentioning, he felt somewhat relieved. Then he stated his true purpose. "My purpose for coming today is to befriend you." Elud broke out in a cold sweat from fright, while the other person was still complaining that because Elud was always out, they couldn't meet. Additionally, with his status as Crown Prince, he couldn't do anything as he pleased, which was why he used the banquet as an excuse to come here and speak with Elud. "Regardless, I wouldn't dare treat your highness like that." The words had just left his mouth when he coincidentally saw General Nemir looking as if he was about to draw his sword and cut someone down. Elud felt he had made a wrong move, and immediately corrected himself. Indeed, one person with every word longed for a beautiful future, to practice swordsmanship together, drink tea and have fun, while the other person gaped, wanting to refuse and close the door, really wanted to let the dog loose, but dared not. Crown Prince Elpheus achieved his goal, and happily departed. leaving him alone here to confront that uncle. The general's face was as gloomy as if he'd lost his meal ticket. Luckily, he also knew that he had been avoiding him, so he got straight to the point. Unlike the crown prince who dragged things out and was wishy-washy, he said His Majesty wanted to take over the revolutionary army, the one the count captured. The purpose was to catch them all in one fell swoop and annihilate them. Of course, the one who caught him was the count. If you don't want to, you can refuse. Elut was too happy to even react, and immediately took him to the dungeon. Then he handed the captured person over for him to take away. Suddenly, General Nanmo abruptly changed the subject and brought up the attackers. He received a report that there were 3 of them. However, only one was mentioned as dying from the bomb explosion. As for the remaining person, they weren't mentioned. So he really wanted to know what happened to the remaining person. General Nanmo never disliked people casually. During that 8-year war, it was the first time he had seen a person of noble birth sent to the army to be an ordinary soldier. A child who for survival was ruthless, slaughtering countless lives to the point of near madness. He once said this when he saw him gloomy and self-loathing. No one can blame the way you chose to survive. However, you must still bear the guilt arising from that choice. But one day, he suddenly discovered his personality was beginning to split apart. The mad personality focused only on survival, participating in bloody battles, while the normal personality only remembered ordinary battles and everyday scenes, both then and now. He pretended not to know, pushing all bad things onto his second personality, and then escaping reality. This made him feel disgusted because he had abandoned his own humanity. He hoped he had changed, which is why he asked. But when Elut coldly said that he heard reports from others that guy had already been bitten by wild dogs, the urge to ignore everything immediately vanished. He turned and left, thinking to himself, certain that he was the one who had taken care of that person with his disgusting personality. The person he hated, even their breathing was annoying. Elut woke up after a nap and found the butler, Ruamenbo, standing before him. He thought he had just dozed off for a while, then fallen asleep and forgotten unexpectedly. That uncle said, this weak body, due to excessive tension and stress, fainted. To relieve his count's pressure, he proposed a suggestion. How about you order the Lottie Knights to go eliminate the monsters? Seeing Elut's thoughtful expression, he continued, I know the count will agree. Coincidentally, the monsters are also quietly approaching the borders of our territory, so they can be sent there. Such a good thing. Of course, Elut immediately agreed to send them away. Unexpectedly, his happiness was short-lived, and in the end he was dragged along by those nobodies. According to one of them, they saw he was always in the office, so they dragged him along to make life less boring. But little did they know, besides the reason, there had been a small conversation he had with the butler earlier. But Ruamenbo, showing no particular attitude, calmly said, if his lordship the count goes, will the person hiding in the mansion also follow? This old man will surely catch that mouse. His lordship just needs to go out for some fresh air and then return. So he was dragged here, ready to draw his sword and fight the giant monster ahead. They had just arrived there, so the assault immediately began as ordered. That group of knights, the ghost knights, charged forward ferociously, filled with excitement, displaying their power and brutality. They were fighting over a monster. Not only that, but they also turned and invited him to join. Eruth was muttering, missing his brethren from the demon realm. Suddenly he had an ominous premonition. As soon as he turned around, he was coincidentally struck in the shoulder by a flying arrow. Based on his judgment, he immediately realized someone had sent assassins here to kill him. His gaze suddenly turned so fierce that Liner was also somewhat startled upon seeing it. He ordered her to help him pull out the arrow. Then he summoned the knights to come and urged them to quickly use the medicine. Liner was puzzled and immediately asked the Earl, what kind of medicine is that? He didn't hide it, stating directly that it was a forbidden drug to temporarily numb the senses. Then he immediately spurred his horse and charged towards the enemy, initiating combat. The fierce Eruth appeared. He stepped onto the saddle for leverage, then pounced on the one who shot him and struck him down on the spot. His subordinates, whom he usually called mad dogs, also charged forward at this moment to sweep through that group of assassins. The battle was unusually fierce. Eruth ordered Liner to capture the assassin he had caught alive. Then he quickly ran to join them too. After personally striking down an enemy in front of the knights, Eruth coldly indoctrinated everyone. Even if you show mercy, That's not a skill that helps you survive. I've said it many times, haven't I? Cast aside your guilt. You must remain rational to distinguish who the enemy is. Seeing an army of devils before them, grim expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Their courage was completely shattered. Those assassins were already finished. It's over. They chose the wrong opponent due to a bit of greed. Now it's probably too late to turn back. Whenever Iruth truly makes an appearance, he makes the enemy tremble with fear. Watching his comrades fall one by one at their feet, the leading assassin facing Iruth and the Ghost Knights couldn't help but blurt out a question. You're actually the Empire's hero. In his eyes, it wasn't surprising that those men were called knights, but rather killing knights, not knights of honor. Because just by looking, it was enough to know they were more like devils than humans. Iruth placed his dagger on the assassin squad leader's right chest. Then he said to him, I don't like torturing people. So can you tell me who is behind this operation? Without any appeal from the Kingdom of Yian, King Eduardo, who was handling state affairs, received this news from Prime Minister Adon. According to his report, Iruth had eliminated the monsters near the border, but they believed this ambush was an invasion and a threat. Eduardo immediately guessed that the Kingdom of Yian thought his country couldn't engage in war because Earl Iruth was injured. He placed his pen on the table, then quietly said to Prime Minister Adon, prepare for war immediately. The other two instantly panicked upon hearing this. The Prime Minister kept urging him to reconsider, saying, whatever it is, please speak slowly, Your Majesty. The war only ended 2 years ago. But his good intentions were completely ignored, falling on deaf ears, and he was silenced by a cold remark. Prime Minister, I am a tyrant. Since he said that there was nothing to be done, Prime Minister Adon could only nod in agreement, unable to do anything else. Deep down, the king was troubled by the burden of responsibility, feeling guilty for having killed his own kin to obtain the throne. But that would soon become his shackles. And in the future, everything he possesses will also be quickly ended by the disaster he brings. The Chancellor had already left to attend to his own matters. At this moment Eduardo turned to General Nam and asked if he had heard of the Church of Salvation. For him that sect was growing daily in the slums, and therefore it would be best to eliminate it before war broke out. The person he set his sights on was Eluz, because even if he was injured, he guessed his count could still do it. General Nam, upon hearing this, immediately spoke with considerable displeasure. In protest, Your Majesty, this man is extremely dangerous. I am certain that was merely for survival. However, the Count is a man of dual personalities. He said all those words just to persuade the king to listen to him and no longer reuse that man. But Eduardo was not surprised by this at all. He was a shrewd villain. He said he would not let any danger come close to him. In the past, on the day Eluz came to him asking for revenge for his family, he let that man accompany the heroes, bring back military merits, and allowed that man to attach himself, under the name of an imperial hero, to accomplish what was brewing in his heart, partly because that was also a family that threatened his crown. So of course there would be no problem. What was surprising was that Green happened to come home and discover everything, yet still managed to survive. Eduardo paused after saying this, then continued. Whatever the reason, Count Dionheart has annihilated the entire family, and the only one left is Green. He must rely on me to fight against his brother. As long as Green is alive, Dionheart will continue to serve me. Eluz opened his eyes, and then found himself standing in a place filled with blood and the corpses of those he had killed. Thinking of his brutality and his penchant for tearing enemies apart, the kind Eluz only felt pain, holding his head, wanting to deny it all. But then the fierce Eluz came over and covered his eyes with a hand. That person said, don't think about it. Even if you do, don't run away. I didn't do that. Eluz woke up from a dream that was exactly like reality. He stepped down from the carriage, feeling weary and with a head full of thoughts. Previously he couldn't remember anything when he woke up. But this time was different. If it weren't for the wound on his shoulder, he would have thought none of it existed. Just a nightmare. And then, meanwhile, in a corner of the mansion, the butler, Ryimbi, had just dealt with the spy. In the sky, a carrier pigeon suddenly flew past. He immediately noticed it, and thus ordered his subordinates to postpone the plan. At the same time chase that pigeon, aiming to find out and identify the mastermind. After things were settled, he immediately went to Eluz to report the recent situation. I caught a spy on my way here. I had intended to capture him alive, but on the way something unexpected happened. I'm sorry. He had already heard about Elus being assassinated again. So after thinking, he stated his judgment. If we narrow it down, they could be the Revolutionary Army, or enemies of the royal family, or Duke Illus, the leader of the noble faction. Among them, the Duke is the most suspicious. For safety's sake, he also advised Elus to seek the Emperor's help. Elus pondered quietly. He had originally intended to meet the king before he himself got more involved in things, and returned the territory to him. Therefore he no longer hesitated, and immediately ran to the king's castle to meet him and report the situation. Unexpectedly, the king was precisely discussing state affairs with the duke, so he had no choice but to wait outside. At this moment, the imperial crown prince and princess appeared. They were already friends, so it was no surprise that they pulled him into playing. Irud was painfully trapped between the siblings. After some enthusiastic tea and refreshments, Elphifius slowly got to the point. He said if the king were to abdicate, he did not wish to become emperor, because he had always regarded that person as his own elder brother. He only wished for Eduardo's happiness. Regarding the crown prince and princess, obeying his every word, he had known this for a long time. The current king was once the ninth prince. In the past, he had murdered his own siblings and their children. He just couldn't understand why these two nieces and nephews didn't hate their uncle. The reason might be because the first prince, their father, had a very good relationship with Eduardo. They were closer than family, so if the first prince were still alive, there would be no way Eduardo would have massacred his relatives to ascend the throne. Those two, unaware of his thoughts, kept whispering, asking him to help their king, a person who only wished to retire. Someone as naive as Irud couldn't endure these political affairs for long, so he politely excused himself to go to the restroom. Now only the crown prince and princess remained. The aristocratic faction opposing the emperor was shifting from compromise to coercion. He was resisting his own family. Elphifius added a sugar cube to his black tea, then continued. Who knows when they will seize our weakness and force us to do things we don't want to do. Therefore countermeasures must be prepared as soon as possible. In the empire, His Majesty must have his own faction, so we absolutely must stand with His Majesty. He hoped the Count would continue to support them as he did now forever. But if anything obstructs us, even if it's royalty, they will be mercilessly eliminated. Having hastily departed the politically charged conversation with the crown prince and princess, Irud aimlessly searched for the restroom, because he only ever met the king for a short time each visit. Before leaving, he was unfamiliar with the layout. Coincidentally, he saw a stranger carrying documents emerge from a room. Irud was delighted and quickly ran over, intending to ask him where he was. He knew most people feared him, so he tried his best to force out his kindest smile. To seek help. Who would have thought that his seemingly harmless smile, in the other person's eyes, had turned into a soulless grin, scaring him out of his wits, causing him to quickly draw his knife and stab at Irud. In self-defense, Irud immediately dodged in time, so he only suffered a graze on his shoulder. The other person meanwhile lost balance, stumbled for a while, then fell directly to the ground. The long-haired man with the shifty appearance was actually a spy. After numerous failed attempts, he had finally managed to obtain these documents. Unexpectedly, he ran into Dion along the way. He knew very well that even if he escaped, he wouldn't survive, so he was contemplating a countermeasure. Unfortunately, he had bad luck. He forgot to offer incense to his ancestors before stealing, so before he could run or fight to the death, Cruel appeared. Irud was stunned to see his brother grab the neck of the person who had just stabbed him, then lift him high into the air. He unconsciously uttered a single word from his mouth, and that word, brother, instantly froze the atmosphere. At that moment, Duke Illustro walked over from a distance. He gently bent down to pick up the scattered papers on the ground, then sarcastically praised. These appear to be important royal documents. You even caught a spy while waiting for an audience with His Majesty. If the Count hadn't been here today, who knows what would have happened. Irud's face turned ashen from stomach cramps. Good heavens, he didn't do anything. He had only come to ask for directions. Unexpectedly, he was credited with this achievement. More and more people were arriving. Now even Crown Prince Elphius and his brother had come. As soon as he arrived, he immediately said, Count, we waited for a long time but didn't see the Count return, so we were worried and came out to look for him. Suddenly, seeing his new friend with a nosebleed, he was very worried. He immediately shouted, Quick, call a doctor. Gwen, seeing this from the side, speculated. He might have been injured while suppressing the official spies. Eilist nodded, interjecting. It's very likely his weapon was poisoned. The doctor in the distance, upon hearing his name called, hurriedly grabbed his medical kit with an imposing air and rushed to save the person. He kept asking where the patient was, but as soon as he saw Arud he froze. At the last banquet, he had also been called once because he heard the count was in danger. What bad luck! When he arrived, not only did he not see the patient, but he was also surrounded by a group of high-status individuals. Then he was scolded so badly he couldn't lift his head because he was late. Those people were almost fanatical about the count's health. So every time he came, he felt like he lost 15 years of his life. All sorts of fears. After a cursory examination of the wound, the doctor stammered his diagnosis. Thighs. This wound is nothing special. Luckily the wound is shallow. Just as he expected. As soon as he finished speaking, the crown prince, Elpheus, caught him off guard with a scolding. What? How can he be bleeding so much? Did you check properly? Why are you so perfunctory? If that's the case, then it's the Demon King's curse. General Nmo walked over from a distance, voicing his speculation. He didn't like him at all, so as soon as he saw them gathered here, he immediately frowned. He also conveyed His Majesty the King's oral decree. His Majesty summons Honorary Count Dion to come in for a talk. It's over, things are getting worse. The Duke's people. Eilist walked towards the carriage waiting nearby and sat inside. Eilist recalled the content recorded on the paper. He had unintentionally seen it just now. Although the king said he would not start a war, through that little bit of information he could still see that he was planning something. His goal was to overthrow the tyrant. So he would use this opportunity to play some tricks to achieve his wish. In his office, King Eduardo stared at him and asked, "Your complexion isn't looking good. Could it be that you were severely injured while catching spies? Look, you're even sweating." Erud lowered his head, continuously muttering that he was fine, but in reality he was about to wet his pants. He kept complaining to himself that he had been too hasty. He was so focused on escaping the crowd and the doctor that he forgot he needed to take care of his bodily needs first. Returning to the reason Erud was there, King Eduardo asked him what he wanted. Upon hearing this, Erud immediately replied, regarding the territory. If you ask for the return of territory or similar requests, I will refuse them all. It was so stifling, absolutely terrifying to hear. The king didn't even let him finish his sentence before directly refusing him. This dampened Erud's spirits, so he immediately made his second request, which was to reinstate the Lofii Knights, but he was rejected again. For the third time he spoke bluntly, stating his wish was to resign. However, he was also rejected by the other person. Erud's life was truly unlucky, whether in the demon realm or the human realm. No king would let him rest. Eduardo suddenly spoke again. If you accept my request, I will grant you one wish. He casually pushed a piece of paper towards him, and then explained. There is a religion newly founded by those who sell miracles. Those swindlers. They are very active in the slums. This mission is to eliminate all of them. However, to make things more interesting, he would have Carl and his brother Gwen executed together. He also promised that whoever finished first, he would grant that person's wish. Eluz put the paper with the information into his pocket, then answered seriously and decisively. Your subordinate will definitely complete the task ahead of schedule. As soon as Eluz returned to the mansion, he plunged into a mountain of deadlines. Not long after, Knight Lena came with some news about the Salvation Cult. She handed him the paper, which contained the information she had gathered, and said, they distribute free bread and water to gather followers in the slums. Unlike other sects, they don't demand faith in a leader or money, but only preach one thing, which is belief in salvation. The butler Ramanbur immediately voiced his thoughts after hearing this. If they're giving out food for free, it must have cost a lot from the very beginning. Currently, they are sustained by the aid of some nobles. But at that scale it's still an enormous sum, which very few people can afford. After receiving some information, Eluz immediately stood up. He had just chugged tea and supplements, and with various matters plaguing him since the afternoon, he still hadn't had a chance to relieve himself. For now, put everything aside. Take care of yourself first, then make plans. Unexpectedly, Miss Lena misunderstood him, immediately showed an excited expression, and then said in a determined tone, as expected, Your Excellency, the Count intends to act personally. It's too dangerous to go alone, so I will accompany you. Eluz asked back, bewildered, what, go where? Where else? To the Salvation Cult, of course. The ignorant girl replied loudly, how could he possibly tolerate this? Eluz was thunderstruck, completely unaware of what was happening. It wasn't until he regained consciousness that he found himself standing before the entrance of the Salvation cult's base. This can't go on any longer. Eluz immediately put on his cloak, then hurriedly said to the female knight, Lena, wait for me here for a moment. Don't follow. Lena saw that her count looked unwell and wanted to follow to protect him, but in the blink of an eye he was gone. Meanwhile Eluz ran quickly, rushing into a house to ask to use the restroom. And poor Eluz was revived once more. He couldn't even go to the bathroom in peace. Indeed, Karl's kidneys were the most resilient organs in his body. On his way back to reunite with Lena, Eluz coincidentally encountered Gwen here. His body suddenly convulsed violently, forcing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. That damned brother took the opportunity to rush forward and attack, but he blocked his brother with a dagger just in time. Gwen's eyes were full of malice, and he asked, wouldn't an injured hand make you more obedient? He thought the other person was referring to his right shoulder. That was cut by the spy, but unexpectedly the other person forcibly squeezed his left shoulder, which had previously been struck by an assassin's arrow. Eluz understood. It turned out that the people who tried to assassinate him were all sent by Gwen, covered in wounds. Eluz found it truly difficult to engage in an unknown battle here. Suddenly Lena appeared. Seeing her master trying to hide his injuries and continue fighting, she couldn't bear it. So she immediately rushed forward to confront Gwen, to protect Eluz. Eluz of course also wanted to defeat Gwen, but in his current condition, even if both of them charged, they would only become stepping stones under that hero's feet. Seeing that the other party had no intention of starting a fight, Eluz ignored him and continued to walk forward. Gwen suddenly said to Theodion, if you interfere in this matter, you'll be in danger. My God, what nonsense are you talking about? He immediately retorted. You sent people to secretly kill me and now you're concerned about this. Anyway, thank you, brother. Eros smeared dirty mud on his face. Seeing Lena frozen there, he urged her to do the same. Even though they were both nobles, they had to fight for their lives on the battlefield. For this mission he and Gwen were working hard to complete it. Time was running out. He couldn't wait any longer. So he told Lena to hide her sword. He would first go to find a way to infiltrate and scout. A lady stood at the entrance of the relief church. Eros filled with hope for success. Gwen hurriedly walked over to strike up a conversation. He was overjoyed. He had only taken a few steps when he unexpectedly twisted his ankle, causing his entire body to fall forward. Not only that, he exaggeratedly rolled once, and then stopped right in front of her feet. Eros wailed inwardly. He just wanted to die immediately. Falling like that was too humiliating, he couldn't live with it. The girl saw him fall flat on his face, and immediately rushed forward to ask anxiously, are you so hungry you have no strength left? You'll get hurt. Can you stand up? Eros stumbled and sat up. Just as he was about to tell her he was fine, he coincidentally coughed up a mouthful of blood. This is just perfect. With such a mix of truth and falsehood, who would suspect? Lena stood in the distance watching her master being helped by several people from the relief church inside. She was so moved that tears were about to fall. This poor young man, playing a terminally ill character, acted too brilliantly. Oscar doesn't need an Oscar award, the Oscar award needs Oscar. She had seen everything, so she also hurried to follow suit. Unexpectedly, she was flatly refused. The girl claimed that there were enough believers for today. So after giving Lena a piece of bread and some water, she quickly closed the door. The girl working at the relief church was truly named Celine. She could see Lena's spiritual energy was too strong to hide. Furthermore, from her demeanor and words, she suspected she was a noble who had come to this church to investigate. No matter how she looked at it, Eros was more trustworthy. Because in her mind, he was too hungry to walk. His arm was injured, and he was coughing blood. In that case, he was 100 from the slums. Eros received some water from someone. He had successfully infiltrated the interior. So he boldly walked up to the person standing there and struck up a conversation. I heard that coming here you could get a meal. It's true indeed. But what about money? Celine nodded and said no fees would be charged and she would bring more food so he could make himself at home. There was no need to worry at all. The girl kept staring at him. Then she suddenly asked, are you feeling unwell? Seeing the faint suspicion on her face, he feared being exposed. So he quickly pulled down the hood of his cloak. trying to hide his eyes. Unexpectedly, he was still caught. The other person pulled his face closer to examine it carefully. Then she lowered her voice and said, "Your eyes are red." The second move, named Crocodile Tears, was activated. Eros feigned pain, narrating how his red eyes were liked by no one. Even his family had abandoned him, just because of this unusually distinct appearance. This brilliant script, when performed by a handsome man, would immediately succeed. Celine believed him. She quickly clarified that she didn't mean to look down on him. The reason she did that, just because I saw you also have a pair of red eyes. Just like that person named Dion. Forget it. Getting back to business, Celine said to him. The purpose of establishing this religion is to save the oppressed, because they have to endure the laws of the tyrant Eduardo. She blamed all misfortunes on the king, even your fall. It might even be because he didn't properly pave the road. Eros put those philosophical theories aside, then cut straight to the chase with a question. Then who will save me? He thought he would get some good news. But she replied, "You will know once you become a devout believer." Meanwhile, as Eros was investigating the Church of Redemption inside, Reina was secretly outside, going around to the Cheche's backyard to look for an entrance. Suddenly she heard the girl from earlier talking to a soldier. "There's an intruder. If he weren't a hero, I'd hold you responsible and fire you, so consider yourself lucky." Reina paled upon hearing hero. Anxious to the point of madness, she kicked open the front door like a wild bull and charged in to save Eros. Amidst the dusty smoke she yelled, "Where is the Earl? I mean, where is my master?" After Eros had eaten his fill, he began to look for clues. He had just seen an open window. After jumping through the window, he entered a rather strange room. He muttered to himself, "Is this a prayer room? It doesn't look very ordinary." A group of people suddenly walked in. The priest leading them saw the wide open window and warned the others to remain vigilant, because he suspected someone was intentionally interfering with their atonement, while the believers of the Church of Redemption were performing their atonement, still oblivious and continuing their ritual. Behind the curtains, Eros was being gagged by Gwen. Together they saw the woman walk to a wall, then pull aside a large curtain. She then said that only devout believers could enter this room to hear a more detailed explanation of what true redemption actually was. At first this wall looked ordinary, but just a second later it emitted a dazzling light. At the same time it worked like a magic door. The people who came for the ritual, following her instructions, passed through the door one after another. After a while only two people remained here, Eros and Gwen. After parting ways with his brother and scolding him, because he always followed him, Eros walked to the wall from earlier and fumbled around, inspecting it. Suddenly he touched a stone embedded in the wall. He knew what this was, because he had heard it said that when a reasonable price is paid, humans can create phenomena akin to magic. This method was achieved by humans, but in reality not everyone could use it. It was even harder for mages to achieve. Eros wanted to leave immediately to avoid being exposed, but Gwen was also present. He worried that if he left, the other person would achieve their desired goal. In his hesitation, not yet deciding whether to leave or stay, the door suddenly opened. Gwen was still hiding behind the curtains. While he sat under the table, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. The person was the guard here. He hadn't noticed their presence yet, so he ran to the wall and said loudly to the stone, "Miss Celine, can you hear me? There's an intruder. He's looking for his master and caused a ruckus outside the church." Before the guard could finish explaining what had happened, another door was kicked down. Reina's face was as fierce as a hungry tiger's as she stormed in. She had just entered. "She keeps asking where her master is. This little girl must be a teammate on the battlefield." Eros doesn't fear powerful enemies. He only fears teammates as dumb as an ox. He had already told her to follow him silently, but instead she caused this annoying trouble. "Looks like we're all doomed." Eros hid under the table, his face ashen. He dared not make a sound, not a single word. He thought to himself, "I thought she was the most normal person around, but now I understand why Lena can control those mad dogs." On the other side of the wall, Serine recognized the voice of the girl causing trouble. A knight searching for her master. Coincidentally, that reed pauper also arrived here at the same time. Then that person must be Dion. That's right, there's no mistaking it. Although she didn't know how Grande had already infiltrated this room, Serine said to him, "I don't know what you plan to do, but I won't let you off easily." I'm sure the Duke sent you here to test you. What, you've already received the necessary information from the Duke, haven't you? Right. They both worked for Duke Alsterstab. Before this, he had already given him a map of the rescue base of the church and instructed Grande to complete this game in the safest way possible. She was currently also carrying out her own mission. Therefore, all she could do was not call the guards. Serine spoke frankly. I will reinforce defenses before Dion breaks in. So please find your own way out. I hope you don't disappoint our master, because you still await our victory. With that, Serine returned to the faithful and continued the prayer meeting. Just then, on Eros' side, after seeing the guard knocked out by Lena, he hastily crawled out. The stone embedded in the wall was no longer glowing, so he guessed they might have been discovered. That's why he told the female knight to escape with him as quickly as possible. Suddenly Lena knelt in a ceremonial manner. Then she told him she greatly admired his caution, even burying himself in trash and abandoning his dignity for the sake of the mission. For the sake of the mission. So from now on, Lena swore to obey for life all his commands, and not to go against the king's will. A knight's oath was held under somewhat inexpressible circumstances, but Eros still accepted it, because it brought him no harm. After the ceremony was complete, he told the other party to retreat with him, to leave here first. If they wanted to search properly, they would need a high-ranking knight and a witch, a capable one, to explore the secrets of this room. Although the plan was already set, 3 days had passed, and he still hadn't found a single powerful witch in the Empire. He was worried about the tight schedule, and he still hadn't found anyone. At this moment, the butler Raimon ran in to report. He said he had just found a witch village. It was a day's journey from where they were. Eros eagerly set off with several of his knights. To his surprise, upon reaching their destination, he found that Quinn had already arrived. Not only that, he was also unlucky enough to be hit directly on the head by a stone, until he bled. The one who threw the stone was an old woman. As soon as she saw Eros, she cursed furiously. Danger has befallen us. We must drive him away. No. We must kill him. Get out of this village. The people were very kind. They didn't want to. Won't stop until they drive people mad. A ferocious version of Eros immediately appeared. After throwing his head back and laughing loudly, he stepped forward and retorted to her. Dangerous? Don't I look more like a demon than just dangerous? Really? Eros didn't understand what was happening. He only knew that the old woman seemed to be filled with malice towards him. Suddenly she lunged forward and tightly grabbed Eros' hand, then told him he mustn't hate anyone or anything. Otherwise an unstoppable disaster would descend. Smash. You smash people's heads, yet you say no one can be hated. Why is her temper so overbearing? Eros completely ignored her words. He hurriedly shook off her hand. He secretly calculated if she was the witch, he would abandon his plan and go south to find another person. Just then a girl suddenly walked over to dissuade her hot-tempered grandmother. Seeing him about to leave, she hurriedly spoke to stop him. Wait, I've been waiting for you. She then introduced herself, saying her name was Zhang, and that she was the granddaughter of the person who had just spoken to him. She apologized to him for everything, then asked, "Are you here to find a witch?" Zhang claimed to be a witch, able to see the future, which was how she knew he would come to this village and that he would need a witch to resolve the temple-related atonement issue. Finally she emphasized, if you take me with you, you might achieve your goal. What could be better than this? Eros, overjoyed, grabbed her and left at top speed. After Eros and the others had left, Quan then approached the old woman, because he needed to confirm a few things. Suddenly she was a completely different person from before. Her attitude became very gentle and she hugged him, saying, "My child, you're here too, let me hug you." Gwen was stunned as he didn't understand what was happening. Why was this old woman acting like this? The other person continued, "You've been through a lot, but don't worry. I never hated you. My child, a creature cannot survive long if not loved. You need to live a long time, win this war, and see who lives longer. I hope you win." She called him son of the beginning of world's end. But if he won, then that event wouldn't happen, and the disaster would be prevented. She meticulously instructed him, "If you step through the gate of life and death or wish to die, then before you leave this world you must make sure to kill someone else." Gwen immediately drew his sword and cursed her for meddling. He would handle his own affairs, even without her words. His decision to survive after Dion had already been planned long ago. On Arest's side, on the road, He and Jiang were talking incessantly, when a young man, who seemed to be from the village, suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. Jiang said, although we cannot discuss fate in detail, and the future I can at least reveal to you. For you, hatred is like a volcano. It might start small, but then rapidly grow until it devours everything around it. And that boy is like a bomb, ready to explode at any moment. The youth walked up to Eros then, introduced himself as Jean. He wanted to follow him, because he had long known that he would be helpful in the future. A brief note about this little boy named Jean. When he was little, one day after his grandmother saw the future, she became extremely frightened. At that time she pointed in Jean's direction and loudly cursed. You little brat, you're the scoundrel who will bring disaster. You are disaster's right-hand man. At that time Jean was just a child, so he didn't understand what his grandmother meant. So he didn't understand what his grandmother meant. So he didn't understand what his grandmother meant. But ever since that incident, the villagers began to change their attitude towards him. Children even threw dirt at Jean, because they believed he was a puppet of disaster, and kept telling him to leave the village, for fear of being implicated. Friends and neighbors, and even his grandmother, who had been laughing and chatting just days ago, now all turned their backs on him as if everything in the past was just a lie. Because of an unfounded prophecy, Jean's life was pushed into an abyss. In his mind too, a seed of malice slowly began to sprout. He swore that, if they already wanted things to be this way, then he would become the powerful assistant of disaster. The disaster that people would always detest. Jean had waited and endured contempt for a long time, until today he finally also saw the one called disaster. The disaster from the prophecy. However, when Jean received Hérolt's permission to follow him back to the mansion, he wasn't assigned any work, other than to sit here and wait. Hérolt had a reason for doing this. Before this, Jean had said he had no combat experience, so there was no other way besides this request, partly because it wasn't suitable, and partly because he simply didn't know Jean's true purpose was. So he didn't fully trust the young man, for now this cautious approach would be better than directly taking him to a battlefield full of dangers. That night, the Relief Chich's chapel was attacked and set on fire by the Luofe Knights. Previously, Hérolt had ordered the knights to start fires, scout the area and kill anyone suspicious, because the mission required them to stay sober and avoid harming innocent people. He did not allow them to take drugs during the mission. Those ghost knights had previously thought that sweeping everything away would be enough, but when the battle broke out, in the tumultuous scene, filled with the disabled and the cries of elders and children, eliminating a group of cultists masquerading as redeemers still made them hesitate when raising their swords. The poor and lonely people in the slums lost their homes and aid. So in their eyes, Count Dionheart's Night Order was the enemy. The tyrant's dictatorship thus added many more blades, all pointing towards it. In another quieter place, Hulus, Jean and Lena were standing in front of a room, which was said to be a secret location. Jean fumbled along the wall for a moment, then suddenly showed an expression of extreme surprise. He said this wasn't a talisman, but magic hidden in the form of a talisman. After calming down, Jean began to use his abilities to decode its basic structure. So he asked the others to give him some time. As expected, capable people work very efficiently. Before long, the magic array was deactivated. Then something like a door appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone enthusiastically walked towards it together. But unexpectedly, on the other side of the magic door, there was another room, exactly like the place they had just left. The only difference was that there were 5 more magic arrays here. There was also a huge magic array in the center of the room. Jean pointed at the ground and shared his guess, saying that perhaps that thing was related to the door right before their eyes. For safety, Lena volunteered to lead the way. Then he cautiously walked to the wooden door and opened it. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, not knowing what awaited them beyond. But to their surprise, inside was a dense forest, in the form of a talisman. Mei Jiang suspects the villain deliberately created a different space, so it's necessary to follow a certain special rule to get to the real room behind. In simple terms, you have to perform specific actions to be teleported there. While Mei Jiang needed 10 minutes to figure out how to unlock the matrix, Elut merely paced back and forth, for fear that his ill-tempered brother would steal his credit. Lena, sensing her master's distress, decided to fetch a chair and spread a handkerchief over it. Just as she turned to invite Elut to sit, she found that he had vanished. What could be more terrifying than a buffed person with 1000 luck points and kill-stealing behaviors? Nothing. Elut instantly teleported into an unfamiliar room. Before him was Jellywan, holding a torch. Outside the church, and among the crowds in the slum, Selina, clutching documents, stealthily ran towards the forest. Selina was convinced Elut had failed this mission, because with her here it was impossible for him to get what he wanted. Elut looked at Jellywan with extreme displeasure and said, "No matter where you got your information, you're really fast." He deliberately tried to engage him, but the man said nothing. Ignoring everyone, Jellywan dropped the torch in his hand onto the pile of documents, which were scattered all over the floor, watching the information he desperately wanted being completely incinerated by the flames. Elut was furious. He hastily even wanted to rush into the fire to retrieve them, but Jellywan stopped him in time. Elut was carried over his brother's shoulder. Without alcohol he was as weak as a snail, even though all his shouting and struggling were futile. As he was held upside down, blood rushed to his brain, and eventually he vaguely guessed who the mastermind behind all this and the group of people from the relief cult were. Besides, the emperor who wields the greatest power, who represents purple, and who could make Jellywan obey. Besides that bastard Aerst Stabu, no wonder they would suggest asking the king to resolve this matter. Elut, knowing that those people had obstructed his path to seeking the truth, from the very beginning angrily punched Jellywan, accompanied by curses. "You must be quite pleased seeing me make a fool of myself, aren't you, damn it?" He kept shouting, eventually even coughing up blood. Jellywan walked straight out and then tossed Elut back to Lena. Before leaving, he glared at Elut, and then said that if he wanted to stay alive he shouldn't mention anything he had seen. The matter concerning the relief cult was over. Elut, lying in bed covered in bandages, recalled that when he saw his brother in that room, he had accidentally seen his brother tuck a roll of paper into his clothes and thus guessed the documents must have already been taken. Everything was planned by them. Even the documents were hidden by them. Then the victory was too obvious. He lay in bed grudgingly complaining for a long time, when Lena came in to inform him that Mei Jiang had just left a few minutes ago. "Is that so? I have something to ask her." "How terrible?" Elut said. Lena, hearing this, asked back in confusion, "What were you planning to ask?" In Elut's mind, he wanted to ask Mei Jiang if there was any witchcraft that could curse Jellywan. But who would say such a thing in front of a girl? So he made an excuse, saying he wanted to ask her how to break the spell in less than 10 minutes. Lena smiled, then replied, "If you mean the way to enter the mysterious room, that was entirely thanks to you, my master." To explain it more clearly, the situation at the time was due to Elut drawing a circle 3 times counterclockwise and 2 times clockwise. Then it will be transferred. At this very moment, he rolled his eyes, thinking of that ridiculous luck. He never imagined that just walking back and forth a few times could be so lucky. "Speaking of Gianna," she said, "she left a letter before she departed. The letter is with the butler now. But if you wish to see it, shall fetch it immediately." The butler was like Chow Chow. No sooner was his name mentioned than he appeared holding a tray with hot tea. He quickly said as he walked in, "Were you talking about that note? It's right here. Also, you have a visitor." A royal soldier emerged from behind the butler. He saluted, then announced he was here to escort you to the palace, by order of the king. As Herold made his way to the palace, in Eduardo's magnificent, enormous room, Eduardo had just violently awoken from a persistent nightmare that wouldn't go away. Ever since Eduardo became emperor, he had never slept soundly. Before his eyes, the vengeful spirits of those he had personally killed wandered in negative hues, constantly emitting resentful moans. "Eduardo, I hate you." They also questioned why even now he was still alive and well. The ghosts were cursing him, a dark hand frantically clutching his throat, wanting to drag this tyrant away too. Crown Prince Elphius suddenly burst in. He had come to inform him that the Hart brothers had arrived, but seeing the king possessed by ghosts, he was still somewhat alarmed. He asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, are you all right? You don't look well. You must have had another nightmare. Shall I call the royal physician?" Few cruel people can live in peace. Eduardo impatiently glanced in a certain direction, then cursed. "You're a bit annoying." Elphius immediately turned his head upon hearing this. Following his uncle's gaze, he thought, "Oh no. Although this room is spacious, There's no one else around. Somewhat panicked, he quickly voiced his thoughts. Did your majesty take drugs? No. Is your majesty hallucinating? Eduardo patted his head, trying to ward off the pain. Seeing his nephew insistent on calling a doctor, he sighed. He lied, claiming it was due to being too busy with the war, and thus overly fatigued. That's all. He wasn't at the point where these trivial matters would affect his life. Alpheus didn't believe a word of it. He had seen this many times before. So he exposed him directly. How can you act like nothing's wrong? Your majesty, you are hallucinating. How long will your majesty continue to feel guilty? You have already compensated the families of the deceased, and you care about every person who died. Eduardo denied these claims while changing his clothes. He believed he was suffering from a heart sickness. But if it weren't for him, those people would still be alive. His decisions began with the war 8 years ago. So whether they were allies or enemies, their sacrifices were all connected to him. However, he was already accustomed to this moral burden, so he likely wouldn't be easily defeated by it. After making the heart brothers wait for a considerable amount of time, it was time for Eduardo to permit them to enter for an audience. Surrounded by sworn enemies and facing deceitful individuals, Herold looked at Eduardo's expression, suspecting he was displeased about something. Suddenly, Eduardo looked at him and suddenly commented, I heard that the honorary Count Dion Hart's behavior is quite arrogant. Alas, the protagonist's heart was in turmoil from being reprimanded, but outwardly he merely whispered, I'm sorry. Herold was very worried, but it never occurred to him that the king was simply relaying information. Is that okay? The responsibility, this mission, the outcome is already set, and Gruen was the one granted a wish. That's why Eduardo had to keep his promise and ask him what he wanted. Gruen had a plan from the start, so he immediately said, I want to announce, regarding honorary Count Dion H.S. rights to the land currently owned. As it stands, that is Eros property. So the king wants to ask you what your thoughts are on this matter. That is my land. I don't want to give it to this scoundrel. If you spoke your mind, that's what you'd say. But in this situation you can only reluctantly offer some flattery. That is indeed a burden for me. If my older brother could take it over, I would be very happy. The king saw your stubbornness and insistence on returning the territory, so he agreed to Gruen's wish. However, he still wanted him to have a title to receive the land. Who would launder money so blatantly? Eduardo stated his opinion. Since the H family has existed now, it's impossible for you to have another title. Either you give up the family name H and get a new title under a different name, or you become the head of the family. What do you choose? Eros was stunned after hearing this question. The first time he met the king, after an 8-year-long war, he was also asked a similar question. The question put to him then was, I will do my best to support you. So why don't you become the head of the H family? At that time he flatly refused, because he wanted to remember that anger and desired revenge until everything was over. Then he was granted the title of Earl Honorary, to have an identity to do those wrong things. A unique title that couldn't be granted to anyone else, unless he died. Now Gruen was experiencing something similar, so he truly hoped his older brother would agree to that position as family head. Only then could he free his hands to implement the plan, planned with everyone in the H family. I don't want to be the family head, nor do I want to give up my surname. Gruen's blunt way of refusing was exactly like his old self. A family with a long history, a very long history, still has you and Gruen as its two descendants. Yet the position of head has remained vacant until now. But even racking his brains, Eros really couldn't understand why he would give this up. Last time it was the younger brother, and this time it's the older brother's turn. Eduardo sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to transfer all the property to Duke Erster for temporary safekeeping. When Gruen wants to step up and manage it, the Duke will return it. The land matter had been resolved. Eros was overjoyed, thinking he could go home. Unexpectedly he was pulled back by the king and made to stay. Sweat broke out on his face. He thought the king kept him to scold him after the meeting, but he didn't expect that in Eduardo's eyes. He had become an unhappy young man, because he had just lost the land deed. To avoid time passing in vain, Eduardo went straight to the point. I plan to start a war. The time to eliminate the church is ripe. The kingdom of Ion has started causing too much trouble, to an unbearable extent. However, his goal wasn't just that small kingdom. He also wanted you to control the demon realm kingdom. because his goal was to unify the 6 realms. He needed you to stay by the Demon King's side, to ensure they wouldn't interfere with this war. Your reward is the H family's property. Is that enough? Erster flipped through the documents, then directly asked Gruen. Seeing him nod in acknowledgement, he sneered. Then his attitude towards Dion suddenly changed. H said he was trying to restore his position. He hoped you wouldn't take HS property. For his benefit. In the end, he still maintained that attitude, persistently claiming that he sought nothing but the land and property. That guy was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing this, then laughed again. He thought he was being overly sensitive because of the upcoming meeting. Facing a suspicious person like Duke Rolster, he did lie. He only hoped his brother would get what he deserved and could retire gracefully after the church incident. But it seemed he also realized that the mastermind was the Duke. He was still doing everything in his power, because he couldn't imagine what would happen when the Duke discovered the truth. So he could only protect all of this at any cost. If Rolster found out his brother already knew that he was the mastermind, then he would surely demand he kill his own brother. After Rolster returned, a meeting between the king and the nobles was immediately convened. Eduardo had been contemplating this matter for a long time, so as soon as he arrived he directly said, "Let me get straight to the point. I will declare war in 3 days." As soon as these words were heard, the nobles present immediately jumped up. One person stood up and directly asked, "It's only been 2 years since you declared an end to the war. Why are we starting a new war again?" Upon hearing this, Eduardo seriously explained their temporary peace was only because no kingdom dared to oppose them. However, some guys have forgotten the fear of the past 2 years. The injury of Dion at the Empire's count of honor caused other kingdoms to start entertaining the idea of attacking countless heroes, emerging and vanishing in previous wars. Now only 3 remain. But Dion Hot is the only one most famous and most widely known. He knows of your existence. He's facing immense pressure from other kingdoms and is convinced that you are the trump card. At this point, Eduardo's expression suddenly turned severe. He spoke bluntly. "But you guys should know that the Empire doesn't only have Dion. Isn't that right?" The meeting hall grew increasingly boisterous. People constantly voiced their opinions, saying that it was too early to start a war now, and the Revolutionary Army had not yet been cleared out. It was too dangerous to start a war now, because there was still an internal rebellion. Eduardo picked up his teacup and took a sip. They were right. But he still emphasized that the empire belonged to him. If the nobles present had already sworn allegiance, they should focus on their duties, instead of interfering with useless matters. Since things had come to this, there was nothing more to be done. The discussion in the meeting ended here. Although other nobles wanted to stop him, the king's mind was already made up. They could only leave in dismay. However, as Duke Rolster stood up and prepared to turn away, Eduardo suddenly drew his sword, pointing the tip at his throat. Then he slowly and deliberately said in a deep voice, "Do you think him a fool? And there are some interesting rumors circulating." At this point, he imitated the public's words about a wicked king and a duke who was seen as a savior. He claimed to be a bane, not a disaster, in that he could single-handedly sweep through a land. Therefore, if he wanted to flatten another land, he wouldn't hesitate. Rolster, however, showed no fear of his authority, because he knew the king dared not kill him. Bring it on. He definitely won't be able to collect war funds if the nobles start to resist. He knew he was a greedy person. So his throne, he also wanted to sit upon it. Duke Rolster won this exchange. After speaking, he ignored the speechless king and turned to leave. How dare he be so loud? Because in this capitalist world, the power of nobles is in no way inferior to that of the king. So there's nothing to be afraid of. That night, Eros had everything ready to return to the Demon King's side, as he was about to instruct his butler. A few words before leaving alone, the Lofi knights swarmed in like an invading army. Not only that, they galloped on horseback shouting, "How could you leave without saying goodbye? Are you leaving? Are you planning to abandon us and leave?" Eros froze for 2 seconds. He then hurriedly instructed his butler to stop them. And then he fled frantically. Rember watched the group chase his master fiercely like mad dogs, chasing him in a sorry state. He sighed helplessly. "You've once again left this old man with a difficult task." Although he said that, as soon as a knight approached, he was effortlessly caught with one hand, with full force, even being thrown from his horse to the ground. Not only that, but the horse was also scared and ran wildly. causing a collision that made those behind lose their balance and fall to the ground, the man dangling in the old man's hand. After learning that his life was over, without his master shouted, "At least, make sure the king doesn't send us back. That king is like a madman, he's terrifying." Rember stood aside watching the knights struggle, refusing to go back, and couldn't help but smile. High up in a distant tree, a member of the Revolutionary Army was secretly observing. Rember sensed the person's presence. However, when he turned around, the person was already gone. Rember clicked his tongue, then muttered to himself, only audible to himself, "My goodness, I don't think they'll let you leave unharmed, master." An urgent meeting was being held at the Revolutionary Army headquarters. The nobleman asked again, "Do you mean that we can't make a move until the Empire has occupied at least half of the 6 continents?" Seeing Duke Alster nod in affirmation, the Revolutionary Army leader, Daniel, had some reservations, but still wanted to know the reason. Alster put down his teacup and explained to him, "When the war reaches its peak, and the Empire can no longer arbitrarily cease fire, that will be your chance." He further explained to him, "When the conflict enters its middle stage, at that time, the Empire will be striving to replenish its lost forces. Therefore, most of the army will be dispatched from all regions, including the Imperial Palace." Daniel understood upon hearing this. "So, this means they want easily detect our movements, no matter how reckless we are." The 2 men plotting treason. At that moment, someone ran in to report that Dion H. had just received a secret royal order to go on a mission in return for Duke Alster's financial contributions and the help he provided. Daniel said that he would now issue orders to send someone to monitor. Count H. Alster nodded with satisfaction, showing no intention of stopping him. With his shrewd and calculating mind, he knew very well that the Revolutionary Army members sent would be secretly eliminated by the Imperial Knights. However, that didn't matter, because ultimately everything was going according to plan, and they were defeated by his subordinate Quinn. This was actually just a minor ploy to clear all obstacles, so that his faction could openly monitor and understand what orders the Empire was issuing. "Where is Eluz heading?" At the effeminate demon lord's castle, Lilynir and her assistant were looking up at the moon, whispering complaints. "When will Lord Eluz return? I miss Lord Eluz so much. That star looks just like Lord Eluz." Suddenly she felt a presence coming from the direction of the city wall. At the west city wall, she secretly wondered if someone had appeared. So she hastily rode her broom and flew off. She left without a word. Looking down from high above, Lilynir saw the figure of that young man, the person she had been longing for. She couldn't help but be overjoyed. She immediately descended to the ground, wanting to create a surprise. The ground boomed and collapsed. After that unique landing, Lilynir smiled and said, "Lord Eluz, it's been a long time, hasn't it? How was your mission?" "Oh heavens, oh earth!" He was startled internally. He was utterly distraught internally, but stood frozen on the surface. Lilynir, of course, couldn't see any of this. She just stammered, explaining she was merely asking for his opinion. She didn't intend to pry into his mission. Eluz listened and replied indifferently, "It was truly tiring. I found some people who established a religion that falsely and blindly worships it." Unfortunately, this information told Lilynir it wasn't very useful. It only led her to misunderstand and start talking non-stop, gradually elevating him to a divine status, worthy of worship. Luckily, Lilynir knew when to stop. She saw him arrive here and guessed he was preparing to seek out the Demon Lord. So she directed him to the central courtyard of the Demon Realm, where the Demon Lord was hosting kings and queens from different races, other than the demon race. There, they were discussing the impending war. One of them said, "The Empire's goal is to conquer the entire continent. The Aeon Kingdom is merely the first target." The King of the Fairies was also worried. After the Empire occupies the entire continent, their ultimate target will be here. The Demon Lord glanced at the person approaching. As soon as he saw Eluz, he stood up ecstatically and introduced him to them. "I have good news. My subordinate Eluz, whom I sent to the human world, has returned." As soon as he stepped forward, he eagerly asked, "How was the journey? I have a few questions I want you to answer." "So you've returned just in time. I heard the Empire attacked King Aeon, is that right? The Emperor's goal is to occupy the entire continent, isn't it?" While Eluz was talking to the Demon Lord, the King of the Elves suddenly interjected with a hint of displeasure in his tone. "I've already heard about this agent of the Demon Lord. But do you truly believe that so-called human is trustworthy? The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. It wasn't just him. The remaining three each showed the same discriminatory attitude. To belittle the demon lord's subordinate in front of him. This was truly too much. He immediately stepped forward to back him up. If Eluz is still here, then I believe he is trustworthy. Eluz was startled upon hearing this. He didn't know what everyone else was thinking, but he understood that those words were clearly a threat. His meaning was, the moment he betrays the demon realm, he would be the first to eliminate him. This was no laughing matter. Getting back to the main topic, Eluz relayed the events of the human world to everyone. The king said, to control the demon lord and stop him from participating in the invasion of the continent initiated by the empire. If the demon lord plans to join the war, I must return at all costs. And there's more to it than that. He added, there's also this issue. While I was conducting my investigation, a cult named the Church of Atonement has confirmed that demon realm magic was used there. Upon hearing this, the demon lord, he didn't show any anger or surprise at all. He merely smiled and said that he would handle the investigation and send Eros to Ben to check his left shoulder before returning to the lounge. At first Eros refused, because his wound was already healing anyway. But who would have thought? As soon as he turned his face, Dr. Ben leaned in close. Already terrified and scared by a demon, how could he possibly endure it? Eros screamed and spat blood on the spot. This made everyone frantically question Han. There was no other way. Eros had no choice but to run as Dr. Ben insisted on examining him. Only then did the atmosphere calm down. Elf King Chi suddenly spoke up, scoffing. What a joke! Which demon would dare use magic in the human realm without the Demon King's permission? Of course it was without the Demon King's permission. You must have ordered that to be done. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He couldn't help but slam the table, emphasizing one thing. The demon race could already sense the changes happening daily in the human realm. The daily changes in the human realm. Soon a hero would appear unlike any before. This was an immeasurable threat to the Demon King. He was immersed in negative emotions, but didn't expect the Demon King to douse him with cold water with a single sentence. One sentence completely extinguished his enthusiasm. Why should I fear the future? The Demon King stated clearly. No matter what he did, a hero would eventually appear again. Fate was already sealed. The showdown between the Demon King and the hero was inevitable. He also gradually felt weary, because he had lived for far too long. Here, if you're strong, you're right. Elf King Chi and the others knew. They couldn't say anything more. So the meeting concluded. The six people pulled and tugged at each other as they returned. Suddenly the atmosphere became extremely tense, making everyone but the Demon King almost unable to breathe. This terrifying demonic energy was enough to suppress all of them. The Demon King said directly with a grim face. I don't expect a wet behind Thier's celestial like you to say polite words. Wet behind Thier's. Looking at the four who couldn't resist his demonic energy and kept coughing dryly, the Demon King sighed. He secretly admonished himself to forgive these youngsters. However, he still didn't forget to remind Elf King Chi to control his mouth, not to show a defiant attitude next time, but to try to be more patient. On Era's side, Dr. Ben was still relentlessly pursuing, even though his Commander Zero kept refusing the checkup. Ben still wouldn't give up. Before, when he frantically ran to the Demon King because he heard the commander needed treatment, the entire room was soaked in blood. Of course, he was severely scolded by his liege. What on earth is going on? Commander Zero's personal doctor is late. Do you think this is why I made you Era's personal doctor? Ben blamed himself immensely because he clearly knew Eros was suffering from the aftershocks of battling a hero. Yet he couldn't take thorough care of him. He stood mournfully by Era's sickbed, thinking his job and life were over. But to his surprise, Eros said, why would I kill you? Ben, I'm fine, you can go about your business. Ben left Eros' room, under the astonished gazes of all his colleagues. Not only him but everyone thought that this time Ben would never return. They never expected him to come back completely unharmed. Ben was moved to tears, and from that day on, he vowed to himself to do his best to prevent that incident from happening again. Back to the present. Ben pleaded with the commander to let him do a checkup. He also held up the necklace, which glowed red, towards the person opposite him. He then clearly stated that this was a result of Eros' blood and the Demon King's magic. It was the stone that had been created. It was like a health alert device. At the same time, I can help him locate Eros before it's too late. But Eros as usual ignored his words. As soon as he returned to his room he met his close friend, the Zero Legion's vice commander. However, like everyone else in the Ghost Realm, he also rushed forward and bombarded him with 100,000 questions about his health. 100,000 questions about his health. As soon as he heard Ben say he was exhausted and had a shoulder injury, he immediately started yelling, "Wasn't anyone assisting you there? How could they not even protect you properly? Those damned humans, that bunch of useless weaklings." Aid was so caught up in his scolding that he forgot his excellent commander was also human. Amidst the clamor, a new character appeared. This time it was Xian, the boss person. However, just as this little guy was about to approach him to speak, he was grabbed by the vice commander, who was furious by the collar and dragged away. In a deserted corner, Aid furiously choked Xian by the neck because he dared to speak to his commander. Although Xian was afraid, he still said Eros liked the garden he tended, so he came to give him a demon tree named Cute. Aid immediately cursed, "Impossible, how could Commander Eros ever like this monstrous plant?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he was slapped the next second. "Wait, this flowering tree is beautiful, I'll give it to the commander." A brightly colored potted flower. It sang with its mouth open for a long time, refusing to rest. Eros' face darkened as he looked at the annoying thing, thinking, why did Aid accept it from Xian the gardener? Wasn't his life troublesome enough? The cute flower kept singing. The more it sang, the more excited it got. And the more excited, the more it resembled a big mouth. Eros was scared out of his wits by its fangs and singing, quickly retreated to the edge of the bed, and involuntarily spat out blood. Coincidentally, a knife was thrown by someone landing right beside him, just a few centimeters away. Closely following was a lady who walked in, praising, "You're truly sharp to have noticed and dodged that assassination in time." This beautiful lady was Commander Number 2, named Deverania. Although she was smiling, she was somewhat displeased, because as an expert in infiltration and assassination she had been found out by him. Now if she were to say it was just luck, would anyone believe it? Eros tightly covered his mouth, sitting motionless, but inside he was screaming for help, feeling that with this illness, if he wasn't careful, he might soon kick the bucket. He was scared out of his wits, while Deverania, no matter how she looked at it, felt he was just mocking her. No killing intent. In a minute of losing consciousness, Eros fiercely responded to her, "That's right. Because if there was any killing intent, you would have rebelled and killed me already." But no matter what, Commander Number 2 was always the demon that Eros feared the most. A pile of gifts was thrown before him by this uninvited guest, accompanied by a gaze full of killing intent. Accompanied by a gaze full of killing intent. And the unchanging question, "You'll wear them all, won't you?" Sure enough, Eros became a forced model, trying on the large pile of clothes she brought. Even though he was exhausted, he had to try on each one for her. He thought it would be a long night, but fortunately someone came to rescue him midway. A man completely clad in black pushed open the door and said he wanted to see him. That was Commander Number 8, Hio. He came today because he heard everyone discussing that he had returned. He gleefully tried to walk in, but to his surprise, the sword he was carrying got stuck in the doorway. Hio was so humiliated upon his first meeting with Eros. Hio was in immense pain. Hio fell to the ground, blaming himself, calling himself useless for not even being able to enter a doorway. Not only that, he even went insane enough to want to kill himself, because he felt too humiliated. He couldn't go on living. Fortunately, the vice commander of the 8th Legion came to comfort him, but even so it couldn't cheer up this sad boy's spirits. Duilania found them too noisy, so she said goodbye and left. However, as she passed Hio, she deliberately provoked him. "It seems there's an asshole spreading bad rumors about Lord Iluruz right in the first city. Is this really where you should be right now?" The 8th commander heard this shocking news without a word, and immediately vanished before Hio and the others. Hio, a demon born from darkness by the power of the Ghost King, his original task was merely to monitor various cities. But later he received a secret mission. As soon as Commander Zero joined the Ghost Soldiers, his main task immediately changed to ensuring that Ilurus appearance information would not be leaked to the human world. Every time Iluruz appeared, Hio would play the role of silently eliminating all witnesses and ensuring they couldn't reveal any information about his existence. It was precisely for this reason that the entire world had no news about their Commander Zero. Continuing from L1331. After dealing with those gossips who liked to badmouth Iluruz. Continuing from L1333. Hio returned to Illuru's room, but didn't go in immediately. Instead, he emerged from underground to speak with his vice commander. Like Hio, Vice Commander Nai of the 8th Legion also greatly admired his superior. He reached out to Hio and advised everyone makes mistakes. The important thing is knowing how to correct them. Since you have successfully made up for your mistake, I must say you did very well. After receiving this encouragement and the words that Ilurus was waiting for him, this demonic youth, Hio immediately became as excited as a puppy. Ilurus sat alone in his room playing with a Rubik's Cube, listening to the cute flower sing. His gaze was a little dazed. He had just glanced at the doorway, when he immediately screamed because he saw that black-bodied demon standing there peeking. As soon as blood gushed out, Dr. Ben rushed in and loudly asked, "Lord Ilurus, I sensed a signal that you were injured. How are you now?" Ilurus was beside himself. Before he could speak, Hio started clamoring about committing suicide again. He pointed all his weapons at himself and shouted, "Are you coughing blood because of me? I will atone for my sins with my life." Faced with this negative youth who constantly sought death, Ilurus had to risk it and stop him. "No, I beg you. I'm very happy to see you." The Lord of the Simps did a 180-degree turn in attitude because of these words. "Ah, the aura emanating from your lordship is truly magnificent. Despite your gentle appearance, those condescending eyes are so cool. I want to learn these things from Lord Ilurus. It's true that 100 Simps can live in 1 square meter." Ilurus sat on the bed, completely broken down. Even the cute flower stopped singing and gently patted his body to comfort him. The next day, Ilurus went to the Demon Realm's library to look for information. The first book that caught his eye was an investigation report. Imperial investigation report on current heroes. According to the information he read, the first hero was named Mo, who assisted King Eduardo in a coup. This began when the king was still the 9th prince. After 8 years of war, he became the only noble without a territory. The second hero was Stigma Paragimetso, whose main job was to subdue and eliminate Manji at the border. Reading this, he immediately knew the third person would be himself. But fortunately, the Ghost King kept his promise, not allowing others to investigate information about him. Lastly, there was Quinhart, who belonged to the same group as the third hero and was a noble who opposed the king. Closing the record about his brother, filled with rage, Ilurus randomly grabbed a book written by the Ghost King himself. But unfortunately, before he could read any valuable information, he suddenly appeared behind him. This startled him, causing him to accidentally drop the book. However, just as he picked it up, he suddenly noticed something quite strange. Recorded in the book, the hero and the Demon King were clear proof that this world was still developing and existing. He didn't quite understand, so he dusted it off and asked the person behind him, "Your Majesty, what are you doing here?" He snatched the book from his hand. Then he immediately said he was here for this. After giving Ilurus a cold stare, he smiled and walked away with the item. Ilurus guessed the Demon King might know he was gathering information, which was why he didn't want him to read it. Time passed. Ilurus walked out of the library with a sullen expression, feeling incredibly depressed. On the way, he overheard some people discussing a party. Because the 5th Corps Commander Aoun had just returned, a girl with dark skin spoke up. "This isn't just a simple welcome party. Aoun is dating Deputy Corps Commander Ivan. They're dating. He's handsome and she's beautiful. What's wrong with them being together? But something still feels off. What, that poker face is actually dating?" Ilurus immediately interjected, then fell into thought. Because he hadn't expected demons would actually date. However, that wasn't important. He was more concerned about the party. There must be specialty liquor from the demon realm there. Ilurus excitedly rushed to the venue. But seeing the messy, scattered items, after pushing the door open, he thought the party must have already ended. He walked over, picked up a bottle of red wine and looked at it. This is from the human realm. It was a total waste for him to rush here like a madman. The broom in a young man's hand clattered to the ground. This was followed by 3 pale faces, trembling in fear, completely drained of color. They pointed at him, too scared to stammer out words. "Wait, 4th Corps Commander. Did you already drink it all?" Before Ilurus could say, he hadn't drunk a single drop. They had already screamed loudly, "Run, emergency support needed immediately. We need backup." Just 1 second later, piercing screams immediately echoed throughout the Demon King's castle. "Corps Commander Ares is drinking." Red alarms blared everywhere, startling everyone. The broadcast kept repeating the message. "Corps Commander Ares is drinking. All forces take your positions. Repeat Corps Commander Ares is drinking. Not long after, an army equipped with shields and armor immediately poured in, surrounding him. They then erected a defensive barrier allowing a second wave of troops carrying weapons to easily approach. Elu stood in the center of the circle, with an empty wine bottle in his hand, a panicked expression on his face. Completely bewildered. "Hey everyone. I didn't do anything, did I?" The defense squad commander shouted loudly. "Everyone raise your shields and prepare yourselves. If just one person goes berserk, we will all die here. Because if Corps Commander Ares drinks too much, he will slaughter anyone he sees." Elus listened dumbfounded. He remembered that in the demon realm it wasn't just the demon king. Everyone was strongly against him drinking. He knew himself that his habits when drunk were a bit bad, but it wasn't enough to get furious and cause trouble, right? Wasn't it? He just got drunk. He really didn't understand why these damn demons were overreacting so much. Why such an extreme reaction? The docile version of Elus was too naive and therefore completely unaware that 2 years ago, at his own welcome banquet, what did you do after drinking? Your face was so red you couldn't tell. Friend from foe, you pointed a dagger at a commander. Then simply asked, "Are you an enemy?" He was asked this repeatedly and gradually grew annoyed. So he provoked you, saying, "Damn it. Fine, I am an enemy. What are you going to do about it? I never liked the Demon King. Creating a special position just for you, and then promoting you. Commander Zero's rank is even higher than Commander 1's. Let me see if you truly have what it takes to hold that position. Oh, so you're looking for death." No sooner had the commander finished speaking than in a flash, he was stabbed by Eris. Right before their eyes. Everyone. The scene that followed was horrific. And so, a commander was stabbed to death just like that. In an instant. The news spread faster than the coronavirus. From that moment on, a new law was enacted in the Demon King's castle. Firstly, if Commander Zero asks, "Are you an enemy?" you must immediately deny it. Secondly, if he insists on asking for a reason, you must give the clearest explanation possible. Thirdly, if he expresses doubt about your answer, you must immediately assume a defensive stance. Immediately. A soldier turned and asked the young man next to him, "Hey, why should we take a defensive stance? Shouldn't we attack if we want to live, instead of defending?" The boy sighed upon hearing this, and explained, "If they harm the Demon King's Commander Zero, the Demon King will kill them. The Demon King will take care of everything, and their job is to stay alive for as long as possible." Suddenly, Eris looked at them and flashed a terrifying smile. The two young men who were chatting trembled in fear. Just as everyone was too panicked to breathe, the Demon King arrived. As soon as he entered, he sighed and began to mediate. "Good thing I was nearby too. Eris, please listen to me, okay? Don't ignore me, listen to me. No one here is your enemy. No one has any intention of attacking. You also have no reason to kill anyone. So put the liquor bottle down." Eris immediately put it down, then pouted and said he had no intention of attacking anyone at all. "I wasn't drinking, I was just casually looking at these bottles." The Demon King understood everything. He found Eris rather boring. So, he asked if he wanted to go to the second city with Devarania. He hoped Eris could go there and have some fun for a while, because war would break out soon. So he should go while there was still time. Although Eris seemed reluctant, the matter ended there. So everyone dispersed and went back to their homes. In his office, the Demon King, after finishing reading about the Empire's continuous victories, report. After the Ain Kingdom surrendered, he broadcast an announcement to the entire demon realm via a magic megaphone. From now on, all magical activities in the demon realm will be prohibited. Apart from already sealed magical devices, no other magic may be used. The only exception is when their lives are threatened. Commanders 2, 4, and 8 will be responsible for ensuring punishments are carried out. Anyone who uses magic without reason shall be immediately eliminated. Without report. In another distant place, the Elf King was drinking tea, yet could still instantly detect that no one in the demon realm could escape his eyes. He can still use magic, but perhaps it's already too late. Because just as he feared, when the Demon King learned that the hero who could destroy him was about to arrive, the human realm had already completed all preparations and was waiting for the perfect moment. Once that warrior was deployed to the battlefield, it would be the Demon King's worst moment. The time that followed, I'm afraid, would only consist of scenes of slaughter and invasion. It was inevitable. On the Empire's side, Eduardo was discussing war matters with everyone. A count proposed not to continue the war because, to his knowledge, the king had already accepted the surrender of other nations, also for the survival of the royal family and the people. However, as long as those royals still existed, the spirit of the nation would weaken. The soldiers they gained through conquest would not be loyal to the empire either. So if the war continued, military strength would be insufficient. Another person scoffed at this suggestion, because in his view, simply by forcing commoners into the army they could increase their forces, or they could use farmers from the slums and send them into battle. Eduardo, upon hearing this, suddenly slammed the table and cursed, "I truly don't know how you can bark so beautifully. You say I can replenish the army with commoners." He pointed out that they dared not deploy their private armies, dared not lead troops onto the battlefield, living such cowardly lives. Yet they unhesitatingly forced commoners to fight. The taxes of the imperial people were actually meant to pay for the protection of their lives and their peace. This meant the people had the choice to protect the empire, and the empire had the obligation to protect its people. Saying this, he drew his sword and declared that he would never stop the war. Even if there was a shortage of soldiers, he would order them to send troops to him. The standards would remain the same as the war 8 years ago. Conversely, if those nobles chose not to participate in the war, 2/3 of their private armies would be confiscated by the empire. Demanding commoners to fight would be the very last resort, so don't even think about threatening. Finally, he ordered them in a low voice, if they understood, to go home and prepare. Stop just sitting there idly. After everyone left, the illusions returned. Eduardo saw himself standing in a sea of blood, surrounded by resentful spirits who couldn't rest in peace, screaming for him to come over. Everything was becoming increasingly difficult to control, and time was running out. So he needed to push everything forward as quickly as possible. Most of the empire's south was a place perpetually embroiled in war with the Babai tribe, under the emperor's tacitly approved massacres. That was the territory governed by the second hero. After reading the military report, he stood before the entire army and declared that fighting the Wanji tribe also made him happy. But now it was time to go to war. He was not happy because he loved war, but because he truly wanted something from the king. After concluding those great wars, in the war 8 years ago, he received his previous title and a large mansion in the south, surrounded by gold, silver, and jewels. Initially, he was content, until he heard about Dion's request to the emperor. He requested the right to personally exterminate his own family. This greatly shocked him, and he became fascinated by it. From his adjutant, he learned that the third hero would also participate in the war. He was incredibly excited, because the reward he longed for this time was precisely the right to personally destroy his family. Returning to the demon realm, Erlis was on a mission with the commander. Second, he heard Devarania and Ben talking. Just as he was screaming in his mind that he wanted to leave this place, he immediately received a slap. The slap felt like it came from the heavens, delivered by the doctor. It wasn't intentional, but because the carriage they were in suddenly stopped, causing everyone to lurch forward. Someone ran in panic, reporting that their path was blocked, as many demonic creatures were swarming towards them. A fierce battle was happening outside. However, because there were too many of them, they also had to get out and help. Devarania said that every city had a protection commander, but the suburbs did not. If this continued, their numbers would be enough to attack other species. Eros now understood he had been trapped by the Demon King. Demonic creatures were within the Demon King's jurisdiction. He had to deal with all of them to ensure they wouldn't invade the territories of other species by ordering commanders to patrol the suburbs or go to the territorial borders. He thought this trip was for fun, which was why he didn't bring anyone. Unexpectedly, it was a mission. And not only that, Head followed orders like a fool. Just as he turned his head to look at the doctor, suddenly, Eros received a judgmental gaze and a question. "Don't you want to fight today?" Speaking of which, I just realized you've always been avoiding battles whenever. Being drunk is one thing, and it not being truly life-threatening is another. If other demons saw this, they would surely mistake you for a weakling. Wouldn't they? Damn it, he looks like a simpleton. But one sentence hit the nail on the head. Eros was pushed into a corner. Just as he was about to confess everything, Ben suddenly became spirited again. He said, "Although their numbers are countless, they are merely magic beasts. They are nothing worth mentioning. Not even worth this Grandpa Ben's personal intervention. That must be what you're thinking, right? He then asserted. Because I am your personal doctor. How could I not understand what you're thinking? Eros was silent for about 2 seconds then. A blazing fury ignited in him towards the person in front of him. He had thought he was smart, but he turned out to be utterly foolish. Dr. Ben took out a bottle of precious wine. And Eros was immediately captivated by it upon sight. "View what is that? Is it a specialty wine from the demons below?" Although he really wanted to say these words, he held back because this doctor was too suspicious. A doctor who always forbade him from drinking was actually bringing wine to his lips today. He swore to himself that he would never drink such dangerous-smelling wine. However, the wine glass was already full, resting securely in his hand. So why not enjoy it? After taking a large gulp, he thought, given the current situation, even if I don't want to fight, I can't avoid it now. So I must seize the moment and just go to hell while I'm still in a daze. Ben looked at his commander, then recalled the Demon King's instructions before they departed. At that time, the Demon King told Ben, if you see Eros hesitate during battle, make him drink. It must be said that he is too modest, to the point where he always looks like a weakling. But with the effect of alcohol, he will let loose and immediately transform into a demon. He carried out the Demon King's order because he knew everything was under control. Nevertheless, he was still worried about his health, so he felt uneasy and was about to turn around and apologize. Suddenly, Eros Commander Zero moved closer, holding a dagger to pin him against the carriage, accompanied by a cold, piercing gaze and words. Ben, you've actually learned to use your brain this time. I guess you definitely ran out of time, didn't you? They made him drink medicine and alcohol at the same time. The king's forces are gradually expanding, and the number of demonic creatures is also growing exponentially. That's why there's no time to waste. Eluz sharply plunged the dagger into the side of the doctor's throat. Only then did he threaten. But you must understand, it's not enough to just know me to be able to use me. Because of your contributions, I won't pursue this incident further. But remember, there won't be a next time. Stop pretending to care about me. Don't forget you are Elus's personal physician. Even though originally I didn't have high hopes from the start. Ben's face flushed red from being exposed. He understood that he was currently his private doctor, not the Demon King. But just as he wanted to say I'm sorry for everything that happened, a monster suddenly charged forward to attack. Eluz stared intently at it. He was already tired of these things, always having to desperately struggle to survive. But even so, it doesn't mean others can take advantage. Only he can decide all of this. After a few dagger strikes, the monster was knocked down. Eluz stood in a pool of blood, demanding Ben call the Demon King. Soon, at his request, the two were connected by magic. Eluz stated bluntly that the numbers far exceeded expectations. Seeing his expression, the Demon King understood the problem. So he said he would send reinforcements and instructed him to hold on for another 15 minutes. He also whispered to Ben, saying, their Commander Zero must be very angry by now. The demon Ares had completely taken control of his consciousness, facing such a life-and-death critical situation. If it weren't for him, how could he have survived? After 8 long years of war, he charged straight in with a cynical attitude. The time for a massacre had come. Fueled by alcohol, he began a frenzied slaughter. He ceaselessly swung his knife, slashing at the monsters right before his eyes. The dagger slipped from his hand. Then he gripped it tightly again. He thus struck down a giant monster 3 times, or even 4 times his size, because he knew his specialty was not killing, but profound, desperate fear. Those naturally sensitive monsters, once they felt the overwhelming fear, from the depths of their bones they would immediately flee, although it wasn't effective every time. In this situation, however, if they fled, they would have a chance to survive. Eluz wiped the blood from his face, then ordered Devilania to prepare a trap. Their goal this time was to try their best to hold on and kill as many monsters as possible, while waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Following Elus's command, an invisible trap was immediately set before them. Although the monsters were numerous, they were dull-witted. They were surrounded by extremely thin steel wires, so if they moved carelessly they would be sliced to pieces. Devilania immediately completed the task assigned to her. Then she turned and asked, even though they've fallen for the trap, I don't think I can hold them for too long. What are you going to do now? Dr. Ben didn't answer. She was more concerned about her commander. Ben ran to Elus's side and shouted, Lord Eluz, the wound I bandaged for you is only temporary. so please be extremely careful. He said nothing, slowly walking towards the trap. Seeing this, Ban also tried to stop him. Devilania on the other hand spoke bluntly. Unless you have experience. Otherwise, it will be difficult to discern the positions of those steel wires. I'm not doubting your abilities. Unfortunately, their worries were unnecessary. Because the one now controlling this body was the demon. Ares, full of rationality and courage. Not only that, he was also a king of luck. It was time for his entrance. After drinking, Ares turned into a machine who loved to slaughter everything in sight. He easily avoided those invisible steel wires. Not only that, he also lured the monsters deep into the trap, leaving the rest to the steel wires. Watching the monsters fall like figs, crackling and snapping, the young boy was triumphant, his joy evident. He could see everything. Aided by the moonlight's reflection, the threads only shimmered for a few seconds. But that was enough for him to utilize his specialty: sensitivity to light. What else could he do? Albinos always shun light like the plague. So only when shrouded by night could he fully unleash his abilities. The monsters still wore blank expressions, but now an added touch of bluish green, due to sheer terror. Devilania cheered repeatedly with delight. The tide of battle had completely turned. The monsters were too scared to be careless, and stopped advancing further. Lord Eluz truly lives up to his reputation. Dr. Ben, however, was different. He was very worried about Commander Zero. That arm was severely injured, and he always pushed past his limits. If this continued, things might get worse and worse. No sooner had these thoughts flashed through his mind, he looked back and saw Eluz agonizingly drop his dagger. He was terrified and immediately ran over. But Eluz loudly barked at him to stop. Stay there, don't worry about unnecessary things. Continue with the plan. The battle intensified. Everyone was busy, fighting hard as the monsters kept pouring in, more and more. Just as he thought he was about to faint, when a few monsters charged, reinforcements finally arrived just in time. Countless daggers were hurled, all impaling 3 monsters, instantly turning them into cacti. Close behind was a kind smile and a pleasant voice. Lord Eluz, hello. Long time no see. She was Commander 7 Saluva. Not only was she late, but she also looked quite happy. Eluz was now sober. His anger showed on his face. He wondered, who am I? What's going on with this battlefield? A memory reeking of alcohol flashed quickly through his mind. He covered his mouth, almost cursing right then and there. No, this isn't the new Lord Eluz. It was clearly the old Lord Eluz before. How could this be? What do I have to do to see that Lord Eluz again? Saluva rushed in front of him and stated bluntly that she didn't like how he was now. So she carried a wolf in front of him, insisting he quickly transform and then tear it apart with his dagger. Oh, is this ambitious woman crazy? Eluz was taken aback by her attitude. Speechless. Her assassins were enthusiastically providing support at the front, while that lady kept insisting he show her some moves. Eluz was now exhausted from blood loss. The moment Ben saw him kneel, he rushed forward to help him rest, regardless of Saluva's shouts from behind. Lord Eluz, please let me see that side of you again. Please, just one more time, I beg you. Boo-hoo. Time passed. Now that everything was properly resolved, Devilania couldn't help but say, it looks like everything is in order. Commander 7, aren't you leaving yet? She had just arrived, so of course she didn't want to go back so soon. Devilania understood her meaning and continued. We are heading to City 2. You haven't forgotten who guards that place, have you? When Saluva heard Commander Gaisai's name, her expression immediately turned displeased. She didn't like that guy. She truly didn't want to see that bastard. He didn't deserve to be a commander at all. So it was best to leave immediately. Eluz saw Commander 7 return so easily, and felt quite puzzled. He didn't understand what was so great about Commander 10 to make her so disgusted. And in that instant, seeing that demon, the flashy noble had actually hired an entire choir to welcome him, he immediately understood the problem. For a battle race that speaks with their fists, this guy was just all show. Beautiful women, noisy brass bands, and all sorts of ostentatious displays, while Aru sat swaggering on a palanquin, haughty and cool, with the aura of the Buddhas of the 10 directions. Carried by 4 demons, it looked very impressive. This thing just needed 8 more incense sticks and a memorial tablet, and it would be no different from a shrine. Aru's face was covered in beads of sweat, looking okay but teetering precariously. Next to him was Jezidel, the 10th Legion commander. He rambled on, describing the warm hospitality he had prepared for Aru, and boasted, It seems only humans of high status can sit in this position. So it's absolutely perfect for you, Lord Aru. But how could he know? That sitting so high up strongly resembled a memorial portrait placed on an altar in the human world. More like the human world. Aru was simply silent. Hand on his forehead, too speechless to speak. He lowered his head. His inner world unperturbed by the changing tides. Jezebel saw Lord Aru in an unstable state and panicked. Oh no. Do you have a headache? Or is something bothering you? And what truly bothered Aru was precisely this absurd Malazarda's situation. And you? Speechless. Now he understood why Silwa hated the 10th Legion commander so much. Everyone seeing Lord Aru's unfriendly demeanor also looked displeased, as if he might bite at any moment. Even Dr. Ben nearby was equally worried. No less than the surrounding populace. They looked around, then widened their eyes in surprise, recognizing the 0 Legion commander. They were still murmuring to themselves, wondering who would sit in that embarrassing position. But now seeing top idol Aru, they found him cool with fair skin and a handsome face, the nation's ideal type. The girl next to him thought this was natural, because he exuded the aura of a CEO and patriarch. Also because no one knew his deeds. Only various rumors circulated. The people around them discussed it, more and more enthusiastically, full of curiosity about Aru. Everyone gathered to catch a glimpse of the 0 Legion commander, the one bestowed a formidable title by the Demon King. His role and power were completely secret. His very existence alone earned the recognition of powerful Legion commanders. In terms of strength, he was second only to the Demon King. At this moment, Aru suddenly spoke coldly. Get lost. Jezebel next to him struggled to cup his hand to his ear, listening carefully. What did you just say? Get lost. Hearing these 2 words, his face instantly turned green, then he frantically shouted. Everyone go. Hurry up and leave. Lord Aru wants you all to get out. But deep down, Aru was hardly trying to drive away his fans. Originally, he just wanted the surrounding flowers and pollen to disappear, because they made him feel disgusted. He didn't even understand why that guy named Jezebel wanted to drive away those innocent demons, telling them to stop gossiping. Those attendant demons took the opportunity to throw their weight around, uttering Lord Aru's name constantly, and drove away the gossiping demons. He watched these guys' actions, thinking, they must be really angry now. Now he was going to become the public enemy of all demons in this city. However, those demons only wanted to admire the 0 Legion commander's divine profile, not to gossip. Forget it. What kind of scheme could this be? He felt powerless and weary, thinking of his wish for easy rest in this village. Aru turned his gaze aside, thinking, good heavens. There was even his fan club with many members, men, women and children, all gathered together. They began to clasp their hands together, shouting loudly, long live Lord Aru. Long live Lord Alud. If they want to believe in something, and it's not as meaningless as 5 million Nanjik, like Taigongu or Han Sushi, they might as well believe in Lord Alud. He started thinking of Lainel, remembering the Alud cult she had mentioned. Alud's heart was filled with arrows of resentment, even though he had given her a cookie to stop her from doing those foolish things. Just as he was thinking this, wasn't over below him. The commander of the 10th Legion was kneeling on the ground, crying heartbrokenly, tears streaming down his face. Please forgive me if I've offended you in any way. Please, my lord, have mercy on me. The silk thread wrapped around his neck made him bleed. Only then did he realize Devalania was behind it. She thought this guy was a bit stupid, always provoking her given the chance. So she asked Alud if he wanted her to get rid of him immediately. Her eyes held a hint of malice. Alud was stunned with fright. He swore that commanders were never allowed to kill innocents. He also guessed they were merely restraining themselves, and could slaughter each other at any moment if they wanted, whether they were fellow commanders or not. He tried to remain calm and said, it's fine, but there's no need to eliminate another commander. He then suggested they go shopping together to defuse this hair-thin tense situation. The atmosphere before them. Life is unfair, hair is never straight, just kidding. He knew if he didn't follow the plan, they could stab him at any moment. Hearing Alud say this, Devalania also spared the 10th commander. Jezebel, from his state of utter panic, instantly returned to his lively and cheerful self. Lord Alud at 20 years old. I will serve you with everything I have. As if my life depended on it. Alud thought he had a safe asset, but it turned out to be nothing but a deception. He had better overthink things now. Afterwards, the group entered the city and began shopping. They bought to their heart's content. Devalania was overjoyed at buying so many beautiful clothes. because it said that making girls smile is actually quite simple. And Alud also changed into a new set of clothes. It didn't look much different, but the advantage was that he was handsome, so anything looked good on him. At this moment Jezidel walked over carrying countless ripe sweet mangoes in his hands, plump and juicy. Devolania immediately got angry because he interrupted her. She asked about the pile of things she bought and told him to help carry them. And Alud also felt a headache because if he wasn't careful, they would constantly call his name, not giving him any private space. Suddenly several horse-riding monsters ran past. Alud was surprised by this, because most of those monsters should be in the bay. It was really strange that the castle gates were wide open. Now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that there seemed to be many items from the southern human realm, and there must be a boundary nearby. Upon hearing this, Jezidel immediately panicked, dropping all the mangoes in his hands. He asked trembling, "How did you know?" Alud, looking at his reaction, also completely failed to understand what was happening. Afterwards the group followed Jezidel's lead to eliminate the monsters. He had already discovered a boundary not far from the southern human realm. The southern human realm. Alud widened his eyes. Before him was a captivating sight. The sunlight of truth shining brightly. Devolania's heart was furious because the 10th commander had actually concealed such an important matter. He could only clasp his hands and plead, because he had only encountered it by chance, so he thought he could enjoy it for a bit. Alud listened and could only rub his forehead, because it was too boring. Hey Jezidel. Jezidel loudly stated that his city had already set regulations and conducted secret exchanges, so they wouldn't be discovered. As you can see, we've done our best to stop the monsters from invading their world. Alud also felt that what he said was well-founded. But now what they should do next? That was the real problem. He thought if it was the southern part of the human realm, then it wouldn't be part of the empire yet. So should he be concerned? As soon as he thought this, he immediately decided he shouldn't be concerned, because no matter what, it was still the human realm. Alud dismounted and said to Gihedel that they needed to report this matter to the Demon King. But before that, he wanted to personally confirm it. They must check if it truly connected to the southern part of the human realm. If it did, they also needed to see which country it belonged to. Afterwards they went deeper together to investigate, following the dazzling light. On the other hand, in a small country in the south, someone came to inform the king about demons invading their kingdom. He suggested the king immediately summon the royal physician to deal with it. But this wasn't an issue a physician could treat or resolve. He already knew demons would suddenly cross the border, and pretended not to care, because nothing had happened. Because he already had enough troubles. Just frantically escaping the empire was enough for him to bear. So he couldn't afford any more conflicts with the demon realm. The soldier's face turned pale and he brought up another issue. Besides those matters, the king asked back, his face dripping with sweat. Is there anything more explosive than releasing a new music video? Or has the brother will take you for ice cream trend been fading lately? What else has happened these days? The soldier began to add. They have already confirmed one member of the demon group is Devorania, the commander of the 2nd Legion, as well as another unusual demon, who by observing the other demons' respect for him and servitude, we suspect is the rumored Commander Zero. Upon hearing that name, the king's face immediately turned deathly pale. Strange, what is that guy doing here? At this moment the palace fell silent. The king ordered that it must be concealed. Commander Zero and his cohort arriving in their country must be kept secret, no matter what. On this side, Alud and the other commanders stood proudly, marching in steady steps. The sun shone brightly and flowers bloomed golden. Alud pulled down his hat to cover his CEO-like face to maintain the beauty he had spent a long time on skincare to achieve. He wondered why these people kept following him, because he only wanted to go to the human realm. He thought they should have stayed in the demon realm like Gihedel, because Gihedel had already gone back to guard the 2nd city, according to his assigned task. But then he thought Devorania knew a lot about the human realm, so it should be fine. He suggested that everyone should find a place to observe the daily lives of humans here. Daily life. Because no matter what, they needed to know what kind of place this was. Because no matter what, they needed to know what kind of place this was. At this moment, a group of human realm residents suddenly approached politely, greeting them and apologizing for blocking their path. The man with the scarred face expressed his respect for the mercenaries who stopped the monsters from crossing the border. Thanks to all of you, many lives have been saved. As a knight's representative, I sincerely thank you. Alud blinked at him. He realized these people had mistaken him and his subordinates for mercenaries. But this situation was truly a stroke of luck, as he didn't want to act crazy when entering human territory. Without saying more, he handed some gold coins and cloaks to Alut as a token of gratitude, because they saw bloodstains on the commanders right next to Alut. So they wanted to give them new skins, new clothes. Only then did Alut realize that his own clothes had become brand new, looking fresh after a single wash. But he had forgotten that the two people accompanying him were also stained with blood. But when he looked at Deverania and Ben, Alut realized that neither of them were human, because they weren't wearing cloaks like he was. Yet these people treated them so warmly, instead of chasing them away. The man with the scarred face held the money bag with trembling hands. Pay attention to this detail. Alut noticed they were in a panic, but not in disarray. Alut concluded that the entire kingdom knew nothing, because the king didn't mention it at all during their meeting. It's wartime now. It's difficult to reveal to the entire kingdom that they have a domain, and another, so they wanted to conceal the fact that evil demons can come and go as they please. They can come and go freely. While thinking, he sneered grimly, making the group turn pale. Then they bowed to Alut and wished him a safe journey. He knew they hoped his people wouldn't cause any trouble, but would quietly return. But don't worry, he's just going to relax. As he bowed, a thought flashed through the scar-faced man's mind. His unusually clean clothes, compared to the demon's blood-stained attire. Of course, because only Alut had changed his clothes. And an unusual aura. He must be Commander Zero. He put his hand on his chest, and proudly looked up at the sky because they had done their best. The rest is up to the author. Sunlight streamed through the grand palace, magnificently illuminating it. People were bustling around. Alut and everyone arrived at the market. He was savoring the skewers from a street vendor. Just then a curly-haired man with chestnut brown hair bumped into Alut's shoulder. Seeing the slight bump shock Alut, made Dwylania look at him suspiciously. Alut felt that gaze. He immediately came up with an excuse. The reason was that his wound and shoulder still seemed to hurt. A plausible reason for Ben to instinctively treat him. Suddenly Ben stomped out, grabbed the commoner by the collar, feeling that a punch wasn't enough, but a kick was too much. Alut then asked Ben why he was overreacting while Dwylania was acting reasonably. The two then began to realize that something was not right. Hey, I am the imperial physician. That lady over there is the one who should be overreacting. The two immediately switched roles like Hollywood actors. Amidst their argument, before a winner could be decided, the royal knights arrived. They ordered to seize that scoundrel. Hearing this, Alut frantically explained. Who would have thought they would seize the curly-haired man with chestnut brown hair? And so they led him away, tears streaming down his face. Even though the two had merely bumped into each other by chance, Alut was surprised by how well the human realm maintained public order. An unfortunate child tried to steal something from Alut, and was immediately caught by Ben. Ben's expression was not friendly. The royal knights, seeing this situation, immediately panicked and took the child away. Alut took a bite of mango and immediately vomited colorful puke, because the taste was so disgusting. Immediately, the fruit stall owner was taken away by soldiers. Any unusual incident involving Alut would result in the appearance of royal knights. The residents there observed, and also noticed the strangeness of these three people. Alut buried his head in his hands, frustrated, feeling unable to investigate now, and wanted to go back. Suddenly an argument caught his attention. He vaguely heard something about Dessa tea, so he walked over to inquire about buying it. The shop owner looked at him with suspicious eyes. Regarding Alut's identity, because of the aura he exuded, he didn't know if Alut was a CEO or a top idol in disguise. Alut crossed his arms and lowered his head, pondering about Dessa tea. In this kingdom, finding Dessa tea was almost impossible, because there were very few gardens that grew them, and they were usually sold at high prices to nobles. A southern kingdom wealthy enough to possess this tea. This precious tea was found in an ordinary market. Holus received the rare tea in a box, with a very satisfied expression on his face. Ben also tossed him a large money bag, and said, keep the change. After analyzing the facts, Holus now knew that this country was Tahong. The knights watched Alus team leave, breathing a sigh of relief, and hoped they wouldn't return. Some even doubted that the man was Commander Zero because he seemed so ignorant. On the national battlefield, Duke Ulster Staby stepped forward, bringing up the first prince's death, and spoke to King Edith. Hearing this, his face darkened and he replied, "How would I know how the first prince passed away?" Edith began to sense something. That person with a warm heart. The only one who cared about Edith among us was him. And the one who killed him was Duke Lattice. But Edith knew very well that it was this guy named Staby who killed his brother. Hit where it hurt. He showed no remorse. Instead, he flashed an amused smile. "Oh my, you already know, do you?" Edith's veins bulged on his face. He glanced at him, then scoffed. Ha, he found this truly insane. Not until Duke Lattice and his family were executed for the prince's murder did Edith realize that Ulster Staby was the real mastermind. A man whose character could be said to be depraved. Yet he still smelled fragrant after spraying perfume. He had to temporarily cover up the crime, because the nobles were running rampant. But he never expected this guy to be so peculiar. He actually turned himself in to seek legal leniency. Edith felt that this guy must be plotting something. He looked at his king with a pair of purple eyes. "I will tell you why I eliminated the first prince. Firstly, it was simply so I could climb to the top of society." Perhaps he meant he wanted to be mortal. He gave a reason that was absurd yet seemed to make sense. He began to reveal the truth. All princes and princesses would vie for the throne. If the legitimate heir, the first prince, had already passed away, right, he wanted to put someone he could control on that throne. But he didn't expect the ninth prince, a Prince Loki, introverted and taciturn, to turn the tide. Edith immediately realized that this guy was now a duke. And there was only one higher position. King. He recalled the past. His conversation with his brother. At that time his brother had asked Edith to take care of Elpidius and Alcia in his absence. Then Edith merely looked at his brother, exhorting him and telling him not to worry. But he should have stopped his brother immediately when he sensed something was wrong. His brother caressed his younger brother's head with his hand. Then he flashed a brilliant smile. "Thank you, my obedient little brother." He regretted that if he had known it was their last meeting, he would never have let his brother leave. Before this, when he first heard the news of his brother's death, Edith went through a terrible time. He regretted it because he hadn't used his sword correctly then, listening to those false rumors about another brother assassinating him, Eduardo, to seize the throne. This led to Edith having to draw his sword and kill all the innocent people. This incident caused those wrong souls to always come for him. Staby smiled, adjusting his shiny clothes, when he learned that Edith already knew about those terrible things, and who the mastermind was. Before these terrible things happened, Korinai's family came to the palace demanding to see King Edith. They wanted to tell him about the error correction in the documents regarding recruit Korinai's enlistment. But the guards outside were powerless, because everything was already set in stone. They couldn't interfere. And all these things Staby, from a distance, saw them. It was he who made a mistake. He burned the correction request from Earl Hart and hid all those documents. Therefore King Edot was completely unaware that Dion's enlistment was a mistake, at least in the beginning. He also added fuel to the fire to make Edot feel guilty about the mistakes he made in the past. When you found out the truth after the war, you still stood by and watched Dion eliminate his own family. If he knew the truth, I wonder how he would react. Hearing these conscience-annihilating words, Edot's face turned ashen and he could no longer maintain his composure, seemingly losing control. "Duke Ulaster Stabai, do you want to be reincarnated? Or go to hell?" Stabai showed no fear at all, instead revealing a smug smile. He believed Edot couldn't get rid of him, because if he killed him for no reason, his worthless honor would remain, while Edot's reputation would spread far and wide. With the title of tyrant, do you think I'd be afraid of trivial gossip? Is that impressive? This dyed mullet, are you afraid of it? Stabai understood this. Of course this wasn't enough. But the royal power and its heirs would decline more miserably than Han Shaxi's relationship. Those utterly absurd theories. Yet he brought them up again, which was baffling. This forced Edot to lower his head in thought. With thought prevailing, Stabai gravely threatened the king. "Also, you've been pretending to know nothing all along. Aren't you my accomplice then?" Edot immediately refuted his sharp remarks. "If I abandon you, you will naturally shut that arrogant mouth of yours." But he said this, yet he was helpless. Then he let him arrogantly walk out of the tent. Outside the tent, he secretly believed that he let the king live because he had not yet achieved his goal. And inside the tent, Edot was furious, his face as cold as ice. But he was powerless. But he swore he would not rest until he had given him his due. Calmly and gracefully Stabai walked out and mounted his horse. He glanced from afar, noticing several people tracking his movements. Everything was a script he had already planned. A while later a dude rode out for a ride. In the silent forest, a group of people suddenly jumped out and blocked his path. This person was Daniel, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He went home to visit his mother. After completing his mission, the old mother cupped her son's face as he seemed to be injured. He held her hard-working hands, which had toiled for him. Daniel said he only had minor injuries, nothing to worry about. He gently placed his hand on his mother's hand. She said that no matter what he did, or where he went, she wouldn't interfere, because she trusted her son, and urged him to be careful. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he was also fighting for a fair world, and to overthrow the increasingly corrupt king. All of this was for his mother. His mother was a noblewoman, but she eloped with a commoner. Even though she lived a simple married life, even though her father was killed by a hateful noble, hateful, even though she grew weak from overwork, she always told him about her dreams when he was a child. A world without kings or nobles. A world without social hierarchy, where everyone could be the master of their own affairs and the nation's. Someday such a world would come. She hoped her obedient son would someday see such a world. He gathered these memories bit by bit. He swore that before his mother grew old and weak, he would turn the world of her dreams into reality. Daniel rested his head on his mother's warm lap, confessing that he was merely a sinner. He had joined the revolution, but many had died because of his orders. And next he would face a great outburst. A war that would threaten everyone's lives. His mother asked Daniel if he wanted a truce. He immediately replied no. For those who had sacrificed, and for his mother, he would achieve his goal. He hoped his mother could live to see that glorious day. His mother gave a loving smile, saying she had always believed her son could do it, and urged him to return safely. If anything were to happen to Daniel, she would drink poison and die with him, perishing alongside her son. Hearing these words made Daniel's face darken. He hoped his mother would stop saying such ominous things. At that moment a soldier entered to report urgent news. Aiden had led his army to overthrow the king. Hearing this, Daniel was greatly surprised. There was a pause of about 5 seconds. Deep in the forest, the Revolutionary Army had blocked Edward's path. But he realized these people weren't the only ones trying to assassinate him. He dismounted and asked them if they knew how he ascended to the throne. Besides being handsome, sporting a dazzling golden mullet, he also possessed knowledge, experience and wisdom. He was one of the main leaders in the 8 Years' War. Before he finished explaining, he drew a dagger from his body. He stabbed it into his hand and blood splattered. One guy flinched, blinking at the sight. After dealing with all the troublesome souls bothering him, Edward waved his injured hand, then continued the story he hadn't finished. Do you know that nameless hero? The one with the hero's remnants? If you truly want to know, then I shall give you a sharp answer. A soldier, not understanding what was happening, interrupted. Just as Edward was speaking, he was struck down with a single slash, losing his life. As soon as he killed one guy, the others immediately charged forward to attack. Edward instantly parried with his sword, and so one after another. Everyone rushed forward, then fell in a pool of blood under the king's deadly blades and shadows. With just one hand, he easily cleared a squad of 30 or 40 people. One guy grabbed Edward's cape, then showed a triumphant expression. He simply turned around and silenced the guy with a single slash. Finally, only one unfortunate survivor remained. He trembled, then began to recall that forgotten name. A man of immense power, whose strength was enough to cleave a mountain, and even sever heaven and hell. His talent was overshadowed by the title of king, and the name of tyrant. At this moment, the number 1 on the server leaderboard, Edward Diller, possessing the hero's remnants. The night was quiet, with a gentle breeze. At this point only he himself remained, Edward and his black horse. The surroundings now resembled a mass grave. He bandaged his injured arm, realizing it was the Duke who had sent these people. Perhaps he also knew that these people were not on his level at all. Compared to him, he realized that Guy was using the Revolutionary Army to get rid of him. The primary goal of the Revolutionary Army was a society where everyone was equal. Meanwhile, they had already recruited new members in the capital. Stabai of Elian, the capital, was trying to manipulate them by increasing their forces to fight him. Edward smiled sinisterly, realizing that he himself was also a pawn of stab eye. The scene shifts to this side. Daniel was suffering from a terrible headache, because his soldiers went to execute that ambiguous childish plan and actually dared to intercept and confront the king. He angrily snatched the handkerchief from the table, not understanding why Aiden acted so rashly. His teammate next to him suggested Aiden might have found the king's whereabouts, which is why he took action. Hearing this, Daniel fell into deep thought, and after about 10 seconds he said, "Only someone with enough power could obtain such crucial intelligence at a time like this. At a time like this." Thinking of this, Staby's name immediately came to his mind. Before Aiden left, someone saw him talking to Celine. Daniel had also sensed the sinister intentions of those who profited from others' conflicts. They had already planned the confrontation between the Revolutionary Army and the Emperor. Morning light streamed through the magnificent castle eaves. Eduardo returned here after a night of being caught between a rock and a hard place, trapped in the old forest. Dawn had just broken when the chief minister rushed out, seeing the king's clothes stained with blood. "If I die, I suppose that's my fate." One dared to speak, the other dared to believe. The chief minister immediately felt panicked when he heard the king say such words. Eduardo then happily said, "Bury me, bury me, bury me." Then he recalled stories from his childhood to the minister. That day a solemn banquet was being held to entertain members of the extended family. King Disney's siblings happily shared methods of governing the country. One of Eduardo's sisters had already started wanting to make the country prosperous, while one of his younger brothers wanted to turn the capital into a nation not to be looked down upon by anyone, by establishing an empire. Another younger brother wanted to unify the 6 regions. Everyone happily, innocently, and carefree discussed these matters all day long. As expected, the rich would find ways to make money whenever they had a chance. But Eduardo became the demon king who stifled smiles and destroyed those dreams. He had already embarked on an evil path, becoming a heretic, killing countless innocent people, turning this place into a land of blood. Basically, he could no longer return to the path he had once chosen. Because of that incident, he now had to live so he could bear responsibility, repay his debts, and still have things to do. The chief minister listened to him pour out his heart while observing his unhealed wound on his left arm. He basically felt his body would be worthless after he died, so he hoped the minister wouldn't waste military resources to recover a piece of flesh, referring to himself. Hearing this, the minister felt something was off, but he immediately told the minister not to worry, because thanks to someone, he currently didn't want to return to the cold earth. On the demon's side, a newcomer demon had already found his footing. He was Troffer, commander of the 9th Legion. He claimed his strength was magic, but in reality he had a six-pack, aggressive pecs, defensive glutes, and his physique was trained to the extreme. One punch could mesmerize a person. 2 punches could blind them. When he punched the ground, the terrifying force shook the entire ground. The remaining commanders immediately dodged the attack and attacked his body. Ashier, commander of the 3rd Legion, and other Legion commanders stood at a distance, observing their duel. Meanwhile, Bane's face was gloomy, utterly confused, not understanding what was happening. Even though that guy was chanting spells, his magic was completely useless, and he didn't understand why he was in this godforsaken, desolate place. As soon as he returned, Troffer demanded a proper duel from him. Thanks to often seeing others use trickery, Arid also had some tactical thinking, so he feigned illness, saying he was tired to trick him. Chiawa happily participated in the competition. After inviting Alut to be the referee, they agreed that once he wasn't tired anymore, they would spar again to loosen up. Just as they were getting into the swing of things, unfortunately, everyone was about to be fed dog food again. This couple from the 5th Legion, the two whispered intimately under the clear sky. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two confidently displayed their individuality and performed a French kiss right in front of the single dogs. Watching them, the veteran single dogs all found it too cute, simply incomparable. Xiaohua had no choice but to ask Lord Alut to order the start of the match, because he had already been fed enough dog food. Alut pondered adopting a CEO-like demeanor, trying to come up with a cool opening line to give his command. "Don't stab each other, okay?" Alut said with a hint of menace and a trace of a silly smile. At this moment the space suddenly became eerily quiet. Alut felt extremely awkward, facing everyone's reactions. Just then Miles, commander of the 12th Legion, called his name. He was a rather silent and introverted person, but his voice and demeanor were mature for his youth, showing the bearing of a commander. As soon as he finished calling, he stammered, then jumped behind Dahar, the deputy commander of the 12th Legion, and asked him to convey the message. Seeing his own commander in such an awkward state, Dahar politely stepped forward to greet Alut and spoke on Miles' behalf. Suddenly the atmosphere turned pink, brightened by Dahar's excited expression. "First of all, when you said not to kill each other, you looked so cool," followed by countless compliments. All sweet words and praises were directed at Alut. After hearing these honeyed words, Alut also was speechless, poisoned by the magnificent rhetoric. The commanders of the other legions also felt that thanks to Lord Alut, the competition only now became thrilling and exciting. Tense and fierce, those outside were just casually talking, while those inside were still fighting fiercely. Suddenly Deverania brought up SS Strength, the deputy commander of 0 Legion, who was the top candidate for commander this time. Hearing this made Alut also look at this handsome man with neatly styled hair in a new light. Next were Donovan and the third person recommended for the commander position, this time Troffer. But Donovan rejected that proposal. Aoair immediately seized the opportunity, saying it was because he couldn't stand her, due to her immense love for him. Hearing these mushy words made the surrounding commanders feel extremely awkward. Afterwards she walked over and sat next to Alut, and he hadn't noticed at all when she arrived. Aoair, clutching her stomach, spoke of a rumor, saying Alut could with a certain probability create babies when two people are in love. Alut looked at her, thinking and understanding her intention. She wanted a child, but he believed demons couldn't procreate. Aoair heard that such children were called blessings. Alut suddenly paused. Those two immortals inside were still fighting fiercely. Each person refused to give way. Aoair shared that she wanted to have a blessing with Donovan, but hearing the word blessing silenced Alut. He still remembered his dark past, about a scene stained with blood. Only remaining were innocent images of him and his brother. Those two youngsters inside were still relentlessly throwing punches, one attacking, one defending, in a defensive posture, while Alut's heart was as calm as still water, unperturbed by the changing world. The commander sitting next to him still couldn't understand. If even such interesting things couldn't pique his interest, then what could possibly interest him? Afterwards she told him that Troffer could use magic. Able to use magic. This made Alut freeze. He shot her a less than friendly glance. Seeing that Alut seemed interested, her eyes lit up. How should I put this? He didn't use it because he had completely exhausted his magic power, due to his unreliable nature, always prioritizing pleasure. So now his magic power, he had used it all up to enjoy those sophisticated pleasures. Although his base magic power wasn't that much to begin with. But the commander of the 9th Legion could still use magic for the rest of his life, because there was still the Demon King's power that each of them possessed. They were the Demon King's children, so their bodies were also created by his power. That was the purest and most powerful magic power. Arit was questioning everything, because his life was entrusted to a legion full of bizarre individuals. Watching Trover waste magic power so carelessly, Arit felt he was no different from Chen Bade. In the arena, Trover mocked his opponent. His eyes lit up, then he delivered a fatal blow. The ground shook violently, dust flew everywhere. The ground below cracked, then shattered into pieces. The destructive power was immense, filling the air with wind and sand. One of the fragments flew directly towards Arit. Before he could react and dodge, Ed appeared just in time, waving his hand, and the stone instantly shattered. Arit said he was fine, but blood was already streaming down his face. Everyone stopped the match because of this accident. Trover, full of remorse, repeatedly apologized for accidentally doing such a thing. Ed knelt down, begging Arit for forgiveness, then cast a look of deep affection, glaring fiercely at Trover. I didn't expect the atmosphere here to be so terrible for you. I also didn't expect such an idiotic fellow here to dare attack you. Arit looked at their nervous expressions, feeling 3 parts fear and 7 parts helplessness. Arit felt the situation was very tense, so he placed his hand on Ed's shoulder. Ed said he was fine and wanted to rest. He thought it was a draw and could continue another day. Another day. However, this very ordinary phrase made this group of demons imagine another scenario. They thought he was very cool. Seeing a dangerous reaction from Arit's collar, Dr. Ben rushed over at top speed. Everyone believed Arit was evil. More evil than any demon they had ever seen. Because who said Arit was kind? When he was just ordinary, people spread rumors that he was an evil, immoral fiend. Afterwards Arit went to see the Demon King. As soon as they met, he concluded that Arat had better go check out the Empire. Arat straightened his clothes, looked at him, and asked, "Is something wrong?" He was already used to this kind of thing. The Demon King placed his hand on the table. Arat looked over and was astonished to see that they had already taken control of half the continent. He pointed to a spot on the map, then said, "Currently their target is Edinburgh. Judging by its size, it was the smallest kingdom on the map. The Empire breaching the city gates was only a matter of time." Hearing the name of this kingdom made Arat recall that he had heard it before. Earlier he had been suspicious and asked remember who he really was. He said he was the butler of the hero Dion. But what he wanted to ask was, what had he done before coming here by the Emperor's command? Because he was too suspicious. Cool and powerful, not like an ordinary butler. Remember. Stroked his beard. He thought for a moment, then said he was from Ed Parnas. Is that what you want to know? Hearing this, Arat looked very surprised. But he didn't know which remote backwater that was. He just wanted to know his intentions, not his private life. Back to reality. The Demon King informed him that the Empire wouldn't just be satisfied with annexing the human world. They would also set their sights on the demon world. So there was no reason for a handsome and powerful person like him to sit back and wait for the right moment. Whoever wants to come here and dominate. The Demon King appeared with a villainous face. I will begin preparing for this game. He wants to overthrow the Empire and turn this game from a struggle for human territory into a gamble for the survival of demons against humanity. The map was then incinerated by the Demon King's purple flames. This made Alut feel a little fearful too. The true war is about to erupt. The Demon King told him he should depart quickly. Go quickly, it's dawn in the human world now. So he would arrive there in the morning. He took out a watch to help him tell the time. Alut thought to himself, feeling extremely guilty because he had done so much in this demon realm. Even though that lord still cherished the precious gift he gave, yet he had given that item away so casually, just handing him whatever he had in his pocket, because he was always pestering him and causing trouble and bothering him when he returned to the demon realm. I told you demons are very sentimental, he instructed Alut. This time when you go back, there's no need to bring any gifts. Just bring him one important thing, and that is information. The cold wind rustled through the dark night sky of the Demon Kingdom's castle. The Demon King raised his cup of sorrow and confided in himself. I don't want to send Alut, but that would violate the rules. Because for him this is a game between him and the Empire, contending for who can win the precious prize Dianhate. So this is what it feels like to be pursued by someone. The Demon King set down his cup of sorrow, placing it on Alusa's gorgeous and exquisite photographs. Then he thought to himself, if I keep him or take his life, I would be seen as a despicable person, a loser. He wants to follow the rules, because he really doesn't want an interesting game to end just like this, too quickly. So he needs to use Dianhate, this trump card, cautiously, because he is very useful, but also too dangerous a card to play. The road ahead will be tiring. The Demon King revealed an evil expression, a wicked and sinister look completely unlike his usual comical self. As he packed his bags, then fastened his cloak to assist his commander-in-chief. Meanwhile, Alut, his heart filled with skeptical thoughts about life. He was well aware that he might be drawn into this war. He wondered if he should stuff a handkerchief into his mouth and then fight those bastards one more time. In the past, when Alut was a child and kept coughing up blood, someone gave him a handkerchief. That person also warned him that those who appear weak on the battlefield often become the enemy's primary target. Swallow your blood, or you can stuff this handkerchief into your mouth. It's best to conceal the fact that you're ill. Recalling those past events gave Alut a terrible headache. He couldn't remember who the child in his memory was. Now he no longer needs to hide that condition, because he had tried to hide it so thoroughly that everyone knew anyway. Aid, seeing Alut's unstable emotions, did his best to offer comfort and show concern. Meanwhile, in the distance, that demon flower also eagerly came up with an idea. Alut hit the road driving that Ferrari fueled by grass. Along the way, seeing this flower full of love, he immediately knew who sent it, and could only sigh for his miserable fate. After a long journey, Alut returned to his luxurious, dazzling, and exquisitely refined mansion. The butler immediately came out to pour tea for the young master. He also thanked the butler for taking such good care of his mansion during his absence. The butler had simply done his duty, then asked with confusion, I don't know why the young master won't let the servants put away that briefcase. Alut tried hard to pretend he was fine, but deep down his heart was a vast ocean of tears. He vigorously shook his teacup and replied, because there's something important inside. But deep down in this condition, how could he possibly entrust this briefcase to anyone else? And what that stupid tree was doing when it was with him? Arit in a panic gulped down the sorrows in his cup, then changed the subject, saying today's tea was truly fragrant. Pretending. The butler also excitedly said he was using the Tusha tea you brought back last time. He started talking about Jian, who had brought back many Tusha leaves since then, and had even established a merchant guild for himself. Hearing this, Arit showed 5 parts surprise. And the other 5 parts were as expected, because previously he had been Jian's creditor. Jian's reason for borrowing money was to start a business with his own 2 hands. While the butler was scrolling through TikTok or Facebook, he learned that Jian had named his merchant guild Jianan, and that guild was also growing rapidly. Arit invited him to sit down and brew a cup of tea to have a good talk together. Hearing his words, Arit remembered that he had heard people talk about this merchant guild before, when he was in the human realm hearing bits of gossip. The butler then praised Jian for the things he had accomplished, and told Arit to visit him when he had time. Arit looked at him, his thoughts drifting like a joke. Ramonbo also began to take notice of Jian and thought how they 2 old geezers were actually Jian's grandfathers. Perhaps it was also time to let go of those trivial matters. Arit took another sip of tea, then asked. He loudly asked his butler, "By the way, how have you been lately, Ramonbo?" Then he told him that war was about to break out between his homeland and the Empire. But the Demon King was too well hidden. He knew nothing about it. He began to tell Arit about his country. It was a small kingdom located between the 6 lands. Mentioning it would bring to mind those fortresses, surrounded by natural hills. This meant that, if war truly broke out in Eternas, failure was inevitable. The king could manage to quickly mobilize the army. He took a sip of tea, then said, "Albania has never been an easy target to conquer." Hearing this, Arit felt puzzled, wondering what kind of strange country Albania was. Just as he was about to investigate further, a king's communication crystal lit up. Arit quickly picked it up and spoke with King Adut. He immediately demanded Arit to report the situation upon his return, and he wanted to hear it now. Arit told him the whole story. He also realized that the Demon King had finally made his move. He immediately wanted to temporarily postpone the expedition and hoped everyone could unite to fight against the demon realm. He knew very well that fighting against the Demon King was akin to throwing eggs at a rock. But he remained very arrogant and had no intention of withdrawing from this war. Besides this main news, he also wanted to hear other news. Arit complied obediently. He then recounted how the monsters had discovered a portal to the demon realm that had just been found in Taewoan. Adut listened, feeling relaxed, because he knew Arit would tell him everything. He invited Arit to participate in next week's hunting competition and sent him an invitation. It was a precious gift. At this moment, Arit had already recognized what the gift and the letter were. Scene change. Quan was sitting reading a letter. He was angry to find there was no response, even though he had received Dion's report. After returning from his mission, he guessed that if it were the Duke, he would immediately dispatch the Revolutionary Army or the Assassin Squad. Yet when it concerned funds, no one was to be seen. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Stabby arrived asking him about Dionhart's return, and had something he wanted to ask Quan for help with. 1 week later, the day of the hunting competition arrived. Alut Luamu Chamu, followed by the butler. They would first go to Jian's merchant guild. But at the age of 20 he was very shy and timid. When he wore a red outfit, it stood out vividly on the luxurious city streets. And this was precisely the precious gift the king had given him. The butler also whispered in his ear, thinking the outfit suited him perfectly, making him look as handsome as a prince. Going hunting. Afterwards they went to Jian's merchant guild. The place was bustling with people, very lively. Just as he wondered where to find Jian, he looked to his left and saw him, looking like a business executive. The moment Jian saw Alut, he immediately put his work aside and stepped forward to greet Alut with an excited expression. He was even more thrilled than meeting his beloved. Hearing that Alut was going to participate in the hunting competition, he also offered to go along. After all, he could bring one partner anyway. Jian desperately wanted to go with Alut. But contrary to this enthusiasm, Alut refused without hesitation. Without hesitation, Jian offered many kind words and wonderful reasons to persuade Alut to take him along. But the problem wasn't whether he could wield a sword like Florentino, but rather that foolish plant in Alut's bag. He had used many twisted and wicked methods trying to completely erase it from this world. For example, using a fire blade, letting it freefall, releasing it into the wild, poisoning it, in 7,749 other attempts, all to no avail. Alut wanted to use this hunting competition to eradicate this evil, demonic tree. If he brought anyone else, he would run into a lot of trouble. Seeing Jian's enthusiasm, the butler also urged Alut to take him along and trust him. He really wanted to refuse again, but seeing the excitement in both their eyes, he knew it was inevitable. Jian, despite his earnest desire, finally persuaded him after countless pleas, because being too emotional isn't always good. Sometimes it's better to be more rational. But let's put that matter aside for now. What's more important now is destroying that cursed tree with a not-so-optimistic plan, while also showing a feeling of being willing but unable to act. He just threw it into his bag, ignoring everything. Meanwhile, Jian outside was observing Alut with a pair of emerald green eyes. Alut opened the carriage door and Jian extended his slender hand to help him alight from a grass-powered Ferrari. The moment he looked up, he saw countless gazes, whispering and gossiping. Only then did he realize how intimately the two of them were behaving. Worried about misunderstandings, he quickly withdrew his hand. Lian saw the scene and her heart was filled with shocking thoughts. Escorting a man out of a carriage was practically an open insult to that person. She thought perhaps that guy extended his slender hand to help, because he knew Alut's body was weakened by the curse. Although this intelligence and thoughtfulness were commendable, sometimes ignorance was also a sin. Jian was now not only turning Alut into a laughingstock, but also mocking the dignity of a hero. Lian felt that no matter how merciful and magnanimous her master was, it was beyond salvation. Alut lowered his gaze, then ambiguously praised Jian for being so clever. He lightly patted Jian's shoulder, then thanked him for his concern. He explained that he wasn't feeling well today and instructed Jian not to do it again next time. The other members saw Alut's actions and greatly admired their idol's compassion. They thought to themselves, even if His Excellency got angry, no one would dare speak up. Yet His Excellency actually forgave him. It seemed all the rumors about His Excellency Alut were false, because such a compassionate and magnanimous person was truly worthy of respect. Lian listened as her teammates praised their superior so highly, which made her show an expression of great pride for him. But how could she know that one cannot judge a book by its cover? On the surface, Alut's expression was like this, but who knew? Deep within the tears lay an ocean. He sighed as he walked, regretting his recent oversight of not noticing John behind him. His mood was gloomy and he followed closely. He was warmly welcomed by everyone, still clutching the bag tightly in his hand, not letting anyone touch it. He looked around. As he noticed a few people missing, Arid felt a sense of incompleteness. The prince then stepped forward. Immediately after, Arid lowered himself and respectfully greeted him. He placed a hand on Arid's shoulder and brought up the upcoming competition. The hunting competition is about to begin. Hearing this, Arid also chimed in with some flattery, which was pleasing to the ear. But he knew very well that this competition was meant to emphasize that this kingdom was not simple, but powerful. While a war was ongoing, they could still leisurely ride horses and hunt. The prince said he would eliminate all the monsters and leave a few for the competition. To do this, he needed the assistance of Arid and his men. That's what he said. But they had no choice but to comply. Arid was obedient, bowing to thank him for the offer. He is very willing to entrust his knights to you. He had intended to boast a little, then have the prince leave with his soldiers, while he himself rested before the competition. Who would have thought he would specifically order Arid must personally lead the army to eliminate the monsters standing before the fierce horde of monsters, the Knights of the Legion. And Arid showed no panic at all. Instead, they rushed forward eagerly to gain merit, not needing any strategy whatsoever. And so, with one person, one sword, and one person, one saber, they struck down countless monsters. Their fighting style left the royal knights, who accompanied them, 3 parts afraid and 7 parts dumbfounded, because their fighting style was exactly like that of their commander. Meanwhile, Arid was calculating in his mind. He no longer needed any sense of shame now. He only thought about getting injured and returning to rest early. But looking at his uneven, feigned attitude, the royal knights still thought Arid was very excited. They were astonished and wide-eyed. Their mouths agape. Suddenly a tusked, sharp-toothed giant wolf pounced violently towards Arid. He thought his chance to get injured had come. He sat nonchalantly on his horse waiting for it to attack. But somehow Lien showed unnecessary eagerness. She stood in front of Eret, and then used Florentino-like exquisite swordsmanship, instantly eliminating it. He felt pain inside but didn't say it, only daring to give a thumbs up in praise. She is very good at protecting herself. Lien was overjoyed. Praised by the commander, her heart bloomed with joy. And this praise invigorated her even more, strengthening her resolve to protect Eret. But he didn't even ask for help. The dense crowd of monsters from before was now almost completely wiped out. All of them seeing that Plan A had failed. He immediately used his 129 IQ to scheme how he could fall off his horse and get injured. But even the horse didn't want him to get injured. John immediately stepped forward to apologize for touching the horse, because its foot was stuck in the mud, but was his uneven feigned expression truly full of apology. Eret didn't complain at all, just gave a perfunctory reply, then quickly went to check his bag. Of course the leopard was still lively and jumping, and doing very well. John approached with a gloomy expression, then asked Eret why he never got angry. John's purpose in following closely behind Eret was because of his nickname Calamity, the way others referred to him, and so he constantly behaved improperly, trying to make Eret lose control and get angry at him to live up to that title. But Eret was like a compassionate Buddha, magnanimous, gentle, and considerate. Eret seemed to sense something. At this point the monsters had swarmed in like a marketplace, and Eret mounted his horse and charged with his sword solely to find an opportunity to get injured. Only then can I go home. Jin still watched Alut with a suspicious gaze. Life, ha! A minotaur monster charged over with a fierce expression. Alut had been waiting for a long time. Now is also the time for him to get injured. Lien suddenly appeared like a god. With one strike she cleaved the monster in front of her in half. Teacher Wutiao saw that this plan had failed. Alut turned and changed targets. Those sharp fangs, bloody and disgusting, they looked terrifying, were actually pierced by a few rookies in the team, who rushed to stab them in an instant. The two immediately watched dumbfounded, feeling panicked and helpless. Looking at Alut, one could see his extremely nervous expression from a distance. I'm over 30 years old, but I've never seen a situation like this. But how could you possibly? Just seeing these small fry fight so desperately. It's truly impressive. The other monsters also successively returned to Mother Earth. Suddenly a wolf ran out. Alut immediately seized this moment. He swung his swords with both hands, charging forward at an incredibly fast speed. Alut's battle stance made the other members panic. Someone doubted their life, shouting loudly, because if he uses that skill, that would truly be a war. Alut rapidly charged towards the wolf. Determined to go home, he went to finish off that unlucky wolf. Teammates 1, 2, 3, and 4 were behind him. Alut didn't know if he had missed a beat. They immediately jumped up. Pouncing directly on him, they stopped his actions. They were afraid he would use his skill to fight beyond his limits and his own speed, but when he activates the power of evil ways, cheating, then his body will suffer severe damage. The last time they survived was all because of Alut's sacrifice. Again and again, everyone lovingly embraced Alut, hoping he would take care of his precious body. Royal Knights arrived to announce the end of the event. TV station. That's all. They needed to keep a few monsters to prepare for the competition. The teammates saw Alut's mood was very low, so they comforted him. These suggestions sounded absurd but made a lot of sense. Suddenly a member glanced and saw in the distance Jian, still intently observing their actions with a gaze full of hatred. Back at the farm, Alut lay panting on his soft warm bed. The hunting competition was also about to begin. He didn't know if the monarch had hinted anything to him, or if this was related to war. The mere mention of the word war made Alut just want to continue sleeping. He hated it, and didn't even want to be a part of it, especially since this war was against the clowns of the ghost realm. The ghostly flower once again emerged from the bag. Just then someone walked over. Alut quickly picked up the blanket and threw it over, covering it, then striking a Wing Chun stance. Seeing this scene, he thought his captain was very excited about the upcoming competition. He told Alut that he could bring another person along for that competition. He felt uneasy about Jian when he inadvertently saw his suspicious gaze while looking at Alut during the recent conquest. Alut understood as soon as he heard and called Damu. He told Lien to accompany him. She immediately appeared, twisting his ear. Hearing the words deputy, Lien also seriously tidied her hair, expressing her agreement. As a result, both of them said in unison, I will accompany Lord Alut. Their eyes battled each other to contend for the position. But Alut had already decided not to choose anyone, even though that guy kept insisting, saying that Jian was very suspicious. Alut of course also sensed something. But if it's just him alone? He didn't know if the monarch had other intentions. Alut of course also sensed something. But if it's just him? So you're confident you can handle it yourself? Because if it's just luck, he wouldn't be the protagonist of this comic. Suddenly a stout man waddled up to Alut and said some taunting words to him. Hearing this, everyone immediately exuded killing intent. Hearing his mockery, who knows where this scumbag came from? The others thought to themselves, this person is truly foolish. Because he doesn't know who he's provoking. How dare he anger the hero of this kingdom? And King Deinhardt's personal sword. Alut asked him who the hell he was. This guy immediately pounded his chest, claiming to be the true patriarch of the Hart family. The true Duke Hart. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. Despite the murmuring around them, he pointed directly at Alut's face. Then said, "I'm no fake like you." Alut realized it was probably some descendant from a collateral branch, who eventually became the patriarch. He slowly walked up to him, then put on a punchable expression to congratulate him and hoped he'd do his best, because soon the Hart family would vanish from history. He was leisurely watching the downfall of his own family. That guy left in annoyance, while Alut smiled with his cunning, boundless, despicable methods. He thought that the greedy people in the family merely put this guy in that position as a pawn. The prince walked over and announced that the competition was now beginning. This kingdom has a custom. That is, those admirers would give ribbons to the warriors about to go into battle. Friends and family would give handkerchiefs, just like this couple full of pink bubbles. Alut didn't have any expectations either, but just a gentle reminder to everyone. I know, big bro, I want a handkerchief too. That young man over there, however, was admired by a girl and kept receiving handkerchiefs. Seeing that scene, she recalled when the war broke out 8 years ago. She had also given one to her brother like this. Alut asked her about joining the army in place of her brother, but her parents forbade Lian from joining the army. But she was more skilled with a sword, and her body was better than her sickly brother's. Therefore she was very worried about her brother. So she went to participate in the knight selection, hoping to become a knight, because her parents wouldn't stop that. Her story made Alut recall his happy family from childhood. But good scripts usually don't happen. Deep in the forest, many traps had already been set, and countless famous assassins in the industry were gathered. These two people were plotting against Deinhardt. Previously, Grant had already received Staby's order to kill him. He was very dogmatic and speculated that Deinhardt was an introverted person, so he would dislike crowds. Therefore he would be lured by traces left by monsters. This Staby completely understood Deinhardt's intentions, but conversely he hid himself very well, leaving Deinhardt completely unaware. On the other side, that Duke also slowly followed Alut, busy thinking about many things. Countless arrows filled with hatred shot towards him. Fortunately Jian discovered it in time and saved him. They rolled 3 or 4 times together. Wonder if they lost their footing. The arrows shot over again. This time Alut noticed in time and dodged the danger. At this moment the assassins began to reveal themselves, so both sides immediately engaged in battle. Alut struggled to fight against these assassins. He shouldn't have been careless, he should have brought guards. After all, that collateral branch kid was a burden, both literally and figuratively. And Jian also had only just started learning swordsmanship, and now he only had one option left. The best of the 36 stratagems is to run. At this moment Alut was cornered under a tree. Countless hateful arrows shot towards him. Finally someone, observing the situation from above, then jumped down and saved Alut. Because he had rolled a few times just now, he coughed up blood. He looked up wanting to say thank you. Unexpectedly it was his older brother. Alut was furious. He grabbed his hand and questioned why he was there. Gwen still looked at him coldly, not saying a word. On the other side, the strange plant Alut had inadvertently brought had grown to an enormous size. It killed several assassins. Others rushed forward to attack, and were instantly impaled to death by it. Its power completely overwhelmed these small fries. The royal knights heard the commotion and rushed to the scene. The collateral relative hid behind a tree and tattled, saying the monster had come out of Deinhardt's bag. However, that bag was right in front of him. Some believed that Deinhardt was the one controlling the demonic tree, and it was the Lord's monster. Alut stood up and glanced around, his face turning pale with fright, believing that all the rumors about him were just gossip. Quan also fled in the chaos. Yalut stood proudly in front of the giant tree without any fear, because he had to deal with it now. To prevent the situation from worsening. Easier said than done. The tree immediately extended its massive tentacles to attack him. With a loud bang, smoke and dust filled the air and Yalut was entangled by its neck and body. Meanwhile, the royal knights were still confused. Hearing the fat man spreading rumors that they were working together, Yalut's body trembled, unable to breathe. He used all his strength. Then he struck it with his sword. Who would have thought that merely that light as a feather strike would instantly kill the strange flower? Seeing this, everyone lauded Yalut to the heavens. Jean then ran over to help Yalut. Yalut still couldn't believe that he had defeated it in one move. He was covered in bloodstains and looked disheveled. It was because he was weak and coughed up blood, not because he was seriously injured. What had just happened was merely a play staged by that flower for him. Before knocking Yalut to the ground, it used its vines to protect his head. When he unconsciously wielded his sword, it moved its body towards the blade and committed suicide. When the knights came to inspect it, its body had already withered. Perhaps that flower had realized Yalut would be in trouble if they discovered the two were working together. So it attacked Yalut to prove to them that they were sworn enemies. He thought it was truly foolish. He had tried to kill it countless times, yet it still tried to sacrifice itself for Yalut. Jean helped Yalut up. He also realized that the creature was connected to Yalut. Yalut glanced at Jean, his gaze sharp, asking if he was satisfied. When the monster crawled out and attacked, he didn't intervene, only watching from afar. Jean smiled contentedly. Of course, master. And firmly believed in his heart that Dion Hart was the disaster. Who could control a monster? That was impossible. Unless he himself was the disaster. Jean secretly swore. From now on he would never doubt Lord Dion again. That night at the farm, everyone was talking and laughing and the atmosphere was pleasant. Only the chubby Duke was worried about his livelihood, because he had been threatened by Yalut. Yalut had issued a warning to him. If he dared to cause trouble again, he would wipe out his entire family. The Emperor then arrived at the scene amidst everyone's awe. He began to take out the overall scoreboard, and then announced the winners. Greenheart hunted 4 creatures, securing 3rd place. Elpidius Diesel hunted 5 creatures, securing 2nd place. And the 1st place was none other than Dion Hart. Everyone cheered and congratulated the captain, while he looked bewildered, not knowing what had happened. The Emperor above explained. Because it was the first time a plant-type monster had been discovered, so he increased the reward points. This concludes the television broadcast. Before the online party, he still had something to announce. As everyone knows, the Empire is at war with many other nations. But there's something even more important than all that. He arrogantly raised his hand, saying, "We will end all wars in the human realm and launch a war against the demon realm." Upon hearing this news, the people downstairs began to murmur and discuss loudly. Someone directly asked His Majesty if the kingdoms currently at war would accept this situation. Edot immediately said, expressionless, that they must accept it even if unwilling. He believed that their territory was the only one in the human realm capable of waging war against demons. Arid felt confused. He offered no explanation regarding anyone attempting to collude with the demon side. Unlike the Demon King, he was willing to accept a human, an ordinary person like you, and even bestowed upon you the title of Commander Zero. For how could he harbor ill will or hatred towards humans? Although his abilities were incredibly powerful in every detail, sometimes he was a bit comical. In the demon realm, as long as one has talent regardless of class, gender or skin color, they are accepted. Afterward, the two went out together for a private chat. He talked about the prize for 1st place, which would be delivered home. He also thoughtfully considered adding another reward to match it. Arid heard this, making a destitute person like him want to propose that money, but he gave up the idea. What he noticed was the king wearing gloves. When did he realize he was distracted and not listening to his chatter? So Edith shouted his name. He reiterated, "You will participate in this war." Seeing his hesitant attitude, it made him smugly believe he had guessed Arid's true thoughts. For Arid, deciding which side to obey was entirely based on his intuition. He revealed a terrifying face and asked which side he intended to follow. He said he had given him many chances from then until now. Dion once participated in a subjugation mission, a monster subjugation mission where even heroes perished. He actually managed to survive the Great Calamity and brought back the hero's corpse, which was an extraordinary military exploit. But it was also because of that incident that he was involved in the previous chaos. While on the mission, seeing him constantly spitting blood, he once thought it was because of the mark on his collarbone, the Demon King's curse. When asked about destroying that mark, Arid wanted to return to the demon realm to understand it. But it was also for this reason that things became even more complicated. He thought, just like that, he became a double agent, and Edith noticed this. And he didn't expect that this kid could act so well. His safe return from the demon realm made him suspicious, and he began to speculate. The information Dion Hart brought back from the demon realm was too detailed. So detailed that it would be impossible to know, unless one was a close confidant of the Demon King. He didn't know what good this would do the Demon King. But coincidentally, rumors about Commander Zero also started spreading at this time. Ever since Dion Hart began traveling between the two realms, Edith slammed the table, scattering the documents. He finally knew that Dion Hart was not only loyal to the Empire, but also that the Demon King was using him just as he himself was. He listed everything he had done behind their backs. Dion stood solemnly listening to him confirm every word about himself. He had never deceived any word His Majesty uttered during questioning, and that was precisely why he had let him live until now. Even now, Dion was like a middleman belonging to neither side. If questions say no, otherwise remain silent. He was just a little reluctant when carrying out orders, but he never refused any command. An experienced, knowledgeable, talented, and handsome individual. To him, you are now the most effective chess piece. Between him and the Demon King, both sides are aiming for the sole prize. And that is Dion. He whispered sweet nothings to Dion. You are immortal, so stay here. Upon hearing this, he was stunned by those refined words. Because if you walk the night too often, you're bound to run into ghosts. Edith decided to bestow upon him an honorary title of Marquis, to sway Dion to his side. But little did he know, Dion had already seen through these intentions. At the banquet, everyone was laughing and chatting happily. Dion stepped forward and paid his respects to the Imperial Rose. She immediately clasped her hands, her cheeks flushing from being moved by his beauty. She inquired about what happened during the hunting competition. Dion then suggested that they talk somewhere quiet. She immediately agreed. Anywhere is fine as long as we can be alone. So the two of them walked together in the nearby forest. She expressed regret that she hadn't been able to send a ribbon to wish him a safe hunt. So when she heard the news of his assassination, she was greatly alarmed. Dion confirmed he was fine, but felt very sad. He thought it was natural for her to forget, with a hint of indifference on his face, but still incredibly beautiful. He reminded her that it was only natural, because Her Highness didn't like him at all. Her Highness was openly mocking him. Her Highness knew that everything he did was an act. She shyly expressed her desire to form a marriage alliance with him, wishing to become Dion's partner. He took her hand, then indifferently rejected her confession. Rejected by the handsome man. And hearing people speak ill of him behind his back made Dion notice the Marquis. Stigma Primo. At some point he placed a hand on Dion's shoulder from behind and greeted him. As soon as they met, he acted as if they were old acquaintances, and each looking out for their own interests. Then he wanted Dion to arbitrate an issue that had arisen between him and the nearby count. He began to explain the entire situation to Edith. Listen. Those demons continued to encroach upon his territory. They massacred the innocent, and for a long time they've been pillaging and causing chaos. So he reported the situation to the Empire. He wanted to personally eliminate those demons. But the Count refused. The Emperor said that he and the Count should resolve the matter, because it was his territory after all, and had nothing to do with Edith. Specifically, he wanted to prioritize eliminating the demon race before the war began. Dion immediately hypothesized that the orcs might form an alliance with the demon race. The Count insisted that couldn't happen. But in this society nothing is guaranteed. Even after 7 years of love, one can still be cuckolded. Let alone these trivial matters. Dion's argument made Stigma smile, amused by his wisdom. He found the Baron's only flaw was being overly benevolent. Besides money, what can change human consciousness is absolute power and hatred. He analyzed this problem for Her Highness. If the demon race possessed unparalleled power, then humans would choose to side with them, as long as they could save their lives. And there would be those willing to sell their souls to devils, just to take the lives of their enemies. Some people, on the other hand, sell their souls to capital just for a meager wage. Very few. The demons have a poor relationship with them. so they are very likely to side with the demon race. He clapped his hands delightedly, believing that Dion would take his side and report the matter to the emperor. Countless eyes peeked at their conversation. With just a glance from Stigma, the gossiping crowd immediately turned their faces away. Dion was also very surprised by the influence of the Empire's second hero. Dion looked at him and noticed his eyes were brown. Stigma scratched his head, finding it quite ordinary, but regardless, it was the same color as his mother's eyes. It was then that Dion realized he was finished. He was drenched in sweat because he had spoken carelessly without thinking. Stigma was the child born to that maid. However, he went to fetch some wine and happily invited Dion to enjoy himself with him without any resentment. Stigma was pleased when he saw Dion's innocent face, completely different from the cold and ruthless appearance rumored about him. He even felt that the emperor doted on him greatly, and thought he bore a resemblance to the emperor. Those are the people from the bottom of society, climbing up, those who are never satisfied, and always obsessed with proving themselves. The worst part is, it is those who personally harm their own family. These words were like a ray of light, shining brilliantly directly onto Dion. He recalled his past. It transformed from a vibrant color into complete darkness as he grew older and was estranged from his family. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, Stigma snapped his fingers and had more good wine brought to pour. Get him drunk, because once the wine is down, words will come out. Meanwhile, Stavi met with the king and asked if he had ever had hallucinations. No, he had always denied it. But before asking that question, Stavi had observed him carefully. His left hand could never fully heal, even with the remaining power of a hero, and his habit of often gazing into the void. Logically, a figure who holds the importance of an emperor of a nation should always look forward. Yet he was solely obsessed with the past and everything that had already happened. Their king was always guilty over those minor mistakes, and felt guilty, and was easily overwhelmed by that sense of guilt. A king who cannot bear the weight of his own crown, how can he be worthy of his people's approval? Stavi, in a very provocative manner, spoke to the king. He wore a mysterious expression, saying that the position of Eduto was too heavy a responsibility. So isn't it time for you to pass this on to someone else? Eduto thought he was speaking empty words, and said that if Stavi wanted it, he should just chop off his head and take it. He covered his mouth and smiled slightly upon seeing his terrible appearance, then insisted that if he was worthy he would pass it down honorably. He showed a mysterious look, then said, currently this subject still has his eyes closed, turning a blind eye to some issues, and there was a reason for his arrogance, because he was the leader of the aristocratic class, and also had imperial heroes as his subordinates. He was also a person with great influence over the community, through the church, atonement, not only that, but also with the ambitions of the revolutionary army, and overthrowing him would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Eduto then seriously asked him why he wanted this position. He excitedly replied, does one need a reason to want power? In reality, he just wanted him to abdicate. Seeing that the king understood his meaning, Stavi added, he wanted power to protect something, and kingship is the pinnacle of power. But I am no ordinary person, but a person with vast power. If you like it, come and try it here. The two gazed at each other, the atmosphere filled with terrifying pressure. Afterwards, Stavi respectfully took his leave automatically. He left, hurrying away into the night. In the silence, he was calculating in his mind, and was sure that the king must also be deep in thought. He walked to his horse, wanting to convey this message to Celine, even though it wasn't yet known if the news was accurate. Any rumor would do as long as the content was that they had a habit of betrayal and cannibalism. False information would also do as long as it caused a lack of trust between humans and demons towards each other. The assassin above heard his words and immediately departed with ethereal steps. He would give the king time to join the war, then he would ascend the throne. Because he didn't want to miss out, he wouldn't easily surrender his empire to others. At this moment, with alcohol rushing to his head, Dion immediately activated PK mode. He was ready to fight, even if before him was the empire's second hero. As long as they were called an enemy, he would charge forward and wildly hack at Stigma. This also made Stigma surprised by Dion. Before, he had only wanted to get Dion drunk to make him speak his true feelings. Who would have thought that when asked, "Are you an enemy?" Stigma replied, "Perhaps." And because of this, the battle erupted. Dion wielded his sword with both hands, incessantly hacking at Stigma. He blocked all of the frenzied slashes with just one hand. He thought Dion would be very difficult to deal with when sober. as he was still so incredibly strong even when drunk. Seeing that Dion seemed to have calmed down, Stigma immediately accelerated his approach to gain the upper hand. Gwen suddenly appeared, blocking the attack just in time. The moment he saw him, Dion grabbed his neck with his hand, then slashed his neck with a short sword. He kept mumbling that he was an enemy and must be eliminated. Eduto was also there and stopped Dion with his hand. Suddenly, Dion himself twisted his wrist joint, making Eduto feel fear and shock just by watching. Gwen stared blankly as his younger brother was gradually losing his humanity. Now he had activated rampage mode, and all enemies would be eliminated. Seeing that Dion had lost control, Eduto also decided to use force. He grabbed Dion's hand and pressed his head onto the cold ground. Looking at Dion's self-inflicted wrist injury, Eduto only thought he was truly foolish. He told him this wasn't a battlefield, then helped him reset his fractured wrist. Intense pain surged, helping Dion regain his senses. Seeing his younger brother like this, Koro was speechless, then rode away. He felt angry not because of the injuries Dion had inflicted, but because Stigma dared to raise his sword against his younger brother, the one he loved too much to hate. He ordered Senju to stay and convey his words to Dion when he woke up. "Don't wander the streets tonight. Go straight home." Dion collapsed on the bed. When he woke up, his body ached and he remembered nothing of what had happened while he was drunk. Dion sat up and apologized for everything he had done. A drunk Stigma didn't care, finding it rather amusing instead. Stigma. The king had already told him about Dion's condition. When a person falls into hallucinations, hears imaginary voices, becomes extremely depressed or warlike, and everyone becomes that person's enemy. 1 million. These are common symptoms for those who have been injured or killed in war. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Rumor has it that when Dion was 14, he had to go to war. But for Stigma, his junior was just a mortal. But if the rumors were true, then he was indeed more special than he had imagined. He felt that Dion was truly an excellent junior. Dion kept spitting blood even though he only had a fractured wrist joint and only a few bruises. Eduto also didn't hide it from everyone, saying it was the Demon King's curse. Because of this curse, Dion's body would become weak. Upon hearing this, Stigma cherished Dion even more, because he knew Dion must have gone through a great deal, to avoid others discovering his weakness. When Groot returned to the mansion, he met Stabai, who was playing chess alone in the dark night. He greeted Stabai, but Stabai lowered his voice and told Groot to kneel. Immediately after, a knife plunged directly into Gwen's thigh. Gwen immediately realized that the three people behind Stabai were not ordinary guards, but assassins. He pursed his lips and lowered his head to listen to Stabai. "Did you think I wouldn't notice your actions in protecting Dion? Listen here." Gwen's subordinate conveyed Gwen's instructions to Dion. After listening, Dion found it utterly ridiculous and felt there was no need to listen to that guy at all. Gwen had already anticipated this, because this mischievous rascal never listened to him. So if his subordinate said that, then he would definitely be out tonight. He would probably have to go out again with his scarred body, looking for trouble. This, however, worked to Gwen's advantage. As expected, Fate's calculations couldn't compare to Gwen's. Dean actually rode past his subordinate. A resentful expression appeared on his face, saying he wanted to go out alone for some fresh air, and forbade anyone else from following. He walked up to Dean, wanting to hand him the cloak to make up for his mistake of testing him. Seeing that admiring face reminded Dean of someone in the next village. Sky lanterns twinkled in the night sky. Dean walked slowly, holding the cloak in his hand. There were too many people partying here, so he had to walk, instead of driving a Ferrari powered by food. The children here were playing innocently, while Dean walked along guessing. Then he recognized Grand. He was trying to lure him, and this must be Grand's scheme. When they were young, he and Grand had engaged in thousands of intellectual duels through chess, and his moves were always very devious. Although he tried hard, it was still not enough to defeat him. Dean made various excuses for himself, searching for the way home. Overthinking made him not notice the road, so he bumped into a man. Then he coughed up blood. The scene switches here. Stabby recounted Grand's suspicious behavior, choosing to hire an assassin instead of using the existing manpower of the Revolutionary Army to assassinate Dean. And then he also changed the conditions for the assassination, making it so that if even a small injury was inflicted on the target, half the bounty would be paid immediately. Stabby also heard rumors circulating in the underworld that Groot personally saved Dean's life. During this hunting competition, Groot just bowed his head and confessed. Then said he wanted to deal with his younger brother himself, instead of through others. Hearing this, Stabby felt quite satisfied. Why didn't you say that before? He snapped his fingers and the two assassins behind him immediately vanished. Then he wanted to make a bet with Gwen, and give Grand a chance to assassinate Dean as he wished. Of course, he wouldn't just sit idly by and let him act alone. Instead, whoever could kill Dean first would win the bet. The prize was that the loser must unconditionally obey one command from the winner. Gwen picked up the chess piece Stabby had stepped on the carpet, and asked him why he hated Dean so much to the point of wanting to kill him. His younger brother suffered from congenital albinism, and was a premature baby. For some reason he was born prematurely. Although he was so small and weak, he still couldn't forget how happy his parents were when they saw him healthy at that time. At that time his heart was warmed by the warmth radiating from those tiny hands. But Dean was so weak that he would cough up blood with the slightest stress. His physique was very weak, extremely sensitive to stress and sunlight, requiring special care every day. Gwen and his parents always cared for Dean meticulously. His father hoped the family wouldn't treat Dean differently, fearing it would make him feel inferior and ashamed. But perhaps because of this their family became cold and chose the wrong path. From then on, caring for a sick child unintentionally caused Dean a huge misunderstanding, making him lose confidence in life, and also lose trust in his own family. Sometimes Gwen had to scold Dean severely when he saw his brother practicing swordsmanship, because he was afraid Dean would get hurt. But Dean continued to be hurt, gradually building a high wall around himself, around his poor and tiny heart. The day Dion was sent to the battlefield, after suffering for 8 years in that bloodstained place, his heart was already scarred. Dion personally killed his own parents right in front of him. Jern's world also almost collapsed at that time. Seeing his younger sibling like this, his heart ached and tears blurred his vision. Jern embraced his younger sibling amidst that tragedy, but he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Facing Dion's pained expression, because he failed to protect his younger sibling, the family forced his younger sibling to change. Given that, how could he possibly hate his own brother, the one who was more precious to him than his own life? Eventually the truth came to light. After he conducted a series of investigations, the root of all this suffering came from one name, Stabius. He didn't understand why this Stabius would know Dion, a person who had never stepped out of his home. Even after the war ended, his hatred for Dion never ceased. That's why Jern decided to become his subordinate, precisely to protect his younger sibling, his Dion heart, from the clutches of Stabius Urasta. Back to reality. Stabius also revealed why he wanted to kill Dion. It was because of his contract with the Demon King. Even just a fraction of the power he gained through the contract made him consider himself extraordinary. Before this, he had summoned the Demon King and wanted to make a contract with the Demon King, but the Demon King had no interest in it. Afterward, he immediately came up with a very twisted idea. That was to give the bored Demon King a new toy. He told the Demon King about a young noble who had white hair and crimson eyes like those of the Uchiha clan, even though he was human. At a banquet, he had repeatedly noticed and observed Dion Hart. He, devoid of conscience, proposed a gamble, betting on how long the weak Dion Hart could survive on the battlefield. The Demon King laughed triumphantly, seeing that this guy was not only morally corrupt, like a beast, but also very cruel. The Demon King then gleefully bet that Dion Hart would survive. Hearing this, Stabius felt confused, not betting on how long he could survive, but that he would survive. He didn't understand why he would choose the side of the weak. But for the Demon King, choosing the weak was always interesting, like betting on the Red Devils in every match. Just as the war ended, this gamble also approached its conclusion. If that child dies, you win. If he is still alive, then victory is mine. And so the gamble began. The reason this unscrupulous scoundrel sent Dion Hart to the battlefield was to make him perish. The reason a noble descendant was sent to the front lines, an appointed commander, was to send Dion Hart to his death. The reason he cruelly severed all ties with Dion Hart's family and continuously forged documents was because it was the only way to help him win the gamble with the Demon King. Who would have thought that Dion Hart's Vanguard Legion would be victorious in every battle, sweeping all before them, stubbornly surviving and becoming a legend? He became the great hero of the past 8 years of war. Dion Hart still survived and achieved countless feats. But when he met the Demon King again, he made another proposal to Stabius. That was to bring Dion Hart to him. In exchange, he would bestow some demonic power upon this scoundrel. Seeing the Demon King's interest, Stabius immediately thought of an idea to bring Dion Hart to the palace of the Demon King. So he proposed Dion Hart to his own king, to participate in the conquest together. The Demon King, using not wanting to waste talent as an excuse, told the king to forge Dion Hart into his personal sword, despite some hesitation, because at the time he also didn't know who Dion Hart was. In the end, everything fell into place naturally. Dion Hart embarked on a journey to leave the Empire. He also happily enjoyed this moment, because the script was too perfect. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Dion still arrogantly returned with the hero's corpse. Back to reality, he asked Jelen to report and confirm Dion's whereabouts. But little did he know Jelen had already secretly followed his younger brother and eliminated those assassins. He knew what his younger brother was up to. Then he left a message saying perhaps it was just out of necessity, hoping his older brother could win the bet he just made with him. Throughout the human realm, Stabi's intelligence network was everywhere. But if Dion went to that place, his power would surely be doomed. When the Legion commander, Kong, suddenly appeared in the demon realm, and the hero beloved by the Imperial Emperor, weren't they one and the same person? He never expected Dion to be a double agent, a person with extraordinary status in the demon realm, and also a highly influential figure in the Empire. Both these powerful figures chose Dion. What he feared was precisely that Dion had sided with the Demon King. No matter what, he wanted to kill Dion before it was too late. For the Empire's sake, Dion was currently lying unconscious in a hospital bed, under the surveillance of Daniel, the captain of the Revolutionary Army. He didn't understand why he had to make such a pointless move. Quick, call a doctor to save Dion. This man considered the Revolutionary Army's second most dangerous enemy. Veins bulged on his hand as he tried to strangle Dion. Daniel was filled with hatred. His face was furious. His teeth clenched tightly. Sounds continuously erupted from his mouth. Die, die. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. With all his strength he said word by word, Dion. Blood trickled from Dion's mouth, suddenly reminding Daniel of his mother. He was lost in painful memories of his mother. This made Daniel recoil in panic. Thoughts slowly surfaced. Daniel retreated in panic. He collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. You're lucky, Dion. However, Daniel was still very unwilling. Daniel clenched his fists. Why today of all days? Recalling earlier, more precisely a few hours ago, at the Revolutionary Army Commanders meeting, a man spoke up saying, "Do you intend to fulfill our mission?" A girl stood up and said in a very angry tone, "It's not the right time yet. The war between humans and demons is about to break out. Then when will we launch the uprising?" Daniel pressed his hand to his forehead, closing his eyes. He had a headache. That voice was still chattering in his ear. You always procrastinate like this. Don't you have any selfish motives? I found it strange last time too. Daniel was fuming with anger. He roared in annoyance. While humanity is on the brink of war with the demon realm, you dare to suggest an immediate uprising. The girl wanted to explain that wasn't what she meant. But Daniel continued to emphasize, the reason for our existence and actions is rooted in the people. At this moment another voice spoke, saying, do you think that without their support, the Revolutionary Army could still exist? This voice caught Daniel's attention. He glanced and saw that the speaker was Pao. He continued in a very stern tone, we must persuade the people to believe in our just ideals. To do that we must eradicate the nobles. Our ideals must first be recognized. In my opinion, that is the true revolution. Daniel silently listened to Pao's words. He cracked a slight smile, then picked up a chess piece and placed it on the board. One must stand before the city gates to see the king. Daniel asked, by your logic, do we have the ability to carry out this plan? His question made everyone in the meeting freeze. Daniel continued, didn't someone recently act on their own initiative without consulting their superiors, resulting in losses for the Revolutionary Army? Qi Xing. Our people who knew the plan had issues but didn't stop it. Like you, they were all eager for the uprising. Everyone around felt uncomfortable hearing this. Not daring to look up, Daniel suddenly said loudly, so, if you still think an uprising is necessary now, then don't sit in this command position anymore. Daniel stood up again, slamming his hand on the table. His expression was resolute. The meeting is over. Everyone left the meeting room. Only Daniel and Bao remained. Bao quickly asked him, are you all right? You're leaving soon, remember. Before he could finish, Daniel had already reached out and flicked his forehead hard. Bao covered his head, rubbing his forehead. Daniel chuckled softly. Daniel reached out, patted Bao's head and said, "You've grown up." Bao already knew how to side with others. Bao was stunned after hearing that, looking a bit surprised. With a loving expression, Daniel continued, "You did very well just now." "Thank you." Bao looked a little shy. He replied to Daniel, "Have a safe journey." Daniel was confused. "Huh, I'm not going anywhere." Bao blushed and stammered a lot. "I know you always go home to see your mother when you're nervous." So Bao told Daniel to go home and see his mother. Daniel was a little surprised, then felt a touch of warmth. He broke into a bright smile. "Haha, you really have grown up." After that, the two brothers started to playfully tussle. Daniel put an arm around Bao's neck, while the other hand ruffled his head. "Are you sure you don't want me to walk you back to the dorm?" Bao looked a bit shy, trying hard to push him away. "Don't mess up my hair." Daniel had once promised his mother that he would let her see the world she had always longed for. Therefore, he would not give up. Daniel's resolve grew stronger. However, life always delivers painful blows. Returning home, he opened the door. Daniel saw his mother lying on the ground. His mother had long been battling a severe illness. He ran over and embraced his mother. "Why is this happening?" Daniel's whole body trembled and he froze as if dead. He roared at the soldiers behind him. "When did my mother get sick? Why didn't you tell me?" His teammates had hidden everything, even though they all knew. Daniel's mother tried hard to open her eyes wide. Her gaunt and haggard face looked towards her son. She struggled to say, "Daniel, my son. I'm fine, don't kill them." Unbeknownst to him, 2 streams of tears were already flowing down Daniel's face. The tears just kept pouring out. The man was crying like a child at that moment. There is no pain greater than losing a loved one. Daniel's mother tried to raise her hand to caress her son's head. "I begged them not to tell you." Daniel also understood that his mother didn't want to make her son sad, because the leader of the Revolutionary Army would not allow retreat no matter what happened. Mother just wanted what was best for you. But Daniel also couldn't accept this fact. She hadn't seen that world yet. Daniel. He walked aimlessly down the road, bumping into a man by accident. The man seemed to have a bad temper. He cursed at Daniel, "Can't you watch where you're going?" Daniel was still immersed in the grief of losing his mother. He no longer cared about the world around him. The current Daniel was still staring at his bloodstained hands. He then yearned for that time again. While walking, Daniel was bumped into by someone. The person quickly apologized. Daniel slowly turned around, looking at the white-haired youth. The person was coughing up blood. This reminded Daniel of his mother. But Daniel tried hard to calm himself down. Daniel told himself in his mind, "This isn't my mother." But he still tried to save the boy, because his obsession with his mother's death made him unwilling for anyone else to die. Daniel tightly embraced the young boy. His eyes were bloodshot and tears continued to stream down. Daniel ran, muttering incessantly, "It'll be alright. Wait, he'll save my mother no matter what." Perhaps he thought this was his mother. Now he was blinded by pain and lost his reason. At this moment he was no longer himself. Those thoughts occupied every corner of his mind. He returned to reality. Daniel slowly stood up, bracing himself with his hands on the ground. He thought to himself, "Back then he reminded me of my mother. That's why I reacted so agitatedly. Even now I still can't lay a hand on him. Why have I become so weak?" Daniel muttered to himself. Daniel stared intently at Dion. He thought this person was truly too lucky. Daniel's gaze was cold. He thought he should have killed this man the moment he recognized him. But today he was helpless against him. Daniel noticed the mark on Dion's chest. It was the mark of a curse. He had heard of such things. Daniel thought to himself, this man not only coughed blood, he was also cursed. Even if he didn't kill him, he wouldn't live much longer. Perhaps Daniel was trying to convince himself not to take Dion's life. This contradicted his previous words to the commanders, but he could devise a more perfect way to achieve it. Daniel walked to the door and grabbed the bolt. He thought of his mother again. If Dion was cursed by the Demon King, then his mother might have already been cursed by this world, because this world was always so cruel to his poor mother. Daniel left, leaving Dion alone in the room. As soon as Daniel left, Dion woke up. Dion coughed a few dry coughs, blood still staining the corner of his mouth. He raised a hand to touch his neck. Damn it. He finally left. Was he trying to torture me to death? I almost met my maker. Dion cursed silently to himself. Dion looked around. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Dion got out of bed. He was still muttering to himself. Where is this? Why does it look like a medical clinic? Dion was somewhat suspicious about what these people were hiding. He guessed this was definitely not an ordinary medical clinic. Just as he was about to escape, the door suddenly opened. A man walked in and their eyes met. The space suddenly became quiet for a few seconds. Dion was startled, thinking that Daniel Guy had returned. He guessed this man was a doctor. Dion panicked. He suddenly foolishly confessed without even being interrogated. I wasn't trying to escape, honestly, this is ridiculous. Oh dear, why is our protagonist so ignorant? Dion suddenly thought of something. He guessed this man was here for money, so Dion hastily said he had no money. But the man told Dion not to worry about that. He wasn't there to collect a debt. He gave him a cloak and an eye mask. Then he told him to take these things if he wanted to leave. Then he turned and left, leaving Dion with a reminder. If you remember the way here, that would be troublesome. So even if it's a little uncomfortable, you must wear the eye mask. Come out when you're ready. I'll escort you out of here. Dion guessed there was definitely something fishy about this place. That's why there were such mysterious actions. Scene change. Ernst propped his chin, looked at Daniel and asked, "Why have you suddenly come here so early in the morning?" Ernst could sense Daniel's unusual behavior. Daniel clasped his hands behind his back. He straightened his posture and replied boldly, "I need to discuss the final uprising. So when can we act?" Daniel asked Ernst coldly. Despite Daniel's arrogant attitude, Duke Ernst remained calm. He said with a very confident demeanor, "For the upcoming battle against the demons, the kingdom's army is paramount. If a civil war breaks out now, then our country will be in danger." In contrast to Ernst's confidence and composure, Daniel seemed somewhat agitated. He tried to retort, "But the commanders are imploring me every day. I hope you don't expect us to stand idly by." Duke Ernst, seeing Daniel's unusually defiant attitude, "I'm sure Daniel already knows about his mother's illness. Indeed, to be in this position, the ability to observe Ernst's situation is not to be underestimated." Duke Ernst slowly stood up. Every gesture and movement of his was very elegant. Duke Ernst advised Daniel to stop everything and temporarily enjoy life. Ernst felt somewhat disappointed, because he had always valued Daniel. But Daniel was easily swayed by trivial matters. Duke Ernst walked towards Daniel, patted his shoulder and spoke to him. "Why don't you take a break? I think during this time you should calm down and rethink things. You've realized you're too impatient, haven't you? What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" These words from Duke Ernst made Daniel think for a long time. In the end, he only replied with 3 words, "I understand." Duke Ernst had his own reasons for saying these things. He wanted to ensure Daniel had no other ideas when war broke out. This was not a good thing either. After talking with the Duke, Daniel walked on the road, constantly thinking about what the Duke had just said. He believed that he had his current status precisely because the Duke had accepted his position. This allowed him to reach his current position. Daniel then recalled Ernst's words, "You want us to stay put until the king takes 6 territories." Aiden had already led his army in rebellion. Recalling it before Aiden left, someone saw him talking with Celine. Daniel suddenly thought of something important. Could it be that the Duke and Celine had already arranged for the revolutionary army and the king's army to clash? Daniel grew even more nervous. He hoped the empire wouldn't collapse. Daniel clenched his jaw, his face extremely fierce. Of course, someone as high and mighty as the Duke would not easily give up his position. From the start, I thought he was the most suspicious. The reason he approached the revolutionary army was just to ensure we fell into his trap. Daniel looked out the window. He felt so foolish. He should have been more careful when collaborating with powerful people. He should have been more careful. Daniel was deep in thought when he suddenly heard a call from behind. "Brother!" From behind. It was Paul's voice, which startled him. Daniel turned around and saw Paul aggressively walking towards him. His hands were clenched tightly and his face was tense. "Paul, you haven't left yet?" Daniel asked this when he saw Paul approaching. But Paul walked up to him with an angry expression, staring intensely at him. This made Daniel a little scared too. He stammered, "Well, what's wrong?" Paul questioned Daniel, "Did you bring Dion H here?" Hearing this question, Daniel's gaze shifted from confusion to panic. Daniel grabbed Paul's shoulders and retorted, "How do you know? Did you see him leave?" "But he should have been wearing a cloak, right?" Paul went from questioner to questioned. He told Daniel to slow down. But Daniel still pressed on relentlessly. "Who else saw Dion H?" Paul quickly tried to calm Daniel's out-of-control emotions. "Brother, calm down, I was the only one who saw him." Paul grabbed by his collar by Daniel. Frowned and said loudly. He was indeed wearing a cloak and an eye patch. But I recognized his hair. With such a unique hairstyle, who wouldn't recognize it? Hearing this, Daniel gradually calmed down. He secretly cursed the damned old man from the clinic. He should have hidden that person more securely. Seeing Daniel calm down, Paul began to retaliate. I don't understand why you didn't kill him. At the very least, you should have captured him as a hostage and extracted information from him. Because he's the king's dog. This will surely affect the king. And because of that guy, the Church of Redemption was destroyed. What's more, xin. Recalling the past, Paul cried like a child. Back then, when he saw Daniel, Paul ran over and hugged Daniel. Then cried in his arms. Daniel asked in surprise, Kid, did you come alone? Didn't you say you'd bring your sister? Paul cried, Brother, sister xin said she doesn't want to go anywhere. As he recounted his sister holding his hand and saying these words, Paul was already crying even harder. Daniel quickly comforted him. I understand. Maybe your sister needs some time to think. Why don't you go visit her? He'll go with you. It's okay if your sister isn't there. As long as you're strong enough to protect her, that's what matters. Right? Daniel patted the crybaby's head. The little boy also stopped crying and nodded obediently. End of memory. Daniel suddenly brought that up again. He teased Paul. It's been a long time since I saw you cry in front of me. You're all grown up, but you still cry like a 3-year-old. Paul flushed with anger and embarrassment. He told Daniel not to loudly publicize his embarrassing moments whenever they met. I'm grown up. But I really want to know the truth. Why did you do it? I don't understand. Daniel probably knew his actions were wrong, so he didn't want to answer. He gave a reason. That would make even a 3-year-old uncomfortable. It was just for personal reasons. Daniel admitted to Paul that he had made a wrong decision. However, nobody is perfect. And Daniel also believed that in the future, Paul would discover his other weaknesses. Hearing this, Paul was a bit confused. Still not fully understanding Daniel's words, Daniel looked at Paul and continued. Forget about these absurd things. Just learn what's beneficial to you. Daniel planned to teach him many things in a short amount of time. I hope you can learn quickly. The position of heir isn't easy, kid. Paul immediately panicked upon hearing this. I'm your heir? No way. Is that why you've been taking me everywhere? Daniel seemed quite pleased to see others in distress. Are you just realizing this now? Why do you think I would let you attend those important meetings? After speaking, he turned and left. Paul followed closely, pleading continuously. You have so many people under you. Why me of all people? I'm just a street kid, without even basic education. But Daniel had already turned and left, just waving goodbye and saying, Don't worry, I'll teach you everything. Paul's face turned pale as he tried to refuse. But I'm still young. Daniel cut him off. I thought you said you were grown up. Paul felt that today was truly unlucky. He was refuted by his own words. Daniel comforted him. Paul is still young, and being young is great. You can see the world from different perspectives. And you're not afraid of change. Daniel comforted Paul. Although you were born in the kingdom, you grew up in the slums, left to fend for yourself, without the empire's help. Did you know in the Revolutionary Army, many people come from different countries? Your complete lack of connection to the empire only proves our fairness. At this moment they were sitting in an office. Paul had already begun to accept reality. He sat down and talked with Daniel. Is that why you chose me? That's one of the reasons. But most importantly, you understand love. Paul was stunned upon hearing this and asked back, blushing, Love? I've never been in love. Looking at his naive expression, it was clear he had been single since birth. Daniel smiled and teased Paul. Who said love between a man and a woman is the only kind of love? Even if you might not be able to name it. But when you give your all for someone, what does that feel like? Hearing this, he unconsciously mumbled the name Xia. His hands were tightly clenched. Paul retorted. But this is precisely his weakness. He gets provoked whenever his mother is mentioned. Daniel didn't deny this. Whenever his mother is mentioned, he reveals his ugly side in front of Paul. Nevertheless, Daniel continued, But, Paul, the ideal of revolution is to achieve fairness. And to create such a world, we need someone who understands love. Someone who is wholehearted and can understand others. Daniel extended his hand to Paul. Just like you. Paul stood up, facing the table with his head down, and slowly replied, Even if you say so, I still don't know if your decision is correct. What's more, you're already thinking about a successor at such a young age. It's truly laughable. But I will study hard. Seeing Paul's usual diligent spirit, Daniel was also very pleased. He smiled and said thank you. For the success of the revolution, they must overcome many huge obstacles, such as the Duke and the King. But Daniel believed they would definitely succeed. Paul didn't understand why Daniel was so happy. Immediately after, Daniel suddenly stood up. Before Paul could figure out what was happening, he saw Daniel carrying a towering pile of books. And he also told Paul to read all of them. Paul was so scared he wanted to run away. I regretted him out. Hearing this, Daniel began to talk about philosophy, lives, philosophies, and human rights, and self-esteem. The scene shifts elsewhere. The king, while hunting, discussed the Duke's weakness. Is the Duke's weakness his self-esteem? The king replied, he always belittles others, thinking he knows the most. He doesn't realize that others might also belittle him. Indeed, the king felt he had been used as a fool many times, but the Duke was not the only one who could use others. When the king announced the end of the war with the empire, he would fight against the demon realm. Some nations cheered as if saved. Others were indignant. They disagreed with the empire's actions. But there were also nations trying to restore normalcy. But no one would have thought that he would side with the demon realm, because that was exactly what the Duke wanted. He deliberately made those unaware of the truth form negative opinions about the demon realm. After all, that was his specialty. This would only be more beneficial to them. The king believed he was putting on a show for the Duke. He pretended to believe that humans and demons were inherently opposed. So the Duke began to perform wholeheartedly. But how could such petty tricks deceive him? He coldly said him just letting the Duke play his part well. The king was merely pretending to know nothing. He could solve problems without lifting a finger, and save so much manpower. After speaking, the king began to draw his bow, and shot a second arrow at his next prey. Just like that, it was quickly eliminated. After killing all creatures considered monsters in this area, the king revealed a victorious smile. The king's close attendant thought this was a risky move, because such an important outcome was being handed to the enemy. But the king believed that was exactly why he trusted the Duke. The Duke would never let this empire fall, because he wanted to possess it for himself. The king no longer wanted to hunt. He turned his horse around, ready to return. The Duke used to treat him like a child. Yet he still fell into such a simple trap. One thing was certain: his self-esteem would one day become the cause of his downfall. What kind of expression would he have then? The king was greatly looking forward to that moment. Elsewhere in the castle, suddenly, what kind of expression would he have then? The king was greatly looking forward to it. Elsewhere in the castle, suddenly, the crown prince held a bouquet of blue roses and handed it to Dion. Oh, this situation is really baffling. Long time no see, Dion. I specifically came here to give you this bouquet of flowers. The one delivering the flowers was none other than Crown Prince Elphaphis D himself. Dion was very surprised. Why are you suddenly giving me flowers? The crown prince showed a friendly smile, but it looked very forced, because he was forced to do it. The crown prince, Elphaphis, was tasked with bringing Dion over to the king's side. This method was Arletty's idea. The crown prince was very skeptical about its effectiveness, but Arletty speculated that Dion liked men. During his conversation with Arletty, when he heard Arletty say that, the crown prince was very doubtful. He even choked on his water. But Arletty was very certain about it. She gave a very convincing reason. Just think, he's always surrounded by men. There's not a single woman in sight. The crown prince was about to say something, but Arletty cut him off. She said it was always the same whenever the royal family held a banquet. Countless young ladies had eyes for Dion, but Dion disdained them, only caring about drinking and more drinking. Furthermore, all his subordinates were male and their relationship was very close. The crown prince thought his sister made a lot of sense. He even started to believe it a little. Back to the present. Dion looked at the bouquet in front of him. His face was darker than the bottom of a pot. The crown prince struggled to find a reason. Since he had already followed his sister's lead, he could only continue. Anyway, no matter what, wasn't the goal to win Dion over to his side before the war broke out? He forced a smile, trying to salvage the situation. Why don't you petition His Majesty to grant you a higher noble title after winning the hunting competition? He thought to himself. Since in doing this I might as well make it convincing, so he continued. Now that scoundrel Croyanheart has already become a baron. Seeing Dion's face black as ink, he realized he had said something foolish. The crown prince tried to salvage the situation again. It was that forced smile again. The crown prince's face was about to freeze from smiling. It was his own fault for being stupid. He had to endure it. Now he had to try hard to salvage the situation again. But more importantly, your noble title has already been raised by one rank, making you a marquis. This bouquet of flowers is my congratulation to you. Dion said thank you. But his expression was still as gloomy as ever. However, even though he appeared cool on the surface, in reality Dion was just a naive youth. After hearing the crown prince's words, he also took them seriously. Suddenly Dion smiled. The crown prince froze when he saw Dion smile. His mind had already conjured up 749 stories. The crown prince truly began to suspect. No matter what Princess Arletty did, Dion's expression was always very cold. But upon receiving flowers from a handsome and rich man like himself, he actually smiled. This is truly too suspicious. The crown prince decided to make his move. Finally he asked Dion already possesses enough power and status. So what are Dion's political views? Have they changed? Hearing this, Dion speculated. Could it be that the emperor has already ordered the crown prince to test me? But perhaps Dion was overthinking, because immediately after, the crown prince tried to directly ask that question. Well, if same-sex marriage were to be accepted. Seeing the crown prince's face so tense, he had thought he was going to ask something serious. Unexpectedly, this question made Dion freeze for 5 seconds. Everyone around them was also dumbfounded. They all looked at the crown prince with strange gazes. The air began to become unusually quiet. The crown prince was so ashamed he dared not look up. He silently prayed to himself. Please someone, say something to break this awkward silence. Immediately after, Dion quickly stood up, wanting to dismiss him, saying, I have urgent business. The crown prince quickly grabbed his hand. Whatever you're thinking, it's just a misunderstanding. But at this moment Dion looked at him with a strange gaze. I know we're different, but... The crown prince knew that Dion had truly misunderstood. He denied it, his face flushed. But Dion still believed he had a special sexual orientation. Dion said he only liked women. The crown prince explained helplessly. He tried hard to say it, his face red. I like women too. I like women. I like women, I like women. The crown prince's voice echoed far away. Even the pigeons were scared away. A while later the crown prince returned as well. The servants bowed respectfully to greet him. The servants looked at the crown prince curiously, because just now they personally heard him say he liked women. This way there's no need to worry about the heir. The crown prince left filled with anger and shame. He wished he could just disappear into a crack in the ground. He felt like a fool to actually believe Dion liked men. How many pants must he wear to cleanse this shame? The crown prince cursed silently to himself. Just you wait, Alessi. As for Dion, he wasn't doing much better than the crown prince, because John kept laughing behind him. Dion cursed silently in his heart, laugh all you want, you bastards. Ha 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 ha. Whatever decision you make, I will support it. John no longer laughed from behind. He laughed directly to his face. Dion was so angry he was fuming. Shut up. Didn't he say he wasn't? Dion snapped furiously. Why are you still here? I thought you were only responsible for escorting me to the hunting grounds. But John wasn't afraid. He still stood tall and proud, with his hands behind his back, replying respectfully. You are my top priority, master. Actually, John just wanted to follow Dion. So John volunteered himself. Aren't you about to go out on a mission for the king? How about I escort you? But Dion was already angry. No one more comfortable going alone. Get lost. John still followed closely, muttering incessantly. But anyway, if you're going to the hunting grounds by yourself, you won't be back until dawn. But Dion was already very tense, his face drawn tighter than a violin string. His voice was icy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I'm going to get some fresh air alone. Do you dare follow me? Dion, on horseback, turned to his subordinate and said. But John wouldn't give up. But what if you get injured when you return? Hearing this, Dion unconsciously reached up and touched his neck, recalling what happened last night. Last night the situation was very dangerous. They seemed to be treating Dion, but actually wanted to kill him. When leaving, they also made Dion wear a hood and blindfold. Last night Dion was led blindfolded before someone, and he was surprised to find himself taken to a cell. When he removed the blindfold, Dion saw no one. Did he leave? What happened? Where is this? Who were they and who was that? He didn't even know who the target was. In any case, he was also very lucky thinking this. Dion turned to John and said, don't even think about following me. Otherwise one of us will die. These were Dion's words, a warning to John, and also to anyone else with similar ideas. Dion thought anyone who witnessed him crossing worlds must die. The word die certainly sounded terrifying. John took a step back, then bowed his head in obedience. But he was deeply shocked internally. He felt that Dion was simply a disaster in his life. Because he had never thought he would be threatened by anyone before. Dion noticed John's amusement. And thought this guy was truly strange. Dion walked towards the dining hall. Seeing this, the butler quickly greeted him. "Welcome, my lord." The knights were eating. They happily invited Dion. "Commander, have you come to eat? Would you like to try this sausage?" Another guy said his friend was an idiot. "Why should I eat your leftovers?" Dion looked at them. He thought to himself, "The nobles' knights are truly all detestable bastards." Then Dion turned to the butler and said, "We should leave now." The butler asked, puzzled, "Has it already been 10 minutes? Just then a fellow shouted, 'You fools!' He should be addressed as Marquis now." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already collapsed onto the table. Another person panicked, "I didn't do anything, I didn't touch you, coon. Are you drugged?" After saying that, he also collapsed. The one who drugged them was the butler. He exclaimed, "These people are truly resilient. They only collapsed 10 minutes after being drugged." Dion also echoed. But he thought to himself, "These mad dogs are no ordinary people." But Dion forgot that he was their commander. In other words, he was the commander of mad dogs. Dion turned around and thanked the butler. "Thank you, it was too noisy last time. This time I can leave in peace." The butler smiled and said, "That's because they adore you too much." After a moment of thought, Dion could only deny how could that be. The butler came to Diang's side and wished him a safe journey. The entrance was the smallest sewer opening at the border. They were set up exclusively for Dion. The two underground kings swore to hide the location of the border for Diang's own safety until he decided which side to stand on. That's why the knights didn't ask to follow him through the mountains. Could the demon king ignore the king's intentions? The intention to start a war? The answer was of course no. Dion was on his way. But his mind was filled with thoughts. He felt it was time to make a decision. It felt as if his life had an expiry date. Suddenly a fight appeared before Dion. Someone was stabbing another person with a sword. But that person was an acquaintance of Diang's. Someone he would never forget. His dear older brother Kun. Dion thought, how is this bastard here? Dion thought Kun was following him. He came here to see where he was going. At this moment their eyes met. Perfect timing, we must kill all witnesses. Especially if you happen to be that lord's border guard. The noble finished speaking. Dion charged straight at his older brother Kun. The opponent also nimbly blocked the attack. The two swords clashed, emitting a dazzling red light. Both looked directly at each other. Their eyes filled with murderous intent, appearing incredibly cold. Suddenly Dion waved his hand and launched another attack. The sounds and power of the swords were ceaseless. Kun also blocked with his own weapon. All of Diang's attacks were uniquely red, while Kun's were blue. Neither gave way. The battle was evenly matched. Neither side showed weakness. But it seemed Kun wasn't fighting seriously. Dion was panting, staring at Kun unwillingly. You should at least put some effort into it. Dion felt very angry because Kun was treating him this way. Kun should hate him. But now, besides anger, he also felt confused. Kun, holding his sharp sword, stared intently at Dion. Dion felt very puzzled. Why was his older brother acting like this? Because he was just a troublesome and useless younger brother. Dion remembered that Kun had once forcefully declared that he didn't want to be the heir, nor did he want to use his family name. Dion felt guilty in his heart. You should hate me. I am the one who took away your family. But why would you act to save me like this? At this moment a fellow grabbed Diang's leg, bringing him back to his senses. Dion looked at that person with cold eyes. Then Dion gently gripped the small knife and slowly but forcefully stabbed it down. His cold gaze quickly dealt with the small fry. Dion looked ahead. That guy had escaped again. Dion gnashed his teeth in anger. That Krunhardt guy scurried away like a rat again. Damn it, what is this feeling? It felt like he had missed something huge. In another place, a hand clenched into a fist, slamming down on the table. He looked extremely angry. This person was Duke Ulster. He abruptly stood up, seething with rage. Why did Dion choose this specific time to leave? And not any other time? Right after I made a bet with Krunhardt about who would kill him first. At the very least I should have eliminated him before he started fighting. Duke Ulster sighed. A sneer played on his lips. That bastard is really lucky. Letting him escape will only make me crazier for him. Because of him, it feels as if this world is protecting him. But obviously that's impossible. Anyway, after all, this very world is what brought him his most tragic fate. Ulster narrowed his eyes, his face extremely grim. I hope you return soon. Dion also slowly walked towards his horse. He thought as he walked. The Demon King must have already prepared a horse for him, right? He must know where he's going, because he can track the spells he casts. Dion mounted the horse. Dion looked at the bag hanging from his body. Is this bag of medicine for me? A moment later Dion arrived at the edge of a cliff. He inverted the bag. The medicine packets inside quickly fell out, forming a pile. Dion cheerfully declared, "I'll just leave them here." Dion smiled like a child doing something naughty. Behind their parents' backs, the doctors who made this medicine would cry. They painstakingly made coffee-flavored medicine for His Excellency, and dear Dion. But Dion refused. After throwing away this pile of medicine, Dion felt incredibly relieved. Back at the Demon Realm's castle, in this magnificent and majestic palace, fireflies gently fluttered in the air. Dion suddenly widened his eyes, because as soon as he returned, silently, everyone came out to greet and cheer him. Lord Arut, long live Lord Arut, great Lord Arut. Amidst these cheers, Dion hadn't even dismounted, and he already couldn't understand what was happening. Dion observed these people, all of them wearing an emblem. Faced with the cheers of long live Lord Arut, Dion stiffly gaped. What on earth are they doing? Just as he was at a loss, Lillinal walked over, her face full of excitement. Welcome back, Lord Arut. Dion asked what exactly happened. Had only been gone for a few days, and after returning, he was already an A-list celebrity. Lillinal said they've already formed a group, called the Arut faction. Are these people all Dion's fans, including male and female fans? Half of them are from the Demon King's castle. I founded it in the form of a religion. I heard about it from Devirana. Do you like it hearing this? Dion was seized with fear, roaring inwardly. Devirana, I should have known. It seems last time, it had already grown even stronger. Dion suppressed his inner discomfort, and then told them to disband. The Arut faction was thunderstruck by these words, unable to believe it. But Dion repeated loudly again, disband immediately. Disband forever. Lillinal heard this, immediately turned to carry out the disbandment order. Lord Arut is already displeased. If you don't want to meet your ancestors early, then disband quickly. Soon no one was left. In the entire square, only Dion remained standing alone. Dion's face was as red as a monkey's butt. So red that no one dared to approach. Oh God, all he wanted was some peace and quiet. Walking into the castle, the Demon King held a stack of papers. He also wore a badge on his clothes, exactly like the fan club from earlier. Seeing Dion notice the badge, the Demon King immediately explained. This brooch, I got it from Ririnal. How could I miss out? Dion couldn't understand what was wrong with this Demon King. He was completely speechless. Just then the Demon King walked over and placed a hand on Dion's shoulder. A gloomy aura emanated from his entire being. A cold voice rang out, Arut. Your heart is racing. Ever since you stepped into this room, what important intelligence did you gather from the Empire? Dion broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. He recalled his last conversation with the king. The king had told him to stay. But then, the Demon King's cold voice spoke again. The reason is humanity's ignorance. Like Dion, who couldn't even hide his own expression. In this dim large room, the atmosphere between the two of them was not good. That cowardly king. Did he finally make his decision? The Demon King leaned closer to Dion, whispering into his ear. If I hadn't noticed. You weren't planning on telling me either. Right? Dion was hit where it hurt, so he just trembled, unable to speak. The Demon King immediately turned around. The Demon King then quickly grabbed him by the neck, making him cry out in pain. Have you been tempted already? I wonder what method that king used to entice you. Dion was being choked, almost out of breath. He struggled to grab the Demon King's hand, trying to pull it away. Dion gradually felt the air stop flowing, only able to utter a few sounds. Whimpering, he had no strength left. The Demon King showed a cruel smile, looking down with a sinister expression. Dion, aren't you worried about what he'll do because of your current actions? Dion desperately cried out in his mind, oh my God. Heavens above. Does he really want to kill me? The cold voice rang out again. Do you think your life is in danger? Dion tried to answer the Demon King. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the Demon King said something inexplicable again. Surprised, unexpected. Then he burst into laughter, ha ha ha. Dion thought to himself, what the hell is he joking? Then the Demon King removed his hand from Dion's neck. It's not that I don't understand your situation. But you know which side you should choose now, don't you? Don't you? Then he poked the curse mark on Dion's chest. Dion stared blankly as the Demon King touched him. The Demon King pondered for a long time. To be honest, he didn't even know if this person named Aerut was truly worth his while. Worth fighting for. Dion's gaze glanced aside where a circular, spinning curse mark was on his chest. His expression was somewhat displeased, as if saying, I've put up with you for too long. But as a man with a difficult past, and unable to defeat the Demon King, he could only endure. The Demon King didn't want to go back to his boring life from before. He turned around and said majestically, in the demon realm besides me, all demons must kneel before you. This means you can do whatever you want. The Demon King grandly opened the door. The scene outside looked bleak and gloomy. The Demon King said to Dion, here you don't need to worry about the sun anymore. It's always night here, look at that moon. You can't live in darkness forever. Just because you're sensitive to sunlight. Right? The Demon King turned around. A smug smile appeared on his lips. If you want to go see the human world, I won't stop you. If you want their land, I'll invade it and bring it back to you. That sounds way too romantic, big bro. Did you get the wrong script? It seems both the Demon King and the King are trying to win over Dion to their side. But the Demon King is a bit more clever. He said, whatever that king proposed to Dion, he would give Dion something even better. To win this battle, the Devil King didn't even care about his dignity anymore. He was willing to grovel at Dion's feet just like last time. If you'd be willing. Dion recalled that scene and immediately refused. No thanks, I'd rather not shorten my lifespan. The Devil King looked at Dion. He felt the act had gone on long enough, it was getting too exaggerated. It would be troublesome if he ran away again. So he flashed such a brilliant smile that it was blinding. The Devil King waved his hand, telling Dion to think it over carefully. He didn't want to lose his toy, just to win the victory. A few days later, feeling restless, Dion went out for a walk. Unlike the previous days, when he was surrounded like a K-pop idol, now anyone who saw him ran off without a trace. Because there was an unwritten rule in the demon realm regarding Commander Zero. One should flee when he's drinking, and also flee when he's wearing black clothes. Wherever Dion went, he saw people running away without a trace. He vaguely heard he's wearing black today. Look, he must be very angry. Dion was a bit confused by what he heard. Do these demons dislike black? How is he here usually? Doesn't he never leave the castle? He must be looking for something to vent his anger on. Voices from all directions constantly reached Dion's ears. He frowned. He had specifically worn black today to avoid drawing attention. He hadn't expected it to scare the demons away. Instead, Dion seemed to have discovered a new truth. At this rate, long live black clothes. It seemed Dion would be wearing black clothes from now on. Those people kept discussing Dion. I've never heard such a sharp laugh. His aura. I'd rather die by Mutant's hand and be a stylish ghost. No, I'd rather die by the Devil King's hand. It's better than dying by the hand of other commanders. Ed followed Dion, a very uneasy look on his face. He's back. He must be very worried. Usually Ed would let Dion be alone in peace, but the Devil King had ordered Ed to monitor Dion. The Devil King had specifically told him to observe carefully. Report every tiny detail to me. Ed was certain Dion already found him annoying, even though he said nothing. Seeing the figure walking ahead made Ed really want to comfort Dion. Watching Dion constantly rubbing his head looking troubled. Ed's overthinking habit kicked in again. Ed's heart was burning with impatience. He cursed inwardly. Where is that idiotic doctor? I can't take it anymore. So Ed approached Dion and spoke. Lord Alut, may I recommend a more comfortable place for you? Ed confidently believed that his Lord Alut would surely like that place. As a result, Dion punched the nearby pillar violently, forming a hole. The guy who had luckily dodged Dion's punch must have been scared out of his wits by now. Ed stammered in fear, Lord Alut. Lord Alut. Dion turned his face, revealing an expression fiercer than a demon's. Are you messing with me? It was at this moment Ed had offered to take Dion to a relaxing place. He had followed, but Ed had taken him to the training ground again. Does he want a PvP? Dion thought to himself. In this place a demon blocked Ed, and Ed was arguing with that demon. Ed coldly stated that he would ask for permission later. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Because Ed wanted Dion to see that thing. But this guy was blocking him. Dion pondered to himself from a distance. I thought he just wanted some fresh air. Why is he threatening others again? The demon turned his eyes towards Dion, looking even more terrified. Why is he looking at me again? I'm not the one who told him to do that. Dion kept screaming internally, don't drag me into this. He didn't even know who had ordered Ed to do this. He didn't even know what that thing was. Dion wanted to go forward and clarify everything before things got worse. His ranking went up again, but unluckily as he walked he slipped and fell. This was completely unexpected. Ed was also flustered upon seeing this scene. Dion fell kicking up a cloud of dust. After the dust settled, this is the scene that unfolded before our eyes. At this moment Diang's hand slammed into the pillar, shattering it into large pieces. The imp nearby trembled in fear, almost wetting his pants. S kept calling for Lord Eret, but at this moment his face was already as wrinkled as a monkey's backside. Falling was so embarrassing. Thankfully he still maintained his image. Hiss. Standing aside looking at Diang's murderous face, he then said, I know you are very disappointed, but now is not the time to kill a demon in the castle. His Majesty the Demon King will not be pleased. The Demon King won't be happy either. After that Ed turned to the demon and warned him that this was his last chance, because he had offended Lord Eret. However, this young man suffering from terminal overthinking syndrome believed that the reason Dion was angry was because he talked too much, because he wasted time arguing. Dion was startled, saying he had no intention of killing anyone at all. But before he could finish, the demon was already teary-eyed, bowing in thanks and saying he would leave immediately. At this moment a frantic voice cried out, Lord Eret. The newcomer was none other than Dr. Ben. When Dion saw the doctor arrive, he felt a little tired in his heart. Ben's expression was panicked as if Dion was about to die. The signal was very strong, that's why I came here. Then Ben saw Diang's bloodstained hands. Ben immediately tended to Diang's wounds. Ed stood aside continuously cursing Ben. Ben, you bastard, you're Lord Eret's personal doctor. Why are you only arriving now? Ben retorted angrily, I was working. Be quiet. The moment I received the signal, I rocketed over here. But Ed shouted furiously, this isn't the first time. Lord Eret has been feeling very unwell since a while ago. These words startled Ben. What? Ben said the necklace didn't send any signal at all. Ed immediately said the necklace is broken, throw it away quickly. Ben hastily sat down saying it shouldn't be like this, because it had been replaced many times. But the gem itself had no problems whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Dion was both shocked and angry. Replaced many times? This thing is made from my blood. He said it's been replaced many times, that means. Just then, Ben asked Dion if he felt anything unusual with his body. Dion recalled that he no longer coughed up blood when he was nervous. Ed couldn't help but get excited on the side, because he believed the battle with the hero had already produced results. Ben stood aside frowning in denial. He said Diang's body was like a ticking time bomb. Ben couldn't resist sewing a few more stitches. Dion screamed in pain for him to wait. But Ben mistook it for Dion not wanting him to talk about his condition. Ben tried to explain. I mean, the magic stone's signal is gradually weakening. This might be related to changes occurring inside your body. Hearing this, Dion gave a light cough. Only then did Ben remember that he had accidentally stitched Diang's wound without using anesthetic. Ben looked at Diang's hands and said in surprise. S stood aside, heard it, and immediately cursed. You doctor. You bastard. You stitched the wound without anesthetic. What in the world are you doing? Ben immediately knelt down, cowed out, and apologized to Dion. How could I make such a mistake? If you want to kill me, I have nothing to say. Dion stood up and said it's fine. I'm used to pain anyway. Besides, the important thing is, Dion also didn't dare to stop him because Ben's face was truly terrifying at that moment. Ben was so angry that it was as if the image of him engulfed in flames appeared in Diang's mind. The nearby guards, upon hearing this, started to chatter amongst themselves. They hadn't expected Dion to endure the pain of stitching his wound without needing any anesthetic. As expected of Commander Zero, the fact that he didn't punish Dr. Ben also surprised them. He's too kind. Just then, the demon from earlier returned with a box. It was full of red objects. Lord Commander Zero, I've brought what you asked for. Excitedly he held up a pile of snowflake fireworks for Dion to see. He said that when he mentioned to Lord Yaris that you wanted snowflakes to cheer you up, the Demon King agreed. Dion felt confused. Did this really require the Demon King's permission? How do I use this? Dion looked at the white stick in his hand, perplexed. Aide cheerfully instructed. Just snap off the tip, it'll do it. And so that snowflake firework quickly shot into the sky, forming a blooming flower in the night sky. Countless snowflakes drifted down from it. Dion quickly recognized them as snow. Aide, standing nearby, excitedly asked Dion if he liked it. Aide happily looked at Dion, his face flushing. The human realm sometimes has it. But the demon realm doesn't have this kind of weather. So I thought this might make you feel a little better. Dion smiled and reached out to catch a snowflake. Not bad. Dion hadn't seen snow in a long time either. Seeing Dion happy, Aid and Ben felt very satisfied. They had finally cheered up Lord Yaris again. But those guards felt very uncomfortable seeing these things. They saw it as falling garbage. Demons don't like snow. Who says there was a sage? A certain Wu once said. No snowflake is pure. What the hell, at least it's not red snow. No sooner had he spoken than a red firework shot into the sky. And indeed red snow began to fall. The guards felt weary in their hearts. Unpaid overtime again. Dion was very surprised to see the red snow. It smells like blood, doesn't it? Everyone immediately turned around upon hearing the voice. The speaker was none other than the Demon King. How about those red fireworks? Did they make you feel more excited? Dion slowly walked forward. Is that really a red firework again? The Demon King asked cheerfully. Looks very realistic, doesn't it? He added a bit of a bloody scent to it. He thought it would be very useful for the war against humans. So he created this. The Demon King also asked Dion what he thought of it. Disgusting, of course, these words. Dion could only mutter to himself, because it reminded Dion of bloody scenes. The sight of the ground covered in crimson, with snowflakes gently falling. Blood-splattered feet shuffled past. A pile of corpses lay scattered haphazardly on the ground. His entire body was stained with fresh blood. The strong scent of blood blended with the vivid crimson. A mixture of blood and snow. The Demon King thought it was very useful, because war is affected by weather and morale. Dion's face darkened and he let out a cold laugh. Shrouded in the strong bloody stench, such gore could instill fear in enemy forces. The Demon King burst into laughter. It was just as he expected. Not only did Dion have good judgment, but he was also very skilled in tactics. The Demon King placed a hand on Dion's shoulder, then smiled. You are truly remarkable. The surrounding scene grew dim. The Demon King leaned in and whispered into Dion's ear. Congratulations on joining my ranks. That sentence made Dion's face darken with a hint of fear. The Demon King extended his hand, wanting Dion to go with him. Dion looked at him in surprise. He thought to himself, this guy always does whatever he wants. And he himself can do nothing. He can only obediently follow orders. To save his own skin, Dion placed his hand in the Demon King's. The two intimately disappeared. Dion slowly opened his eyes. The sight before Dion surprised him, because it was too dazzling. This was truly a fairyland. It presented a hazy and dreamlike blue-white hue. The Demon King asked excitedly, well, isn't it beautiful? Before Dion could answer, he added, there's nothing to feel sorry for the guys who live here. The Demon King pointed forward. A blonde man walked out. He thought this Demon King was truly reckless. This person was the elf tribe's leader, the Elf King. He had long golden hair. His ears were pointed like an elf's. However, his gaze was somewhat sharp. The Demon King sighed. He said he came here just to listen to the elf tribe complain. And what else do they want to demand? The Elf King frowned, utterly enraged. He rebuked the arrogant guest directly. You shouldn't be so unreasonable. It's precisely because of you that we elves have this problem. That's why you have to come over, isn't it? Listening to the two bicker, Dion quietly hid to the side to avoid getting involved. He cursed internally. I thought he was taking me out to have fun. Turns out it's for work. Soon the Elf King noticed Dion. He asked, bewildered, why did you bring a human here? Dion froze. I clearly hid, but I was still discovered. Suddenly the wind blew and the branches rustled. The world tree swayed gently with a hint of excitement. This surprised the Elf King. He turned his head to look at the world tree. He didn't understand why it was so excited. Is someone over there? Looking at those two again. It could only be Dion, couldn't it? That Demon King has been sitting here so long, his butt must be worn out. If the world tree reacted to him, it would just grab a broom and chase him away, not be excited like this. The Elf King's gaze sharpened. He scrutinized Dion carefully. This person is someone the six realms would all pay attention to. In the night sky, a breeze blew, caressing the branches. The three men stood there looking at each other. Dion saw the Elf King staring at him, judging him, and felt very puzzled. Just then, the Demon King stepped forward, distracting the Elf King. The Demon King stood in front of Dion. Enough, let's get straight to business. What are you here for? He certainly wasn't here to welcome him. Trespassing on someone else's territory. And daring to speak in such a domineering tone, only the Demon King could do that. The Elf King found him too rude. You're an uninvited guest and now you dare to put on airs. The Elf King bluntly stated his purpose. He took out his seed. And then demanded the Demon King take responsibility. The Demon King asked casually, "What is this?" Hearing him say that, the Elf King also became a bit displeased. "This is a world tree seed. When you intruded here, you emitted demonic energy. And these seeds are easily affected by demonic energy. That's why they were polluted into this state." Hearing this, the Demon King suddenly snapped his fingers. Immediately a girl appeared. She was Incubus. She was suddenly summoned by the Demon King. Feeling very bewildered, all of a sudden she was brought to an unfamiliar place, making Incubus feel at a loss. Suddenly she heard the Demon King call her. She turned her head and saw Dion in addition to the Demon King. Dion, watching the Demon King use magic, was also a bit suspicious. He thought magic was forbidden. But why does the Demon King use it so casually? The Demon King said Incubus was here so that she could make this World Tree Seed revive. Incubus was also a bit shocked, but immediately obeyed the Demon King's command. She picked up the seed, examining it carefully. Why is it moldy? Are you all right, little seed? Suddenly, Incubus found something on the seed. Make her scream loudly. The Ghost King quickly asked, "How are things going? Can it be saved?" Yin Xiao stammered. "If it's about helping it grow, I can do it. But if it's infected by demonic energy, there's nothing I can do." The Immortal King understood instantly, and he held his head, feeling helpless. "How do you plan to resolve this now? The World Tree Seed, and we were given a great responsibility to guard it, because we are its most respected race. But now..." Before he could finish, the Ghost King interrupted, "Respected? Aren't you all more like the dogs of this world?" "What?" Upon hearing this, the Immortal King grew angry. But the Ghost King retorted. He said, "Did the world say anything about these Suntob withered seeds? Looking at your desperate appearance, you're definitely not just a dog, but an extremely loyal one." It would be strange if the Immortal King wasn't angry after the Ghost King said that. He retorted, "The world also respects our race." The two men argued back and forth like this. The Ghost King said, "Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. What could the leader of a race that the world despises possibly know?" The Immortal King also responded, "Not to be outdone. I don't care about being liked. Unlike some people who must obey the world's arrangements." Seeing the two powerful men arguing, the lesser beings like Yin Xiao felt extremely scared. She hid fearfully behind Diane. The Immortal King then continued, "The seed is beyond saving. So we'll let this matter go. But aren't you going to deal with the demonic beasts roaming everywhere?" This statement struck Diane like a bolt from the blue. Upon hearing this, the Ghost King finally spoke. "We're working hard to hunt them down, but you've isolated yourselves here, so you might not know." Suddenly, Yin Xiao poked her head out from behind Diane and asked, "So you don't need this seed anymore?" This action made Diane feel very helpless. He thought to himself, in this situation, how can she even ask something like that? Seeing this, the Immortal King coldly said to Yin Xiao, "You can keep it." This made Yin Xiao extremely happy. Her eyes sparkled and her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Thank you very much." Standing nearby, Diane couldn't help but sigh. This idiotic fangirl. She's truly crazy. Suddenly Diane's gaze was drawn to something. He looked back and saw behind him a beautiful girl with long blue-white hair was rising from the water. This girl possessed captivating beauty and a stunning figure. She smiled at Diane. That was the leader of the Merfolk tribe, the Mermaid Queen. After her tail left the water, it slowly transformed into a long gown. The Mermaid Queen walked up to Diane and greeted him. "It's a pleasure to see you again. We met at the Ghost King's castle before, didn't we?" Diane seemed to be recalling. So we met at the banquet before." That time before he could finish, the Mermaid Queen quickly stepped forward and took Diane's hand. Using a very charming voice, she said, "I truly wish I could talk to you more." The Mermaid Queen's watery eyes and flushed cheeks looked directly at Diane. This made Diane feel a bit shy. Diane thought to himself, "Why is this woman looking at me like this? And with such eager eyes? I don't know why, but this goodwill is a bit too much. And it makes me very uncomfortable." Diane tried to pull his hand back, but the Queen quickly gripped it. She held Diane's hand tightly and said seriously, "Not long ago I saw a future." Hearing this, the Ghost King and the Immortal King also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. The prophecy said a new hero would appear. He will be a greater threat than those enemies before. The Mermaid Queen still held Dion's hand tightly, then continued, "That hero will decide your fate. Your Majesty, Demon King." Dion and the Elf King were both very surprised to hear this. Will a new hero appear soon? Everyone listened intently to the Queen. Only Incubert nonchalantly held his seeds. The Mermaid Queen mocked the Demon King. It seems this world doesn't care much for you, Your Majesty Demon King. Upon hearing this, the Demon King replied indifferently. This is nothing new. He smiled faintly, then continued. From the very beginning, this world has not liked our race. What's a little more hatred? Moreover, the future you see can always be changed. Can't it? The Mermaid Queen glanced lightly, then replied. Perhaps. But the future I saw this time is somewhat special. If it can be changed, wouldn't that be a mirror? CLE. Hearing the two of them converse so intensely, the Elf King finally spoke. It seems that prohibiting the use of magic has also become meaningless. I've already told you the world is against you. The Demon King nearly sighed. Do you think I prohibited magic because I was afraid of that hero? I just find it troublesome. If it were wartime and a hero appeared, that's why I did it. Dion stood on the sidelines, listening and constantly thinking, oh, so it's to balance power. Doesn't it mean that the more demons use magic, the sooner the world will make a hero appear? No. Unexpectedly, the Elf King walked over and held Dion's injured hand, shocking him greatly. It seemed his hand was still very painful, and Dion's face flushed crimson. The Elf King held Dion's hand and said, so you're still unwilling to properly treat your wound, but prefer this rough method? The Elf King's gaze directly looked at Dion's hand, trembling from pain. It seems there's no other way. Come with me, I will heal you. Afterwards, Dion and the Elf King walked to a tree. They sat on a log. The Elf King used magic to heal Dion. The Elf King's magic emitted an emerald green glow, gradually healing Dion's hand. Dion turned his face away, looking elsewhere, thinking, this kind of awkward atmosphere is driving me crazy. First the Mermaid Queen, and now the Elf Elder. Why does everyone like to hold my hand? Dion looked at the Elf King and asked himself, why are they suddenly so kind to me? The first time I saw them at the Demon King's castle, I'm sure they didn't like me at all. But the more I look at the Elf Elder, the more he reminds me of JK. The Elf King looked up after hearing this and asked, what JK? Are you talking about the chief commander of the Demon King's army? He didn't know what came over him, and he inadvertently spoke his thoughts aloud. Dion blurted out what was on his mind. Dion froze instantly. The elf race hated demons so much, and he actually compared the other person to a commander. A legion commander. Dion quickly apologized. The Elf King was not angry, but merely replied, I haven't heard that name in a long time. Is he doing well? Although he was influenced by the Demon King's demonic energy, he is still a warrior of our race. So I also want to know how he is doing. The Elf King also did not forget to remind Dion, breathe evenly. Can't you see your injury is getting worse? Hearing the Elf King tell JK's story, Dion's heart was greatly stirred. JK, the first legion commander of the Demon King's army, is actually an elf. How is that possible? Although his heart was so agitated, he remained outwardly calm. Finally the healing was complete. The Elf King smiled and said, there. It's all better, it won't hurt anymore now. Dion respectfully said, thank you. Suddenly the Fairy King's eyes looked a bit strange. You probably think this kindness from someone as unusual as me is a burden. Right throughout the entire healing process, you didn't look comfortable at all. If I offered to give you a tour here, you'd definitely refuse. Hearing this, Dion felt completely seen through. Dion's face flushed, his thoughts having been read. He thought to himself, he really knows me. The Fairy King continued. But not everyone can receive my grace. The reason I'm showing you such favor is because the world is watching you. The Fairy King looked at Dion, seemingly radiating a strange, wonderful light. This greatly surprised Dion. Dion stared wide-eyed at the Fairy King and stammered. What did you say? The Fairy King began to tell Dion a story. That first meeting happened very suddenly. At that time, as the head of the fairy race, I was someone who understood the will of the world, and I immediately realized the world was placing great hopes on this person. But my questions and doubts kept increasing. This person, what was so special about them? In that meeting he was a person with red eyes. They were eyes that couldn't bear light. So those eyes were nothing but a weakness. Besides that weakness, he was scrawny and nothing special. The Fairy King was very confused. Could this fellow standing before him truly be the person the World Tree was watching? That's what I thought at the time. But his luck was exceptionally good, wasn't it? Although the Fairy King didn't name the person in the story, Dion knew he was talking about himself. Dion said, lucky, not necessarily. Suddenly the Fairy King grabbed Dion's collar. According to the records about Dion, everything the Fairy King discovered through research truly shocked him, to the point where I couldn't believe it. A fellow who in both the demon realm and human realm had experienced countless dangers, had absurdly managed to survive. The Fairy King pulled Dion closer, then told him to think carefully. For example, those times when you should have died but lived, or should have suffered wounds so severe that the injuries could never heal. But in the end, your injuries were light enough to be healed. This world usually doesn't interfere with the course of events, yet it protected your life like this. Hearing the Fairy King say this, Dion finally realized he stared wide-eyed at the Fairy King. Thinking back, there were indeed times when he suddenly erupted with terrifying power, or endured lethal attacks, yet remained completely unharmed, without a scratch. There was once a time when Dion, with only his small physique, defeated a giant. He had brushed with death many times, and experienced countless dangers. Could it be that your body, whenever faced with mortal danger, automatically does things that benefit itself? The Fairy King continued speaking to Dion. Memories flooded Dion's mind. At those times he seemed to become another person, like a true god of war fighting the surrounding enemies. He cut down anyone he saw regardless of friend or foe, and had a strange smile. But when he checked if his body had recovered, he couldn't find any changes. At this moment a surprised expression appeared on Dion's face. He recalled what Ben had once said. Lord Alut's body is still like a ticking time bomb. As if something inside Lord Alut's body is continuously changing. The Fairy King frowned, looking at Dion. What I mean is you were able to survive until now thanks to the blessings of this world. This world is supporting Dion's body. That wasn't support to make the body strong or vibrant, but rather to allow Dion to better receive the power of this world. Because the hero who is about to appear will be a talent, a catastrophe even greater than the previous one. That hero will decide the Demon King's fate. Dion finally understood. This world is waiting for you. Not long ago, there once was a hero. Even after passing away, he still worried about his comrades. That hero once prayed, "World, please save him." And so the world answered his prayer. Because that hero sacrificed his soul. Even so, the world answered that prayer. You don't need to worry. Oh hero, I've already noticed him. Perhaps Dion is the one this world has been watching. And the world's will remains firm to this day. They can also be sure Dion is indeed the next hero. Monsters suddenly broke in. The Elf King ordered his elves to charge in and fight them. There are many of them, but they're not strong. Don't back down, fight. Dion and Inchibode stood by watching. Inchibode asked Dion if he wasn't going to fight. Dion's heart skipped a beat. Then he said these small fries didn't need him to act. Although he looked radiant on the surface, Dion kept complaining inwardly. Are these monsters crazy? The Demon King and all the leaders, all races are gathered here. Why would they suddenly break in and even provoke a war? And caused his conversation with him to be interrupted. Dion felt very uneasy about that statement. Because the whole world is focused on you. He didn't understand what those words meant. It was as if those monsters had lost their survival instincts. What's in this bag? The Elf King asked his elves. He picked up the bag and examined it carefully. The little elves circled around the Elf King. They chirped incessantly. They're getting stronger and stronger. They're getting scarier and scarier. What happened to them afterwards? They ate the strange brown liquid from the bag. The Mermaid Queen suddenly walked over. She found the bag a bit familiar. She stepped forward and picked up the bag. The spreader. This strange brown liquid. What is its purpose exactly? The Mermaid Queen smelled it and it smelled like coffee. The Queen guessed. Perhaps this is a human, or caused by a war between demon races. But the Elf King immediately denied it. No, humans don't know about our existence yet. As for the Demon King, he's someone who prefers to solve everything with power, not by using such cheap tricks. The only possibility is humans. They can freely enter and exit here. At this, everyone simultaneously looked at Dion. But Dion had already left his spot. The Elf King immediately looked at Inchibode, seeming to want her to explain what just happened. Inchibode said Lord Arut always pretended not to want to fight, and put on airs saying, "Why use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken?" But now he's gone off to fight. Upon hearing this, the Elf King continuously looked around, finally finding his target. When did this young man, without anyone noticing, run off? They had previously suspected Dion was the mastermind behind this. But seeing this scene now, the Elf King immediately dismissed his previous thought. If he had planned all of this, he wouldn't be fighting like this. The Mermaid Queen felt guilty for having suspected Dion. In reality, Dion was fighting because he had a guilty conscience. His tears welled up continuously from fear. That bag was the medicine bag. The one he threw down the mountain earlier. Why would those demons eat it? Why are the demons getting stronger? On the surface Dion was relentlessly slaughtering the demons. But in his heart he was thinking a lot. Dion felt extremely guilty, so he could only fight. Things have already turned out this way, so he wouldn't give them a chance to reveal this. The Demon King walked over to stop Dion Aruchu. The Demon King started to speak then stopped. How are we going to deal with this? As soon as Dion heard this he knew he was doomed. Can't you cry no? How can a dignified, renowned Commander Zero now be crying like this? The Demon King told Dion to step back. The Demon King wanted to end this quickly and then return. Everyone step back, stay away from that monster. With that the Demon King gathered a stream of magic in his hand and shot it directly at the monster, creating a terrible explosion. The ground was swiftly destroyed and turned into ruins. Dion watched this scene dumbfounded. The Demon King had dealt with all enemies in a single move. Afterwards, the Demon King turned to Dion revealing an indulgent smile, but his tone was ice cold. We're going back, aren't we? Back to the castle. The Demon King sighed. It's been a long time since I've let my guard down like this. Dion, pale-faced, followed behind the Demon King. He tried to explain, I'm sorry. That wasn't anything strange. That was medicine to help me recover. At this the Demon King immediately turned and asked Dion. That was medicine, not some dangerous substance, right? The Demon King's expression was very surprised. When he learned of this, Dion had thought the Demon King already knew, which had made him worried until now. Who made that thing? After saying that he answered himself. Was it that alchemist fellow? I'll go scold him. Dion thought to himself. The royal physician would faint if he heard you say that. The Demon King was curious why Dion threw it away. Dion threw it away because it tasted terrible. But he couldn't say that. He could only reply against his will. I tried to drink it, but I didn't see it have any effect. If the royal physician heard that, he would definitely scold Dion. Hearing this, the Demon King felt a little uneasy. In the end, he said that since Dion didn't mean to, he could leave. Dion was very surprised to hear this. But something even more surprising was yet to come. The Demon King told Dion to go and rest, and that he didn't need to attend the commander's meeting. Hearing this, Dion's eyes sparkled. A joyful smile on his lips, his heart blooming with delight. Joyful, yeah, right. Dion had already arrived at the commander's meeting, much to everyone's surprise. The commander of the 11th Legion, Rheinul, was very pleased to see Dion. Lord Eret, you've arrived. The commander of the 1st Legion, JK, was very calm. I heard you were resting after dealing with the monster. You are truly diligent. The commander of the 5th Legion, Ul, thought that Lord Eret always said meetings were a hassle. Yet he never missed a single one. Could it be that you are one of those? Before she could finish, the deputy commander of the 5th Legion, Det Ivan, covered Ul's mouth, preventing her from saying the word. Oh, I won't tell you. The word Ul wanted to say was Tessin Dehe, a term used to refer to those who appear difficult to get along with, but are actually very cute on the inside. Dion felt extremely angry. These people don't understand anything. Dion walked to his seat and sat down. The Demon King also asked, didn't I tell you to rest? But how could Dion dare to rest? Dion cursed inwardly. Don't you know what would happen if I actually rested? Haven't any of you ever worked a job? If I didn't come, who knows what the Demon King, Lord, would do to me? I am a survivor. Thanks to my ability to assess situations. Without it, I'd definitely be finished by now. Dion wore a smile that seemed to say, you want trick me? Haha. The Demon King watched Dion intently. It seemed he already knew his true intentions. To reduce the possibility of information leaks. If he didn't come voluntarily, then it wouldn't violate the principles. If he returned, but without any information, then he would be suspected by the Emperor. Quite clever, actually, the Demon King mused inwardly. Dion took out a Rubik's Cube, then sat here to pass the time. Reason: Dion only came over because he was afraid they'd talk bad about him behind his back. That Demon King thinks too much. 2nd Legion Commander Devalania noticed the cube in Dion's hand. 4th Legion Commander Adelhia, on the other hand, covered her face and quietly observed Dion. He seems very confused. Because this is a war against his own kind. Indeed, he occasionally attends meetings, playing with a Rubik's Cube while listening to them talk. Finally, the Demon King also started the meeting. You've all guessed the purpose of this meeting, haven't you? Right, 3rd Legion Commander. Commander Assel replied, the war has truly begun. We've always aimed for human territory. So we've been ready for a long time. But from the Emperor's perspective, This will be a huge loss. During the meeting, there was an unwritten rule that if Dion agreed, the Rubik's Cube would turn more gently. And if Dion disagreed, the cube would turn very violently. The best outcome was still the cube being solved. Lininal asked him why he was so foolish. Why? If he only guarded the border and occasionally fought, his power to rule the throne would be more secure. The Demon King showed a cold smile. You really don't know the Emperor wants to die. Hearing this, the Rubik's Cube in Dion's hand unconsciously stopped. He was very surprised, thinking to himself, what? The Demon King continued. That stubborn Emperor. He feels incredibly guilty, because he killed his own younger brother. His guilt has surpassed his responsibility, but he cannot die even if he desires to, because the responsibility of an emperor is not to choose death. That's why he chose war. If he can conquer the demon territory, that's good. But conversely, if he dies in battle, he can pretend he did his best. He's a pitiful yet very selfish fellow, because he sacrificed so many lives for a war. For some trivial reason. Isn't that right? The Demon King stood up, leaned his hands on the table and continued. What should we do? Are there any other options? Since he wants to die, let's kill him. But there's something strange the Demon King couldn't understand. That leader has lived for a very long time. The Demon King was also unsure about other questions, but merely living because one cannot die was something the Demon King felt very familiar with. In fact, the Demon King felt quite jealous, because that guy has an enemy who can kill him. The Demon King straightened up and spoke in a very cold and serious tone. Let's think simply. This is a showdown you haven't had in a long time. Let's consider this battle a warm-up. Enjoy yourselves. Humans will begin their assault when you go on your mission, because that Emperor won't easily make a move, while Dion Hart is still around. 3rd Legion Commander Assel slammed his hand on the table and raged and said, they'll attack when our strongest weapon isn't here. What? I think these guys are truly cunning. The Demon King listened to the commander's comments, saying nothing. He thought to himself, although the Emperor's actions could be seen as abandoning Dion Hart, since this matter is also quite interesting, he won't stop it. Standing outside and watching the show is quite enjoyable. Just then the sound of the cube rotating was heard. Everyone looked at Commander Zero. Dion's Rubik's Cube was also solved. Everyone thought this was a demonstration. Lord Errett believes this plan is the best. All the commanders and the Demon King watched quietly. From this moment Dion has no retreat. As everyone's gaze was fixed on him, Dion coldly announced, I will carry out the task immediately after the meeting. The fated war between the demon realm and the human realm has once again begun in the human realm. Dion has reported this matter to the king. He reported that only 5 legions from the demon realm will participate in this battle, including the legion led by 1st Commander JK, the legion led by 3rd Commander Cheriaxier, the legion led by 7th Commander Zerwa, the legion led by 8th Commander Hio, and the legion led by 9th Commander Tell You Ofu. The king leaned back in his chair. His tone was very flat. Even if they came with all their might, it wouldn't be enough. Yet they only sent 5 contingents. How can they contend with such a great empire? It's astonishing that they'd make such perfunctory preparations. Truly unexpected. They should have understood the situation clearly first, before daring to slight me so. As he spoke, the king's face grew grim. A murderous aura emanated from his entire being. The king emphasized each word. Then I will make them regret it. Dion looked at the king's face. It was so terrifying, his fragile heart was already scared. Completely terrified. It's truly horrifying. The king suddenly called out to Dion, startling him. But the king said nothing. He suddenly smiled confidently, then told Dion to rest. It's nothing, he thought to himself. I don't need to force him to get an answer. The Demon King might be thinking that he can't hold on waiting for me to pressure Dion. Or perhaps things won't go as planned. Your plan, O Demon King. As Dion just stood up to bid the king farewell, a person suddenly stood at the doorway and shouted, Your Majesty. His face was extremely anxious. The newcomer was a minister. His face was incredibly terrified. He ran over to report that the demon realm had already begun its attack. This news left both Dion and the king very surprised. They hadn't expected the Demon King to act earlier than they anticipated. The king walked out of the palace and opened the door. Outside was a screen made of magic. It was the demon realm's declaration of war. The person appearing on the notification screen was none other than the 1st Legion commander. Commander JK. JK announced from the perspective of the demon realm, as a place that cherishes peace and balance. We view the Emperor's actions of ruling the entire continent as an overstep and a threat to protect the human realm from collapsing and from the influence of the Empire's actions. I declare war against the Empire. The king. Upon hearing these words, the king's face immediately darkened. He immediately ordered the chancellor to quickly bring the royal mages here. Immediately, Dion saw the announcement and felt both angry and amused. I didn't expect them to be so direct, ordering JK to stand up and speak about this so bluntly. Is this the Demon King's order also? What the hell is cherishing peace and balance? It doesn't sound pleasant at all. Through the screen, JK continued, because peace and balance are our goals. If the Empire simply pledges to take no further action, we will consider withdrawing. All the common people were shocked to hear these words. What does this even mean? Does this mean the demon realm doesn't want war? Then why does the Emperor want war? The people had already begun to doubt. Their trust in the Emperor had begun to waver. At this moment, the Emperor also used magic to convey his own announcement. I've heard enough of your barking. As soon as the Emperor appeared, the common people immediately erupted. The Emperor is truly the Emperor. The Emperor continued to solidify the people's trust. The whole world knows you're evil. How dare you utter such hypocritical words? According to historical records kept in the palace, the demon realm always coveted what was touched by the sun. The Emperor stood before a circle, a magic circle cast by the royal mages, used to convey his words to the people. Dion stood behind him, feeling great admiration for these actions. He secretly sighed to himself. I never thought he could interfere with their magic so quickly. Is this a skill of the royal mages at this moment? The Emperor continued this time. His voice had grown much colder. In other words, you demons, who always covet our human realm, why should I believe the words of a demon? The Demon King stood up, his hands resting on the table. Why don't you just pretend to be fooled and back down? If you think we are not trustworthy, then it's not too late to act now. The Demon King appeared directly on the screen with a friendly smile and was very professional. The people, seeing the Demon King for the first time, were all very surprised by his handsomeness. Is that the Demon King? I always thought he looked like a monster. But he's quite normal and even handsome. I think it's precisely because of his handsomeness that the Demon King won the trust of many. The girls, upon seeing the Demon King's appearance, also began to change their stance. Many people started to murmur, perhaps demons aren't as terrifying as rumored. I trust the Demon King. Public sentiment had begun to waver. Duke Ulaster was also watching this scene. He watched them argue with each other. The Demon King continued. Your actions of sacrificing the people. Isn't it because you are too greedy? After all, war is not a child's game. Duke Ulaster, upon hearing this, instinctively clutched his collar tightly. The Emperor retorted. This war did not start because of my greed. This is about whether to betray the future for temporary peace, or to use the Empire's current state on the brink of an abyss, and to protect the future with it. Two screens were projected side by side in the sky. Like a debate, the people below began to shift with the wind. They believed whoever spoke better. At this point, the initiative shifted towards the Emperor. They began to continue supporting the Emperor. That's right, we must protect the future. It might be difficult for us, but for a brighter future for our descendants. The people shouted these words in unison. Daniel and Paul, seeing the people change their minds faster than flipping pancakes, were both speechless. Daniel marveled at the Emperor's intelligence. He immediately guided the people's curiosity away from the Demon King and turned this into a war with a noble reason. For the sake of future generations. His choice of words is amazing, isn't it, Paul? This is how you change many people's hearts. Typical Daniel. Always teaching his successor anywhere, anytime. You can still teach me in this situation. Having such an enthusiastic older brother sometimes made Paul feel very tired. The Demon King, after hearing the Emperor say those high-sounding words, suddenly smiled very happily. Good, what a splendid speech. The Demon King said with a laugh, clapping continuously. The Demon King found this Emperor more interesting than he had imagined. So the Demon King began to make his move. Look, no matter how many sweet words you use to blind their eyes, you still want to start a war, without regard for the lives of the people. Isn't that right? The Demon King's words seemed to push the Emperor into an abyss so deep it had no bottom, leaving him speechless. He had no answer to this question. It seems I've won, thought the Demon King. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Seeing that the king did not respond, the people also fell into deep thought. Pondering the Demon King's words, Bao Jue looked around. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, he wanted to ask Daniel if the emperor now had already lost. Because the people were wavering, the emperor was at a disadvantage. Daniel's expression was also very solemn. If this continued, the people would no longer trust the emperor and the empire would fall into irreparable chaos. The losses a loser would incur were extremely heavy. The image of defeat would affect many things, such as soldier morale, the difficulty of gaining public trust, their image in the eyes of the people, and countless other things. If this conversation was a real war, then the emperor had just been pushed into the water and was already starting to surface his hand, gripping the Demon King's collar. He retorted with an extremely strange expression. The demon realm is unsettling the hearts of the people, merely to find a way to attack the human realm. Isn't that right? If you could occupy this land, you would trample humans and steal everything, because the emperor knows this. The only thing he can do is to drag other factions down with him. The people, nobles, princes and princesses, after hearing this exchange, were now quite confused, unsure of which side to lean towards. Bao Jue breathed a sigh of relief seeing the emperor fight back. This way both sides would have full reason to start a war. But when the Demon King heard these words, he once again burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, I admit you are formidable, emperor. If I hadn't met that person, perhaps I would have wanted to bring you over to my side. Well, then it seems negotiations have failed. I hope that in the future you can still bring me some amusement. With this outcome, the war between the human realm and the demon realm officially began. Currently there were only some small-scale battles to test each other's strength. Days passed like a ticking time bomb. Yet no one knew when this fierce war would erupt again. In the distant northern regions, Dion's legion was stationed there. Dion felt like he was dying of exhaustion, finally able to relax and rest a bit. After the war broke out, he had to both fight as Commander Zero, the commander of the demon realm's army, and be the human realm's third hero. He had to constantly rush back and forth between the two realms, exhausted like a dog. During the war, the demon realm's Zero Legion entered battle. They constantly shouted, "The Empire's heroes are nothing to us. Make way for our commander of the Zero Legion." Meanwhile, the subordinates of the human realm's third hero kept yelling, "Commander of the Zero Legion, well, take care of him." They continuously argued and cursed each other's leaders. But how could they know that the two people they were cursing were both Dion? No one knew how the emperor and the Demon King were fighting. But here the only one exhausted was probably Dion. Dion was now beyond tears. How long will my life continue like this? I thought I was going to die from overwork. Not only that, both the Demon King and the emperor started putting pressure on Dion. The emperor held a communication stone, and through it said to Dion, "Your command was excellent this time too. You've worked hard." Dion replied, "Thank you, your majesty. I will hand over the battle report to my subordinate outside." Saying this, Dion couldn't remember any battle details. He was lucky just to survive, so he would just make up a few lines for the battle report. At this point the emperor continued, "Your voice sounds a bit off. Do you feel guilty about those who died?" Hearing this, Dion's body froze. What is he saying? You are my sword. A sword feels no guilt. All the guilt and painful memories of the war, I will bear them all. So you just need to follow my orders. That's why you should start preparing to break free from your shackles. Break free from your shackles. Dion thought he would comfort him a bit. After all, he worked so hard, facing work pressure and having to work overtime without pay. Maybe it's time to quit this job, Dion thought to himself. He just wanted to put pressure on Dion to make him decide which side to choose sooner. Things were starting to get too complicated. Dion walked alone, feeling wronged and frustrated. One moment it's the demon realm, the next it's the human realm. Oh heavens, what sin did I commit? Dion was so angry he scratched his ears and cheeks. He cried out in despair. All I want is a peaceful life. Is that a sin too? What's with all this war? They should have fought among themselves in the first place. Dion was complaining about his unfair fate. Just when he was about to resign, suddenly the Demon King called. Dion immediately did a complete 180. He said with a happy smile, as if his complaints from moments ago had never happened. "A lot. Have you rested these past few days?" "Yes, I have rested." Dion put on a professional fake smile as he spoke with the Demon King. his ability to change expressions was more professional than an A-list actor. Woolen cloth. Although he spoke with a smile on his face, in reality, Dion was crying inside. He never thought he'd have to sell himself to capital one day. No to power. The Demon King, as usual, spoke gently to Dion. I'm very sorry, but could you go to the northern front and deal with those monsters? Dion countered. Isn't the northwest direction the front line? Yes, that location is very important. So I think you are the best person to handle this. Hearing this, Dion held the communication stone and mused to himself. The Demon King, seeing Dion remain silent, continued to explain. If we send an army, it will only attract unnecessary attention from the Empire. Besides, there are only a few of them. Please go. Dion was utterly baffled to hear him flattering him so softly. He knew the Demon King had been emotionally unstable lately. But why did he have to go on that dangerous mission? Suddenly the Demon King said, "Oh, luckily you don't have to go too far, because the monsters are heading towards you." From the distant forest, countless monster figures appeared. They were walking towards Dion. Hearing the Demon King say that, Dion immediately wanted to faint. Elsewhere, Kroon was looking at the piled-up intelligence on the table with suspicion and asked, "Is everything all right today?" Because the bet about who would kill Dion and the Duke had been postponed. But now that Dion had returned to the Empire, the bet was back on. But now Dion has returned to the Empire, so the bet continues. His subordinate reported that, despite numerous raids and operations, Dion had discovered and personally dealt with them. He's acting as if he hasn't noticed. I've already handled a few incidents. It seems he's assessing the situation. Glut wasn't too surprised by this. After all, Dion was also a hero. But the Duke wouldn't give up after just one or two failures. Glut told that person to watch over Dion and protect Dion from all dangers. Any intelligence about Dion must be reported to him, she thought to herself. Now that she thought about it, in the guild, other assassins had all received orders to kill Dion. One person paid to kill him, while another paid to protect him. She wondered what she had done to deserve to be stuck in this situation. She's swimming in money thanks to her younger brother. That subordinate suddenly remembered. Dean would be going out today. There shouldn't be any problems, right? I hope the subordinate can protect Dean well. As for the person sent to protect Dean, he's currently hiding behind a tree, and he can't stop feeling scared. What the hell is this? So many monsters. How am I supposed to deal with these things? That person watched. Watching Dean confront those monsters, he was filled with awe. Isn't he scared? How can he just stand there without moving? Dean's expression had now begun to darken. He kept muttering under his breath. Just one, just one. I'll just trash one when I get back to the palace. The Emperor suddenly thrust a knife sharply towards his own hand. But fortunately, General Nemesis blocked it with his sword from the side. The Emperor's complexion was not good. The general immediately. My apologies, Your Majesty, for drawing my sword in your presence. Your Majesty. But you were aiming for your wrist, not the back of your hand. Hearing this, the Emperor scratched his head impatiently. It's so hard to stay clear-headed. General Nemesis sheathed his sword, then asked the Emperor if he wanted him to call for the royal physician. The Emperor felt strange something was amiss. He sensed a strange malevolence nearby, as if an invisible hand was about to squeeze his neck. So the Emperor ordered General Nemesis to immediately summon the priest in secret. Upon hearing this, the general's face showed surprise. You intend to call for a priest, not a doctor? An expression of displeasure appeared on the Emperor's face. He rubbed his injured hands and replied coldly, Yes, I heard. The commander of the Demon Realm's 0 Legion, his fighting style, and the hero of the Dean Empire are very similar. Just handle it quietly as usual. No sooner had he finished speaking than the communication signal lit up. The Emperor quickly picked up the communication device, then quickly ran out. As he ran, he left a message for General Nemesis. I need to go somewhere, so postpone the meeting with the priest until I return. General Nemesis bowed his head respectfully upon hearing this and agreed. Even so. But a hint of doubt lingered in the general's heart. But Your Majesty, is Dean really unrelated to the 0 Legion commander? Truly unrelated. In another place, Dean was slowly dealing with a monster. Malice gleamed in his eyes. Dean stabbed and killed the monster with his dagger. After killing one as usual, he saw the other monsters still standing motionless, without any movement. Dean felt strange. Usually they would be scared and run away. After seeing him defeat one like that, could these monsters be so hungry they've lost all sense? If not, does that mean I look too delicious? So, Dean rushed forward with his dagger intending to stab it to death. He wouldn't allow this to happen. He wouldn't allow these monsters to look down on him so much. Dean continuously hacked at the monster with his dagger, hacking back and forth, chopping up and down. But that monster still wouldn't die. The monster swiftly threw a punch, knocking Dean down, sending him flying far away. At this moment his survival instincts kicked in. It's been a long time since anyone made me this furious. Dean directly threw his dagger at the monster. However, his wrist was already broken. He felt great pain in his leg. All the muscles in his body were incredibly sore. But he couldn't stop, because if he stopped he would die. The image of Dean with bloodshot eyes appeared in the monster's eyes. 1 second later it lost its life. The other monsters stood behind, watching the young man in that state. These bloodthirsty monsters had long since ceased all movement. Dion was covered in blood. He looked at his broken hands. They were emitting poison gas. Oh, so their claws are poisonous. Dion threw the corpse of the monster he had just killed towards the group of its kind. The monsters kept retreating. Dion glanced at them, a cold smile forming on his face. Since I've been poisoned, I'll just have to cut them off. Now let's take care of these guys too. The monsters saw Dion's madness and fled in terror. Immediately after, Dion collapsed. His whole body was stained red with blood, mingling with the bloodstains of the surrounding monsters. Dion felt pain all over his body. He was now unable to move. Dion struggled to use all his strength to pull out his communication device. Demon King, I need help at the northern front. Please, you must leave here as soon as possible, before those foolish monsters return for food. Dion gradually lost consciousness. He was immersed in a dream. In the dream, a pair of hands was placed on his head. Dion felt extremely comfortable. He opened his eyes to see an incredibly warm scene. There was a spring, surrounded by blooming flowers. Under a tree, Greenheart was stroking Dion's head. Then Greenheart kept tugging at Dion's clothes. His face was filled with panic. He kept telling Dion to wake up, to open his eyes. Then he suddenly woke up with a start. What was that dream? Dion opened his eyes and saw a group of monsters. They were looking at him with fierce eyes. By this point Dion was fully awake. He only remembered that he was fighting those monsters under the Demon King's orders. But he had no idea when he had fainted. Dion had forgotten everything again, just like before. The monster began to approach, raising its hand to grab Dion. Dion felt like he was truly going to die this time. However, how could he die so easily? Immediately after, the monster was instantly cut to pieces. And it was the Emperor who killed it. Dion was dumbfounded when he saw the Emperor. Your Majesty, why are you here? His heart was constantly racing. What is this? How did my body get like this? Did I really fight to this extent? Why is there a piece of flesh missing from my right hand? The Emperor quickly dealt with all the monsters. He looked at Dion, then said, "It seems you confused my communication device with the Demon King's communication stone. It's a spy and it's full of holes. And this is supposed to work." After Dion heard this, he was seized with panic, wishing he could just faint immediately. He felt like he was having the worst luck today. How could he be so unlucky? Has fate abandoned me? The Emperor continued, speaking sweet words. But to Dion, those words were like knives, stabbing straight into his chest. I don't know what else to say, but I know what to do now. Because my talented subordinate is asking for my help. So I had to come in person. I couldn't just send anyone, because this matter involves the Demon King. And thanks to this incident I was able to meet the rumored 4th Legion Commander Alut. Dion didn't know what to say. His whole body was stiff. After that, the Emperor turned to leave, then waved his hand and said to Dion, "Don't worry. I have no intention of doing anything to you yet." Dion wept internally. How did my life turn out like this? The Emperor continued to instruct him. "I'll leave clean clothes and medicine here. Take care of yourself and come back. I'll send a knight over, because you seem unable to walk." Dion sighed and he replied, trembling, "Thank you very much. It truly never rains but it pours." He truly couldn't stand up now. The Emperor mounted his horse, then turned his face and continued to say to Dion, "Since you obeyed the Demon King's orders this time, then next time you must obey my orders. I will summon you soon." The breeze rustled and Dion felt extremely cold. Truly, a man's fate is fraught with twists and turns, whether it's the Demon King or the Emperor. So all of them want to use you for their own purposes. But never mind. This isn't the first time he's been treated like this. Now he just wants to quickly go back to heal and rest. Dion was secretly grumbling, wondering when the knights would arrive. Suddenly he saw Dr. Ben running over with a medicine box. Dr. Ben's face was panicked. Lord Errett. Dion saw Ben and his face immediately darkened. What are you doing here? Ben ran over and quickly checked Dion's entire body. How are you so badly injured? Did you kill all those monsters by yourself? Dion was about to explain. Perhaps His Majesty, he suddenly remembered that someone would be arriving soon. So Dion wanted Ben to quickly hide before getting caught. Before he could finish, the Emperor's knights arrived. Presenting Marquis Dion. I am here on orders to escort you. His Majesty's orders. Dion felt today was unluckier than ever. Had been found out. The knight was also very surprised by the sight before him. Ben's face also looked very grim at this moment. The knight quickly drew his sword. Are you a demon? Dion and Ben froze stiffly. This time it was truly over. The air suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. What should I do now? Dion thought. At this moment the knight had already swung his sword to point at Dr. Ben. Demon, stay away from the Marquis. Dion silently drew his dagger. He was wondering if he should kill him. If he were to kill him now, he could also explain it to His Majesty. His Majesty would understand. But on second thought, in his current condition, how could he possibly have the strength to fight him? So, Dion changed his target and instead threatened Dr. Ben. Dion pushed Dr. Ben away, pinning him to the ground with a knife at his throat. On the surface Dion seemed to be threatening Dr. Ben, but in reality the two were whispering, "Push me away and run." Hearing this, Ben cried out in alarm, "Lord Errett! But what about the treatment?" The knight standing behind them didn't understand what these two were doing. He asked softly, "Marquis, what's wrong with the doctor?" Ben gritted his teeth, although extremely reluctant. He had to obey. So the next second, Ben pushed Dion away and quickly ran off. The knight wanted to chase him, but Dion started coughing up a mouthful of blood, preventing him from abandoning Dion to pursue. So he ran over, supported Dion, and asked with concern, "Are you all right? You've vomited a lot of blood." Dion covered his mouth, struggling to utter a sentence. "I'm fine." In fact, he did this to attract the knight's attention. Although it was an act, Dion also genuinely felt a lot of pain. Luckily, His Majesty had given him some painkillers. The knight looked at Dion, his eyes filled with worry. "His injuries are more severe than the report I received. That demon just now, and the 10 monster corpses around him. I can't believe he went to execute the mission by himself. My lord, I have already prepared a carriage near that road." The more the knight looked at Dion, the more his heart ached for him. How much responsibility does he have to bear? So he hoisted Dion onto his shoulder and shouted, "I will definitely escort you back safely." Dion, seeing himself suddenly hoisted onto the knight's shoulder, was very panicked and told him to wait a moment. But at that moment the knight's mind was only filled with worry for Dion, because he had personally gone after that demon. Instead of taking care of himself, "I must first worry about his injuries, even if I get punished." How could he still be in the mood to listen to Dion's "wait a moment"? As for Dr. Ben, he ran while worrying greatly about Dion. This is the first time I've seen a magic tool react so strongly, knowing Lord Alut's situation was so dire. But in the end, not only did I not help, I became a burden instead. According to what just happened, Lord Alut is acting as a spy, under the guise of a human marquis, but I almost exposed his identity. Dr. Ben cried as he ran. He blamed himself for not being able to help Dion. Instead, he had put Dion in a difficult situation. Dr. Ben was very touched that Dion was willing to risk his life to protect him. If Dion had killed him, then he would have willingly died by Dion's hand, without any regrets. Dr. Ben's tears flowed like rain as he ran. Feelings of powerlessness, regret, and heartbreak were tormenting him. As for Dion, he was feeling too comfortable right now. Dion felt a little embarrassed, but being carried like this was very comfortable. If Dr. Ben saw this, he'd surely spit blood on the spot. All those tears he shed would be for nothing. After running for a while, they both reached the carriage. At this moment, another soldier was waiting there. Dion felt very happy seeing the carriage. Finally, he could go home and rest. In the palace, His Majesty was conversing with the priestess. After some discussion, he concluded, "So you mean I'm cursed?" The priestess covered her mouth upon hearing this and let out a hum. With an expression of great disgust, General Nemesis was furious and wanted to draw his sword. "How dare you? How dare you?" But the king calmly raised his hand to stop him, then said, "It's fine, the curse must be very strong, right? So strong that you have to cover your mouth." The priestess, hearing the king say this, quickly waved her hand. No, it's not that. Her face showed some panic. Then she weakly stepped back. "I can handle that curse. But your Majesty's karma and hatred are so immense that it makes me wonder. I'm curious. How have you managed to stay lucid until now? The Emperor was very pleased to hear her say this. He took the priestess' words as a compliment. Not too surprising. Never mind that. Tell me more about the curse in detail. The priestess slowly explained, Your Majesty. There is an evil spirit disturbing your mind. It causes you great confusion and drains your life force. That is a curse designed to kill its target. An evil spirit needs a dead person. However, you seem to have been cursed for a year. Why don't you know about it? Even though its effects have recently lessened. General Nemesis was extremely shocked to hear her say this. In his haste, he blurted out 3 questions a year. How is that possible, Your Majesty? In contrast to the general's anxiety, the Emperor was very calm. He slowly picked up the teacup on the table, then ordered the general not to be so flustered. It's nothing serious. As the saying goes, the Emperor isn't worried but his eunuch is. The Emperor slowly savored his tea. General Nemesis stood behind the Emperor and listened to him say, a curse that uses dead people to kill others for them is not worth mentioning. General Nemesis and the priestess, seeing the Emperor's calmness, both felt immense admiration. The priestess sighed inwardly. A curse based on karma. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be insane by now. I never expected His Majesty to be so resilient. Even the culprit probably didn't anticipate his willpower to be so strong. So the priestess bit her finger, letting blood flow. She drew a talisman with the blood. This talisman will temporarily suppress the evil spirit. Everything will be a bit easier when this talisman is burned. Just then an announcement came from outside. Your Majesty, Marquis Dion Hart has returned. Dion walked in. His entire body emanated dense dark energy. It was so dark it completely enveloped him. However, this was just the High Priestess' perspective. When she saw those black mists, she immediately covered her mouth in fear. Then quickly ran out. I'm so sorry. Dion saw the High Priestess' actions, and a huge question mark appeared in his mind. I'm so handsome. Why did she run away when she saw me? Dion's face crumpled, feeling very uncomfortable. Seeing this, the Emperor couldn't help but laugh out loud. You must have a lot of hatred in your heart, don't you? The Emperor slowly savored his tea. I've already told you before. Dion remembered what the Emperor had said in the forest. He said he needed Dion's help with something this time. And since Dion had already obeyed the Demon Lord's command before, he couldn't refuse his command this time. Dion's expression involuntarily creased. He cursed silently to himself. Damn it. He's been pretty quiet lately. I thought he had forgotten. After taking a sip of tea, the Emperor put down his teacup. He leaned back leisurely in his chair and gave Dion an order. You've probably fully recovered by now, haven't you? There are rumors among the soldiers that you're the commander of the Demon Realm's Zero Legion, so you need to prove that you're on humanity's side. Go back to the front lines once again. Dion sighed wearily. Why do I have to do everything? Do it, then redo it, and finally, I'm still the one going to the battlefield. Just as he was feeling tired, someone jumped up from below. There you are, Junior. Seeing him, Dion respectfully bowed in return. Senior, long time no see. This person was Stigma Petsamizo, the second hero. Petsamizo patted Dion's shoulder and said with a smile, I heard you were coming here. You probably arrived while I was out scouting, right? To have 2 heroes together with such a shortage of manpower. This must be a very important strategic location, wouldn't you say? Quite a lot indeed. Dion heard him say this but didn't respond. But he thought to himself, I don't like being here. I just want to do difficult tasks like killing monsters and such. But having said that, if he saw a powerful monster, he'd probably tremble in fear. If it weren't for the other him, Dion would probably be long dead by now. Suddenly a voice rang out. What's going on? It turned out 2 soldiers were arguing down below. Dion heard the sound and found it very familiar. Then he suddenly remembered. It was those mad dogs from his squad. The guy with the milk tea-colored hair, even with his collar grabbed, still had a very arrogant look on his face. Hey, if you're a candidate for a future hero, then your conduct should match your status, shouldn't it? The person who grabbed his collar was very angry. He furiously cursed. You started it. A bunch of arrogant knights. The milk tea-haired man retorted. You started it. Look who's calling the kettle black. Seeing this scene from above, Dion felt very weary. These dogs are causing trouble again. Liner just happened to be out. Just as he was about to loudly tell them to stop, someone else spoke up first. Hey, stop it. That person was Milan. Dion felt very moved. Because this scoundrel, Milan finally acted like a vice-captain. Milan stepped forward and separated the two arguing people. The milk tea-haired guy was so angry he almost wanted to devour Milan whole. Hey Milan, whose side are you on? They were the ones who looked down on us first. Then the milk tea-haired man cursed at the other guy again. Do you think you're the center of the universe? Just because you're a hero candidate. Suddenly Milan said something that made the milk tea-haired guy freeze. What if he is a hero candidate? Immediately after, Milan's face suddenly took on a combative expression and he burst out laughing. They don't even have a squad name. The guy with the scar near his eye felt insulted by these words. He angrily stepped forward. A knight order's name. It has nothing to do with their strength. So, Milan went from peacemaker to brawler, replacing the milk tea-haired guy. Milan pointed at the scary guy and said, that's right. Maybe we're arrogant, but you don't even have a team name. You're just a bunch of scumbags in tattered clothes. The milk tea-haired guy kept cheering from the side, as expected of the vice-captain. Ha 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 ha. Dion gnashed his teeth in anger from above. At this moment Permiso advised Dion. Junior, it seems your team needs a good lesson before they head to the battlefield. Although he called it advice, it sounded too boastful. Dion's mouth hung open in surprise at his words. Bamizuo continued in a gentle tone and pointed at the soldiers below. Because a captain's dignity can be judged by the actions of his subordinates. Dion looked at Permiso's night squad and couldn't help but exclaim wow, because their uniforms showed that they were vastly different from those young inexperienced knights. Completely unlike the squabbling knights in his own team. They looked seasoned and elite. Dion thought to himself. If only my pack of mad dogs were half as good as them. Bamizuo calmly explained to Dion. I'm saying this because I don't want you to be looked down upon once you leave. So I hope you'll take my advice. Dion nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. Dion's eyes sharpened. He glanced at his foolish soldiers and said in a deep measured voice. It seems they need to be re-educated. The people below were still arguing back and forth, unaware that their leader was already getting angry. The scar-faced guy then aggressively shouted. What kind of heroes are you without even hero's essence? Without even hero's essence. No matter how many achievements you have. Those are only useful in the human world. Someone without hero's essence. How can they be worthy of being a hero? Milan, hearing him curse, immediately knew he was talking about his marquis. You're jealous of the marquis, aren't you? How jealous. That position should have been ours. Even if we fight well, win the scar-faced guy replied proudly. But little did he know that for Dion's army, anything could be endured, except when their beloved Lord Dion was mentioned, then they couldn't stand it. Milan's group's eyes turned blood red, filled with murderous intent. Don't you know your place? To dare insult our marquis. They were the vanguard in the 8 Years' War. An unnamed troop made up of peasants and the poor. Not only were they cannon fodder, but no one expected them to survive. When they had given up hope of survival, they met Lord Dion. At that time Dion was on the battlefield, cloaked, thrusting a sword into an enemy. Then, someone among them thought it was a child. So he stepped forward and asked, what is that child doing? Only after Dion turned around did he realize this person was his commander. This commander was very young. He hadn't even recognized Lord Dion from a distance, because the Lord was so petite. Dion turned around, looked him directly in the eye, and then said in a very sharp voice, why are you stopping me? Continue. We only stop when the enemy stops moving. The man quickly explained. The corpse you're stabbing is already dead. But Dion grabbed his collar and loudly said, to snap him out of it. Because this is a battlefield. The weak will be eliminated in the rear. You think you're strong enough to survive, yet you still worry about others. The other soldiers were stunned, looking at their young captain. Dion continued, for the weak to survive in a place like this, we must make them feel fear. Because this is a crazy war. So make them afraid. Make them hesitate when they attack us. After speaking, Dion spread his hands, stood valiantly among the crowd, laughing loudly. We must make those who enter this war feel fear. By smiling as we slash our enemies. Just then an enemy tried to attack Dion immediately. Dion killed him as swift as the wind, making his nearby teammates tremble in fear. Dion looked at them with cold eyes. Without any emotion, he uttered extremely chilling words. Go feel pain, go think about pain. If there are still those foolish guys who believe that the dead still need to be respected in this place, Then go die, don't block my way. From that moment on, when Dion's image appeared in Milan's eyes, it changed their fate. Although these words were insane, in the end, these words saved them. They did everything to survive. And the most important thing was to survive by relying on each other. The flashback ended. Just now Dion was still saying in an indifferent tone that he would go down and organize them. But now with this Hansen hips pose. What's with this auntie? Nevertheless, the soldiers still greatly respected Dion, because in their hearts Dion was a hero, their benefactor. Back to the current situation. By using the tense situation on the front lines to distract them, the Demon Legion had invaded the demon realm from another path. The Emperor had noticed the Demon King's intentions, so he quickly dispatched one of Dion's armies. But they struggled greatly with defense. So the Emperor assembled his main forces. That was the second hero, Beijimizuo, and the third hero, Dion. The Emperor even dispatched hero candidates who possessed remnants of heroes to gather here. So the war against the demon realm had turned the tide and was slowly moving towards its end. On the current battlefield, Dion's army was frantically cutting down their leaders. Dion also fought like a bloodthirsty fiend. Dion kept yelling die while slashing. Die, die. The group of people who had just argued with Dion's squad, upon seeing Dion's fighting, were utterly terrified. He thought to himself, shouldn't he stop now? Why does he need to butcher them so savagely? One of them even felt disgusted by the slaughter carried out by the army Dion commanded. Felt disgusted. The scarred man from earlier trembled uncontrollably at the sight before him. He felt he had no ability to win, even though he possessed remnants of heroes. Now he felt as if he was facing a wolf, unable to escape. One person from Dion's legion, seeing the group who had just caused trouble for them, felt immense contempt, because they had always acted as if they were ready to fight. But now they were scared. That group called themselves hero candidates, possessing remnants of heroes, so they always acted superior. But now that they were on the battlefield, they were terrified. On one hand, they were afraid of the monsters. On the other hand, they were terrified because of the third hero, Dion. Dion was now in slaughter mode. He had fought to the point of losing self-control. Just then Dion was about to stab down. Beijimizuo grabbed Dion's hand, stopping him. Dion looked at him and unconsciously stopped his action. Beijimizuo had come here because his side was already handled. At this point all the monsters had been killed. Dion slumped to the ground, not saying a word. Some people around were stepping on the monster corpses. Some were helping each other to rest. And some were joking with each other. He lay on the ground sighing exhaustedly. Battles without medical support are truly exhausting. Looking at his soldiers, Dion wasn't too surprised. Otherwise, how could they have survived the battle? At this moment Belmizo suddenly turned to Dion and asked, "You keep shouting die. Is it your habit to shout die in battle?" Dion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remained silent. His cold gaze flickered towards Belmizo. But Belmizo thought that shouting such barbaric words would lower Dion's character, so it would be best to break that habit. Dion coldly said he didn't care about things like character. But before he could finish, Belmizo abruptly pushed his back. "Stand straight, chest out, head up." Dion looked at him with an expression that asked, "What in the world are you doing?" Belmizo continued to remind him also, when talking to others, you should look them in the eye and stand tall. Even a simple change in posture can bring about a significant improvement. Then he patted Dion's chest a few times. Got it. Dion felt that this guy Belmizo was truly annoying, because he was always giving him advice like this. When he held his dagger, Belmizo also nitpicked. Gestures would be clearer if accompanied by action. When Dion rested, he also reminded him, you should stop fighting without thinking. Dion felt that this guy always spoke like a senior, and then offered advice. Although his advice was very beneficial, he had the wrong person in Dion. He only liked to do as he pleased, following his own will. Belmizo looked at Dion for a moment, then smiled and said, "If you possess overwhelming power, then these things are useless anyway." As Dion was standing and talking, a demon charged over and with a spear stabbed directly at Dion. "Die, you monster." Everyone who saw the scene was terrified. Blood splattered and Dion's army turned pale with fear. Belmizo also widened his eyes. Dion blocked it with his hand, but the spear pierced directly through his body. But now the demon couldn't penetrate another inch, because Dion's hand had blocked the spear tip. The demon was very surprised by Dion's strength. It never expected him to be so strong. It couldn't move at all. Dion considered himself weak. But for survival, he had no other choice. Dion's eyes gradually changed. His voice also became murderous. "I'll make you pay for this injured shoulder, you bastard." After saying that, he brought his sword down. The demon died instantly. At this moment Dion was covered in blood. He felt so much pain all over his body. At the second hero's encampment, Belmizo caught an assassin. He sighed inwardly. "I didn't expect Dion to attract so many flies and mosquitoes." Belmizo sat on the assassin, his hands gripping his neck. Belmizo's voice was cold. "Who sent you? Are there many idiots who don't know how important this war is to actually send assassins here?" The assassin screamed and immediately died. It was only then that Belmizo suddenly realized he had miscalculated. He had used too much force and finished this guy off. Belmizo stood up and brushed the dust off himself. "But it doesn't matter, I just wonder if the junior knows about this." Belmizo couldn't help but smile. He found this matter truly interesting. And it was truly strange. Because a group of assassins wanted to assassinate Dion. They wanted to kill him. They even sent them directly to the battlefield area. This was highly unusual. However, there was also a group of people protecting Dion in the shadows. Belmizo glanced at the person hiding behind him. The person whom Kalu sent to protect Dion was in a panic at this moment. He thought, "Has he already discovered me?" Bermejo stood far away, bracing against the cold. He loudly said to that person, "Do you know who sent the assassin? Or who ordered you to be here?" The person sent to protect Dion, even after being discovered, still hid there, refusing to come out. At this moment his face was filled with fear. He thought he was definitely well hidden. How could Bermejo have found him? Seeing that the person didn't want to answer, Bermejo didn't press further. Anyway, he was just a guard, so there was nothing much to worry about. Bermejo always felt that something was amiss. An assassin and a guard were assigned a task to protect the same person at the same time, which was truly curious. On the other side, that guard was paralyzed with fear, because Bermejo's imposing presence was too overwhelming, scaring him half to death. He secretly sighed to himself. Being by Dion's side is even more dangerous than being on the battlefield. Meanwhile, in another place, Vice Captain Milan was crying, holding his head just like the captain. Marquis, are you insane? What are you going to do about your shoulder? Who would be crazy enough to chase an enemy with such an injury? Chase an enemy with such an injury? Lena was also stunned, looking at his commander. Dion was having the doctor bandage his wound. Hearing Milan's question, he avoided eye contact. Actually, he didn't know why he did that either. He didn't remember anything. Dion calmly called out to Milan, "Don't make a big deal out of a small wound like this." Just then a voice came from a distance. "You're awake." The person walking over was Bermejo. The others, seeing Bermejo arrive, all bowed their heads in greeting. Dion also wanted to stand up and greet Bermejo, but he stopped Dion. "You don't need to get up." Then Bermejo said in a very annoyed voice, "Do you always use yourself as bait?" Dion didn't know how to answer him. Vice Commander Milan looked at Dion thoughtfully. The commander had always been like this during these 8 years of war. He joined that battle when he was very young. Others concerned about Dion wanted to help him button his clothes, but he angrily yelled at them, "Let go, I'll do it myself." Milan felt that Lord Dion sometimes resembled a child, but in battle, he was more ruthless and cold-hearted than anyone, even if his body was weakened by alcohol, medicine and wounds. As long as he could survive, no matter how severe the injury, it would heal. Dion remained silent for a long time, his hands clasped tightly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I had no choice this time." But Bermejo thought this was not good. "You actually chased the enemy commander without any thought. You actually chased the enemy commander without any thought." Dion's sight of madly chasing the enemy commander made everyone, including the demons, very afraid. Bermejo stood in a high position, looking directly at Dion with sharp eyes. He asked Dion, "Because you killed that commander, the enemy forces scattered. Most of them fled. If I hadn't been there, would they have retreated?" Bermejo seemed to be suspecting something. Dion was greatly shocked upon hearing this. But Bermejo didn't wait for Dion to answer. He continued to ask, "At the very least, you should have left those miscellaneous soldiers behind and ensured your own safety. The enemy scouts already know about the injury on your shoulder because of this incident." While Dion was frantically chasing the monster, Bermejo had already noticed a demon flying in the air and witnessed all of this. Bermejo wanted to attack it, but the demon dodged and flew away. Bermejo believed that one of the most important commanders in the human world, being gravely injured, the fact of being gravely injured, must have spread throughout the entire demon legion. This means that the retreating forces are very likely to return and launch an attack. Dion knew he was right, so he had nothing to refute. Permiso saw Dion's displeasure and patted his head. Do you understand? I mean, your actions were not good, so you'd better take care of yourself. Dion whispered, "I'll remember that." Permiso's head pat made Dion blush. Milan and Reina watched the scene full of envy. Lord Permiso is the best. Just then another person pulled back the curtains. A frantic voice rang out. Marquis, the army has retreated. They're on their way back. Sure enough, Permiso's worst fear had come true. Dion was also surprised to hear this. But Permiso remained very calm. He saw Dion so agitated and flicked his forehead, making Dion cover his forehead, looking bewildered. Dion calmed down. He then said, pointing at Dion's face, "Our team will use my army to hold them back. So you take your army and retreat. It would be best to take those remaining heroes with you." Dion heard this and countered, "I take the army and leave. Just me. What about you?" Permiso gave Dion a stern look. Then he strode out, a pleasant smile on his face. "Oh, come on, do I look so weak that you need to worry? For those guys, my army and I will be enough. You're injured, but you can still save yourself. Right." And so Dion's army rode back. While riding, Dion analyzed the situation. According to the scouts report, most of the demon legions had been sent to some other place. This meant the battle here would be the last. As long as they could eliminate the retreating army, they could complete the mission of wiping out the enemy. Switching to another scene. In the Duke's room, Ulster and Gruen were playing chess. There was a strange relationship between them. Although Gruen had already pledged loyalty to the Duke and become his subordinate, the Duke, however, respected Gruen greatly. This relationship seemed very strange and unequal. Not like a superior-subordinate relationship on the chessboard. The Duke's black pieces quickly delivered a checkmate. Gruen sighed. "I lost." The Duke, with his legs crossed, looked at Gruen and asked, "You seem rather distracted today. Or are you worried about your younger brother?" This remark seemed to hit home for Gruen. The Duke stood up and continued, "I've sent assassins to kill him one after another. But even so, not a single assassin could get close to Dio Hart." However, upon hearing this, Gruen felt very worried. He listened anxiously as the Duke continued, "They've caught your dog again." With that, the Duke pushed Gruen's face onto the chessboard. Finally, Gruen wanted to resist, but he gritted his teeth. Because it wasn't the right time yet. The Duke looked at Gruen with a terrifying gaze. His voice was also extremely cold. "Gruen, I knew long ago that your people have been protecting your younger brother. I am not one who gives others a second chance for traitors or spies. But you are important to me, so I can only do this." Then the Duke plunged his sword directly into Gruen's hand. "Let's stop here for today. Do you truly remember that your younger brother killed your parents? Don't you feel sorrow for them? Weren't they precious people to you? Yet Diohart killed them without hesitation. Whatever the reason or misunderstanding was, would you be satisfied with a reason like that from him?" The Duke's words stirred up Gruen's painful memories. The Duke coldly asked Gruen, "Between your younger brother and your own life, which is more important?" The Duke thought this fellow was truly stubborn. He had just talked for a long time. Just like that, the guy didn't even make a sound. Then he let go of Cruella and sighed. "I'll give you one last chance. I'll send someone to watch over you. So don't even think about doing anything foolish. Unless you want to die in the end." Gruen glared fiercely at the Duke. But his hands began to tremble. After hearing what the Duke told him to do, which was to bring back Dion's head, the Duke had already left. Gruen was slowly putting on his cloak. He stood there quietly, recalling what the old witch had said. "If you want to die, then die. Before you die, kill that child." Gruen then remembered Duke Ailster's words from just a moment ago. "Between your brother's life and your own, which is more important?" Gruen's brow furrowed even deeper as he remembered that sentence. "If you don't want to die, bring Dion's head back to me." Those were the Duke's words. Gruen picked up his sword, thinking, It's time to end all of this." But right after that, the sword in his hand suddenly fell, as if it were a premonition. Gruen looked at his hand. Just now, the Duke had severed the nerves in his hand, making it impossible for him to even hold a sword. However, he clenched his fist, making a silent vow to himself. "I can't let this hinder me." Outside, Sunsol was on guard. He was surprised when he saw Gruen. "Come out. Are you planning to go out? Grun pulled back the tense canvas flap, stepped out and looked at him sharply. After what had just happened, Grun was convinced there was a mole in his army. And this person must be someone very close to him. The dog the Duke caught certainly wasn't one of the guild members Grun hired to protect Dion. Because they are a group that moves more quietly than anyone else. Most of the time, no one can detect their presence unless someone tips them off. Seeing Grun come out, Sun Sol respectfully bowed his head and asked to accompany him. Grun clenched his hands and angrily rejected his offer. No, you stay here and do what you're supposed to do. Sun Sol said, my duty is to protect you, but Grun turned his head, a hint of mockery in his tone, and said, protect? Did the Duke order you to do that? Sun Sol heard Grun say this and panic began to show on his face. Grun gave him an extremely fierce glance. Sun Sol, when did you become the Duke's informant? Recalling it now, Grun realized that Sun Sol might have started changing a long time ago. Because now that guy no longer called Grun young master like he used to. Finally Grun turned completely around to face him, looking directly into his face. Then he emphasized word by word. I ask you, when did you start reporting my actions to the Duke? Sun Sol was deeply disturbed and felt very guilty. He didn't dare to look Grun in the face. He glanced away, stuttering. Does that still matter now? Grun thought for a moment, then judged his words. Yes, I now feel that it no longer matters. I will no longer allow you to follow me. I'm not kind enough to keep a traitor by my side when I'm on an important mission. Grun felt quite sad because Sun Sol was one of his most trusted subordinates before he started working for the Duke. To say he wasn't sad would be a lie. But that no longer mattered now. After all, this was the last time. Ultimately Grun had given his answer to Duke Aelster's choice. This play was about to end. From the very beginning this had been a play without an audience. Grun wanted to end this play here without anyone knowing. Grun mounted his horse and rode straight towards Dion's location. As for Dion, what was he doing at that moment? Now he's being chased by a group of demons. The demons have already spotted him and are ordering their subordinates to hunt him down. Dion feels very tired because when he's with the demons, he's always hunted by the Imperial people. And when he's with the Imperial people, he's attacked by the demons. At this rate, Dion might have to change his nationality to Laotian. That's great, everything is peaceful in Laos, but an entire demon legion. A demon legion is already hot on his heels. They've caught up to Dion's army. He kept slashing and killing, but the demons kept charging forward. Reiner and Milan also killed many demons. Dion asked himself, where did all these demons come from? Just as Dion was slashing, a subordinate told him to look over there. There seems to be something over there. Dion looked over and saw an army transporting a large amount of food and weapons. That was the demons' first legion with their carriages. They were transporting supplies. One demon, seeing Dion had been spotted, blurted out in a panic, we've been discovered. It turned out they were dividing into two groups to distract Dion, but in the end their plan failed. Dion heard the demon accidentally let it slip and turned to look at it. The demon hastily covered its mouth, then looked at Dion with twinkling eyes as if to say, I didn't say anything. You misheard. Dion was speechless. Then he drew his sword. Then he looked at the demon with an affectionate gaze, as if to say, thank you, my friend. And your reward is a trip on a dragon carriage. Before its trip on a dragon carriage, the demon managed to leave a message for its comrades in time. Stop him, stop Dion. The demons transporting supplies turned around when they heard. They then saw Dion and his soldiers approaching. The green-haired demon, seeing this, shouted in a panic, what's happening? We've been discovered. Dion charged forward with an evil smile. Because if the supply line was cut, it meant this mission could finally end. When the two demons saw Dion arrive, their formation broke. One stood in front to guard the goods. The other hastily picked up its sword, wanting to stop Dion. But Dion was extremely excited now, because he was about to complete the mission and could go home to sleep. So he quickly made a few slashes and took care of them all. A nearby rock had already cracked, and with it came a landslide. The war against the demon realm began. Humanity gathered strength through alliances. For nations worked together to form an alliance, including the Empire, the Kingdom of Sanruiki and Ed Piranhas. During the truce, when both humans and demons were exhausted, after a long battle, a storm of destiny swept towards the Empire. Now the northern lands were covered in snow. At Dion's camp, buyer Jimise came looking for Dion. Dion's subordinate came to greet him. Buyer Jimisu asked, has Dion returned? How did it go? The subordinate replied, Marquis. Lord Dion returned yesterday. He's resting and recovering from injuries in his tent. Buyer Jimisu listened, then smiled and said, excellent. I heard he found the supply transport route during the retreat. Is that right? The subordinate replied, yes, sir. While clearing out enemy reinforcements, he caused a landslide cutting off the enemy's supply lines. As a result, the demon side suffered significant losses. Good. Buyer Jimisu chuckled upon hearing this. Let him speak then. As he said this, the sight before him made Buyer Jimisu stop. The soldiers in front of Dion's tent had all been knocked unconscious. No matter how he called out, he still wouldn't wake up. Bernizo knew what had happened. He quickly pulled back the curtain and looked inside. Just as he expected, Dion was gone. Somewhere else, Dion was being dragged away by someone else. He struggled constantly. Hey, let go of me. You lunatic, why are you doing this? The one dragging him away was his brother Gruen. Dion tried to pull his hand back, but Gruen held his hand so tightly that he couldn't move. Gruen easily dragged his brother along. Dion kept shouting, hey, didn't you hear me? I have nothing to say to you. Dion remembered a few hours ago. In the bedroom, suddenly a pair of bandaged hands covered his mouth and abducted him. Dion quickly recognized them as Gruen's. Gruen leaned close to Dion's ear and whispered, come with me. I have something to tell you. He said he wanted to talk. But now, Gruen had already dragged Dion this far. But he hadn't said a single word. Letting Dion shout as much as he wanted, Dion thought to himself. For whatever reason, he couldn't let his brother drag him away like this. What if he plans to take me somewhere and deal with me? What will I do? My injuries are severe. So if it comes to a fight, I can't win at all. Thinking this, Dion called out to Gruen loudly. Hey Gruen, I get it, just tell me what's going on here. He was about to press for answers, but Gruen turned his face, his eyes extremely bloodthirsty. Dion felt a little timid after seeing this, so he subconsciously stopped asking questions. Dion gritted his teeth, secretly thinking, is he trying to kill me? But the next second, Gruen suddenly drew his sword and guarded Dion from in front. Gruen reached out and pushed Dion forward and instructed him, keep going the way we were going. Dion looked at the path. As he recalled, the direction they were about to go was the path to the demon realm. Dion was about to voice his doubts when an arrow flew towards them. Fortunately, Gruen quickly sliced the arrow in two. Gruen told Dion to hurry. Go quickly, no time to explain. Someone's after you. It'll be hard to shake them off this time, because they've sent enough power to kill a hero here. Gruen was standing in front, shielding his brother, facing Duke Ulster's assassins. Seeing so many assassins, Dion broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, are all these people here just to kill me? Suddenly Gruen raised his hand and stroked Dion's head, startling him. Then he said in a very gentle voice, this side is very dangerous now. Go to the other side and never come back. Dion Gruen's head pat in gentle words surprised Dion greatly. The other side? Did he already know about my dealings with the Demon King's faction? But how is that possible? The assassin leader heard Gruen say this and was very confused. He scratched his head, because he truly didn't want to go against two heroes. Not at all. But since he was currently on a mission for the forces of evil, and an assassin had to maintain his credibility, he had to raise his voice to sound a bit more evil. So you finally chose your brother? Hey, you traitor, have you forgotten your orders? Gruen didn't answer him, but simply turned around fiercely, looked at them, taking a defensive stance to protect his brother. This action indirectly seemed to admit that he had chosen his brother. The assassin saw Gruen's action and immediately ordered his soldiers to charge. Kill them all. Facing such a large group of assassins, Gruen showed no fear at all. Gruen still clutched his sword tightly, even though his hand was injured. But Gruen's swordplay was still powerful and full of might. In just a few seconds, many of those assassins were slain. An arrow shot straight towards Gruen's face, but he swung his sword and shattered the arrow. Gruen recalled that night when he met Dean on his way back to the demon realm. After meeting, he pretended to escape, then secretly followed behind his brother. As a result, the place Gruen arrived at was the Land of March, or simply put, the demon realm. Seeing this, Gruen realized that from the start of the Emperor's secret mission until the appearance of the commander of Legion Zero, right after Dean had just disappeared, when he saw Dean naturally coming and going from the demon Realm Gruen quickly guessed. Dean was Eret Guen. While fighting the assassins, he pondered to himself. He was granted an important position. He was Legion Zero's 0. From this it's clear that Dean's life in the demon realm must be going very well. Dean watched his brother desperately fight those assassins as if to protect him. He couldn't run away either, because if he ran now, that group of people would quickly catch him. So Dean decided to cooperate with his brother and fight together. Seeing so many assassins, Gruen couldn't kill them all and somewhat regretted his recklessness. He thought to himself, I shouldn't have brought Dean here at this time. I wanted to bring my brother back to the demon realm because it's too dangerous here. But I didn't expect the Duke's assassins to arrive so quickly. I must find an opportunity for Dean to escape. While he was thinking, an arrow suddenly grazed Gruen's cheek and flew straight towards Dean. Gruen's face immediately changed upon seeing it. Dean hadn't noticed the arrows. When he turned and he saw blood splattering everywhere. The arrows had already pierced straight into his brother's shoulder. Gruen quickly pulled the arrow out of his shoulder. Dean was both worried and annoyed. He coldly questioned, "What exactly do you want to do?" Suddenly showing concern for me. At this moment images of what had just happened flashed through Dean's mind. He felt something was wrong. Dean felt that his memories were incorrect. Wasn't it that in his memories his brother had abandoned him? Through these images, he saw a scene in the library. It was a memory of him and his brother when they were children. When little Dean held a book and said he wanted to see the outside world. Gruen, sitting beside his brother, kept comforting him. Little Dean, immediately after saying that, forced to smile. Haha, I was just kidding. I really love reading and playing chess with my brother like this. At that time his brother Gruen also patted his head and said, Dean, when you're a little older, would you like to travel with the whole family? Little Dean's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing these words. Dean found it very strange. Why was he remembering this memory now? Didn't his brother always want to kill him, while he was immersed in his memories? Gruen's hand covered his eyes, pulling him back to reality. At this moment Gruen said, don't think too much. Just be your usual self. Gruen looked at his brother with a very loving gaze. Just like always, accept it and forget it. Then Gruen let go of his hand and quickly charged forward to deal with the assassins, who were rushing over. In fact, the family's demise was due to Dean's misunderstanding. Yes, a misunderstanding. If it wasn't for the misunderstanding, if it wasn't for the Duke, then his kind younger brother would never do such a thing. On the day his only younger brother was covered in blood, he made up his mind to protect his younger brother Dion, because his younger brother was his only family. Dion walked up to Green and trembling touched his shoulder. Green glanced back and noticed that Dion was conscious. Green thought to himself, after I die Dion will soon discover the truth. If he discovers the truth, he will go mad with guilt and seek revenge. Then, he will kill everyone around him, and ultimately take his own life. Therefore he cannot let that happen. He cannot let his younger brother know the truth. Green pushed his younger brother away. Go, this is my last request. Dion's tears fell like rain. He hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran away, doing as his elder brother had told him. The assassins were furious to see Dion escaping, because dealing with this green fellow was proving to be so difficult. So the assassin leader commanded first kill Green. Green also charged forward to fight. Green's last wish was that Dion wouldn't wonder about being forced to participate in 8 years of war, or what had happened. He just wanted him to focus on the hatred Dion had felt for him before. This way Dion would feel relieved after his death. Dion ran for a short distance. He felt an immense pain in his heart, an unbearable agony. Finally, he didn't listen to his elder brother's words, but looked back instead. What met Dion's eyes was the sight of his elder brother being killed by the assassins. Green slowly fell to the ground. His blood stained the snow. Before he died, the last thought that flashed through Green's mind was that people might mock him for living such a tragic life, and for being unable to stop his younger brother from killing their parents. He didn't even hate his younger brother. Instead, he worked hard to climb to a high position to protect his younger brother. By becoming a hero of the Empire, he served the enemy like a lapdog. Despite all this, Green still felt very happy, because at this very moment, he could finally protect his younger brother with his own life. Dion, seeing this scene, trembled all over. Unable to speak, Dion wanted to go to his elder brother, but at that moment his entire body was stiff. Dion stood petrified before this sight. Green looked back at his younger brother one last time. It doesn't matter if I die, but I have one wish. I just hope that when you find out the truth, your pain will be a little less. I hope you can live in the love of the demon world. I worry that after I die, you will be abandoned alone in this world, with no one to love you. Dion, my younger brother, I truly wish you happiness. Even in death I will protect you. After a fierce battle, the assassins finally killed Green. Green had fallen, but the assassins were still unwilling to let him go. They even stepped forward and stabbed him again. The assassin leader felt that Green was indeed a man called a hero. Many of his assassin team had been killed, and now not many were left. Even the scarred man behind scratched his head inside. This stubborn bastard. He didn't utter a single word until the very end. With Green dealt with, the assassins now set their sights on Dion. He commanded, quickly deal with Dion. Dion remained standing there silently, not saying a word. His mind was now blank, with only one thought remaining. Is he dead? He had always wanted to kill his elder brother. He had once thought that after Green died, you will surely be happy. But now, thinking back to when Quan stroked his head, tears flowed uncontrollably. Why would you do that? Why would you do all of this? Dion held his head. He felt he didn't deserve it. Dion felt a sharp pain in his head. Suddenly, the image of his deceased loved ones appeared before his eyes. Finally, Green reached out and touched Dion's face, speaking softly. Dion, don't think about those things. Dion, don't think about that anymore. But if you truly want to know, then confront everything you've ever done. Dion's tears fell like rain. Just then, an enemy's sword thrust straight towards him. But thanks to Dr. Ben's gem, it blocked the attack. The violent impact shattered the gem. Seeing this, the assassins gritted their teeth. He wiped his eyes. His attack just now was incredibly fierce. But why was there no effect at all? What exactly went wrong? So he commanded his comrades again. Charge and seize Dion. Dion still stood there motionless. He hung his head, tears flowing uncontrollably. Thoughts surfaced in his mind. I must run, but Mai won't let me escape. I've fought to survive until now. What should I do now? Then Quan's image reappeared in Dion's mind. In that scene, Quan turned back to look at Dion with an incredibly warm gaze. Then Quan spoke live. Perhaps because of these words, Dion struggled to clear his head and began to flee. The assassins relentlessly pursued him, but the snow was falling too heavily now. The blizzard constantly hit their faces, causing them to gradually lose track of Dion. Dion continued to run without stopping. Although the snow was thick and the path was difficult, he still ran, running ceaselessly. At this moment, countless questions surfaced in Dion's mind. You died before my eyes for me. The truths I believed in are crumbling before my eyes. The cold blizzard. His whole body now felt icy cold. But his tears were incredibly warm, suppressing the flood of memories. There was always a limit. Dion was now extremely confused. His parents. Were they really the ones who sent him to the battlefield? Was it true that Quan wanted to kill him? Why would Quan work for the Duke? And the memories he believed to be real, were they all truly facts? Dion ran to the barrier of the demon realm. He passed through the barrier and entered the demon realm. As soon as he entered the territory of the demon realm, he collapsed to the ground. Dion now knew all the truths. The things he had always avoided. Things he thought he couldn't turn back from once accepted. Because he was afraid he would truly break down. So he had tried his best to deceive himself. And now, he realized that was a wrong decision. Dion's tears flowed incessantly. He muttered incessantly. I cannot close my eyes and pretend nothing happened watching you. And everything you did for me. Finally, Dion gradually lost consciousness. In the Demon King's castle, everyone was panicking, watching the young man rushing forward. That was Dr. Ben. Aide quickly grabbed Dr. Ben's hand. Ben, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Ben held up the glowing gem to examine it. And then a look of panic appeared on his face. Lord Alut's magic necklace has never glowed as intensely as it does now. Seeing this, Aide's expression also changed instantly. What does this mean? Is he perhaps? Lord Alut is in danger. Linnell's worried voice rang out from the doorway. Linnell was so worried she was almost in tears. Lord Alut is in danger at the border of the demon realm. Dion roared, continuously violently pounding the ground. Dion's eyes lost focus. He was using physical pain to try and mask his internal suffering. The barrier he had built over the past 15 years had now collapsed. All the memories he had once ignored began to surface. Dion fell to the ground, constantly calling out for his parents and his brother Quinn. "Why did this happen? You should have killed me." Dion screamed in agony. "Why didn't you kill me?" Dion found it very hard to breathe. Breathing was extremely difficult and he coughed up a lot of blood. A figure ran over from afar. It was Lionel. She was calling out to him. But Lionel's image gradually blurred at this moment. Dion asked himself, "I only wanted to survive. But why?" And just like that, Dion gradually lost consciousness, falling onto the snow-covered ground stained red with his blood. Meanwhile, in the witch village, the old woman suddenly cried out, "The last wall has fallen. Disasters will soon follow." These words caused everyone in the village to panic. A girl holding a child asked blankly, "It's so late, what's happening?" The man in front of her quickly explained, "That old woman is at it again." Jian walked over to the old woman and touched her shoulder. Her expression was very serious. "No, you should listen to her. She's right, it's very dangerous here now. We must prepare to leave. We will go to Esperanza in the Marquis Castle." Jian was a little worried, so she walked up to the butler and asked, "Limenbo, do you not know where the master is?" Limenbo sighed. "How would an old man like me know? Currently the Empire is facing a piece of news. That the Empire's third hero Dion Hart has gone missing. People rumored that he was either kidnapped or that he killed his brother Quinn Hart, and then fled to the demon realm. The soldiers of Dion's legion were all very worried. They didn't even know if their Lord Dion had eaten enough." The brown-haired man sighed and said, "Lord Dion, honestly, where could he have run off to with a body like that?" Although he complained aloud, he was actually very worried about Dion. Milan had a bad feeling at this moment. He softly said, "I hope our Lord is still safe." Lena told them to stop worrying and to focus on their training. "We just need to trust him, trust His Majesty, and wait." A hero had gone missing, so His Majesty would surely order a search. Although she said this, she was still very worried deep down. She didn't know where Lord Dion had gone. She hoped their Lord still remembered that many people were worried about him. In the Imperial Palace, Emperor Eduardo was also discussing Dion's disappearance. "Have you still found no news about the whereabouts of Dion Hart and Quinn Hart?" General Nemesis respectfully replied, "Yes. It was reported that the two were last seen in the northern region. However, we still haven't located them." The Emperor fell into deep thought after hearing this. It ultimately came to this. After that he commanded, "Now we must focus on protecting the nation and finding the two heroes." Meanwhile, in the Duke's castle, "Duke, Eulasta patted Xander's shoulder, praising him profusely. "You did well, I will spare your life as promised." Despite receiving praise, Xander's face showed no joy at all. But the Duke didn't care. He only cared about results. The Duke believed Quinn was indeed a fool, because he chose to sacrifice his life to protect his younger brother. He sighed, complaining and also regretting not being able to kill Dion. The Duke was convinced that currently Dion was hiding in the demon realm. What impact would Dion's future actions have on the Emperor? He is really looking forward to being in the demon realm. Dean has been brought back to the castle. He is currently lying in bed, his tears flowing uncontrollably. Linear is wiping Dean's wounds, but she also can't stop crying from worry. Feeling helpless, he's been crying non-stop. Linear turns and asks Ben loudly, "Ben, do something. Aren't you his doctor?" Ben is just as helpless as Linear. "I've already healed all his wounds. However, this is a wound of the spirit, so there's nothing I can do." Just then a voice rang out. What exactly did he see to make him cry like this? It was the Demon King. At this moment the Demon King's expression was also very serious. The Demon King looked at the trembling youth before him, thinking, "It seems you've decided to accept that truth. Arid, if he's left like this, he'll die." The Demon King pondered for a moment, then placed his hand on Dean's head, making a decision. "This is a good opportunity to test your fate." The others saw the Demon King's action and quickly guessed what he intended to do. Before they could say more, the Demon King immediately ordered them out. Although the others were very reluctant, they still obeyed the Demon King's order and left. The Demon King felt things were getting interesting. He couldn't easily miss such a good opportunity. Then he placed his hand on Dean's forehead. A purple power emanated. He told Dean, "That will be something that affects your future and your life. The price is very high. You should just have a long, beautiful dream." A purple light emanated from the castle, illuminating the entire sky of the demon realm. Dean slowly closed his eyes. His tears rolled down. Before falling asleep, Dean called out Grun's name. A few days ago, Grun was looking up information in the study. Since the Duke has suspected me once already, I should prepare the ending in advance. He focused on flipping through each page. Everyone is targeting Dean. If Dean could be a little safer. I first need to differentiate Dean's enemies, the Duke and the Revolutionary Army. Grun mused. The reason the Revolutionary Army was formed is because its leader wants to turn Daniel's mother's dream into reality. If he learns that his mother is ill, Daniel will clearly rush off to find the Duke. He thought of Daniel being angry when Staber rejected him. The Duke will object and will eventually convince the Revolutionary Army's leader. The Duke does not want a revolution. Grun muttered to himself he needed to adjust the timing so that the Revolutionary Army leader hears the news of his mother's illness. This way they won't have time to focus on Dean due to internal conflicts. At this moment Grun was severely wounded. He lay on the cold snow. Even if your chance of survival only increases a little, I'm willing to do it. Perhaps before I could only do this much, but you've always been a smart child, so you will surely do well. Grun gasped, his vision slowly blurring. Now please allow me to make my exit first. His eyes could no longer stay open. He slowly closed his eyes. Grun imagined himself with Arid Dean. He smiled gently. His eyes filled with love. I support all your decisions. Grun stroked his head. So bravely go and do everything you want to do. The sunlight shone on our Arid. Grun closed his eyes, tears flowing. I will always love you. He stopped breathing, his body unmoving. Grun was gone forever. In the library everyone's attention was focused on Arid, who was sitting in the corner. Ben walked up to him. He asked worriedly, Lord Arid, are you all right? I heard you were ill. Arid seemed not to have heard Bien's words. He continued to read his book in silence. Bien thought it's been hours since waking up until now. Has his lordship just been sitting and flipping through books? His lordship doesn't seem well. I should report this to the Demon King. Suddenly a book quickly brushed past Bien, leaving a scratch on his face. Arid stumbled to his feet, panting heavily. Seeing this, Bien cried out helplessly, my lord. In the corner, unseen by anyone, tears were already streaming down Arid's cheeks. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Arid recalled what he had just read. The former fourth hero Green had passed away. The information will soon be destroyed. He was related by blood to the third hero Geohat. He pondered over what was written in the book. All his questions remained unanswered. But one thing was certain. Perhaps everyone knew that he was the Duke's man opposing the Emperor. But his decision seemed to be wrong. Or went against the Duke's orders. Or perhaps he was even manipulated. Arid suddenly cried out wildly. This left Bien, who was clutching his face, bewildered. Arid clutched his neck in immense agony. Is all of this because of me? You didn't kill me but protected me instead. You. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice interrupted everyone out except for Arid. Bien glanced in the direction of the voice. Fear surged in his eyes. Ugh. Arid didn't stop. He coughed up blood in pain. What exactly did I do to him? Suddenly a hand reached out and stopped his action. The Demon King, expressionless, tightly gripped Arid's hand. The Demon King opened his mouth and asked, I saved your life. And this is what you do the moment you wake up? Arid looked up at him in despair. Why did he take my place? I'm sure he hates me. His parents too, because of me. Have I been wrong all these years? How could it be? The Demon King sighed, not answering immediately. The Demon King used his magic to retrieve a stack of documents. He consoled him, saying, I will help you. So please calm down. You need more detailed information, don't you? Arid was surprised. This is he held the papers in his hand. The Demon King explained. Duke Ulsterstable began interfering with your family, starting from the war 8 years ago. You should be able to find some facts. And with these you can uncover the truth you don't know. He thought, but of course, I have omitted the details of my contract with the Duke. Arid flipped to the first page, his body trembling. He looked at him with a pained heart. Poor Geohat. Now he truly has nothing left. Arid's face darkened again. His eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. He cried out again, flinging the documents in his hand. Arid's body trembled incessantly. He blamed himself. What did I do to the Duke? What on earth did I do? Seeing this, the Demon King reached out his hand and sneered, covering his mouth. A glint flashed in his eyes. Do you know when humans fall? No. He observed Arid, who was sobbing in agony. It is when they lose what they hold most dear. Or more precisely, when they have nothing left. Arid's eyes gradually became hollow. At this moment only one thought repeatedly filled his mind. Full of negativity, wanting only to end his life here. Arid picked up a piece of shattered glass from the table, completely ignoring the blood seeping from his hand. Negative emotions completely enveloped him. He gripped the shard tightly in his hand. With the cruelest method. Kill this body. The Demon King quickly grabbed Eret's hand. No. His blood-soaked hand trembled. The Demon King still didn't let go. Dying like this is too selfish. Not my brother. Did you sacrifice his life to save yourself? Eret's expression stiffened as if he had just realized. The Demon King watched Eret slowly raise his head. Sometimes I used to think that I regretted using 90 of my magic to save you, because I felt like I was using my power to fix a broken toy. He grabbed the Demon King's collar, as if grasping a thread of hope. In the end, did the Emperor know all these things? Upon hearing this, he revealed a sinister smile. But you certainly won't disappoint me. The Demon King seemed full of confidence. Just as expected. He placed a hand on Eret's shoulder, leaned close, and spoke with deep meaning. Absolutely not the Emperor. The person who personally investigated the Hart family. How could Hart not know? In the Demon King's eyes, Eret was like a puppet at his command. His 90 magic wasn't too high a price to get a ticket to watch this play. Meanwhile, in his study, a hand reached for a fountain pen. Hart killed Glenn Hart, then fled to the demon realm. Eduardo rested his chin on his hand. That must be a rumor. Perhaps that's what Glenn wanted. The general asked incredulously. What? Eduardo's eyes sharpened. General, do you know? Glenn Hart sacrificed everything to protect his younger brother. He recalled just as the fourth hero Glenn was born. That was the fourth hero Glenn. He had promised I'd pledge my loyalty to the Empire. In exchange, please help me deceive Dean. Eduardo looked at him deep in thought. At the time, the victim knelt before an insignificant person. For the sake of the guilty one, he clasped his hands together and made this suggestion. Dean Hart, the one who knows nothing, will continue to resent you and the Hart family. Eduardo thought by turning himself into bait. Glenn smiled contentedly then. This is enough. Eduardo thought Dean Hart would never suspect. Back in reality, Eduardo explained to the general. He didn't want his brother, the one who killed their parents because of past grudges, to discover the truth and be hurt by it. He continued, I thought Dean Hart was similar to me in many ways, but his family was different. Outside the corridor, guards saw a figure approaching. Eduardo stated his wish. More than anything, I wish to pay my respects to Glenn Hart. Suddenly the door was pushed open. The general was surprised. Dean Hart Eret walked in clad in a black cloak. The soldier quickly tried to dissuade the Marquis. This will cause trouble. The general questioned him angrily, preparing to draw his sword. How dare you walk in here with such an attitude? Eduardo slowly stood up. He interrupted the general. It seems you're safe and sound, Marquis Dean Hart. Eduardo thought to himself. But what about Glenn Hart? Outwardly he remained calm. You're covered in wounds. Why are you still coming to me? Eret approached step by step. Your Majesty, do you know? Do you know what the Duke did? And the truth about my brother? Do you know what Glenn Hart tried to hide? In his eyes there was only a desperate longing for the truth. How much do you know? Eduardo fell silent. In the end his efforts were in vain. Only after a few seconds did he answer Eret. I know everything. The words struck him like a bolt from the blue. He gritted his teeth in anger. Eduardo was worried internally. Dean lowered the hand that had been covering his eyes, and saw the truth. Eret shouted, then you should have told me. No, you should have at least given me a hint. He frowned, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If only you had at least rejected my request back then. Eret recalled his plea. Please allow me to overthrow my family. Eret complained. When people were receiving merits obtained from the war. 8 years if the Emperor hadn't chosen to remain silent then. He recalled the scene of his hands, covered in blood. They all survived. Eduardo said, it seems you're just a child after all. This interrupted Eret's thoughts. Eduardo confirmed again. Everything was done according to your will. I merely followed your requests. But if you still insist on knowing why. That's right, he crossed his arms. His tone was venomous, yet his expression remained composed. It's because of greed. To keep talent like yours by my side. Eret clenched his bleeding hand. Oh, you speak of talent. His gaze was icy. Your Majesty, I am not as talented as you imagine. Eret realized the Duke and the Emperor. They had been using him from the start. He was merely living a life manipulated by others. Soon after, in a blizzard, a pair of feet struggled to walk. A cloaked figure staggered along. In the severe cold, the cold reddened Eret's cheeks. His body was weak, as if he might collapse at any moment. A hand suddenly appeared and steadied his body. Eret struggled to call Raymond's name. The white-haired man worriedly. Are you all right? I was very worried. Tears streamed down his face. What have I done to my family? Raymond changed the subject. He quickly interrupted him. Please allow me to help you walk. It's very cold. Let's go inside. Raymond supported Arid walking through the severe cold. He resolved inwardly kill them. Arid gritted his teeth. He looked resolute. Kill everyone. At least this was the absolute will in his heart against those who had used him. A desire for absolute revenge. In the Stabaras duchy, a mansion was ablaze. Desperate screams rose one after another. Inside the mansion a fierce battle was underway. Find that duke. We won't spare any of the duke's dogs. No one allied with the duke will be spared. In a corner, two swords clashed, emitting a piercing sound. A revolutionary soldier frowned. Found you, Duke Ulist. Stabai struggled to resist. Damn it, there are too many of them. If this continues, well, lose an it'll be too late to do anything. Suddenly he was ambushed. Blood splattered from his body onto Stabai. A subordinate frantically ran to the duke. Are you all right? The man said urgently. Well, hold them back. Please retreat to a safe place quickly. Before he could finish speaking he vomited blood. The man collapsed backward. Someone shouted loudly, kill him. The duke. Stabai turned to flee. Unwilling, he cursed incessantly. Damn it. Stabai complained. This is all your fault, Daniel. He recalled a few days ago, when Daniel asked through the gem, do you truly not wish for this revolution to happen? Duke Stabai chuckled softly, then slowly replied, no, Daniel, you are more obtuse than I imagined. In another place, Daniel was frowning. He gripped his sword tightly, covered in blood. Stabai's voice came through the pink gem. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. You and the Revolutionary Army are merely tools to overthrow the Emperor's supporters. Is it just to change the entire political system? So that everyone can be equal? Are you planning to throw the whole world into chaos? Stabai said coldly, as if making a declaration. The Revolutionary Army is a group of villains attempting to plunge the world into chaos. Those dangerous ideas will be purged, along with your life. Daniel fell silent upon hearing this. His laughter suddenly reached Stabai's ears. Haha, he felt puzzled. He's still laughing in this situation. Daniel sneered. His expression was as if all of this was expected. I already knew you would betray us. Did you think I would stand idly by, without any preparations? His eyes were deep. You wish to eliminate the Revolutionary Army. No, for an heir. The Revolutionary Army will never stop. Daniel continued. You are precisely the one who helped us eradicate the internal cancer of the Revolutionary Army. Duke Stab's face turned ashen at this moment. Did you deliberately lead those bastards here? What? Daniel immediately admitted. That's right, they are the ones who extorted and embezzled. Completely useless for the future of the Revolutionary Army. To express my gratitude, please allow me to offer another gift. Stab said, puzzled. Before he could speak, a soldier suddenly rushed in to report. Duke were under attack. He was greatly shocked. His pupils constricted and his expression became unusually solemn. The mansion exterior had been set on fire. The Revolutionary Army charged in to fight. Stab stood on the balcony and looked down. He asked furiously, what? Did you scatter your own troops? Stab shouted his name with resentment. Daniel. He smiled slightly. It seems they've arrived. Daniel told him, by the way, the place where you are standing right now is our final attack point. For the future, we still need to cut your forces in half. What do you think? Stab furiously ordered, kill him. Kill him immediately. The soldiers rushed forward as instructed. Daniel said softly, in that case, tell me the result when you're in hell. At this moment Stab placed his hand on a wall. Inside a secret passage in the duchy. He asked himself, do they have an heir? Stab planned. I need to hurry. Now I have cut off contact with the Revolutionary Army. I must round them all up before they completely slip out of my control. He frowned, cold sweat unconsciously beating on him. Daniel, you are smarter and more dangerous than I imagined. Although the loss of soldiers was painful. Over there, Bao Zhang rushed over. He panted, exhausted. Bao was astonished, as if he had seen something horrifying. Stab thought, although the loss of troops pains me, killing you is some consolation. Bao sat down. He embraced Daniel, who lay in a pool of blood, suffering, calling out Daniel's name. The next day, two people stood before a room door, knocking repeatedly. Captain, opened the door, you should eat something. But neither of them received any response. The man sighed. My goodness, he's been holed up in his room for days. If this continues, hell ruin everything. Lian said dejectedly, he's still the same. Suddenly a young man walked over and she cried out, Jian. Another person quickly ran over and grabbed Jian. You bastard, the captain is in danger. Where were you just now? He hastily explained. I had something to do. The other person asked curiously. You had something to do? Jian's gaze sharpened. He recalled. When he stood before the fiercely burning village, Jian held a torch looking up at the burning area. After his destiny was revealed as a supporter of calamity, Jian recalled the old woman cursing him. You're the bastard who will serve calamity. The mocking and contemptuous words of the surrounding people. Get out of our village, go to hell. He remembered the happy times with his loved ones. I just barely escaped with my life. A man tried to explain. But she said he's a supporter of calamity. What if we stay together and get dragged into that chaos? What then? Jian threw the torch to the ground. I came here to flaunt that I am fulfilling the destiny. You all praise, but now I am just burning down an abandoned village. He thought to himself that he never desired to be understood. Jian turned his head and calmly said to the girl behind him, "Oh, don't worry. I'm not saying you'll go find and kill them. I need that old woman to witness me fulfilling my destiny with her own eyes." A look of worry appeared on the girl's face. Jian, he walked past the girl. I hope she suffers in agony for the rest of her life. Tell her I am that wretch she created. The girl's voice rang out. Crazy hag, watch your eyes. Jian asked in surprise. What? He turned his head to look at the girl who was speaking. I hope he doesn't create too many wretches. Behind Jian, that person had vanished at some point. He asked himself, his eyes back to the present. Jian pushed open the door without hesitation. Has she already seen his future? The two people were stunned. Huh? Wasn't the door locked? How did you open it? Jian replied calmly. Isn't lockpicking a basic skill? The man exclaimed in shock. How can that be a basic skill? Lian handed the food tray to Jian. She advised it might be dangerous to go in now. Jian interrupted her. I'll go, it's fine. Let me give this to him. I have something to say to him. Jian calmly walked into the room with the food. He saw Arut sitting in the corner and said, My lord. Jian looked at Arut, who was sitting on the bed covered in wounds. Are you still hurting yourself? He felt a pang of sadness. He never expected the great calamity they spoke of to be reduced to this state. Jian placed the food on the table. Everyone is worried about you. He urged, come out for a while. Arut didn't answer. He silently glanced at Jian. Arut suddenly spoke. What is he to you? This question made Jian's movements halt. Arut's eyes lit up. I've always been curious, but I've never received a proper answer. What exactly is he to you that makes you keep following me? Jian didn't answer immediately, but instead gave a knowing smile. He put his hands behind his back and met Arut's gaze. You ruined my life. You are my disaster. And also my goal. So I beg of you, please allow me to continue following you like this. Arut was in tears. He laughed loudly and said, Haha, that's right, Jian. You are not the emperor's man, nor the demon king's. Arut looked at the person in front of him. He belongs to me. Jian knelt down and Arut placed his hand on his shoulder. Your disaster, I like that. Excellent, Jian, let's go together. Arut secretly made up his mind. He would never let anyone control him again. Late at night in the Demon King's castle, a voice rang out. I'll be back soon. So wait here. Arut walked out of the room. Jian obeyed the command. I understand. Whispers rose. Is he the one Lord Arut personally brought back? Lord Arut is an exception. As for the others, Lilinlo looked at Jian displeased. Are you the human Lord Arut personally brought back? As the leader of the Arut cult, I will not forgive you. Jaikai also spoke up from the side. Humph, remarkable willpower. I'm surprised. You can remain calm in such an atmosphere. Another question followed then. Are you the human brought back by the Zero Legion commander? The human brought back by the Zero Legion commander. Jian remained silent, secretly praying, my lord, please come out quickly. In the Demon King's study, he asked Arut. You mean according to your destiny? You need that human? He replied, yes. The Demon King asked doubtfully. And that's not a possible future, but fated, unable to be changed at any cost. Then she must be a gifted witch. He cupped his chin. All right. I permit him to stay in the demon realm. The Demon King continued to ask. So, you only came here to make your first request? Is that all? Arut bit his lip after deciding on revenge. He had been thinking, what was the most effective way to exact revenge on the Duke and the Emperor? Those who had deceived him his entire life. What was it he requested? Please completely destroy the Empire. The Ghost King stopped immediately upon hearing this. What? At this moment only resentment remained in Arut's eyes. Please guide it towards complete destruction. Trample it. Make them unable to rise again. He said firmly. I will destroy the empire you cherish so much. Arut's tone was full of certainty. This is my true request. The Ghost King covered his face and laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha, he mocked inwardly. Madman, foolish fellow. Before even knowing the truth, he plunged headfirst into it like a moth to a flame. I deceived you, and used you 1,000 times more than the emperor did. Yet you know nothing. You chose evil once again. Determination showed in Eret's eyes. I sincerely and truly follow you. The Ghost King glanced at him, a smug look on his face. Finally, after a long time. In his eyes, Eret was nothing but a toy he could play with to his heart's content. To be toyed with at his whim. The toy had already fallen into his hands. At this moment the servants here, seeing Eret and Jian enter the mansion together, quickly showed their respect. Greetings, Lord Eret. Eret, a murderous aura on his face, slightly raised his eyes. With no intention of responding, he simply continued walking forward. They seemed to sense this dark atmosphere, and couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Lord Eret's demeanor seems to have changed a bit. He's always been terrifying, but now he feels even harder to approach. Eret suddenly remembered what the Ghost King had said. I'm handing over command of the army to you. So he thought to himself that he had already obtained the power to destroy the empire. The deaths of those demons flashed through his mind. If I want to use this power correctly, I cannot be careless. Once the demons discover I'm weak, I will lose my life, losing the power I just gained and the chance for revenge. The scene of that conversation thus appeared before him. Eret's face darkened. Until now that was just an accidental misunderstanding. He continued walking, calculating inwardly. But now I need to use it. Then Eret stopped in front of a door. For now I will keep my distance from everyone. Changing my attitude, making them feel greater pressure, is also a good idea. Ed saw him slowly approaching and immediately bowed in greeting. Lord Eret, you're back. Ed suddenly felt the sense of distance emanating from Eret, and was puzzled. Lord Eret, he suddenly remembered at this moment. Just as Stigma Primero said. Even a slight change in demeanor can improve many things? Then he said decisively and indifferently. Go and create an image. That makes them unapproachable. Eret immediately spoke up, addressing Jian. Jian heard this and quickly responded. Yes, my lord. Seeing them pass by, Ed hurriedly said, if my lord needs help, I will. He hadn't finished speaking when the door was shut with a bang, leaving him outside, his thoughts in disarray. Lord Eret, why is this happening? Inside the room, Jian glanced towards the door. Then he withdrew his gaze and said, that was quite cold, my lord. I think he's hurt. Eret suddenly spoke slowly and said with certainty. Ed is a demon. Then he coldly uttered heartbreaking words. There's no need to get close to demons. That will only add unnecessary danger. As soon as Eret finished speaking, the two fell silent. He calmly raised his head and spoke. I think he'll be more comfortable alone. A long time passed. Winter passed in a flash. At this time the demons were crossing the barrier. As if the past events were nothing but a joke. The Demon King's army was once again menacingly marching towards the human world. The two soldiers saw the scene and were immediately panic-stricken. Those are demons. The demons have already crossed the border. Contact them immediately. Get ready immediately. All right. They suddenly saw the person leading and couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Wait, that demon in front. When they saw clearly, they immediately said in unison. Isn't that Dion? Remember earlier? The news about Dion Hart, or the missing heroes, now standing with the Demon King, and how the news of Gruenhart's death spread like wildfire. The death of the fourth hero, Gruenhart. People were buzzing about this news back then, especially the news about those missing heroes. From their confident reports, I knew this would happen. In the end, he still killed his last remaining family member. How cruel, utterly cruel. Not only is he unfilial, he has lost his humanity. What about over here? Eduardo, having heard the news, was reviewing the situation with Dylan. Another border town had already fallen under his command. He stared intently at the map, reorganizing and dispatching reinforcements, in case they continued to advance toward nearby villages. The general standing nearby saw this and asked, Your Majesty, why did you so easily let Dion Hart leave that day? Eduardo fell silent, listening as he continued. Even though at that time, Dion Hart had already betrayed you. Art had said then that he was not the talent Your Majesty believed him to be. Meanwhile, the general cautiously spoke. You must have known there would be a day of regret. No sooner had he finished speaking than Eduardo replied. I know, as an emperor, I made a foolish decision. The general, hearing this, immediately raised his voice and asked, then why? Eduardo's eyelids slowly dropped. At the same time, he also asked himself why. Then Gruenhart's voice unconsciously surfaced in his mind. For me, that was enough. Meanwhile, Eduardo probably already had his own answer. Perhaps it was a small sign of respect for the deceased. Someone who, from beginning to end, always thought of others. Or perhaps it was because he knew what the Duke had been doing all this time. But he couldn't stop it. He cast aside his earlier thoughts and said, "No matter what you say." In the end, it was just an impulsive decision. Immediately after, Eduardo smiled. "What's done is done. What can we do now? We have no intention of regretting anything we've done. So we need to put that matter aside and deal with the current situation." At that time, Bao read the letter Daniel wrote before his death. Everything was just to cut off all ties with the Duke. Finally, Daniel wrote an instruction. "The rest is up to you, Bao. Don't forget your rage against injustice." At that time, for the revolutionary army, including him, he was bait. He betrayed the Duke, the one who tried to use us. Bao smiled after reading it. "This is certainly your way of leaving." After reading the letter, he walked out of the house with determination. He had to try his best not to fail the trust Daniel had placed in him. Suddenly, Bao stopped, turned around. Then he personally set fire to the place, saying regretfully, "I was wrong." Instantly, flames spread everywhere, carrying the thoughts in his mind. "If anything happens to you, I will follow in your footsteps with this poison, because I failed to protect your mother." The flames thus devoured the deceased mother. After the matter was settled, he walked out of the house carrying a box in his hand. Seeing Bao come out, Yilam quickly asked Bao, "Are you all right?" He slowly replied, "What if I'm not?" Hearing this, he stepped forward and said in a raised voice, "Pull yourself together." Bao Yilam was about to continue asking, "Daniel has already declared you." Before he could finish, Bao had already placed that box on him, causing him to panic. "What is this?" Bao then said to Yilam, "I understand. You don't have to worry so much. This is Daniel's belonging. Please take good care of it. I will strive to live up to his trust as much as I can." Bao hesitated for a moment longer. "But before that, I need to go see someone quickly." Hearing this, he guessed. "Are you planning to go see that child again?" Bo replied calmly, "Yes, I need to find that girl." He looked at Yilam, then affirmed, "Daniel taught me how to love others." Bao thought of Hila. She was his only living relative. After receiving the letter of introduction, she asked doubtfully. Eret's order Rinalo showed an alluring smile and said, "If you're interested, go to the location mentioned in the letter. Unlike the Church of Salvation, no one can destroy this paradise." Bao prayed silently in his heart. "Just bear with it a little longer. I'm here to protect you." Hearing these tempting invitations, Hila imagined a paradisiacal scene. Inside the mansion at night, the sky was gloomy, accompanied by birdsong. Inside, everyone was discussing the situation of the various empires, the Luis Empire and the Sang Empire. Except for Esperanza, the major kingdoms of the human realm had formed an alliance. Finally, considering the empire's current actions, this was somewhat unexpected. Suddenly, someone spoke up and asked, "So the empire hasn't suffered any losses yet?" Eret was playing with a Rubik's Cube at the moment, and the person stammered in response. Well, he paused slightly, then looked up at Eret. "According to the plan, we should have already captured an imperial castle. Why are we marching so slowly?" The Demon King immediately reassured him, coming to his rescue. "Haha, don't worry. You know, our demon power is restricted in the human realm. There's no other way. We can only march slower than expected." It turned out that before this, the demon race, hated by the whole world, had to endure a punishment when entering the human realm. If they made a pact with a human, they could use their full power. But if not, they could only use half. Meanwhile, the Demon King drew out his words. "Furthermore, many castles in the human realm have magic suppressing formations. Therefore, demons. It's hard for us to fully exert our strength," he said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Eret immediately scratched his head in frustration. "This is driving me crazy. He's right. I didn't consider the characteristics of demons. Given the situation, I must change my strategy." Seeing his strong reaction, that person spoke. "Then I also need to make sure that humans cannot fight with their full strength either. Do you already have a plan in mind?" Eret answered while spinning the Rubik's Cube. "I need to dismantle their alliance with Luis Empire, a place rich in goods." He recalled, "There's a small nation called Taihong near the border. They were already absorbed into Luis before the war. This means if we attack that place, Luis will have no choice but to divide their forces and send reinforcements." As soon as he finished speaking, Jack added, asking for confirmation, thus weakening their power. "Are you planning to attack Luis before the Empire?" Eret put down the Rubik's Cube. "I will use them as an example. This will send a message that our target is the Empire. But we will clear anyone or anything that stands in our way. After hearing this strategy, the Demon King immediately asked him, "How do you plan to deliver this message then? Can we use the magic you used during the last declaration of war? Is it still usable?" The Demon King was immediately stunned, then looked at him with shocked eyes. Eret immediately raised his voice. "I will appear in person and reveal a fact. The third hero of the human realm and the commander of the demon realm's Zero Legion are actually the same person. I will tell them that I was betrayed by the Emperor of the Empire, which led me to turn to the demon realm. And the demon realm is trying to help the human realm isolate the Empire." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly let out a sinister laugh, saying, "How amusing. This plan is truly brilliant. This is truly fascinating, truly delightful." The Demon King couldn't suppress his excitement. Doing this will surely cause a massive stir. Perhaps it might even shake the entire human realm. You truly are the best toy I've ever had. Dion Hart, I'll go prepare right away." The next day, as people were going about their normal lives, several screens suddenly appeared in the sky, catching their attention. What's that?" As soon as they looked up, they saw Eret's face. To their great surprise, they all exclaimed in unison, "That person is the Demon King." At this moment, the Demon King waiting for Eret heard footsteps and turned around. Then he opened his arms in welcome. "You've arrived." Eret and John walked in together, looking around. "What's with this room?" The Demon King stepped forward, naturally placing a hand on his shoulder, and replied, "How does it feel? Amazing, isn't it?" Eret didn't speak, only thought to himself, "Isn't this a bit too exaggerated?" Afterward, he led Eret to a seat. Seeing the Demon King's enthusiasm, Eret said, "You don't need to go to such lengths." After hearing him, he immediately replied, "Today is the first day. You make your appearance before the public. More precisely, today you will carry out a mission to split the human realm, and you will appear as a traitor to the human realm." The Demon King flashed an innocent smile, gesturing with his hand. "When you want to start, just place your hand on the magic stone." Seeing his actions, Eret immediately understood. So this is how humans are treated in the demon realm. It's all just an act. A sharp smile bloomed on his face, and he cursed silently in his mind. "Haha, that bastard." Then Eret placed his hand on the magic stone. "Alright, let's make history then. It looks no different from a live broadcast. This is the moment I become the biggest scoundrel. The biggest scoundrel moment." He spoke up. "Everyone must be wondering what's going on, right?" People stared at the screens as if discovering something. Red eyes, white hair. Isn't that the missing hero? Eret began to introduce himself. "My name is Dion Hart. I am the third hero of the Empire, and also the Demon King's Legion commander." People started discussing amongst themselves. Is the Legion commander a human? And an Imperial hero, no less. Then his voice was heard again. "Humans, listen closely, our target is the Empire. More precisely." Eret's face revealed a sinister smile as he got straight to the point. "We want to take the Emperor's life." He continued. "As you all know, the Emperor, your Emperor, because of the Demon King's declaration of war, has paused the expedition." What? At this moment, Sabe was also watching the live broadcast. "Precisely because of this, many of you are still safe and sound." As soon as Eret finished speaking, he frowned and thought. He knows the whole country hates him, yet he's only targeting the Emperor. If the common people abandon the Emperor, then the nobility will benefit, and the Empire will lose its unity. Is that what he truly wants? Sabe lost his composure, venting his anger at the glass door, wishing he could kill Eret immediately. If internal strife breaks out, and the demon realm sends troops to attack, then everything will be over. I really should have killed Eret and that guy named Krun back then. Meanwhile, Eret continued to address the public. The human realm is misunderstanding the demon realm. You all believe the demon realm cannot be trusted. But what is your basis? The Demon King still accepts humans like me as his subordinates. Not only is he very generous to me, but he also granted me a high office and generous salary. Eduardo heard him say this and sneered. Dion Hart. He's very good at sowing seeds of discord among enemy ranks. Alu tried to persuade everyone on screen. If the demon realm truly is that evil, then how could what I just said have happened? He spun around sharply, muttering to himself. We couldn't make him shut up either. The person next to him lowered his head after seeing this. Forgive me, Your Majesty. This barrier truly surpassed expectations. It's definitely stronger than last time, so this subordinate was powerless. Suddenly Pao's voice rang out. If you really only want to kill the Emperor, then you should have joined the Revolutionary Army. He decisively slapped the boy. The moment you sided with the demon realm, you became a traitor to the empire. Your Majesty, someone is interfering. Eduardo fell into thought, speaking unconsciously. That's the Revolutionary Army, these clothes. Thinking of Pao, he immediately concluded that it was a high-level mage. He turned to look at his friend, who was exerting himself. Just a little longer. The demon realm will achieve its goal. The Emperor's side definitely won't be able to break the barrier. That's why there was no reaction. It's a good thing I found a talented mage. At this moment someone said, dissatisfied. Why should I work for that emperor? Pao said with some amusement that it took a lot of effort for him to agree. Alud listened to you quietly. Did the Demon King accept you? The boy looked at him doubtfully. Who is he? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Then he continued, perhaps it's red eyes, white hair, pale skin. His appearance is already far from ordinary. You also have a reputation for cruelty. As soon as he finished speaking, Alud remembered, that's right. He's the one I met in the cellar. That place where the unknown old doctor treated him. At that time, as he peeked, the boy asked worriedly. What is this place? Why are my eyes covered? Suddenly Pao came out of nowhere, making Alud quickly take off his blindfold. Someone's coming. He couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. Back to the present, Pao said confidently. Given these facts, the demon realm accepts. It's only natural for you. Compared to back then, he's taller now. But it's impossible to be mistaken. Suddenly remembering, he felt a bit annoyed. Could that building be a base for his army? This is troublesome. If the demon realm is evil, with racial discrimination, how could they accept me? A sentence pierced Alud's eardrums, resounding. You. Killing your own brother is also an act of extreme malice, isn't it? The boy quickly snapped back to reality. What? You've already killed your family. Then who would still see you as human? Hearing this, the boy stumbled to his feet. Who did he say I killed? Did I kill Gruin? That's insane. Seeing that the boy was not well, John immediately said worriedly. Master. Alud hadn't recovered from the shock yet, and his face was already drenched in sweat. So it makes sense that everyone thought I killed him. In order to form an alliance, they must create a common enemy. Seeing the screen freeze for a moment, Pao wondered, puzzled, why is it quiet again? Did I hit his weak spot? Seeing this, he didn't give up and continued to take risks. But anyway, alright, let's continue. What should we do? How can we believe the words of someone as malicious as you? You're even less trustworthy than those demon folk. Alud could no longer hold back and immediately retorted. I don't have time to correct these slanders. How dare you use my brother's death? I am a human. I did this out of love for my compatriots. I didn't come here to fool around. Afterward, the boy immediately reassured himself, I must stay calm. Alud clenched his hands tightly, blood seeping from between his fingers. To someone full of lies, who touts yourself as a representative of humanity, I have nothing more to say. The boy reminded himself, I can't let emotions take over. I must keep the conversation under control. Everyone worried for him as he repeated. We only want the Emperor's life. The Demon King seems to. Hearing these words, he felt satisfied. Anyone who stands in our way will be eliminated. He began to regain the confidence he had just now. The Demon Realm's gates are always open, welcoming anyone who wishes to associate with us. So you must consider carefully. Bao. Seeing Alusi say such a long string of words, Bao immediately felt uneasy. Wait, damn it. I thought he couldn't say anything more. If this continues, everyone will change their perception of the demon realm. He immediately summarized with a sentence. I'll stop here. Choose your own path. The screen disappeared. They looked at each other, bewildered. Then they passionately discussed the recent appearance. Is the demon realm not an enemy of the human realm? Thinking of this, he shuddered. Chaos will erupt in the human realm, just wait and see. However, after the broadcast ended, Alusi immediately attacked Daiwalia. Her throat was suddenly clutched by him, making it difficult to speak. Before Daiwalia could explain, Alusi interrupted her. I told you to tell me the news. Why did you dare hide the rumors about Gwen? You almost made me mess things up. Daiwalia said helplessly, please forgive me. But he didn't listen and scoffed. What? Do you think I'd be agitated or that I'd go mad? Alusi looked at her with sharp eyes. From this moment on, nothing can agitate me anymore. Daiwalia told him everything. So he was beheaded. Yes, everything happened when I arrived. He turned and looked into the distance. What about the body? She quickly explained. After they took the head, they took the body away. Please forgive me for not completing the task well. As soon as Daiwalia finished speaking, he sneered. How they dare to use my brother's head as evidence. Find a way to get the body back for me. But his heart ached as if being twisted by a knife. Hearing this news, I've tried hard to restrain myself. But truly, how dare they? He walked towards Daiwalia again. You must think I'm weak. That's why you hid it from me, isn't it? She stammered in fear. No, not at all. I was just worried about you. Lucy shouted loudly, I don't need your worry. Suddenly reason told him. There were many other ways to vent his anger. This seemed to stop his yelling. It will only hurt your throat. And make you lose your composure. Lucy slowly loosened his grip. That's enough, don't get agitated. Don't make any more mistakes. He left Daiwalia there alone and continued to walk forward. She, having just come to her senses behind him, thought this killing intent. He used to be very calm. Daiwalia looked at Lucius retreating back. But after that severe illness his personality also changed. He was pale and breathing heavily at this moment. Near the border, Taewoan is under fierce attack. The 5th Legion must attack Taewoan and eliminate as many enemy forces as possible. The attacked people groaned in pain. Uhir and Donovan continuously aimed at enemies and struck them all down. She suddenly stopped and asked, This is Lord Lucius' order, right? Have we killed enough? He observed and replied. They're constantly sending reinforcements, but they're just a disorganized rabble. Uhir wondered, just as Lord Lucy expected. Does Lord Lucy have any other instructions? Donovan quickly replied. He said the 2nd Legion will be done cleaning up soon. So we should act moderately. She asked naively. Then can we enter the village to look for treasure? As soon as she finished speaking, a whimpering cry was heard. They turned around and saw the source of the strange sound. It was coming from a nearby house. Uhir took off her goggles to see more clearly. Donovan seemed to realize something. What he hastily stopped her, saying, Lord Uhir, wait. She also seemed to realize. That's a human child's cry. Isn't it? Go there quickly. Donovan was on a fertile land. Lewik is a resource-rich land. In the war with the demon realm, this land provided many supplies, and now it will be the first to bear the consequences of fighting the demon realm. Deviliania was controlling a man at this moment. She killed him thinking. As Lord Errett expected, most of their forces have already arrived. Defeating them was easier than I thought. Deviliania waved her bloodstained hand, preparing to leave. The Levig Empire and the Sang Empire are both trapped on the front line, so they can't provide support now. Levig is forced to defend while waiting for reinforcements. If that's the case, it will be over soon. Suddenly a man rushed in, yelling, evil demons. Enough, she recalled what Errett had said. I heard that the king of Levig has a younger brother. And they are very close. The younger brother is a general. When the younger brother had to go to war, because the 2nd Legion was too powerful. Just then the man also charged forward. Deviliania turned to face the man. His voice echoed, kill Errett. He smiled grimly. Seeing this, Deviliania smiled eerily. My offering has finally appeared. In another place, Emperor Louis was holding his younger brother's body. No, don't, this isn't my brother, is it? The atmosphere around was very somber. The soldiers held back their trembling. He thought, deceiving himself. This is a headless body, so there must be some mistake. Right, no, Lien was kneeling beside him. The former commander of the Night Order. Lien Fenner, a member of the Imperial Knights. She remained silent. Emperor Louis, in tears, said with a trembling voice, wake up, brother, it's me, your elder brother. He recalled when the city gates were attacked. His younger brother held command in the city. His younger brother said, I will go. Emperor Louis hastily protested, going out is too dangerous now. Wait for the reinforcements, his younger brother continued. But the soldiers can't hold on any longer. His elder brother smiled and said, you are a general. You must fulfill your duty. After hearing this, he reluctantly reminded him. Reinforcements are coming soon. You just need to buy some time, all right? But don't get hurt. His younger brother confidently said, who do you think I am? Emperor Louis was filled with regret. I should have stopped him. After that, everything happened. Although reinforcements arrived immediately, their numbers were insufficient and their skill was low. So everyone perished. Emperor Louis secretly hated. Louis had tried his best to help the alliance. But when they needed help, he only received disdain. Holding his younger brother's body, he cried and said, forgive me. I'm sorry. This cannot just pass, they deserve to die. Lien bowed her head and said, I apologize to your majesty. Even though I was the commander of the reinforcements, I was of no help. I sincerely and truly apologize to you. Emperor Louis retorted. Can your apology bring my brother back? With tears streaming down his face, he said angrily, my brother is gone. But why are the Imperial Knights still alive? She resolutely presented her sword. Lien sincerely said, if you want my life, then I offer this sword to you. She thought, I failed to complete the mission his majesty entrusted to me. and I hurt my master. Even offering my life cannot wash away my sins. At this moment Emperor Louis walked over and took hold of the holy sword in Lian's hand. He resolutely raised the sword high. Emperor Louis, with tears streaming down his face, shouted, "If you had properly provided support back then." A sword swung down fiercely. She closed her eyes tightly, awaiting her fate. Lian was astonished to find that the sword only grazed a few strands of her hair, then stopped beside her neck. He let go, tossing the sword beside her. "Never mind, what good would killing you do?" He turned around and announced, "Send word to the emperor. Your emperor. The Louis Alliance and all empires are officially disbanded." In the empire, another location. Eduardo received the message. Well, no wonder. You all return to the empire. He thought when the reinforcements set out. I already expected this. Due to a shortage of troops, we have no other choice. We truly let Louis down this time. Just then a voice rang out. Your Majesty looks very tired. Eduardo was surprised to hear Duke Sabe speak. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. The alliance seems to have disbanded. Paris has fallen into the hands of the demon race. It wasn't long before they decided to withdraw from the alliance. He glanced over, and even though it was wartime, among the nobility, there were still foolish people bothering your Majesty. To make an impression on me, your Majesty has worked hard. Sabe was triumphant. Do you know he is the Legion commander? No, your Majesty. If from the very beginning, you hadn't deliberately annexed the human realm, then the demon realm wouldn't have an excuse to cause trouble. It's still not too late. What do you think, your Majesty, about passing the throne to your humble servant? Eduardo sneered. You crave power that much? The one leading them. Those foolish nobles are actually worried about me. Sabe replied. You're the reason that madman went mad. Now is the time for us to unite against the enemy. So you'll keep quiet, right? Eduardo roared. How dare you? He sighed. Your arrogance caused you to make mistakes. That's precisely why your territory was attacked, while you could only stand by and watch. Sabe was speechless after hearing this. Eduardo continued. If you know how to weigh the pros and cons, you should know your place. Do you think you hold the advantage? Just then a servant respectfully walked in. Your Majesty, there's new news about the knights. Your Majesty should go see for yourself. Eduardo quickly left. I'm leaving. He didn't forget to leave a remark to remind Sabe. Rest well, it's not like you have anywhere else to go. Sabe rubbed his head and said, sigh. He reminds me of the first prince. Those two brothers are really good at annoying people. Time rewinds to before 15 years ago. The first prince. He once strived to solidify his position as crown prince in order to protect his loved ones. But before he could ascend the throne, he was poisoned and died from the illness. The first prince urged, please protect my son and daughter and Eduardo. For 15 years. Sabe calmly drank his tea. Why should I do that? The first prince softly said, I know you're planning to poison me. He was startled by the words. His hand holding the teacup also stopped. Sabe recalled, that's right, I was the one who poisoned him. The first prince was a fool. He wanted to use everything to protect his loved ones. Someone as clever as him cannot become emperor. I must find someone easier to control. I originally planned for him to die slowly. But he mused. Since things have come to this, I must kill him, to prevent the truth from being exposed. The first prince spoke again. I don't intend to reveal that you poisoned me to anyone. By the time I found out, it was already too late. He gave a slight smile. I have no proof that you poisoned me. Even if I had an antidote and ascended the throne, I wouldn't be strong enough to oppose your ambitions. The first prince's gaze grew serious. Therefore I wish to negotiate. Sabe found it laughable. Negotiate? What else do you have to negotiate with your humble servant? He placed a book on the table. You recognize this book, don't you? Sabe exclaimed in surprise. That's. He chuckled softly. This is the forbidden book you've been looking for. It contains methods to contact the Demon King. I'll leave it to you. The first prince continued. Furthermore, my life also belongs to you. You know very well what kind of person I am. He made a request. I only wish for my children to be safe. And you, on the other hand, crave power. The first prince suggested, this way it benefits both parties, doesn't it? Sabe smiled sinisterly. Do you think this is the only way for your humble servant to obtain this book? Before coming here, the first prince smiled. I have already made arrangements. If anything happens to me, you will be held responsible. Do you think I can't fabricate evidence? He was utterly shocked to hear this. He continued. Whether it's an assassination or an ambush on the road, everyone will believe you are the murderer. Even if you accuse me of possessing forbidden books, I'd simply need to burn them. Sabe said angrily. You're threatening me, yet your expression is so calm. The first prince calmly replied. This is not a threat but a proposal. He mused. Let me add some benefits to this agreement. If you don't want to be suspected by others, I will arrange for it. So outsiders suspect Duke Gladys is the murderer. Seeing Sabe stunned after hearing this, the first prince added. An empire. Having two dukes with their own territories is also a concern. Sabe secretly sighed. I thought he was awful. Only thinking of his own family. I never imagined he could be so terrifying. Deal. The two then reached an agreement seeing the mages. Sabe thought he even brought mages. How thorough. The first prince stated clearly. I want to protect my children both mentally and physically. You are not to lock my children away and call it protection. Sabe sighed inwardly upon hearing this. How sharp his intuition is. He replied, I will protect them for 15 years. He continued, 15 years is enough for them to grow up. And enough time for you to form a bond with them. Sabe paused slightly then retorted, what form a bond? The first prince laughed happily. You will surely grow to like them. Because they are adorable children. Time passed and the agreement took effect. 15 years passed. Sitting in the carriage, Sabe thought, form a bond nonsense. He gritted his teeth. He wants me to form a bond with them. The only reason I've let them live is because the time isn't right yet. Once the empire stabilizes, when the time is ripe in another place. Alud laughed heartily. Ahaha. He thought, I never expected this to be something that already happened. So that's why Duke Sabe Yusti has been protecting the imperial family for the past 15 years. Alud covered his mouth and chuckled. Ha, I found it. I've found a way to make him feel that same feeling I once experienced. Alud reminded them, listen up everyone. If you see a teammate using stimulants, you must stop them. Even if it means using force. Everyone was helpless upon hearing this. But if we do that, they'll die. He continued, you all must return. Alud calmly wiped the knife in his hand and said. Everyone has a place to return to. You must come back and continue to live. You are not allowed to be consumed by it. Everyone still responded with a smile. Captain, you should remember your own words too. He was surprised. Huh? The person smiled and said, you also have a place to return to. Back to reality. Jian walked in. Master, the meeting is about to begin. Seeing Alud already awake, he was surprised. You're awake? Jian asked. You went to bed late yet woke up early. Have you finished designing the game? He replied, yes. Alud stood up and said it was too boring. That's why I thought of it. And unexpectedly it didn't take much time. Hearing this, he thought. He designed something so complex, just because he was bored. Jian looked at the chessboard. It was a strategy game inspired by chess. Although he had only heard about it, it seemed incredibly detailed. It would be perfect for simulating warfare. However, while designing it, his thoughts seemed a bit off. Recalling the situation, Alud helplessly explained. If chess pieces are categorized by function, then here they are categorized by unit. Archers, pikemen, swordsmen, shield bearers, as well as horses and necessities. If no supplies are received within 3 turns, troop strength will decrease by 1/3. That means if you have 9 units of troops, then only 6 military units can receive orders. Jiang said worriedly, wait master. You seem to be losing control. Please rest. EPU retorted, how dare you say he's losing control? That's just human nature. He sighed to himself. You've become very famous. Because you are exceptionally good in certain areas. He's truly versatile. Seeing his strange behavior, John tentatively asked, you don't seem to have had nightmares today. Your complexion looks quite good. Aerith smiled and said, that's right, I had an interesting dream. He changed his clothes and asked, how are the things I requested? John replied. The matter of expanding the merchant guild, we encountered some difficulties. After you warned the human realm, the sanctions became even stricter. Not only that, but the merchant guild is also under close surveillance. Aerith sighed and said, who told you to use my name when applying for a pass? You were so happy to use my name back then. But now look, thinking back to the previous situation. If I said I was serving the esteemed Black Earl, then everything would be much easier. Jiang also sighed. Master, before you publicly betrayed the human realm, everything went very smoothly. He continued. Nevertheless, my merchant guild has grown strong. Many places rely on us. We won't be eliminated so easily. Jiang announced. We've also found a highly skilled mage who specializes in using talismans. We'll get what we want soon. He praised, you found them faster than I expected. He smiled, his face full of pride. It's because he mentioned a name, Butler Ruemu. Hearing this, Aerith was startled. Why does he know everything? Who exactly is he? During the meeting, Aerith said seriously. In order to capture the Emperor as quickly as possible, the demon army will choose the shortest route. Mina spoke. Aren't we going to attack Duke Ulster's territory? Is it? He replied, that's right, I originally planned to do that to tie up the Duke. However, we no longer need to. In the war against the Revolutionary Army, he almost lost all his forces. On the other hand, he thought this is only a secondary reason. Ered continued, however, he still has a trump card now. Reniliuel interrupted him. If it's the Savior's Church, then you don't need to worry. She smiled and said, because Ered's faction in the human realm has already weakened the Church's power. At this moment the Demon King spoke. I didn't know what you were doing, but it turns out you've done better than I imagined. Reniliuel was startled by the sight before her. She felt a bit embarrassed. I also feel that I'm useful to His Majesty the Demon King. He smiled and replied, I'm not blaming you. Ered thought. Good, the Duke's power is all but gone. The Emperor is the root of all problems. So the first part of the revenge plan, he inwardly gloated, is to kill the Emperor. Ered will let you know what it feels like to lose someone precious. Thinking this, Ered's lips curved into a smile. Then let's get straight to the point. Mina smiled and replied. I understand your plan now. As expected of Lord Ered. I didn't expect you to plan so quickly. Excellent, the Demon King's lips curved upwards. With a commander like you, I can drink tea with peace of mind. It's tea. Seeing this, Ered thought. The Demon King knows my intentions, but still lets me do as I please. His smile is truly annoying. The Demon King asked, what's next? The Empire and the San Empire are still allied with each other. Is this not a problem for me? Ered said calmly. That alliance will soon collapse. He was surprised. Oh ho, why are you so confident? He replied, there's no longer Li Hui as a mediator. And those two leaders are both very stubborn. If a conflict occurs, no one will back down, so dissolution is inevitable. Hearing this, the white-haired man seemed to understand something. He raised an eyebrow just like Lord Ered. Based on the aforementioned direction of advance, we will pass by Mantim Castle. Another person continued. That's right. Mantim Castle is the residence of the Empire's second hero, Stik Marimir. He suggested that he was a difficult opponent to face, so the advance should be redirected to the southern territory. Baron Miller. The capital, the old direction of advance, the new direction of advance. He thought to himself again. And I don't want to fight him either. Menage's territory, or that territory, is very close to Stik Marimir. What if he sends reinforcements? Ered scoffed. It's possible, so I will go to see him myself. Stikma was sitting in the room sensing something. Ered walked in and greeted him. Senior, it's been a long time. He asked, you actually have the nerve to come here. You've become an enemy of humanity. And yet you show up at a hero's residence. He replied, for days I've been ordering my subordinates not to make any rash moves, haven't I? Stikma stood up. At that time the Root Spy Guild requested a secret meeting. I knew it was you all along. After all, that's also the guild you founded. The corners of his mouth turned up. My subordinates still thought this would be a pleasant meeting. Regarding the matter of necessities, Stikma sighed. Compared to our last meeting, you've changed a lot. From your demeanor to your eyes. Ered replied, it's all thanks to your guidance. Do you not like how I am now? He was a little surprised to hear that. Stikma burst out laughing. You're my junior, how could I dislike you? He asked, what is your main purpose for coming here? Hearing that, he smiled. Ered explained. The Demon Realm plans to enter the capital through Baron Miller's territory. He continued, that territory is very close to here. So you will certainly send reinforcements. But I don't want to fight you. Stikma replied, me too. Hearing that Ered was about to say in that case, he suddenly cut him off. If the Emperor gives the order, I must deploy troops. Stikma crossed his arms and chuckled. I also must uphold my honor. Ered thought to himself. Although I knew it would be like this, I didn't expect it to actually happen. You'll have to find another way. Ered left, I understand. Then I'll take my leave at this moment. Stikma called out to him. Wait, have you heard about those scoundrels? No, about the Knights of Pride. He wondered why bring them up suddenly. He rested his chin in his hand. After you disappeared, I was in charge of them for a while. A few days ago, I sent them to Baron Miller's territory, but they vanished during their march. Ered exclaimed, ah, how could they all be in the forest at the same time? Where did those bastards run off to? The soldiers continued to search. If they are deserters, they must be severely punished. Otherwise, well, be court-martialed. Go find them quickly. Behind the bushes the Knights of Pride were hiding. Everyone was trembling with fear. Ered guessed they probably deserted to look for their master. But it seemed they failed. He rode his horse through the forest. Stikma lamented, you are very lucky to find subordinates like these. So loyal. Not everyone can have that. Recalling those words, he thought to himself, the Knights of Pride are serving the Empire. So I don't want to contact them. Those scoundrels are really crazy. Thinking of his former comrades, Eric closed his eyes tightly. He didn't expect them to abandon their lives, desert their posts and run away. He picked up the communication stone first. Shijan. Find me the survivors of the Babari tribe. He exclaimed. What? Eric thought to himself, when the battle begins, Stick Marimir will certainly receive orders to reinforce Baron Miller. I must give him a reason why he cannot deploy troops, Eric mused to himself. After attacking Stick Marimir's territory, the Barbary tribe was almost wiped out. Although they are silent now, they surely still seek revenge. If I provoke them, they will definitely retaliate. Baron, when war breaks out in his own territory, he won't be able to support anyone else. He decided to provoke them. Inside the Demon Lord's castle, voices rang out. Master, please come back and let us see you. We beg you. Those voices continued to plead. Return to the Demon Lord's castle. Arut thought in surprise, why is it so noisy? The Knights of Pride shouted, bring out the captain. The demons were also enraged by this. Are you looking for death causing such a ruckus? The Knights of Pride replied, we have a hostage. A voice from that side said helplessly. The Knights of Pride are already here. Hearing this, Arut asked in surprise, what? The Knights of Pride were still making a racket. We know the captain is here. If you want to ensure the hostage's safety, then. But they found. Seeing Arut, they shouted, Captain. He thought in a panic, what the hell? Night gradually fell, covering the entire camp area. A pair of sneaking feet walked step by step as if afraid of being discovered by anyone. That knight hid behind a wooden wall, cautiously looking around, checking the situation. Finding that everything was safe, he whispered to the people behind him, great, there's no one here. Is everyone ready? The other knights hid behind wooden barrels and gestured to him. Of course, a knight said excitedly. Now that we know where the captain is, we don't need to stay here anymore. As he spoke, he recalled, damn captain. The captain is too strong. Our captain is the strongest in the demon realm. Those people jumped up with joy. Laughter and cheers dispelled the dark night. Run, however, before they could rejoice for long. A voice suddenly rang out, making everyone freeze instantly. For a moment, run where? A knight slowly turned his head, his voice trembling. He tremblingly called out the name Marquis Stigma Remil. Stigma emphasized coldly. You dare discuss running away in my territory? If it weren't for you being a few dogs, no. My juniors knights, I would have killed you 100 times over. The knights cautiously retorted. You just called us a few. He cut them off. I said I took you in to train you to help my junior. Fury blazed fiercely in Stigma's heart. He cursed inwardly, but these scoundrels. Stigma involuntarily recalled the outrageous behavior of those knights. Charge, charge. They also destroyed his camp, then stood by indifferently watching. Who brought the bomb? Who knows, it's burning quite brightly. He also recalled these knights destroying several houses in the village, and then just laughing it off. More destruction. Make it fly. Thinking of these things, the string of reason in Stigma's mind was probably about to snap. What are all these endless accidents they cause? Their rebellion a challenge to my authority. Stigma glared at the group of knights, as if he wanted to devour them. The murderous aura emanating from him was incredibly intense. He threatened in a hoarse voice. Who doesn't understand plain speech? Anyone who dares to move will be instantly beheaded. Stay put. Stigma reprimanded from childhood to now. No subordinate has ever made me feel so stifled. Like you people. The knights quietly replied. We were wrong, he said helplessly. Although I personally want you to vanish from my sight immediately. The farther the better. I have received orders that I must manage you. The knights felt wronged after hearing this. You're too cunning. Stigma crossed his arms, staring intently at them. But if my soldiers run away, what will become of my reputation? One of the knights retorted. But we must go to the captain. He calmly replied, then wait. If you are not under my jurisdiction, I don't care if you disappear or die. As soon as he finished speaking, the stick figure revealed a sinister smile. The knights recalled excitedly narrating. And that's how he pushed us on to others. During the move, we escaped. Alut was extremely surprised, thinking they actually provoked him to that extent. How capable. He suddenly remembered something, then softly asked, isn't Princess Lian coming with us? The knight stammered in reply. We couldn't mention that matter and invite her to come along. So we left a letter saying we were about to leave. Perhaps she has already seen it by now. Lian was currently standing in the high tower. Her body stiffened after seeing the letter. As she read the words, we're sorry. The commander's hands unconsciously clenched. Lian whispered furiously, "Damn bastards." Alut waved his hand signaling not to worry, "It's fine, you did well." He thought even if Lian had come with them, I would have sent her back. She is too righteous. She won't be accepted in the demon realm. Alut looked at Zilua and then asked, "By the way, what are you doing here?" 7th Legion Commander. "You should have been in the demon realm," she replied with a smile. "You finally noticed me. On my way back to report to the Demon King, I met these people." She gave a thumbs up, appearing very excited. "Because they piqued my interest. And they said they were your subordinates. That's why I let myself be captured by them. Although I considered killing them. I also discovered that their fighting style is very similar to yours." The knights looked at Zilua with adoring eyes. "A Legion Commander, no wonder you're so strong," she said proudly. "Let me tell you, I'm the one who let you live." Alut commanded in a low voice, "Zilua, go do what you're supposed to immediately." She looked at him in surprise. He clearly told the knights, "You follow me." Puzzled, they ran after Alut. "Captain, let's talk sense first." Several knights shouted, trying to calm Alut. "Please calm down." He turned around, revealing a deadly smile. "Right, it's better if I use these, isn't it? This pair of knives, coincidentally, are named Talking Sense and Calm Down." The knights huddled together in fear. The scene shifts to the castle. The caw of crows echoed through the sky, creating an incredibly eerie atmosphere. The knights were thoroughly lectured by Alut, kneeling on the ground, aggrievedly, tears streaming down their faces. He frowned, scolding them. "How dare you rashly engage a Legion Commander in battle? Do you want to die so badly?" A pitiful knight complained. "But we needed to see the captain. How could you leave us behind?" They pressed on, saying, "Captain, we exist only for you. We gave you food, clothes, shelter, we raised you. You are ours." Captain Alut felt helpless in the face of their madness. "They're really crazy," he announced, blushing. "I'm not yours. You are mine." Their faces were now filled with satisfied smiles. "I never thought the captain would say such a thing one day. So raising children really does pay off." Captain Alut thought. "Damn, when did I ever say that?" In reality, he only said, "You are mine." An overly excited soldier said, "My son, finally." Before he could finish, a talisman was slapped onto his face. Alut shouted in exasperation, "All right, stop talking nonsense, put these talismans on your epaulets." He picked up a talisman and then muttered to himself, "What is this talisman for?" Alut immediately explained, "It's to give you battle conditions similar to demons. But don't tell anyone." A knight asked curiously, "Where did you get it?" As he spoke, he pointed behind him. Jian stood there nodding gently. "Jian, you worked hard." He looked at them with tired eyes and replied in a hoarse voice, "Yes. It took a lot of effort to get these talismans." Jian explained. "The first talisman is only used to suppress demon magic. It's very straightforward." His voice was steady. "The second one is to suppress all demonic abilities. It is effective within a 3-meter radius of all talisman holders. In the past, a warrior and his teammates once used them to kill a demon king. Although they weren't very useful for warriors, they were very useful for ordinary people. This means it's for all." Jian hadn't finished speaking when a hand clapped him on the shoulder. The knights happily said to Jian, "You bastard. You found something good. The captain must have tormented you badly, right? You traitor. Who allowed you to come here alone?" He replied, surprised. "I'm sorry." The knights interrupted Jian, looking angry. "Do you think a simple 'I'm sorry' will fix it?" Arid smiled, thinking he knew he would give them to them someday, but didn't expect it to be so soon. The knights were still blaming Jian. "Have you forgotten the kindness of us teaching you swordsmanship? You should have called us to go with you. How dare you enjoy it all by yourself?" Arid impatiently roared and waved them away. "You annoying brats. Get out if there's nothing wrong." Arid reached out and gently touched the small blooming flower. Then he murmured to himself, "How strange." He received no response. He remembered Xian holding the flower pot and saying, "I hope you'll feel better when you see this flower from the human realm." She said it was a flower blooming near the border between the demon realm and the human realm. Arid gazed at the flower, then slowly fell asleep. "I don't have much interest in flowers, but somehow I'm always drawn to it. Is it because it's a flower from the human realm?" As soon as he closed his eyes, a mournful voice yelled at him, "Why did you do this?" Arid suddenly opened his eyes wide. Arid looked at the space full of corpses, then muttered to himself, "It's just a dream. Here it comes again," he thought. "I killed countless lives." The bloody corpses crawled to Arid's feet. "Why did you kill me? Why? He told himself, "Whatever the reason, I'm very clear that I am a sinner." The corpses complained, How dare you sleep so peacefully after killing us? You should die too. Eret closed his eyes tightly and replied in a low voice, how foolish. After all this has happened, do you think I would still tolerate this? The corpses cursed him. Dion, you should die too. As soon as that name was called out, Eret's blood-red pupils widened as he glared at them. One of the corpses staggered towards Eret, softly calling his name Dion. It stretched out its blood-stained hands trying to grab Eret. My dear brother. He smiled vaguely finally, then called its name Green. They had recognized what affected them most deeply. Eret shed tears as he thought. A trembling voice pleaded. Please say it. He reached out wanting to gently touch it. It said painfully, I hate you. That old shadow suddenly appeared in Eret's mind. At this moment Eret gently opened his tear-filled eyes. Escaping the dream that stirred painful memories, he propped himself up and looked around. Then muttered to himself, was I kicked out of the dream? Eret thought to himself. How unlucky if the dream could have lasted a little longer. Maybe I could have heard him say he hated me. If he wants me dead, I'd gladly die. He turned about to leave the place, then murmured to himself. I don't have time for this. Eret pondered, I must have my revenge. If I don't move forward. He thought as he reached out, opened the door and walked out. Ed was surprised when he saw him. Seeing Eret's poor condition. He was drenched in sweat. His breathing was rapid and erratic. Nikeya asked worriedly, are you out of your mind? You're completely drenched. Eret ignored him and walked straight past him. Ed stepped forward to stop him. Where are you going? Let me. He responded in a low voice, and Ed couldn't keep him rooted to the spot. Ed felt that something was wrong. Eret gave him an order. You stay here, report any new information to me immediately. His face was almost feral. A brutal glint shone in his eyes. Everything, destroy all of it. I will personally go to the human realm and take command. The scene switches to another location. At this moment a sword pierced Baba's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Stigma was expressionless, looking at him, wounded by his own sword. Baba suddenly shouted memories. It was about the Baba tribe launching an attack. Stigma watched him struggle in a pool of blood. Before, they lived like a bunch of dead rats, hiding and skulking around. Why did they suddenly start acting? Baba coughed up blood, groaning in pain. He looked at Stigma as if he were a terrifying demon. Stigma asked indifferently, do they have a patron? Or did they get some kind of amulet? Baba suddenly remembered his conversation with the man in black. That strange fellow. Why does that person want to help us, the leader of the Caravan Alliance? We also have a deep hatred for Stigma. He wants revenge, he said. Then the man in black offered Baba a sword. Our Caravan Alliance will fully support you. Let Stigma see what happens when you mess with us. He picked up the sword. Then he reconsidered the situation with suspicion. It was tricky. A flicker of emotion crossed Baba's eyes. He stared intently at the shining sword. He uttered a few words with difficulty. Stigma. Even if we die, we will take your life. Is that all? Stigma suddenly interrupted him. So did anyone from the Caravan Alliance come to help you? Before he finished speaking, Baba looked at him in surprise. He smiled as if he had already anticipated the answer. In short, it's for humating. Isn't that right? Stigma said meaningfully. That junior used you to provoke me and lure me here. In his memory, Eret's image flashed. Stigma thought to himself. The purge of the Baba tribe was not yet over. Because the war with the demon realm suddenly broke out. He knew he had to get involved for honor. He revealed a sarcastic smile. Then he stomped down fiercely. Does Baba want to use these insects to tie me down? Stigma silently noted their method of setting traps. Then he said a word of praise. Junior's memory is quite good too. Eret on the other side also predicted the situation. A smile played on his lips as he muttered to himself. This way, Stigma's chance of saving Emiaber will be zero. Eret led a powerful army, emanating a powerful aura from his entire body. He ordered, now let's move out. A subordinate reported to Earl Emiaber. We have deployed guerrilla forces in the forest as per your instructions. We will use the forest terrain to block those demons. He responded reassuringly. Good. Everyone hold on a little longer. On the other side, the battle was still raging. Without end. Two arrows collided, breaking each other's attack trajectory. A demon subordinate cursed furiously. Damn it. How annoying, these guys always appear from strange places. Damn humans, they don't even dare to face us heathen. The hidden royal knights not far away cautioned each other. They might not have exhausted their physical strength, but their minds are gradually wearing down if this continues. Even if the demons reach the city walls, they won't be able to fight effectively. Understood. Send in the royal guards to take position. Do your best to buy time. Eret raised his hand to wipe away sweat. His subordinates stood beside him. awaiting his next instructions. He looked around then thought to himself, as long as this. I originally thought our army could quickly break through the encirclement. But these guys are really giving it their all. I never thought I'd have to personally participate in defense. Just as he spoke, Yalut called out and Xuangu quickly ran over. Hear Lord Yalut, he chuckled inwardly. Even the enemy calls him a madman. This kind of trick no longer works. He asked her, isn't the preparation work done yet? Xuangu patted her chest and assured him, it's done, my lord. As long as you give the order, we can immediately join the fight. Seeing this, the knights all laughed mockingly. These devils aren't so strong after all, huh? Look at them run with their tails between their legs, excellent. As long as we keep this up. Before he finished speaking, a knight was swallowed lightning fast by a monster, so fast that he didn't even have time to react. The remaining knights froze in place, unable to move, staring intently at the monster approaching them. A knight's eyes widened as he looked at the monsters. His voice trembled. How can such monsters be here? No sooner had he spoken than the monster devoured the delicious prey before it. He shrieked, "Ah no!" All around the forest, only miserable screams remained. Yalut and his subordinates watched with satisfaction. He praised Xuangu. Well done, she replied happily. I'm glad to be of service to Lord Yalut. Yalut released his hand, letting the ash fall to the ground. He stepped on it, then said, now the enemy can no longer hide in the forest forever. From this position, launch a full assault on the city walls. The scene shifted to the fortress on the other side. Shouts echoed, crying out orders, hold the line. The clash of swords reverberated in the air. The scene was utterly chaotic. The knights charged forward, shouting in unison, stop them. Yalut's subordinates showed no weakness. Zilua showed a bloodthirsty smile, then swung her hand to attack the knight. Die. Yalut and his subordinates had also joined the battle. Now this scene was practically a desolate battlefield. He had just scanned his bloodthirsty eyes across the corpses, without a shred of pity. Yalut sighed, I was hoping for a siege, but it turned into close quarters chaos instead. He suddenly revealed an empty smile. Are they trying to buy time at all costs? He secretly plotted his revenge. I won't let them have their way. Tander stared at them, then suddenly spoke up, wait. These devils are a bit suspicious. The way the cavalry is moving. As if he realized something was wrong. He quickly narrowed his eyes. A feeling of unease welled up in his heart. He shouted orders to the knights. All troops, retreat to the fortress immediately. They're using a hammer and anvil tactic. The faces of the surrounded knights twisted in agony. It seemed they were truly in trouble. Damn it, we're surrounded on all sides. Yalut thought, I must win to enter the empire. I can't be trapped here. He watched them calmly, then suddenly gave an order. Kill them all now. No sooner had he spoken than his crimson eyes gleamed with extreme cruelty. His voice devoid of any emotion. Tander frowned deeply, cursing angrily. That damned madman. Outside the city walls was now like a ruin. Flies swarmed densely on the corpses. The knights looked unusually gruesome. Yalut sat in his base deep in thought. More of these humans escaped than I expected. As expected. One battle isn't enough to solve the problem. Every siege is a headache. He tapped the table rhythmically, but he had also gained some advantages. If we let them charge in droves, the situation would be very dangerous. We must quickly weaken their forces before future battles erupt. Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. I'm back. Yalut looked at Jian and asked, what's the situation? He replied, I'm back. You could at least greet me, couldn't you? Or show a little concern for me. He calmly repeated the question. I'm asking you, have you finished everything I instructed? Aren't they all still perfectly intact? Arat felt powerless before his master. He explained the matter directly. I have successfully fulfilled my promise to the king. Ruth's messenger finished speaking. Arat's eyes widened in astonishment. He continued, as long as we don't provoke them, they will allow us to pass through the border of the vassal state. Lord Tahom also promised to turn a blind eye to this, and let us enter the empire. He mused, if we are allowed to cross the border, we can dispatch troops directly from the demon realm, and advance from the southern empire. Lofio would be closer than starting from here. Arat's lips curled into a smile, as if a new plan had formed in his mind. Let me see. Hearing this, he respectfully replied, yes, my lord. He opened his mouth to inform him. I will go directly to Lofio just beyond that point. Upon receiving the news, he became agitated. The count of the Lofio region shouted, what demons? Our territory doesn't even have a border. How did they get here? The vassal stammered in reply. However, their numbers are very small, and they don't seem ready to attack, so please don't worry. He cursed fool. His face turned deathly pale. Demons. Those demons have already reached my lands, even demon generals. Or perhaps even the demon king might arrive. First our soldiers must be recalled. The vassal replied. But according to orders. Our soldiers are all under the king's command. Aren't they? Please wait a moment longer. We will also request the young master's help. He will arrive soon. Suddenly a servant rushed in. He reported there's a letter from Lord Stigma. Seeing this, the count grasped at it like a lifeline. That's right. My son the hero Stigma will help us. Let me see. After reading the letter, the count began to tremble. The vassal whispered to him. Count, when did the young master say he would arrive? The count put down the letter. Clutched his head, muttering to himself. It's over. Seeing this, the vassal immediately became worried. The count revealed a vacant smile. His eyes lifeless. And said in a high-pitched voice, my territory is doomed. Specifically, the letter read. I have received the letter. The sender is quite interesting. A disgrace, a stain, an obstacle to the family. An impediment to the Lofio family, a filthy bastard. Why would you seek help from such a wretch? I hope the next news I hear from Lofio will be of its utter destruction. Stigma primo. Stigma sat calmly drinking tea, as if he had anticipated what would happen. He sneered to himself. You threw me onto a cruel battlefield to die a miserable death. And now that you're in peril, you come crawling back to me claiming kinship. How pathetic. He also had another name, Stigma Lofio. That name would never be uttered again. Stigma asked himself, this must be Junior's plan. It's quite interesting, but how did he make this happen? He thought to himself. Also, if things continue to develop like this, the king will be in big trouble. At the palace, the general said to Eduardo. Send a few troops there, but do not attack. This is definitely a decoy, intended to spread fear and disrupt Feda's army. He rubbed his forehead and replied, you are right. But until we find out how those demons managed to enter the borderless region, we must return these troops to the regional nobles. Return them to the regional nobles. Eduardo's cold gaze swept into the void. Otherwise, those panicked nobles will ignite internal conflict. This must be prevented at all costs. He silently assessed Arid. His performance is very promising. But if he is the enemy, that would truly be a difficult problem indeed. Am not the genius the king thinks I am. As soon as he thought this, Arid's figure clearly appeared in his mind, as if appearing before his eyes. Eduardo's mind once again second-guessed itself as he recalled that evil face. No, you are that kind of genius. Looking down at the crowd from above, this person sighed. Don't they ever get tired? He turned to the person dozing next to him and said, wake up, they're back. As soon as he woke up, he complained. I was asleep. You kept smacking your lips, I couldn't sleep. Suddenly he saw something that startled him, making him fully awake. He urgently leaned forward, his face filled with disbelief. Wait, look what's wrong with that guy, he frowned. He looked at the people below in disbelief. That's Rihan. Hearing this, the person exclaimed in surprise. What? He turned his gaze to the others. It's not over yet, look at their faces, they're not goblins. Those are our missing teammates in our battle. Report to the commander immediately. A table slammed. Bang, a clenched fist full of anger. Tendel's voice couldn't help but grow furious. That bastard, how dare he use my soldiers as slaves? In the distance, arrows were raised. The sunlight shone on them, making them glitter. Looking at the twinkling lights in the night, he said in a deep voice, they must be observing from afar and forcing them to do this. The person next to him hurriedly reported the situation. Your Excellency, the speed of the earth piling is getting faster. At this rate, they'll climb over the city walls. We must make a plan. Seeing him still silent, another person grew anxious. We must save our comrades. Please let us go out and fight. A resolute voice rang out, no. Tendel lowered his head. But it was clear that his body was trembling slightly. We will continue to guard this place. It's too dangerous to go out now, he thought. Tendel swept a glance. Even so, we cannot let them continue piling. Having made up his mind, he ordered everyone, knock your bows. They hesitated, but Tendel interrupted them, shouting loudly, if we lose, thousands will die. Comrades, children and everyone precious to you will be trampled and tortured by those people. Hearing this, their faces turned ashen and they could only remain silent. Tendel loudly asked, do you want that to happen? Their arms trembled slightly and he immediately ordered, if you understand, then raise your bows and shoot them. Do not hesitate. Quickly. Immediately the crowd raised their bows and aimed downwards. Suddenly a mocking laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, I truly didn't expect this. A purple light suddenly glowed beneath Tendel's coat. He was startled, looking at the stone that emitted an unknown voice. A communication stone. The voice was full of mockery. You are abandoning your subordinates. Those who were once loyal to you. Don't you think doing so is going too far? The voice from the stone belonged to Alut. You show leniency to those barbarian tribes. Yet you are so vicious towards your own subordinates. In his heart he was full of praise. Truly impressive. Even in this situation, he can still remain calm and continue to fight. Alut's lips curled into a smile. Didn't you used to treat everyone fairly and cared deeply for your men? A hint of playfulness flashed in the Earl's eyes. Then I will aim for something else. His voice trembled with rage. What do traitors to humanity like you understand? Alut mused. Despite what he says, he truly is a good person. Even if he pretends to be calm, it's still hard to stay peaceful when he is attacking his own troops. Soldiers, Tendel sternly said when they started piling up that hill. They stopped being my soldiers. If I continue to provoke him now. Tendel roared, his voice filled with resentment. Human traitor. Alut's lips curved upwards. Hell bring about his own destruction. The bows were quickly drawn back. Those people clenched their hands as if they had made a decision. People's firm trust in him had collapsed. Now the real trouble had arrived. Tengda stared at those people, his brows furrowed in astonishment. Just a slip of the tongue born of anger and impatience. Alut spoke as if to add fuel to the fire. Even I think that's too much. When they were captured, what other choice did they have? Tunda was in a panic. Order those who are putting away their bows to return. Wait, what are you doing? Raise your bows. If he had thought about it a little longer, he should have. He should have let them die with dignity. Alut sneered. You not only want to kill your own comrades, but also insult them by calling them traitors. Tunda was sweating profusely, shouting repeatedly. Fight. All soldiers, raise your weapons and fight. But Alut had no intention of giving him time. In the pitch-black night there wasn't a glimmer of light. Tunda lay in a pool of blood, breathless. Alut indifferently wiped the corner of his mouth, silently lamenting. I truly admire you, Count Imibu. You're much tougher than I thought. Even if you've lost your will. Alut glanced over, but it was only a matter of time. Because Imperial reinforcements won't pass through here. You won't last much longer either. Not just Miller. Other places are also facing difficulties. They will have to disperse and send soldiers to other places invaded by demons. In other words, all of the Empire's forces have been scattered, just as Alut expected. Meanwhile, in another place, Alut stood with his arms crossed, watching his subordinate slay someone. He stood with his arms crossed, his expression serious, brows furrowed. Luckily, Alut had already sent some demons to Lufor. Alut held a cigarette in his mouth, reaching out to block the wind and light it. Alut gazed into the distance, looking at that city. No one was in front of him, and behind him corpses lay scattered on the ground. No one could stop Alut now. He has arrived at the capital. Eduardo turned to ask the Baron. Has Miller betrayed us? The person next to him immediately reported. Yes, Your Majesty. Count Imibu has died on the battlefield with the demons. The Emperor's two nieces frowned upon hearing this. That matter. Eduardo suddenly covered his mouth, trying to suppress a cough. He bent over, his body stiffening slightly. His nephew stood up abruptly upon seeing this, saying worriedly, Your Majesty, are you having hallucinations? Eduardo raised a hand to stop him, gently reassuring. It's all right, don't make a fuss. I just have no appetite. Because I keep smelling blood. The young man sat down. His face still couldn't hide his worry. He sighed and waved his hand. Your servant will ensure the meat is thoroughly cooked. I have something to discuss with Your Majesty, so everyone else please leave. Yes, everyone quickly left. The door was closed. The room instantly became quiet. Eduardo's lips curled into a faint smile. It seems you sent everyone away because you want to complain. About what? She immediately replied. Your servant wishes to clearly understand Your Majesty's health. But you will only say you are fine and will not summon an imperial physician. And you won't tell me. The niece said seriously. So, please allow your servant to ask you another thing. She frowned and said you have evacuated all residents along the way from Miller to the capital, as well as soldiers and nobles. If this continues, Alut will soon reach the capital. On Alut's side, he was moving on horseback. Alut looked around, thinking to himself. There's no one in the city either. Did he really clear the path for Alut? Your Majesty finally couldn't hold on anymore. She raised a question. Why did you do this? Eduardo explained in a low voice. Because that matter isn't important. When they arrive at the capital will also be empty. She suddenly stood up, confused. Your Majesty, what do you mean? He calmly replied, I will soon leave the capital. He asked back in surprise, leave the capital? Your Majesty, are you serious? Eduardo glanced at him and affirmed. Yes, I've been preparing for a long time. It's finally time, he explained softly. It might not be Esperanza, but this is still a strong fortress. All the food has already been transported there. Farming can be done there too. In the worst case scenario, even if we are surrounded, we will survive. The boy asked, puzzled. When did you start preparing? Eduardo gave a faint smile. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Ever since Tion he betrayed me. Shouldn't it be since Tion he disappeared? Meanwhile, Alut glanced sharply and spoke coldly. On the way here I didn't even see an ant. Who are you? He looked at the bound man in front of him, who was trembling incessantly, and demanded, why did this scoundrel stay here when he should have fled first? Alut had already recognized Count He. He answered, trembling, this is the He family's territory. This is all I have left. What's the point of running? Now I've told you everything. How did you get in? He said definitively. I clearly locked everything down. He answered calmly and without concealment. I've memorized all the secret passages in the He territory. Hearing this, he was shocked. What, those secret passages that only the direct He family knows about? He looked at him in disbelief. But unless you're a descendant of the family, how would you know? Alut's lips curved slightly into a faint smile. Yes, he recalled his childhood memories. Why didn't father and she chase away their second son who was eavesdropping? He remembered his father's words, you can come in. Back then I thought they let me in because I was too weak. They didn't even think I was worth guarding against. But it turns out they trusted me. That's why I was able to learn. Alut pressed the cigarette butt onto his hand. Seeing this, Jean was astonished. My lord. He was secretly horrified, pressing a cigarette butt on himself again. Alut turned and left. Yes, I'm in a good mood now, so we'll let you live. He asked back, delighted. Really, you still want to show a little mercy after all? Even if he's a scoundrel. I don't want to kill anyone belonging to the He family. He thanked him in a low voice. He couldn't help but wonder. But isn't Tion He a cold-blooded person? He left a faint joy stirring in his heart. I'm already next to the capital now. I'll soon get what I want. He stood in the distance with Jean beside him, looking towards the capital as the sun slowly rose. In another place someone spoke respectfully. Since the esteemed Duke says so, I will believe and obey. Saber responded with a smile, thank you for your trust. Take care. The others nodded slightly. Suddenly a voice rang out, what are your intentions? The Duke heard the call and glanced over. He quickly bowed respectfully. Glory to the Empire. Saber Illust greets your Majesty. Eduardo frowned and asked. Those who just returned. Aren't they the ones dissatisfied with the recent situation? I didn't expect you to personally go and persuade them. Saber secretly found it amusing. I actually moved the capital without approval and withdrew all troops along the routes to the capital. Damn it. I didn't even leave any soldiers on their way to the capital. If your Majesty says I am putting the Empire in danger, then I have nothing to say. He lowered his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Your subject did this for the Empire. Eduardo glanced at him as if testing him. He didn't know what he was plotting. Saber met his gaze directly without any fear. Eduardo turned and left. Thank you for helping me with the trouble, Sabe reminded him. However, don't forget, your Majesty. One wrong decision, and many will try to unseat you. Hearing this, Eduardo paused slightly. He turned his head, a sharp glint in his eyes. Don't worry. I won't show my clumsy side. He decisively turned and left. His mind was made up. When I realize I can no longer remain sane, I will end my own life. Sabe watched his retreating back and sighed helplessly. That will probably be for then. If you were to fall, the Empire would immediately plunge into chaos. That is why we must act before that happens. Using the suppression, the rebellion of the nobles or the Atonement Church, is not enough. This is the reason I need. A voice emerged from the magic stone. I will reject your request. A hint of surprise flashed across Sabe's face. What the other side affirmed. Whether it's to order the Demon Lord's army to retreat, or to make me pause, I have no intention of listening to you. Sabe hurriedly offered another suggestion. How about another wager? That before he could continue, the other side. The Demon Lord interrupted him. Never mind. He grinned, looking at Eret through the screen. Something interesting is unfolding before my eyes. Why would we make a wager? He reached out and touched the screen, a hint of amusement in his tone. I've been having quite a lot of fun on my end lately. Sabe could only grip the stone tightly in his hand. He let out a sly laugh. I didn't want to use this method, but I probably have no other choice. Turning to Eret, He coldly observed the stone presented before him. What? The stranger in front of you was trying to hand him that stone. What are you trying to do? Who sent this communication device? That person's voice trembled, wanting to keep his promise. The stone in his hand was quickly taken away. Arid held the stone in his hand, observing it carefully. A subordinate spoke. You're crazy, he ordered. Well, rest right here. Arid stood aside with Jian beside him. He said to the stone, I've ordered the nearby army to retreat. Now let's get to the point, Duke. That's right. The one contacting you is none other than Sabe. He burst into laughter, praising. Ha, what a keen response. Arid, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, remained unfazed. We're not close enough to chat and joke around. Right, let's get to the point. On the other side, Sabe's voice remained playful. You really lack patience. I was just trying to lighten the mood before we have a serious talk, he whispered. To me it seems like you're trying to stall for time. So I'm hanging up. Sabe quickly cut to the chase. Now how much of the truth do you know? Arid, slightly puzzled. What do you mean? Sabe stroked his chin. Based on your attitude. You know I killed Gruin, but instead of retaliating, you continued towards the capital. That confuses me. Arid sneered. Ha. The truth. Do you mean that I'm here because you were involved in an 8-year war? He cast a cold gaze. You're talking about another truth you're trying to hide. Sabe Ulster can use magic. Sabe's face registered astonishment. Humans are only allowed to use spells. Magic can only be used by demons. However, strangely enough, I discovered traces of magic when I arrived at the Atonement Church. Although it was thought to be a spell, thanks to a talented which I was able to discover that it was actually magic. Sabe tried to mask the surprise in his voice. Ha. This is the evidence. You used to deduce that I use magic. Arid immediately interrupted. When I reported to the Demon Lord that magic had been discovered in the human realm, what do you think the Demon King's reaction will be? He recalled the Demon King's expression. And that's another problem. However, the magic discovered in the human world. Hearing this, he merely frowned slightly. He smiled and patted his shoulder. I will look into that matter. You should rest now. He spoke vaguely, even though it was infuriating. When he learned someone had used magic in the human world. Alut is very intelligent. As a result, he connected these clues. Alut continued, in other words, the person who used magic in the human world must be directly related to this, or indirectly related to the Demon King, and came to a conclusion. A smirk played on Alut's lips. This person must also be someone capable of freely using magic in the human world without being punished by the Demon King. There can only be one contractor for the Demon King, and that person is you, Saber Elasta. Saber laughed, praising you. This deduction is truly brilliant. He said coldly. After my brother died, I desperately investigated and gathered information. Of course, you are no exception. That's how I obtained a lot of information regarding your actions. Oddly, I don't understand why you would do that. It was as if someone deliberately deleted information midway. That's how it felt. The only person capable of manipulating information in the demon world. The mastermind behind the Church of Atonement. The Duke and the magic used there. The Demon King's hesitant attitude. Even though he already knew everything. The reason behind the Duke's actions. And the Demon King who wants to conceal this matter. Reasons related to the Demon King. Two things that have nothing in common. Can still be connected. The only reason is their contractual relationship. The Duke constantly craves higher power and status, while the Demon King is bored and seeks amusement. Between these two people there's me. Alut calmly presented his conjecture. I must be the experimental subject for that contract. With my unique appearance and weak body, I was the perfect person to pique your curiosity. Standing by. Hearing this, he turned his head and looked at him in disbelief. Meanwhile, Saber burst out laughing, applauding in admiration. Ha ha ha, you're right, you're amazing. Indeed, you unluckily caught my attention. For no particular reason. It was just a joke. And you were simply the experimental subject of that gamble, nothing more. Alut's face darkened. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Someone simply couldn't believe their ears. Did they really gamble with the life of a 4-year-old child? How could they be so cruel? A cold sneer appeared on Alut's lips. Heh. Thank you for the explanation, he said smugly. But I'm not shocked or trembling. If you think he'll run to the Demon King and turn the army towards Elasta's territory after hearing the truth, then you are mistaken. My priorities are very clear. The first thing on my list is to destroy the Empire. Saber remained silent. Alut's voice was filled with warning. After I take my revenge on you, then it will be the Demon King's turn. Just then a box was brought in to Saber. looking at the box in that person's hand, accompanied by Alut's voice. I already know your weakness, from the information I gathered before, so I will never underestimate Ulasta's territory. He merely grinned, taking pleasure in it. It's a pity Alut still knows nothing about this. So if you have nothing more to say. He didn't let him finish, interrupting him instead. Then, I'll assume you don't want to retrieve your brother's head. His face instantly froze. He exclaimed in shock, what? Saber touched the box beside him. You know I always keep client's head with me. The square box beside him glowed faintly. Hooves galloped on the road, kicking up dust everywhere. In the forest a group of people galloped past on horseback. A subordinate cried out in alarm. What happened all of a sudden? Why are we going back to Miller again? We've already killed Magla Enieber. The person beside him turned and replied. The leader changed the target to Ulster territory. He must want to deal with the Duke first. He felt puzzled and confused. We're almost at the capital. I don't know why they're returning to Ulster. The other person didn't know how to answer either. Who knows? Nevertheless, we still must obey the commander's orders. If you still have the strength to speak, save it. Jian ran desperately to Arat's side to persuade his master. I know you're angry, but aren't you tired? I feel like I'm about to die. Though exhausted, Arat remained silent. He was silently urging himself to hurry. He recalled the recent moment. Stab's voice was far from friendly. Oh, and I also have to tell you. Because I used magic. It hasn't rotted yet. Arat covered his mouth, trying to keep himself from making a sound. But his body wouldn't stop trembling. He weakly gasped, I can't breathe. But I can't let the Duke know I'm trembling. Jen stood by, worriedly supporting his shoulder. His tears wouldn't stop flowing. Stab's voice still echoed, go to Ulster territory. You can bring your troops. But you must come yourself. Seeing Arat run off, Jian quickly shouted to his master. Wait for us. Arat glanced back, his eyes sharp as he clearly heard Stab's warning. If you arrive late, you will never see your brother's head again. You wouldn't abandon the one who protected you until the very end, would you? Thinking of Gruen, he reproached himself. I'm sorry, Gruen. Even though you died for me, you still cannot rest in peace. Stab sat alone in the room. Dion H has left the capital, turning this way to claim his brother's head. He happily picked up the box beside him, using magic. Accumulating it for a long time to cast a preservation spell was entirely worth it. How do you feel? You'll be seeing your younger brother very soon. Stab didn't understand why. Why in this world? So many people's hearts were filled with regret. What's so important about family? That they'd exchange their lives for it. His sharp gaze swept over the box. Stab seemed to be talking to a departed soul. Don't feel too unfairly treated. When you were alive, you caused me no small amount of trouble. Rather, it's fairer that you can help me once after your death. Ulster territory. Arat and his companions soon arrived at the mansion gate. After a long and arduous journey, he was breathless. Suddenly, Arat's chest began to ache with unusual sharpness. Jian worriedly asked, Master, are you really going to go in? The gate stood open, yet not a single soldier's shadow was visible. This must be a trap. It's obvious at a glance that they're setting a trap. Arat knew this, yet he still walked forward. But I still have to go in. Arat panted. Jian, do you remember what that old woman in the village once said strangely to me? She hastily stopped him. You are not allowed to hate anything. Arat knew those words were absolutely true. Fate is trying to make me hate the whole world. Jian watched his weary back with concern. He looked completely exhausted. Anyone who knew what he had been through would understand immediately. He didn't know how to lighten his master's burden, and could only clench his hands. I must admit this. Jian couldn't help but feel for Arat. If that's the case, even if you are the misfortune that brings disaster upon me, even if I resent and hate you fiercely, why can't you display a resentment so profound that even the world cannot imagine such hatred? I also feel for you and sympathize with you. Let them see a great hatred, one that is unexpected. Let them see a great hatred that transcends fate. Let them see a great hatred covered the entire world. The resolve was evident in Jian's words. I don't want to see Dian in this shadow. Isn't that also a way to destroy this world? Why, your expression. That left Jian puzzled. When did I become so close to him? Arat's lips slowly curved upwards. Ha ha ha, your voice grew faint in the wind. All right, I will bear that in mind. Even so, Jian's worries did not dissipate. I understand why Master always tries to keep a distance from those demons. With demons, whether willing or not, if we meet every day, people will gradually grow close. I must also be cautious. I cannot allow myself to get any closer to him. Because I cannot allow myself to completely like him and enjoy my time with him. He immediately followed Eret. That group of people broke into the mansion and searched all the rooms. Eret walked into a room covered in white fabric. Is this the last room? There's nothing. But as soon as that thought flashed, he discovered something. Master, no matter how carefully I search, I haven't even seen a single mouse. Let alone that person. As soon as Jian finished speaking, Eret rushed out. I'm sure this is a trap, master. The moment he entered, the door slammed shut, causing Jian to panic. It turned out Eret had already noticed the box neatly placed on the table. I found it. He cautiously walked towards the box containing his brother Glenn's head. Pain and despair enveloped Eret. His hand gently rested on the box. With this ornate exterior, with just a slight touch, Eret smelled blood. His eyes suddenly blurred. Everything seemed to be spinning. Jin heard a loud commotion and immediately turned back in a hurry. He kept knocking on the door. Master, what happened? Are you all right? Eret immediately stopped him. I'm fine. Don't come in. Despair filled his eyes. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Is the person inside really Glenn? Images of Glenn's past flashed in his mind. He not only died for me but also ended up like this. Why did he save a good-for-nothing like me? Eret held a part of the corpse in his arms. Where is the rest of his body? Duke Stab said with a mocking tone. Woo-woo. It seems you found him. By then he had already fled quickly. What a pity. I only got his head. The rest of his body has disappeared. Eret questioned. This castle is completely empty. Where are you now? Duke Stab calmly. Have you forgotten how to respect others? DN. You know I have no reason to reveal anything to you. The last gift I gave you is his head. Honestly, he's useless now that he's dead. Well then, DN, until next time. It turned out that before Stab left, he had already installed bombs nearby. At the opportune moment, the bombs immediately exploded. At this crucial moment, Eret hastily embraced the box to protect his brother's remains. Damn it, it's too late to hide now. The shockwave of the explosion destroyed a part of the mansion. The soldiers outside were in a panic. What's going on? An explosion? It's too big. How could it suddenly explode? Why is everyone worried about you? Is Lord DN inside? We must go in and check immediately. Before they could act, a group of people rushed to stop them. Stop! It turned out to be the people Stab left behind. The Duke's soldiers. This means they were watching from the very beginning. After the explosion, Jen struggled to stand up. An explosion? It really was a trap. At this moment he was still worried about Eret. Master. The entire room was engulfed in flames. Eret fell unconscious. When did everything become like this? Where did it all go wrong? Your body feels like it's floating in a void. Unstable. Countless questions arise. Was it when the Emperor stood by or when the Duke? The one who started everything and used Kun's head. That viper Staber to deceive me. Eret suddenly cast aside those thoughts. No, the biggest culprit is the Demon King. The one who played with me like a toy. He recalled the past. He treated me as if to rip out my very soul. But that only shows I was a toy. How tempting I was in his eyes. The Demon King always pretended to be kind. He must have truly enjoyed playing with me. If he had refused to sign the contract with the Duke from the start, then none of this would have escalated to such a point. No matter who he is, to the Demon King he is just a toy. Eret reached out and embraced the box, understanding that it was because of this child, who was abandoned to be tormented by those scoundrels. He is already deeply sinful, so even if I die it's nothing. You Demon King. I will never forgive them. His entire body embraced and enveloped it. To protect his brother's remains. Eret understood that in this world, there existed a warrior and a Demon King. The warrior is the hero who protects the human empire. He is the one who manipulates everything as if it were a game. The Demon King is the lord of the demon realm, and currently the most powerful being. An existence never defeated by any warrior. Eret didn't understand why. Why could the warrior never defeat the Demon King? Looking at the numbers, it's truly strange. Why are the times the Demon King defeats the warrior always more than the times the warrior eliminates the Demon King? Something enlightened Eret. That's right. It must be because the will of those who wish to eliminate him is too weak, simply because they are forced to become warriors. Everyone pushes them to fight him. That's not enough. Human emotions are factors that enhance power. Aren't they? Especially love and hatred. Eret recognized his position. A scapegoat in a gamble between the Demon King and his contract candidate. A human thrown into this evil world. That child is perfect. He is their hope. He cannot die. It seems the gods have chosen you. That is why I left behind a vow to prevent death from occurring. so that even a weak body can withstand the warrior's power. We have gradually changed it into an ideal medium. Aerith's tears flowed uncontrollably. Now only one thing remains: the drive to get revenge on the Demon King. I cannot forgive you. The Demon King, he seemed to shed a bit of weariness. Finally all preparations are complete. A ray of light as if a god reborn pierced through the clouds and touched the earth. People panicked. What is that light? Wait. Isn't that the light that appears when a warrior is born? How can another warrior have just been born? The light made the night sky even brighter. Eduardo's 2 grandchildren were incredibly happy. They appeared again at a critical moment, just as the Demon King's army was pushing the Empire into the abyss. I don't know who the warrior is, but they are truly extraordinary. On the contrary, he quietly observed everything. Eduardo's eyes were filled with doubt. A warrior. The Demon King was handling official business when he suddenly stopped. Even 1,000 miles away he could feel it. A warrior has been born. The Demon King has felt it. Meanwhile, the positioning mark on Dianhate's body disappeared. What does this mean? He laughed like a madman. Haha. The Demon King wasn't afraid. Instead, he became even more excited. Ordinary magic cannot exist on a warrior's body. Why do you always make things so fascinating? You have finally become the warrior Dianhate. His body slowly emerged from the smoke as if reborn.